The Millennium Disciple recruitment ceremony of the Qingyun sect is about to commence, enveloping the entire sect in a festive atmosphere. Yet, I cannot shake off a lingering sense of unease. At this moment, an unexpected visitor intrudes upon the sacred grounds, claiming to hail from the boundless domain. In her hand, she grips a mysterious token, seemingly intertwined with the tragic demise of the Songming Sword Sovereign. Her figure is captivating, exuding an air of cold arrogance, as if she stands at the very center of the universe, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dare approach. She is none other than the sect leader of Qingyun, the transcendent of tribulations, Yun Yao. I observed as the crowd reverently gazed upon her entrance into the ancestral hall, each individual displaying utmost respect. Curiously, within the hall, there existed but a single tablet, the esteemed position of Master Songming, the Sword Sovereign. The elders and I knew little about this Songming Sword Sovereign. We were aware only that he was the master of our sect leader, with little further elaboration. In truth, the establishment of the Qingyun sect spans merely several millennia, and Yun Yao serves as its founding patriarch. Throughout these thousands of years, she has cultivated the Qingyun sect from nothing into a formidable power in the southern region of the Tai realm. Her contributions are indelible. The admiration held for her is not solely due to her status as the most powerful transcendent under the celestial realm, but also because of her unwavering dedication. With a gentle wave of her hand, Yun Yao retrieved 3 incense sticks, igniting them before bowing in reverence to the tablet of the Songming Sword Sovereign. Her movements meticulous and deliberate. We all silently followed suit in our commemoration. Master, she murmured softly, a wistful expression gracing her features. The Songming Sword Sovereign was the unrivaled maestro of the sword path hundreds of thousands of years ago, possessing unparalleled talent. It was said by an immortal that, among the world's swordsmanship, he alone claimed 8 parts of 10. Yet, upon hearing this, the Songming Sword Sovereign confidently retorted, "Amongst the world's swordsmanship, I possess 13 parts. Thus, the world owes me 3. Such audacious declarations left no room for contradiction. In that era, the Songming Sword Sovereign loomed as a towering figure within the hearts of all sword cultivators, an overwhelming presence. Nonetheless, this prodigy met his demise during the heavenly tribulation. Drawing lament from the masses, the heavens indeed envy the gifted. Time has elapsed, and the once resplendent sword path continues to resonate within my heart. In the present day, the name of the Songming Sword Sovereign has long been submerged in the annals of time, scarcely mentioned. Perhaps only remnants of his legacy persist within ancient factions. Master, have you truly fallen? I gazed intently at the tablet before me, and despite the passage of countless millennia, disbelief lingered. Initially, I presumed my master had perished during the heavenly tribulation, yet after my own survival through such trials, I realized that the truth was far more complex. If I could endure the tribulation, how could my master have failed? Although my master possessed exceptional talent, the tribulations were of a magnitude beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet with his capabilities, it seemed impossible for him to have fallen. A cold spark flickered within me as I pondered this, accompanied by a disdainful scoff. While my master had few enemies, many envied his gifts, and numerous individuals sought to thwart his passage through the tribulation. These were the very ones who might have conspired against him. Thus, I have never ceased my investigation into the events of that year, and, in my pursuit, I indeed uncovered certain clues. The boundless realm. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in my eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed to avoid arousing suspicion among those in the hall. I once more fixed my gaze upon the tablet, determination solidifying in my heart. Master, rest assured, your disciple shall seek justice for you. I shall spare none of those who plotted against you. Yet deep within, I still struggled to accept the notion that my master had truly perished. Perhaps he had not fallen at all, but instead had to conceal his identity for some reason, or encountered unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, in addition to probing into the past, I have tirelessly sought the whereabouts of the Songming Sword Sovereign, yet regrettably, I have found no trace. Master? Suddenly, the call of the sect elder jolted my thoughts back to reality. I regained my composure, my expression returning to one of aloofness, and calmly addressed the assembly. The memorial has concluded. We may now proceed to hold the disciple recruitment ceremony. The crowd responded with respectful bows, then exited the shrine amidst light-hearted chatter and laughter. The earlier atmosphere had been solemn, and they had dared not speak freely at that moment. Yet such occurrences were not unprecedented. Everyone had grown accustomed to them. I gazed upon the crowd, a glimmer of anticipation shining in my eyes. The very purpose of establishing the Qingyun sect was to ensure the enduring legacy of my master's swordsmanship. As I prepared to confront the events of the past in the boundless domain, a considerable upheaval is inevitable. Therefore, it is imperative that the Qingyun sect is meticulously organized. We must not allow the lineage of my master's teachings to be severed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qingyun sect, Zhang Xian stepped into the sect with confidence. Surveying the bustling throng ahead, a self-assured smile gracing his lips. Qingyun sect, I have arrived. Chapter 2, The Final Mission. The most radiant are the confident. Zhang Xian stood at the entrance of the Qingyun sect, weary from his travels. Behind him stood a young man, whose countenance resembled that of a jade ornament, clad in exquisite garments, exuding an air of grace that starkly contrasted with Zhang Xian's appearance. Particularly notable was the unmistakable aura of his cultivation, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Is this Qingyun sect? It appears quite commendable. The young man spoke with a tone tinged with condescension, as though even a top-tier sect could hardly capture his interest. He certainly had the credentials to disdain Qingyun sect, for he hailed from the illustrious Changshan family of the Taiji realm, specifically from the central state. Upon witnessing the duo, the surrounding onlookers could not help but cast sidelong glances. Which young master of a cultivation family is this? Accompanied by his servant, Zhang Xian, perceiving the gazes of the crowd, deduced their thoughts with relative accuracy, and his expression towards the young man behind him turned somewhat displeased. You pompous brat, stealing my limelight. I say, brother, could you refrain from always acting so aloof? It makes it quite difficult to blend in, you know. Were it not for my looks surpassing yours by a fraction, you would have stolen all the attention. Guyu Fangzheng could only chuckle in response. I apologize, Zhang brother. It has become a habit. Zhang Xian was at a loss for words. Such a rotten habit must be amended, you know. Cultivation is not solely about achieving higher realms. One must also navigate the intricacies of human relationships. If you continue to present yourself in this manner, who else would desire to befriend you? It was indeed astonishing that a mere mortal like Zhang Xian was imparting wisdom on a foundation establishment cultivator, leaving onlookers bewildered. However, even more surprising was Guyu Fangzheng's earnest contemplation of Zhang Xian's words, followed by a sincere nod in agreement. I have learned from you, Zhang brother. I shall certainly improve. Zhang Xian finally nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment gracing his face. A teachable child indeed. As for Guyu Fangzheng's cultivation level, Zhang Xian was well aware. He simply feigned ignorance. He even speculated about the hidden protector accompanying the young man and the family behind him. Yet he continued to act oblivious. After all, for an ordinary mortal to traverse mountains and rivers to reach Qingyun sect was no simple task. Were it not for this unwitting benefactor offering him a ride, he would be traversing on foot for an eternity. As for the compensation, a few pointers from Zhang Xian would surely suffice for a lifetime of benefit. Wouldn't you agree? Look, he is still grateful for my arrival. As for how Zhang Xian could be so composed, well, that is a lengthy tale. He is a transmigrator. Like other transmigrators, he possesses a golden finger system. Albeit his system is somewhat unique, known as the reincarnation system. This system requires him to undergo 100 reincarnations, each accompanied by specific tasks. Upon completing the tasks of 100 lifetimes, Zhang Xian would be rewarded with unparalleled cultivation, transcending all and achieving immortality. As it stands, this is already Zhang Xian's 100th reincarnation. If he fulfills the mission of this lifetime, he shall attain transcendence. Reincarnation system. Host, Zhang Xian, current reincarnation identity. Talent, low-grade spirit roots of 5 elements. Current reincarnation count, 100. Current reincarnation task, join the Qingyun sect in the southern wilderness of the Tai world, and die in the line of duty as a disciple to protect the sect. Assistance for this task, Note, during the reincarnation task, if the past identities are revealed, the task will be deemed a failure. Current exposure rate, 0 upon gazing at the system panel before him. Zhang Xian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. At last, he was on the brink of completing all his tasks. This particular mission seemed remarkably straightforward. All he needed to do was join the Qingyun sect and sacrifice himself to safeguard it. Compared to his previous tasks, this one felt like a mere trifle, akin to a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. As for who Jiuyo was, he was a younger brother of sorts from one of Zhang Xian's past reincarnations, belonging to the demon race and possessing a rather formidable physique. Nevertheless, he was still somewhat lesser in stature compared to Zhang Xian. However, well aware of the system's quirks, Zhang Xian did not allow himself to underestimate this task. His prior missions had ranged from becoming the foremost swordmaster in the world to commanding the demon and monster clans. While the system typically provided some assistance, such as bestowing innate sword bodies of celestial demons, or the bloodline of an ancestral beast, certain tasks required more than mere talent and strength. As he had previously mentioned to a foundational-level youth, the world of cultivation was rife with human connections and social intricacies. Achieving certain objectives inevitably involved interacting with many individuals. Some cultivators were incredibly obstinate. Even if one possessed far superior strength, they might still refuse to heed your counsel. Zhang Xian recalled a particular task where he was to become the preeminent alchemist. To fulfill this mission, he needed to obtain the legacy of a certain immortal elder. Yet, that elder was exceedingly cantankerous, insisting that despite Zhang Xian's unparalleled talent, he would only grant the inheritance if Zhang Xian married his daughter. Absurd. Was he the kind of person to compromise his dignity? Thus, to complete certain missions, Zhang Xian had resorted to various stratagems. This current task, being so uncomplicated, filled him with an inexplicable unease. Well, since he was here, he might as well embrace it. If all that was required of him was to die once, he had 1,000 ways to achieve that. Zhang Xian wore a confident expression, a confidence derived from the wealth of experience accumulated over 99 reincarnations. In each of his past lives, he had garnered countless insights into the art of dying in order to successfully withdraw afterward. Although his initial attempts at demise were somewhat crude, he had refined his techniques through continuous reincarnation, emerging as an expert in the field. In fact, there were times when, at the very onset of a new task, he would already be strategizing how he would ultimately meet his end. When it came to death, none could rival his authority. As long as he wished for it, no one could impede his descent. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's unshakable confidence left the ancient figure behind him, Guyu, momentarily stunned. This kind of self-assurance was something he had only witnessed in certain venerable ancestors within his own family, those who had distilled wisdom over countless epochs. Such an unwavering confidence stemmed from an absolute faith in one's past experiences. This confidence manifested in a mere mortal youth, not yet in his teens, left him momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Have I misjudged the situation, or is it merely an illusion? Initially, he had followed Zhang Xian due to an inexplicable quality that subtly emanated from him. This peculiar trait reminded him of the cryptic phrases occasionally uttered by the ancestral immortals of his family, returning to simplicity and remaining true to one's original intentions. He had already conducted inquiries into Zhang Xian's background, discovering him to be an ordinary individual, orphaned and leading a life of hardship, not unlike the majority of mortals. Yet, it was precisely this circumstance that piqued his curiosity towards Zhang Xian's enigmatic qualities. Therefore, he chose to accompany him on his journey, even when Zhang Xian requested him to hasten their pace without uttering any objections. As for joining this so-called Qingyun sect, Gui Weifang had never entertained such a notion. How could he, a direct descendant of a lineage renowned for longevity, possibly affiliate himself with a sect that only boasted a mere earthly transcendent? Preposterous. Zhang Xian, of course, noticed the astonishment reflected in Gui Weifang's eyes, but chose to disregard it. There was no remedy for one's brilliance, even with this lifetime's seemingly lackluster talents. One's essence could not be concealed. Let us proceed, Zhang Xian called out, making his way towards the mountain of the sect. Gui Weifang cast a lingering glance at Zhang Xian before following suit. Soon, the duo arrived at the expansive square of the Qingyun sect. The square spanned a vast area, and even with thousands gathered, it did not feel congested. At that moment, individuals arrived in small clusters to engage in conversation for the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. Towering at the forefront of the square was a stone tablet, standing 10 zhang tall, an essential fixture for every cultivation sect, the spirit testing stele, utilized for assessing the disciples' innate spiritual roots. Upon entering the square, Zhang Xian immediately spotted the stele. Though it appeared to be an ordinary object, it stirred something deep within him, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity. How strange! Could this be a mere illusion? Concurrently, within the sect's ancestral hall, Yin Yao furrowed her brow, feeling an unexpected surge of intuition. Is something significant about to unfold? Though perplexed, she understood that an adept's sixth sense is rarely unfounded. Yet, she could not discern the origin of this feeling. After much contemplation, Yin Yao turned her gaze towards the square, where the disciple recruitment ceremony was underway. Very well, let's go and see. Chapter 3. The fall plan. Zhang Xian furrowed his brows and retreated behind the crowd. As soon as he and the others arrived at the entrance square of the Qingyun sect, they immediately attracted numerous gazes. It was inevitable. Gu Yuefang's peak foundation establishment cultivation was simply too dazzling to overlook. Even some elders of the Qingyun sect, standing at the front of the square, turned their attention toward him. Esteemed brother, I am Wang Taizhu. May I inquire your name? Young master, I am Tian Erniu. May I ask for your honor name? Eom Vonggong. Would you care to join me, young master? Soon, a throng of men and women encircled Gu Yuefang, leaving Zhang Xian squeezed out of the conversation. To the onlookers, it was evident that Gu Yuefang's peak foundation establishment prowess meant his admission to the Qingyun sect was a foregone conclusion. They were merely familiarizing themselves with one another, ensuring they would have each other's backs upon entering the sect. However, some harbored ulterior motives. The ability to cultivate such a young peak foundation establishment talent indicated the formidable background of a prominent cultivation family, and fostering a good relationship would undoubtedly be advantageous. As for Zhang Xian, the crowd regarded him as merely Gu Yuefang's servant, paying him no heed. Anger simmered within him. How shallow these people are, only valuing cultivation level. Here I am, a celestial being, and yet I am ignored. Zhang Xian sighed, observing Gu Yuefang engaging eloquently with the throng, and let out a cold snort. I just said I wouldn't steal the spotlight. This boy is beyond redemption. He dismissed the strange familiarity he felt towards the spirit testing tablet. After all spirit testing tablets were fundamentally the same. Wasn't it natural to be familiar with them? Just as the crowd around Gu Yuefang was about to swell, a middle-aged man suddenly emerged at the front of the square, calling out in a clear voice, "Silence." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, causing many to perk up. It was indeed a nascent soul cultivator. Such was the Qingyun sect, where even a mere disciple recruitment hall had an elder of the nascent soul stage presiding, an existence that would be revered in many other sects. Do you think I have a chance of being noticed by the nascent soul elder and accepted as a disciple? The crowd fell silent, their faces filled with reverence as they gazed at the middle-aged man. Zhang Xian, however, cast his gaze towards the depths of the sect behind the square, narrowing his eyes. Although he was merely immortal at present, the keen insight born from his 99 reincarnations remained with him. There were undoubtedly powerful beings in the depths of the sect observing this scene, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet, he felt no trepidation. He had heard that the strongest sect master of the Qingyun sect was only at the tribulation transcendent stage, a level of cultivation he had encountered countless times in his past lives. Turning his attention back to Gu Yuefang, he noticed the latter was also gazing into the depths of the sect, evidently having sensed something amiss. Impressive perception, indeed. No wonder he hails from a family of longevity. Zhang Xian quietly praised, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. He recalled a past life where he too was born into a family of longevity. At the forefront of the square, after the nascent soul elder announced the commencement of the talent testing, the crowd began to line up for their assessments. And Zhang Xian joined the queue as well. Regarding Guyu Fangzheng, he too had followed closely, seemingly quite intrigued by the situation. Zhang Xian chose to disregard him, instead contemplating in silence how he might sacrifice himself to protect the sect after joining the Qingyun sect. The prospect of entering the sect appeared promising. Although his innate talent in this life was rather mediocre, this could serve as an advantage, allowing him to remain inconspicuous and avoid undue scrutiny. Thus, all he needed was to quietly meet his end when the sect faced peril. Indeed, a flawless plan had begun to take shape in his mind. He had meticulously devised a strategy detailing the realm of adversaries he would confront, the manner of his demise, and even the position in which he would ultimately lie down. Once he passed the evaluation and gained admission into the sect, he would have completed half of his task. It could be argued that having subpar talent in this life was, paradoxically, a blessing, although this diverged from Zhang Xian's long-standing philosophy of living and acting flamboyantly. He reasoned that since this would be his final endeavor, the sooner it was accomplished, the sooner he could attain transcendence. After achieving that, he could indulge in the pleasures of existence. Zhang Xian concluded that being assigned the role of a miscellaneous disciple in the Qingyun sect would be most advantageous. This way, if he encountered a bully who insulted the sect, he could heroically step forward to defend its honor, only to be met with defeat. Though it was somewhat glitch, it was undeniably efficient and straightforward, truly perfect. 3 series of inferior spiritual roots. Next. 4 series of superior spiritual roots. Next. As he mused, a disciple from the outer sect of Qingyun called out, directing his attention toward Zhang Xian and Guyu Fangzheng. In an instant, all eyes around them were fixed upon Zhang Xian, particularly on Guyu Fangzheng. Even the elder from the Yuan Ying stage, who was overseeing the proceedings, cast a glance in their direction. As the highest-ranking disciple present, curiosity about Guyu Fangzheng's talent was palpable among the onlookers. Zhang Xian inwardly felt a pang of distress, for he was positioned directly before Guyu Fangzheng. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances, possessing 5 series of inferior spiritual roots. He had the most dismal talent among them. To be revealed under such scrutiny would be utterly humiliating. It was one thing to be unable to flaunt his prowess in this life, but to suffer disgrace was simply unacceptable. Such an occurrence must be averted at all costs. As they approached the spiritual root testing stone, an unsettling feeling began to creep into Zhang Xian's heart. Could there truly be an issue? Furrowing his brow, he discreetly stepped behind Guyu Fangzheng. "Brother Guyu, please go ahead." Observing this, many were visibly stirred, and several elders regarded Zhang Xian with admiration. This young man is quite considerate. Guyu Fangzheng, unperturbed, acknowledged the gesture, recognizing it merely as a matter of sequence. "Brother Zhang, I shall proceed with the test now." Zhang Xian nodded, feeling a wave of relief as he watched Guyu Fangzheng approach the testing stone. Let this fellow take his turn first. Before long, Guyu Fangzheng stood before the testing stone and slowly extended his hand to touch it. The surrounding crowd held their breath, their attention riveted upon the stone, with even the elders fixated on the outcome. Deep within the sect, the esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect, seated high among the clouds, were equally observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, a surge of azure and violet radiance erupted from the spirit testing steel, emanating a divine aura that surged forth, akin to tumultuous ocean waves that shattered the sky's cloud cover. In an instant, the clouds within a radius of several dozen miles above the Qingyun sect were dispersed, and the lower-ranked disciples felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, while the elders of the Qingyun sect narrowed their eyes in astonishment. A dual elemental root of wind and thunder. Yet, the spectacle did not cease there. Following the azure and violet light, a golden phoenix ascended amidst it, overpowering the previous radiance and scattering the clouds within a radius of 100 miles above the Qingyun sect. A holy body of wind and thunder? However, in the face of such extraordinary phenomena, Guyu Weifang remained remarkably composed and turned to Zhang Xian. "Brother Zhang, it is your turn." Chapter 4. The crisis of the sect approaches boom. As the extraordinary phenomenon erupted, astonishment swept through the surroundings. The elder at the nascent soul stage rose abruptly, his expression one of sheer shock. Zhang Xian nodded to himself, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. It is exceedingly rare to encounter an anomalous spiritual root, and one that rivals the heavenly spiritual root is even more extraordinary. A dual anomalous spiritual root is truly a one-in-a-million occurrence, comparable to the immortal spiritual root. Coupled with the wind and thunder sacred body, such innate talent would be remarkable even among the Longsheng aristocracy. This lad is undoubtedly a promising candidate for immortality, Zhang Xian mused, speculating that the protector behind him must be a formidable figure at the Great Ascension stage. Although the protector had not revealed themselves during their journey to the Qingyun sect, this did not hinder Zhang Xian's analysis. His gaze, however, was primarily drawn to the spirit-testing steel. Guyu Fangzheng had undergone testing. There should be no issues, right? Meanwhile, the crowd initially struggled to grasp the significance of the extraordinary phenomenon, but once informed by those in the know, a wave of astonishment surged. Comparable to an immortal spiritual root and a sacred body? My heavens, how impressive must that be? No wonder this lad carries himself with such arrogance. It appears he truly has the right to do so. I heard that the Ziki sect recently accepted a disciple with an immortal spiritual root, and now our Qingyun sect boasts a disciple with a dual anomalous spiritual root and a sacred body. Let us see how they flaunt their achievements now. The crowd was filled with awe, and many looked at Guyu Fangzheng with eyes brimming with envy. With such talent, his admission to the Qingyun sect seemed like a foregone conclusion. Even the elder at the nascent soul stage appeared visibly tempted, suggesting a high probability of him taking Guyu Fangzheng as his disciple. Indeed, the elder was deeply intrigued. Such talent was indicative of a potential immortal. However, given Guyu Fangzheng's extraordinary gifts, it was likely that he would not be the sole nascent soul cultivator vying for him. Upon realizing this, the elder sighed, casting a glance toward the depths of the sect. Surely, the inter-sect elders were also observing this moment. As anticipated, the instant the golden phoenix appeared, someone could no longer remain seated. Boom! Suddenly, an elderly figure materialized out of thin air, standing majestically in the sky. Although he did not exude any overwhelming pressure, his mere presence felt like a heavy stone pressing upon the hearts of those present. This sensation stirred Zhang Xian's spirit. At the very least, he was at the harmonization stage. Indeed, the expected dramatic turn had arrived. Zhang Xian stood unobtrusively to the side, adopting the demeanor of a mere spectator. Upon the elder's appearance, he turned to Guyu Fangzheng and spoke in a calm voice. Young friend, would you consider taking me as your master? After speaking, the elder seemed to feel this was insufficient, as if fearing competition, and quickly added, I am Wang Defa, an intersect elder of the Qingyun sect, at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. At this proclamation, the surrounding disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. A powerful figure at the harmonization stage had emerged to accept a disciple. My heavens, this is a chance to ascend to greatness. There was no denying it. His talent was simply extraordinary. The crowd gasped in awe, envy palpable in the air. Some individuals even flushed with embarrassment, as if they were the sole focus of attention. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. After Wang Defa concluded his remarks, several figures emerged, each possessing varying strengths compared to him. Young friend, I am an elder of the intersect of Qingyun sect, at the late stage of harmonization. Would you care to take me as your master? Young friend, I am an elder from the law enforcement hall of Qingyun sect, at the early stage of ascendancy. Would you consider taking me as your master? I am at the mid-stage of ascendancy, and if you choose to become my disciple, I shall cover all your resources for cultivation. In an astonishing turn of events, all the elders of the intersect of Qingyun emerged, each eager to take Guyu Weifang as their pupil. The onlookers were left agape, utterly astonished. Elders at the ascendancy stage have all come forth. One extraordinary sight. A wave of frustration swept through some, lamenting, why am I not the one? Observing the fervent promises made by the intersect elders to Guyu Weifang, as if fearing he might be snatched away, the crowd was left in awe. The outer sect elders, who were initially overseeing the disciple recruitment ceremony, exchanged wry smiles equally astonished, as they had never witnessed the intersect elders display such fervent rivalry. Simultaneously, all eyes turned to Guyu Wefong, curious about his choice of master. In the midst of this attention, Guyu Wefong remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhang Xian, watching the unfolding drama, was certain that this individual would not join Qingyun's sect. A scion of a long-lived family could hardly be expected to affiliate with a modest sect led only by a tribulation-stage elder. It was evident he would gravitate towards ancient sacred lands or supreme academies. However, Zhang Xian was perplexed as to why the tribulation-stage leader of Qingyun's sect had not made an appearance. Guyu Efong's response was, as Zhang Xian anticipated, quite revealing. He clasped his hands and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your kind offers, but I find Qingyun's sect inadequate for my aspirations." Yet, his next words made Zhang Xian's lips twitch in disbelief. "I am merely accompanying a friend. Zhang, it is now your turn to test your aptitude." This declaration stirred a commotion, with many casting their gazes toward Zhang Xian. Internally, he was seething. What the hell? You gotta be kidding me. I never intended to show off. He mentally noted Guyu Wefong's audacity. "Young friend, do you realize what you were saying?" Fortunately, an elder from the inner sect above cut in, redirecting the attention back from Zhang Xian. Guyu Wefong remained unfazed, even in the presence of the ascendancy elders. "I am merely accompanying a friend. For me to join Qingyun's sect, it truly falls short." While his words were indeed truthful, they were rather impolite. Coupled with his nonchalant demeanor, it came off as provocatively arrogant. Is he truly that bold? Qingyun's sect was a prominent force in the southern region. Did he not fear for his life? Was he always this audacious? The crowd was left in astonishment. The expressions of the inner sect elders darkened considerably, revealing their anger. The atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. Zhang Xian sensed this change within his heart. The crisis of a sect has unexpectedly arrived. How splendid! If the Qingyun sect truly confronts the ancient family of Changsheng, my task would be accomplished in mere moments. All that is required is for an elder of Qingyun to unleash their wrath upon Guyu Fangzheng, and then, as a disciple, I can perish while opposing the Guyu family, thus concluding my mission with a flourish. Of course, it is improbable that Guyu Fangzheng would meet his demise, for there are protectors in the shadows. The Qingyun sect will undoubtedly find a way to handle the aftermath, leaving only a small fry like myself to perish. Consequently, Zhang Xian boldly stepped forward to stir the pot. "How dare you speak thus? Are you not slapping the face of the Qingyun sect? The Qingyun sect is a prominent force in the southern wilderness. Your words place this grand sect in a precarious position. You are showing contempt for my Qingyun sect." Zhang Xian, with indignation, pointed at Guyu Fangzheng, his demeanor reminiscent of someone who considers Qingyun's sect his own family, more fervent than even the disciples of Qingyun themselves. Upon hearing this, the expressions of some Qingyun disciples indeed grew increasingly grim. The elders cast increasingly hostile glances at Guyu Fangzheng. Guyu Fangzheng furrowed his brow, contemplating whether his earlier words were somewhat inappropriate. Zhang Xian, however, was oblivious to such thoughts, internally shouting fervently, "Let the conflict commence." Yet, among the inner elders, there seemed to be those who recognized the significance of the name Guyu, hesitating upon hearing it. Guyu? Could it be the Guyu from the central continent? Many were momentarily taken aback. What Guyu from the central continent? Some elders, who had previously been oblivious, suddenly appeared stunned, as if recalling something, their expressions shifting to one of uncertainty. Guyu Fangzheng nodded calmly, affirming, "Indeed, it is my family." Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the elders in the heavens underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to chameleons. "A descendant of the Changsheng family. Why did you not mention it sooner?" The Changsheng family is not a group that the Qingyun sect, which has yet to produce a single immortal, can afford to provoke. Moreover, to entice them to join the Qingyun sect is indeed beyond the capabilities of Qingyun. Thus, the elders found themselves in a predicament, unable to express their anger or to depart. They could only vent their frustration in silence. Zhang Xian, equally speechless, lamented, "Where is your dignity as powerful beings? Are you all suddenly mute?" It seems the reclusive cultivators and nobles, who remain indifferent to worldly affairs and resolve matters solely through their fists, do not exist in reality. Among cultivators, there are far fewer fools than one would imagine. Zhang Xian wore a look of disappointment. It seemed a conflict was unlikely to ensue. Just as the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, Guyu Fangzheng turned his gaze towards Zhang Xian once more. "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your guidance. My previous remarks were indeed somewhat inappropriate." He then bowed respectfully to the elders in the heavens, saying, "My earlier words were reckless, and I extend my sincere apologies to the Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions brightened considerably. A descendant of the Chongqing family had apologized in person. To persist in holding a grudge now would be to show a lack of discernment. Zhang Xian, however, felt even more regretful, thinking you, a mere insignificant figure, have gone to such lengths. What good is your apology now? And you elders, is an apology truly sufficient? Apologies hold little value. What need have we for the police? Brother Zhang, it appears the time has come for you to demonstrate your talents. After the Honorable Guyu Fangzheng offered his sincere apologies, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian. At this pronouncement, the crowd regained their focus, directing their attention toward Zhang Xian. Surely, one who could befriend the scions of the illustrious Guyu clan must possess considerable aptitude, particularly following Zhang Xian's previous defense of the Qingyun sect. Many elders found their admiration for him significantly heightened. In an instant, all eyes were upon Zhang Xian. His expression darkened, a storm brewing within him. How reckless! How could this matter be dragged into his own affairs? He mentally noted Guyu Fangzheng's transgression, vowing to repay this insolence in due time. What is this young man so adamant about regarding my abilities? Indeed, it is time for our young friend to undergo the assessment. The elders in the heavens seized the opportunity to shift the conversation, eagerly anticipating Zhang Xian's response. With no choice but to muster a strained smile, he shot a fierce glare at Guyu Fangzheng before slowly making his way toward the spirit-testing steel. Chapter 5. What a commotion! The sword intent that shocks the world emerges. Zhang Xian slowly advanced towards the spirit-testing monument, each step feeling as though he traversed a lifetime, despite the mere distance of several paces. Was this man destined to lose everything today? Standing before the monument, he surveyed the crowd, their gazes fixed upon him, causing his lips to tremble. Would his illustrious 99 lifetimes be reduced to naught in this one? A blend of melancholy, despair, and a hint of unwillingness graced his countenance. He gazed skyward, his expression sorrowful, eyes brimming with dissatisfaction towards fate. The crowd, observing Zhang Xian's demeanor, exchanged bewildered glances. What was the meaning of such theatrics for a mere talent test? Yet there was an undeniable allure in his slow-motion display. This individual was surely extraordinary. I too sense a rich narrative behind him. How melancholic and striking he appears. Whispers of admiration spread among the onlookers, and respect for Zhang Xian began to blossom. Guyu Fangzheng, too, was fixated on Zhang Xian, his eyes unwavering. His initial intrigue stemmed from a feeling that Zhang Xian possessed something unique. Now, witnessing his current state, he was further convinced of his earlier thoughts. This individual was undoubtedly more complex than he seemed. What kind of talent would he possess? Suddenly, Zhang Xian let out a derisive chuckle, a smile filled with scorn for fate. Since events had unfolded this way, he resolved to see it through. He had come this far. It was time to complete the task at hand. After all, no one would ever know of his past identity. This lifetime's embarrassment bore no reflection on his former self. He continually reassured himself and slowly extended his right hand towards the spirit-testing monument. Just then, an intersect elder from the heavens spoke up, interrupting the moment. Zhang Xian's heart leaped with hope. Was there an unexpected turn? He quickly looked up to find the elder was none other than Wang Defa, the one who had initially sought to accept Guyu Fangzheng as a disciple. A fine name indeed. Elder Wang, noticing the crowd's attention, spoke deliberately. "Young friend, before you test your talent, may I inquire if you have any background?" At this question, the expressions of the other intersect elders shifted slightly. They understood Wang's implication. Should Zhang Xian reveal a remarkable talent akin to Guyu Fangzheng's? only to be met with the disdain of the Qingyun sect. It would surely cause an uproar. Thus, all eyes turned to Zhang Xian, awaiting his response. Zhang Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was he truly being put on the spot? He cast a glare at Guyu Fangzheng before responding bitterly. I have no background. My parents passed away before my birth, leaving me an orphan. Indeed, this incarnation of Zhang Xian was a quintessential example of a strong background. Yet, unfortunately, he was not following that path this time around. Upon hearing his words, the elders sighed in relief. So that was the case, young friend. Please proceed with the test. Zhang Xian sighed, realizing he could not escape his fate. He once again reached out, touching the spirit-testing monument. Slap! As Zhang Xian's palm made contact with the stone tablet, a chilling sensation coursed through him, accompanied by a warm energy that began to roam throughout his body. This was the spiritual power of the spirit-testing tablet probing Zhang Xian's innate talent. The onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon the tablet. However, it emitted no sign of activity. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After what felt like an eternity, a faint shimmer of 5 elemental colors finally radiated from the tablet. Yet, the glow was so weak that it was nearly obscured by Zhang Xian's hand, causing the crowd to initially overlook it. A low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements. Silence. The surrounding atmosphere descended into an oppressive stillness. All eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the faint light emanating from the tablet, struggling to process the revelation. A low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements was the most inferior talent for cultivation. While it did allow for the possibility of becoming a cultivator, reaching the foundational stage would be a formidable challenge. Among the thousands gathered to partake in the test, such talent was indeed a rarity, especially under the scrutiny of so many spectators. Zhang Xian felt the silence around him was deafening. Ahem, to have a low-grade, 5-element spiritual root. What an uncommon occurrence. Indeed, in my thousands of years of cultivation, I have rarely encountered such a talent. What splendid weather we have today. The crowd began to realize that a miscalculation had occurred, rendering the atmosphere even more awkward than the previous commotion caused by Guyu Fangzheng. Zhang Xian closed his eyes, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Damn it, are you satisfied now? I must complete this task swiftly. Perish, for I am on the brink of death. Guyu Fangzheng also bore an expression of disbelief. The person he held in such high regard turned out to possess merely a low-grade 5-element spiritual root. How could this be? No, wait. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in Guyu Fangzheng's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on the spirit-testing tablet. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to chatter, some unable to contain their disdain. Zhang Xian prepared to withdraw his hand, resigning himself to a tragic fate. Yet in the next moment, a stirring sensation surged within him. Huh? Zhang Xian stared blankly at the spirit-testing tablet before him. To his astonishment, intricate patterns began to emerge from the point of contact on the tablet, spreading rapidly like a spider's web until they enveloped the entire surface. It was then that the crowd finally recognized something was amiss. What is that? How could there be patterns? No, those aren't patterns. They are cracks. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. The elders of the inner sect, watching from above, snapped back to attention, gazing at the spirit-testing tablet in confusion. Crack! Crack! The number of fissures on the tablet multiplied, becoming dense and overwhelming, causing Zhang Xian to widen his eyes in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Boom! In the next instant, the spirit-testing tablet erupted. A tremendous sword-intent soared from the tablet, stirring the heavens and clearing the clouds in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The elders standing in the sky were swept away by this surge of sword intent, disappearing without a trace. The gathered disciples felt an overwhelming and unparalleled sword intent that rendered their faces pale, causing them to kneel on the ground. Gui Weifang fixed his gaze on the sword intent in the sky, his complexion drained of color, his eyes filled with blood, and his body trembling. He struggled against the astonishing sword intent, but within mere moments, he too succumbed to his knees. Buzz! The breathtaking sword intent loomed in the firmament, peerless and unparalleled, as if the very heavens and earth were compelled to yield, and the great paths of existence retreated in deference. At that moment, The entire Tai realm fell into a solemn hush. Zhang Xian also gazed at the sword intent above, his expression tightening and his brows furrowing. How could my sword intent be here? At this moment, he finally comprehended the inexplicable familiarity he felt towards the spirit measuring monument. For it was indeed a fragment of his sword intent from his first lifetime. Who on earth concealed my sword intent here? Zhang Xian muttered to himself, contemplating how to address this matter. If not handled properly, it might lead to unwanted associations. After all, he had been rather naive in orchestrating his demise during his first lifetime, leaving behind numerous vulnerabilities. Just as he prepared to employ some means to dissipate the sword intent that hung high in the heavens, a delicate figure suddenly descended, appearing before Zhang Xian, and coldly inquired, "Who are you? How is it that you can invoke my master's sword intent?" Chapter 6, What to Do. The vest is about to be stripped away, urgently waiting online. Salutations to the sect master. Salutations to the sect master. As the ethereal figure of the woman appeared, the elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect bowed in respect. The inner sect elders, however, were flung away by the astonishing sword intent, lost in the tumult. Her presence halted the flow of spiritual energy around her, and the very essence of the Tao seemed to slow, as if she were the axis of this world. She was none other than Yun Yao, the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect. An immortal, Gu Yu, kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that such a being existed within the humble Qingyun sect, although he could not discern her precise realm. The aura she exuded was reminiscent of the elusive ancestral immortals of his own clan. No, her oppressive presence was even more formidable than that of the ancestors who had loomed over Gu Yu. Undoubtedly, this woman was a powerhouse among immortals. Yet, Yun Yao paid no heed to the crowd. Her gaze, shimmering with unshed tears, was fixed intently on Zhang Xian. A whirlwind of emotions, bewilderment, astonishment, confusion, excitement, and disorientation swirled in her eyes. Upon seeing Yun Yao, Zhang Xian was momentarily entranced. Xiao! Yao! He stood rooted to the spot, memories of his past life flashing through his mind. Master! Master! Xiao Yao can't walk anymore. The little girl is still putting on an act? Do you believe I will spank you? Well, master, you're so mean. Oh, then I shan't buy you candied hawthorn. Master, I was wrong. You're the best. Hey, you little rascal. Once we enter the city, I'll buy you candied hawthorn. Hooray! By the ancient path. A man in a blue robe wielding a sword led a filthy little girl, both strolling toward the horizon under the setting sun. The girl, with her hair tied in two high pigtails and drool trickling from her mouth, gazed at him with her wise eyes filled with longing for candied hawthorn. Oh, master, the senior brothers in the academy stole my candied hawthorn. The girl complained to the man in the blue robe. Impudent, daring to bully my little Yao? I shall retrieve it for you. The man soared into the sky with his sword. Soon after, two bruised figures emerged, clutching a bundle of candied hawthorn, while the sword in the man's hand had vanished. Master, I am sorry. It was all my fault, causing you to suffer as well. What nonsense! Can't you silence your mouth, even while eating candied hawthorn? Master, was it that I was unable to fight back? What could I do when the ancestors appeared? Little Yao is fine. Wait until I have cultivated for another 2 years, and I shall beat that ancestor into submission. EW, Master, how disgusting. Silence. Enjoy your candied hawthorn. Master, little Yao has never ceased to trouble you since childhood, and now I fear I shall bring you trouble once more. The woman stood gracefully, yet blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze filled with despair as she looked up at the multitude of formidable beings above. She had merely slain a scion of a powerful family who sought to impose himself upon her, not realizing it would summon such a host of formidable figures. She felt no regret, only a lingering sorrow for not being able to accompany her master and repay the grace he had bestowed upon her in nurturing and imparting wisdom. The debt of gratitude to her revered master, Xiao Yao, could only repay in her next life. The woman gazed at the colossal hand descending from the heavens, despair enveloping her as she shut her eyes, crystalline tears glistening at the corners. How audacious to dare to bully my Xiao Yao! Yet, in the next moment, a radiant sword light illuminated the world. The woman opened her eyes in astonishment, witnessing a figure clad in a blue robe, wielding a sword, amidst the cascading bodies of fallen cultivators. The blue-robed figure turned slightly, revealing a sharply defined profile adorned with an air of nonchalance. Xiaoyao, do you find your master amusing? The woman broke into a smile through her tears, nodding vigorously. Answer me. How is it that you can evoke my master's sword intent? Yun Yao, with eyes glistening, pressed Zhang Xian, her voice quivering slightly. Zhang Xian, pulled from his reverie by her tone, regarded Yun Yao with a complex expression. Was she not the very disciple he had once cherished in his first life as the Songming Sword Sovereign? Who would have imagined that years had passed, and that little girl, who had once consumed his thoughts, had now become the leader of a sect and ascended to immortality? Indeed, had she not attained immortality, she would likely not have survived through such a span of years. Zhang Xian felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Observing Zhang Xian's gaze, Yun Yao was unexpectedly moved, as if grasped by an unseen hand. That gaze was so familiar. It was the very look she had dreamt of countless times in her sleep. Master? What? At this utterance, the surroundings erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, especially the elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect, who widened their eyes in shock. Could this man be the master of the sect leader? Gu Yuefeng's pupils constricted in astonishment. Zhang Xian is the master of an immortal? What is happening? The crowd, unable to fathom the revelation, turned their gaze towards the two figures still standing in the midst. This is bad. Zhang Xian's heart sank with foreboding. For at the moment Yun Yao had inadvertently revealed the title of master, a warning echoed in his mind from the system. Warning. The host is about to be recognized as the former Songming Sword Sovereign. This mission is on the verge of failure. Should the mission fail, in the next life, the host will be reincarnated as a woman. Current exposure level of Songming Sword Sovereign's identity. 1. Passive activation of the host's first life's talent. Chaotic, boundless sword body. Boom! In the next instant, a magnificent radiance surged from Zhang Xian, a divine aura radiating outward from him. Under this aura, the swords of the Qingyun sect disciples resonated, bowing in reverence towards Zhang Xian. All swords returned to the sect. Hiss! Such a phenomenon was terrifying, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. Those cultivators whose swords stirred were desperately suppressing their blades, their faces a mix of confusion. Gu Yuefeng felt an inexplicable pressure, as though he were mired in a quagmire, struggling to breathe. His wind, thunder, sacred body was being suppressed. He could discern that Zhang Xian seemed to have activated a certain extraordinary constitution, though he was uncertain of its precise nature. What was evident, however, was that this constitution even surpassed his own sacred body. Brother Zhang. Gu Yuefeng forced a bitter smile, realizing that this individual was indeed remarkable. Yun Yao gazed at Zhang Xian with a face alight with excitement and surprise, for she recognized this unique trait. It was precisely the chaotic, infinite sword body, unparalleled in history, belonging to her revered master. The ability to invoke her master's distinct sword intent alongside the chaotic, infinite sword body, and those eyes. Tears shimmered in Yun Yao's reddened gaze. All these circumstances led her to nearly conclude that the person before her was most likely her master, Songming Sword Sovereign. As for why her master appeared entirely different and had become immortal, Yun Yao speculated that her master might have encountered some unforeseen misfortune. Now, having ascended to immortality, she felt capable of aiding her master. As long as her master returned, all other issues could be resolved. With this thought, a captivating smile involuntarily graced Yun Yao's otherwise serene face. However, the subject of all this, Zhang Xian, wore a troubled expression, feeling no sense of triumph. Especially when faced with Yun Yao's gaze, he found himself at a loss. What to do? His true identity was about to be unveiled, and he was anxiously awaiting a resolution. Chapter 7. The Chaotic Infinite Sword Body. The heavens did not give birth to the vast abyss. The path of the sword is as eternal as the long night. Zhang Xian's mind raced with thoughts, desperately contemplating how to navigate the current predicament. There was no possibility of revealing his identity. Should it be exposed, not only would the mission fail, but he would also be doomed to reincarnate as a woman in the next life. Such a fate would truly obliterate centuries of wisdom in an instant. He would never allow such a thing to transpire. At this moment, he finally comprehended why his task in this life was so straightforward. Damn it, the leader of the Qingyun sect is actually his first life's female disciple. Was this not akin to delivering goods right to his doorstep? As for the sword intent within the spirit-testing monument, Zhang Xian also began to grasp its significance. Before his downfall in the first life, he had bestowed 3 protective sword intents upon Yun Yao. Presumably, she had concealed them within the monument to guard against formidable enemies of the sect. Damn it, system. You played me. Zhang Xian cursed vehemently in his heart. Master, at this moment, the sword intent in the heavens dissipated as it failed to locate an enemy, and the surrounding crowd, no longer restrained, slowly rose to gaze at Yun Yao and Zhang Xian. Just as Yun Yao prepared to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Xian. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Zhang Xian bowed respectfully. This caused Yun Yao to furrow her brow, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Master, what troubles you? Zhang Xian shivered, hastily lowering his head. Heavenly Sovereign, please do not belittle your junior. How could I possibly be the master of the Heavenly Sovereign? I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of such a title. He adopted an expression of sincere trepidation, appearing genuinely frightened. The disciples of the Qingyun sect around him also regained their senses, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. What is happening with the sect leader? Could this young man truly be the master of the sect leader? How is that possible? Isn't the Master S tablet still enshrined in the ancestral hall of the sect? It doesn't seem likely. The sect leader is such a prominent figure, and this young man is merely immortal. How could he be connected to the sect leader? The elders and disciples engaged in animated discussions, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Particularly perplexing was the notion of associating this mortal, Zhang Xian, with the master of the sect leader, Yun Yao, a transcendent being, a founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect, and an unparalleled sword cultivator of the southern wilderness. Each of these identities was an existence that others could only aspire to but never attain. They did not know the identity of the sect leader's master, yet could they truly be unaware of the sect leader herself? Would the master of the sect leader be a mere mortal or one with inferior spiritual roots? Such an idea was utterly outrageous. Gui Weifang also furrowed his brow, unable to make sense of it. He was unaware of the exact identity of the celestial being, Yun Yao, but surely Zhang Xian, no matter how extraordinary, could not possibly be the master of an immortal. Their lifespans simply did not align. Zhang Xian naturally overheard the discussions around him, yet he continued to keep his head bowed, feigning trepidation. Damn it, what do you all mean by this? If it weren't inconvenient for me to reveal my identity, I would surely leave you all in shock. Master, you cannot deceive me, Yun Yao said, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes reddening. The chaotic infinite sword body is a unique trait possessed solely by my esteemed master. No one else in this world could possibly lay claim to such a physique. Yun Yao declared emphatically, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head inwardly. The system has misled me. Indeed, the chaotic infinite sword body is exclusively his, cultivated by the system into a postnatal constitution. Unlike the innate holy bodies of ordinary prodigies, the chaotic infinite sword body was forged through Zhang Xian's relentless comprehension of the sword path in his first life. This constitution necessitates the system's assistance. Others, even if they share Zhang Xian's insights into the sword path, cannot attain it. The same applies to other extraordinary physiques and bloodlines, all of which Zhang Xian has either comprehended or integrated with the system's aid throughout his past reincarnations. Thus, Yun Yao is unequivocally convinced that Zhang Xian is the Sangming sword master, although she is unaware of the system's existence. She has never encountered anyone else capable of realizing the chaotic infinite sword body. The surrounding crowd was left in bewilderment upon hearing Yun Yao's words. The chaotic infinite sword body. What in the world is that? I have never heard of it. It sounds extraordinarily impressive. That brother from the Guyue family. You possess the wind, thunder, holy body. Have you ever heard of this so-called sword body? Guyue Fangzheng, recognized for his distinguished status, had just been spared the ire of the inner sect elders, indicating his vast knowledge. Consequently, someone turned to Guyue Fangzheng, unabashedly seeking his insight. However, Guyue Fangzheng disregarded the inquiries, his pupils constricting as a tempest of emotions surged within him. He had encountered references to the chaotic infinite sword body in some ancient texts within his family. It is the only supreme postnatal sword body throughout history, capable of overpowering all holy bodies in existence. Records indicate that only one person has ever possessed such a trait, the Sangming Sword Master. Guyue Fangzheng gazed at Zhang Xian, a whirlwind of uncertainty enveloping him. At this moment, the identity of Yun Yao crystallized in his mind. She is the sole disciple of the Sangming Sword Master, the immortal sword sage Yun Yao. This female sword sage, a figure from tens of thousands of years ago, is undoubtedly an ancient being within the realm of cultivation. No wonder the aura emanating from her exudes a greater sense of pressure than that of certain ancestral immortals within his family. Yet at this juncture, Yin Yao is not the focal point. It is primarily Zhang Xian. What the immortal sword sage stated is irrefutably true. The chaotic infinite sword body is possessed solely by the Sangming Sword Master, and no one else in the world has ever been known to bear such a constitution. A true anomaly, without precedent or successor. Thus, the chaotic infinite sword body, a supreme postnatal sword body, could never manifest in a mere mortal. Could it be that Brother Zhang truly is the Sangming Sword Master? Guyue Fangzheng gasped in disbelief at the notion that had arisen in his mind. He recalled little about the Sangming Sword Master, save for one phrase. Heaven did not give birth to Sangming. The sword path remained a long night throughout the ages. He shook his head, unable to believe the events unfolding before him. It all felt surreal. The surrounding crowd observed his gesture and appeared perplexed. What is this? It sounds so impressive, yet it seems inferior to the holy body. Sigh, how powerful could a physique that few are even aware of truly be? However, this seems to be the inherent nature of the revered master. Is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? The discussions among the crowd persisted. Yet at that moment, Yun Yao was too preoccupied to pay them any heed, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, felt the veins in his forehead throb with agitation. What do you know, you insignificant fools? And that Guyue Fangzheng, what on earth does your shaking head signify? He lifted his chin, poised to clarify his identity from his first life, when suddenly a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Warning, the identity of the host. Sangming Sword Sovereign has aroused suspicion from individuals other than Yun Yao, Guyue Fangzheng. Current exposure level, 10. Exposure level increased. Activating the host's sword intent from the first life. Note, due to the host's reincarnation, the sword intent will gradually restore to its peak during the first life. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Guyue Fangzheng. Boom! In the next instant, a surge of sword intent erupted from Zhang Xian, radiating outward with tremendous force. The surrounding murmurs abruptly ceased, and Yun Yao's eyes narrowed, her expression charged with excitement. I knew you were the master. Chapter 8. Master, will you abandon Xiao Yao? Is this truly our sect master? The supreme sword intent erupted from Zhang Xian, leaving everyone astonished and aghast. The swords of the assembled crowd lost their control. Moments ago, the chaos Wuji sword body had awakened, and the swords present merely bowed in reverence. Yet, at this instant, they all surged uncontrollably towards Zhang Xian, as if welcoming their sovereign back. Everyone was left speechless, while some sword cultivators who were in seclusion deep within the Qingyun sect erupted in exclamations of dismay. What is happening? My sword? Who has stolen my sword? A myriad of swords in submission. However, some elders discerned the underlying truth, their pupils constricting in an instant. Is that sword intent? An elder exclaimed in shock. Gui Wefong was equally wide-eyed, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. It is indeed sword intent, for such a concept was profoundly enigmatic, intricately tied to the Tao. To reach the transformative realm, Cultivators must comprehend the laws of the universe. An intent, along with certain unique physiques, serves as the finest stepping stone. In fact, in some respects, the precedence of intent could surpass that of special physiques. With intent, the understanding of laws and the subsequent realization of the great Tao becomes as effortless as breathing, devoid of any bottlenecks. One could assert that innate spiritual roots and unique physiques merely expedite the cultivation process, offering a chance for cultivators to attain the great ascension or tribulation period in understanding the laws of the universe. Yet, intent allows cultivators to grasp these laws and comprehend the great Tao with the ease of sustenance. The strength of a cultivator's talent and the uniqueness of their physique do not necessarily mark them as prodigies. However, those capable of understanding intent are undoubtedly exceptional. For a form of intent signifies a pathway to the Tao. Sword intent epitomizes the sword path. Even Gu Yuefeng, a candidate for the position of the young clan leader of the ancient Gu family, found the comprehension of intent to be an elusive endeavor. Now, here stood an ordinary mortal, exhibiting supreme sword intent. How could this fail to unsettle him? This was the true essence of a celestial prodigy. Yet, after his initial shock, Gu Yuefeng's expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation. Zhang Xian possessed a low-grade spiritual root of 5 elements. Such a root results in an exceedingly slow absorption of spiritual energy, rendering it arduous to reach the foundational stage. Gu Yuefeng found himself at a loss for words, pondering the intricate workings of fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, the focal point of this revelation, had no time for such reflections. For at that moment, Yin Yao gazed at him with an intensity that suggested she might devour him whole. "Master, this is your sword intent." Yin Yao's statement was not a question, but a certainty. This supreme sword intent was also the hallmark of the Sangming sword sovereign. Zhang Xian could only shake his head in resignation, turning to Yin Yao and declaring, "Very well, I confess. This is indeed the chaos Wuji, sword body, and supreme sword intent." Yin Yao's expression visibly brightened with joy, and she exclaimed in excitement, "Master, I knew it was you." As she spoke, she instantaneously appeared before Zhang Xian, embodying the demeanor of a delicate maiden, ready to embrace him. The elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Had they ever witnessed their sect leader in such a guise? Could it be that this young man was truly the master of their leader? Hold on. However, Zhang Xian swiftly retreated a step, evading Yin Yao's embrace. "Heavenly Sovereign, I have not acknowledged myself as your master," he stated. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao's brow furrowed once more, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What do you mean, master?" With the chaos supreme sword body and the supreme sword intent manifested, you still do not admit it? Do you not want little Yao anymore? The scene left the elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect feeling a chill run down their spines. Was this truly their decisive and fearsome sect leader? Gu Yuefeng felt a surge of anxiety, his back drenched in cold sweat. Was this truly a celestial being? Would witnessing such a sight bring him any misfortune? Although the ancient Moon Clan was one of the superpowers of the Tai realm, their intimidation factor against celestial beings was not as formidable as imagined. Celestials transcend the mundane, no longer defined by worldly standards. The ancient Moon Clan had indeed achieved victories over celestial beings, yet celestial battles were conflicts that any faction would prefer to avoid, for the costs were simply too great. Zhang Xian found Yin Yao's demeanor overwhelming, as it transported him back to another time. Yet, he could not acknowledge her. He had no desire to be transformed into a woman in his next life. Heavenly Sovereign, the Chaos Supreme Sword Body and Supreme Sword Intent can indeed be explained. I truly am not your master. I beseech you to refrain from such titles, as it is truly overwhelming for a junior like me. Zhang Xian spoke anxiously, trembling. Sensing the deliberate distance in his tone, Yin Yao appeared incredulous. Heavenly Sovereign Master? Her fists clenched quietly, a hint of anger emerging. Very well. Then you shall explain why your sword intent mirrors that of my master. Zhang Xian could perceive Yin Yao's anger, yet he could only sigh internally. Little Yao, I apologize. Once I complete my tasks in this life, I shall reveal myself to you." He then solemnly cupped his hands before Yun Yao and spoke earnestly. In response to the heavenly sovereign, the chaos supreme sword body and supreme sword intent were inherited by me. Just moments ago, when I interacted with the spirit measurement tablet, I was drawn into a peculiar space where I encountered a senior in a blue robe wielding a sword. He proclaimed my extraordinary talent, declaring me a rarity among sword practitioners, and thus bestowed upon me the chaos supreme sword body and supreme sword intent. Zhang Xian wove his tale with earnestness, gesticulating animatedly, embodying the essence of his narrative. Upon hearing his words, Yun Yao was momentarily entranced. The senior in a blue robe, meanwhile, those surrounding them stared in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, so that is how it is. There is an inheritance within the spirit measurement tablet, and, as a disciple of the Qingyun sect, how was I unaware of this? Oh, what extraordinary fortune! Gu Yufangzing was momentarily taken aback, filled with doubt. This sounds somewhat implausible, does it not? Yet, apart from this explanation, it is indeed difficult to elucidate the current circumstances. After all, the esteemed Songming Sword Master was a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could he possibly be this mere mortal who has just entered the realm of cultivation? When confronted with something exceedingly absurd, people often exhibit disbelief. Thus, at such a moment, providing a slightly plausible explanation, even if it too is somewhat far-fetched, can engender trust, provided its absurdity does not surpass that of the initial claim. It is akin to persuading a crowd to consume an unappealing snack. They would certainly resist. However, if one were to suggest they drink from a Ganges, it would surely be received with greater willingness. At least it would not be sticky. Of course, Zhang Xian did not expect everyone to genuinely believe him, for this was merely a hastily concocted tale. Time was of the essence, and there was little opportunity for refinement. Yet, as long as no one doubted his identity as the Songming Sword Master, he was content. Observing the expressions of the crowd, it appeared they were convinced to some extent. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction, having successfully navigated the situation for the time being. However, once he concluded his tale, Yun Yao let out a cold laugh, her gaze fixed firmly on Zhang Xian. Clearly, she was unconvinced. As her disciple, and now an immortal, how could she not discern whether the sword intent contained any legacy? Noticing her expression, Zhang Xian could only chuckle wryly to himself. The young girl had matured. She was no longer so easily deceived. Nevertheless, he had resolved to maintain his denial. What could she do about it? Could Yin Yao really resort to violence against him? Thus, Zhang Xian stood before her, exuding an air of nonchalance, a rather insouciant demeanor. How strikingly similar. Observing Zhang Xian's audacious appearance, Yun Yao's eyes reddened, her teeth clenched in frustration. This demeanor, this infuriating expression, was it not unmistakably that of her master, the Songming Sword Master? She recognized that her master was unwilling to acknowledge his true identity. This left her feeling somewhat helpless. After all, she could not threaten him with a sword to compel him to confess. Indeed, her master was quite proud. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yun Yao. Observing Zhang Xian's infuriating visage, she felt a surge of determination. "Master, since you refuse to admit the truth, I shall have to compel you to do so. Rest assured, I shall offer my sincere apologies to you afterward." Chapter 9. The Reversal of the Celestial Order. "Master, you surely do not wish for." "Ah, I see now. I never anticipated that the young friend would have received the legacy of my esteemed master," Yun Yao remarked, her demeanor as serene as ever. With this statement, she effectively clarified the earlier situation, and the surrounding crowd quickly comprehended and accepted this revelation. "I thought it improbable that this fellow could be the master of the sect leader. It appears he has indeed inherited a profound legacy. What extraordinary fortune he possesses to have received such a transmission from the sect leader's master, the chaos and infinite sword body. While perhaps not on par with the sacred body, is still quite formidable, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, the sect leader is a transcendent being. How could the legacy of their master be anything less?" The onlookers buzzed with speculation, their gazes toward Zhang Xian tinged with envy. Those more familiar with the realms of cultivation felt their eyes redden with jealousy as they fixated on Zhang Xian, fully aware of the significance such a legacy entails. The sect leader of Qingyun sect is a transcendent being. Thus, their master must undoubtedly be of considerable caliber. A legacy akin to that of a transcendent cultivator is indeed a remarkable ascent. Some elders of Qingyun sect perceived even more, recognizing that with the manifestation of sword intent, Zhang Xian could be likened to an immortal prodigy akin to Guyu Fangzheng. Having received the legacy of the sect leader's master, he could be considered part of the Qingyun sect. This sect is poised for greatness. Yet, none among the crowd grasped the implications as deeply as Guyu Fangzheng himself, for he understood the true nature of the Tsangming sword sovereign. The supremacy of the sword path is emblematic of a genuine immortal. This is an immortal legacy that incites his envy. However, upon reflecting on Zhang Xian's spiritual root, Guyu Fangzheng found himself caught between laughter and tears. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone had moved on from the earlier incident, save for Zhang Xian, whose brow furrowed in concern. Something felt amiss. This girl had appeared skeptical moments ago. Why the sudden shift in her stance? Zhang Xian sensed a hint of conspiracy in the air. Indeed, moments later, Yun Yao spoke again. Since the young friend has inherited the legacy of my master, he is now considered part of my master's lineage. Moreover, your presence at Qingyun sect's disciple enrollment ceremony suggests your intentions to join us. How about? Yin Yao's words trailed off, her hesitation palpable. Zhang Xian felt a tightening in his chest, an ominous feeling growing within him. Master, you are pushing me. Seeing Zhang Xian's unyielding demeanor, Yin Yao finally gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, then why not have the young friend become my disciple? I shall impart to you the true essence of my master's sword path. In this way, you may better comprehend the profound truths of my master's teachings. At her proclamation, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, their envy intensifying. The notion of a transcendent being accepting a disciple. How astonishing! The elders and disciples of Qingyun sect were equally taken aback. The sect leader was actually accepting a disciple? It is noteworthy that in over 20,000 years since the founding of Qingyun sect, Yin Yao, as the founding patriarch, had never expressed a desire to take on disciples. Now, she was poised to accept a disciple, and one who possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Upon reflection, one cannot help but acknowledge that the recipient of the sect master's inheritance possesses the boundless chaos sword body and the sword intent, which undoubtedly stirs the sect master's interest. Similarly, Guyu Fangzheng could not suppress his envy. The notion of an immortal accepting disciples was something he dared not even dream of at present. Typically, an immortal would only take on a disciple who had reached at least the god transformation stage, marking the threshold of acceptance. Yet, here was Brother Zhang, merely a mortal, who had garnered the attention of an immortal, truly a meteoric rise. Particularly noteworthy is this immortal, a disciple of the Tsangming sword sovereign, a venerable figure in the realm of sword cultivation, an ancient entity in the world of immortals. At this moment, it seemed that Zhang Xian had finally captured Guyu Fangzheng's regard. To be accepted under the tutelage of such a sword immortal rendered Zhang's mediocre five-element spiritual roots inconsequential. The so-called innate talent of spiritual roots scarcely mattered to an immortal. There exist numerous ways in this world to enhance one's spiritual roots. Guyu Fangzheng mused, his eyes glinting with insight. Although he hailed from the esteemed Guyu family, he was merely one of the candidates for the position of clan leader. To truly ascend to that role, aside from talent and strength, connections also played a critical role. Clearly, Zhang Xian was a promising prospect, endowed with the legacy of the Tsangming sword sovereign and the guidance of a sword immortal, an investment that promised significant returns. Furthermore, associating with Zhang Xian would grant him access to that sword immortal. After this incident, it appeared imperative to deepen his relationship with Brother Zhang. Guyu Fangzheng had already made up his mind. As for his earlier remark about the Qingyun sect being inadequate to accept him that had long been forgotten. At this moment, everyone had already regarded Zhang Xian as a disciple of Yun Yao. With the celestial sovereign personally intervening, how could a mere mortal express dissatisfaction? Yet, the very individual at the center of this commotion, Zhang Xian, stumbled back, trembling uncontrollably, nearly losing his breath. The audacity! This girl actually wishes to take him as a disciple. A rebellious disciple. Zhang Xian lamented internally, caught completely off guard. Following Yun Yao's declaration, she exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of guilt in her eyes. However, upon witnessing Zhang Xian's incredulous expression, her resolve only strengthened. Master, you surely wouldn't wish to publicly claim me as your disciple, would you? If that is the case, then you must acknowledge it. Yun Yao smiled faintly, exuding confidence. Though somewhat audacious, there seemed no alternative. To deal with a dignified master, this was the only path forward. As for Zhang Xian's reaction, onlookers interpreted it as a sign of overwhelming joy, rendering him slightly unhinged with excitement. So, young friend, would you be willing to take me as your master? Yin Yao inquired with a teasing smile directed at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, fixated on Yin Yao, extended a trembling finger towards her. Alas, in that moment, he lost his breath entirely and collapsed to the ground. Goodness, has he fainted from excitement? Who wouldn't he be overwhelmed by the sect master's personal acceptance of a disciple? Is this fellow's temperament truly so fragile? If you were in his shoes, how would you fare? The crowd buzzed with speculation as they observed the unconscious Zhang Xian. Yun Yao, with a cold smile concealed within her heart, thought to herself, Master, evasion is of no avail. As an immortal, she could easily discern that Zhang Xian was feigning unconsciousness. With a mere wave of her hand, he stood up uncontrollably, his eyes fluttering open. Ah, indeed, the sect leader possesses the ability to revive someone in an instant. After all, who could deny the prowess of a sect leader? The act of accepting disciples is a monumental occasion that necessitates a grand celebration. The crowd was enveloped in joy, fervently engaged in discussion. Zhang Xian, however, wore a countenance of despair and indignation, lamenting, how could this rebellious disciple treat me with such disdain? And a feast? What nonsense! Burp! Just then, he found it difficult to catch his breath and fainted once more. Yin Yao smirked, still pretending. She waved her hand again, lifting Zhang Xian up. Burp! He collapsed again. Yin Yao waved her hand. Burp! He fell once more. Yin Yao gestured. The crowd was left in a state of astonishment as a most peculiar scene unfolded in the square. Each time Yin Yao raised her hand to assist Zhang Xian, he would promptly faint again. It left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, my friend, is this a manifestation of the chaotic and boundless sword body? Do you possess a proclivity for fainting? Yin Yao exhibited no signs of impatience, for this phenomenon reminded her of her own past, when she had pretended to be fatigued while practicing swordsmanship, only to be seen through by her master. She finally understood the feelings her master must have experienced at that time. After several rounds of this playful tug-of-war, Yin Yao instinctively waved her hand yet again, only to realize something was amiss. Zhang Xian had ceased his charade and stood quietly in place. Embarrassed, Yin Yao withdrew her hand and regarded Zhang Xian with an expression of indifference. Young friend, have you regained your composure? It is time to respond to this master. Do you wish to become my disciple? Observing Yin Yao's unwavering resolve, Zhang Xian clenched his fists, as though he had come to a momentous decision. You little rascal! How fierce you are! Is it merely becoming a disciple? It is certainly preferable to living another life as a woman. After all, no one shall know my former identity. With this thought, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and, with a resounding thud, knelt upon the ground. Disciple pays respects to the master. This time, it was Yin Yao who fell silent. Chapter 10. The Young Master of Qingyun Sect. Bound to the Qingyun Sect for a millennium. As Yin Yao gazed at Zhang Xian kneeling before her, her mind momentarily blanked. Could this truly be her master? Was it possible that she had been mistaken? That he was not her master at all? Yet, upon noticing the familiar demeanor of Zhang Xian, a bitter pang stirred within her heart. If her master had indeed returned and arrived at Qingyun's sect, why would he refuse to acknowledge her? Did he prefer to publicly take Yin Yao as his disciple rather than confess his true identity? With a despondent expression, Yin Yao subtly averted her gaze from Zhang Xian's reverent bow. Zhang Xian, naturally, perceived her slight movement and felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Little girl, trying to play this game with your master. You are still too inexperienced. However, when he lifted his gaze and caught sight of the sorrow reflected in Yun Yao's eyes and the melancholy etched on her face, his heart quivered. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. My apologies, Xiao Yao. Once this life's task is complete, I shall certainly acknowledge you. He could only convey this sentiment silently within his heart. As the formalities of apprenticeship concluded, Yun Yao waved her hand and promptly assisted Zhang Xian to his feet. Given the circumstances, she recognized that her master would not admit his identity at present. Though the reasons eluded her, as long as her master remained a Qingyun sect, she was determined to devise a way for them to eventually reunite. Turning to the assembly of Qingyun sect disciples and elders, she proclaimed, from this day forth, Zhang Xian shall be my esteemed disciple, the true heir of Qingyun sect and the young master. The announcement sent ripples of astonishment among the disciples and elders of Qingyun sect. A true disciple and the young master. This status was comparable to that of an intersect elder. It was well known that intersect elders began at the God transformation stage, with the most powerful among them having attained the great ascension. The fact that Zhang Xian, a mere mortal, would now be regarded on par with these esteemed figures was nothing short of a meteoric rise. In an instant, countless envious and jealous gazes were directed at Zhang Xian. Had he truly been an ordinary mortal, he would have surely crumbled under such immense pressure. Nevertheless, the elders and disciples did not belittle him simply due to his mortal origins. The resources available to the young master of Qingyun sect, combined with the inheritance he had received, would undoubtedly allow him to reach the level of those intersect elders. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, while the younger disciples were consumed by envy, the elders contemplated far more. Witnessing the finality of the matter, Zhang Xian could not help but let out a gentle sigh. Although the path had been fraught with twists and turns, he had nonetheless successfully joined Qingyun sect. However, with the situation now altered, he realized that strategizing how to accomplish this life's task would require careful deliberation. Initially, he had intended to assume the identity of a mere servant disciple, quietly fading into obscurity. Given his lackluster talent, he anticipated that the process would be relatively unproblematic. Yet, who could have foreseen the current circumstances? Now the young master of Qingyun sect, any miscalculation in his plans could easily lead to unforeseen complications. Reflecting on this, Zhang Xian sighed once more. This final task was indeed far from simple. After announcing Zhang Xian's new status, Yin Yao turned her attention to Guyu Fangzheng. The Guyu family? Guyu Fangzheng respectfully clasped his hands in greeting towards Yin Yao. Acknowledging her with a bow, I pay my respects to the esteemed celestial master. At this moment, he understood her reluctance to reveal her divine identity. Hence he addressed her as the celestial master. You just claimed that my Qingyun sect is unworthy of receiving you? Yin Yao's voice suddenly turned icy. The atmosphere around them instantly shifted, as if a solemnity had settled in. Was the sect leader about to hold Guyu Fangzheng accountable? Indeed, Fangzheng's earlier remarks were laced with disdain towards Qingyun sect, and it was only natural for the sect leader, as the founding ancestor, to harbor discontent. However, Qingyun sect truly had no means to provoke the longevity aristocracy. Several elders, aware of Guyu Fangzheng's background, felt a surge of urgency in their hearts and prepared to counsel the sect leader. Guyu Fangzheng himself felt a pang of apprehension, unable to suppress a bitter smile. He had come to grasp the meaning of disaster springs from the lips. Just then, two dazzling figures appeared from the distant horizon, landing before Guyu Fangzheng and shielding him protectively. They were, in fact, two protectors of the Great Ascension. As their formidable presence emanated, the elders of Qingyun sect felt as if confronted by a formidable foe. However, upon their arrival, the two bowed solemnly to Yun Yao, saying, "Senior, our young master was unaware that Qingyun sect is under your esteemed lineage." Thus he spoke without restraint. "We beseech your forgiveness." As members of the longevity aristocracy, they could naturally sense the celestial aura surrounding Yun Yao, rendering them exceedingly anxious. "How noisy? Did I inquire of you?" In response to the apologies from the two great ascension protectors, Yun Yao emitted a cold snort, her eyes even radiating a hint of murderous intent. This caused a shiver to run through those elders of Qingyun's sect who were privy to the situation. Dear sect leader, please exercise caution. They are indeed of the longevity aristocracy. Zhang Xian could only shake his head with a wry smile, choosing to remain inconspicuous at the side. He could discern that Yun Yao was genuinely infuriated. As for the reason, it was likely primarily due to him, with Guyu Fangzheng merely serving as a catalyst. He cast a sympathetic glance towards Guyu Fangzheng, silently conveying that he could only endure the predicament. Of course, should Yun Yao truly seek to harm Guyu Fangzheng, he would intervene, for the lad had accompanied him throughout the journey and was not inherently malicious. Feeling Yun Yao's murderous intent, the two great Ascension protectors broke into a cold sweat. When a celestial being is enraged, the heavens themselves may tremble. Gritting their teeth, they took a step back, positioning themselves behind Guyu Fangzheng. This scene left all present momentarily stunned. Guyu Fangzheng, however, was not taken aback at all. He merely smiled wryly. A candidate for the clan's young master was still merely a candidate, especially since he was still in the foundation establishment stage. Even with his exceptional talent and the innate holy body, he had yet to mature and ultimately remained a foundation establishment cultivator. Offending a celestial being for an unripe holy body, especially one as unique as Yun Yao, was a folly the longevity aristocracy would not commit. The choice made by the two protectors would face no reproach upon their return to the Gu family. This was the essence of the longevity aristocracy, and the very reason for their enduring existence. With no hesitation, Guyu Fangzheng knelt before Yun Yao. He understood that without demonstrating a proper attitude, the events of the day would be difficult to resolve amicably. Not long ago, the younger generation spoke disrespectfully and showed a lack of reverence towards the Qingyun sect. I hereby offer my sincerest apologies to the Qingyun sect. Although I acknowledge my transgressions, the situation is irreparable. Therefore, I submit myself to the judgment of my esteemed elders. With that, Guyu Fangzheng bowed deeply, his forehead pressed against the ground in a display of utmost humility. This scene instantaneously sent tremors of shock through the hearts of the Qingyun sect elders. A descendant of the Changsheng family compelled to kneel in apology? If the Guyu family were to learn of this, it would spell disaster for the Qingyun sect. The sect leader must not. A portion of the elders, aware of the implications, began to counsel Yun Yao. Yet, Yun Yao spoke first, disregarding the elders entirely. In that case, you shall remain within the Qingyun sect for a millennium. Under no circumstances shall you depart without my consent. With those words, Yun Yao's figure flickered and she vanished without a trace. The elders of the Qingyun sect were left aghast, collapsing onto the ground, their faces pale. To detain a descendant of the Changsheng family, the Qingyun sect is doomed. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Given Xiaoyao's nature, she should not have taken such a lenient approach. Based on his understanding of Yun Yao, the former version of her would have either directly dealt with Guyu Fangzheng or rushed to the Guyu family to demand an explanation, possibly resorting to extortion in the process. This would align with her previously bold and assertive demeanor. However, Zhang Xian now found himself perplexed by Xiaoyao. It seemed that the little girl of yesteryears had truly matured into someone quite different. Chapter 11. A Great Era. The 99 Prodigies in the Chronicles of Immortals. Guyu Fangzheng was equally taken aback by Yun Yao's decision. He had prepared himself for the worst. The current situation was indeed beyond his expectations, and he was left pondering the thoughts of that female, sword immortal. Young master, two great Ascension venerables assisted Guyu Fangzheng to his feet. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for concern. That elder has shown mercy, merely requiring a millennium of residence in the Qingyun sect, which is hardly significant." He had originally intended to stay at the Qingyun sect for a time to deepen his relationship with Zhang Xian, thus he found no fault in the arrangement. Any disciple of an ancient power would traverse the world, visiting various places to broaden their horizons. He merely ventured out during a period of relatively low cultivation. Now, encountering that female sword immortal and being allowed to remain at the Qingyun sect could, from another perspective, be regarded as a fortuitous opportunity. Then, young master, regarding the situation here, The great ascension venerable hesitated. After a moment's contemplation, Guyu Fangzheng replied, "Simply report the truth to the family. I trust they will understand." His gaze was profound, evidently lost in thought. The emergence of the Tsangming sword sovereign's legacy and the revelation of Yun Yao's sword immortal lineage would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion in the Tai realm. The female sword immortal showed no intention of enforcing silence, nor did she seem inclined to conceal anything. As for why she presented herself in the form of a transcending tribulation venerable, Guyu Fangzheng could only express his inability to fathom such depths. Soon after, the two great ascension venerables departed. One returned to the central continent to report, while the other concealed himself outside the Qingyun sect. As for entering the sect, without permission, he dared not intrude upon the immortal S domain. Zhang Xian approached Guyu Fangzheng with a teasing remark, "Brother Guyu, have you come to understand the virtue of humility?" Guyu Fangzheng could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, Zhang Xian was surprised by his willingness to kneel earlier. Many disciples he had encountered from ancient powers were often prideful and aloof. Yet, Guyu Fangzheng was willing to lower his stature. Zhang Xian then turned to the elder seated nearby, saying, "Elder, as I am now a disciple of the Qingyun sect, where should I go next?" An outer sect elder, returning to his senses, clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "Young master, being the true disciple of the sect master, you should ascend to the main peak, where the sect master will personally instruct you." "Oh, where's the main peak?" Zhang Xian inquired. Following the elder's pointing finger, he beheld the tallest mountain nestled deep within the Qingyun sect. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude and prepared to make his way there. Given the unexpected turn of events, he needed to contemplate his next steps, leaving little time for idle distractions. However, after taking only 2 steps, he paused and turned back to the elder who had directed him. Elder, could you accompany me? It seems a bit far." The elder finally realized that Zhang Xian was still a mere mortal. Although the Qingyun sect is not particularly large, the journey from this place to the main peak would likely take Zhang Xian several years. Logically, since the sect master has taken on disciples, he should have brought the young master along when departing. Why then did he leave his own disciples behind? The elder expressed some confusion. Zhang Xian awkwardly touched his nose, sensing that the young girl was likely upset. Subsequently, the elder led Zhang Xian away, while the disciple recruitment ceremony continued at the original spot, with other elders bringing in a new spirit testing stone. However, many of the disciples who tested their spirits appeared to be probing the stone, seemingly trying to discern something extraordinary. "Brother Guyu, I shall take my leave," Zhang Xian called out to Guyu Fangzheng before following the elder. Guyu Fangzheng had other arrangements with the elders. For the time being, there were no issues on the Qingyun sect side. But the matter of Zhang Xian awakening the supreme sword intent from the spirit testing stone was far from over. In the Tai realm, in the central state, this area is at the heart of the Tai realm, its expanse surpassing that of the combined southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern regions. The central state is home to countless powerful beings, with celestial lineages converging and many ancient forces present. However, at the moment Zhang Xian activated the supreme sword intent, it sent shockwaves through numerous celestial beings. What is that? Such terrifying sword intent. It seems to emanate from the southern region. Has a swordsman achieved celestial status there? The sword intent is astonishing, and this individual's power rivals my own. On this day, celestial beings in the central state turned their gazes toward the southern direction, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Such a remote place, and yet a swordsman has attained immortality? It appears that a new sword sect may soon emerge in the central state. The celestial beings engaged in fervent discussions, curious about the identity of this individual. Meanwhile, beneath the celestial tier, even transcendent beings could not sense the sword intent, as the distance was simply too great, thus maintaining an air of tranquility. Beyond the curiosity of the ordinary celestial beings, some ancient forces were rife with confusion. This sword intent felt oddly familiar, as if described in some ancient text. The ultimate sword intent does not seem to indicate that someone has achieved celestial status. Rather, It appears to be the awakening of a sealed sword intent. Investigate this for me. I must know the origin of this sword intent. In an instant, many ancient forces covertly dispatched their powerful members to the southern region for reconnaissance. Upon the return of the news, the ancient forces were thrown into turmoil. What? It is actually that person. The legacy of the Sangming sword sovereign has emerged. The celestial lineage resides in the southern region. The disciple of the sword sovereign is the sect master. The news of the Guyu family's descendants being detained by the Qingyun sect in the southern region spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of the central state. There was no way around it. Any force with historical records regarding immortals could not afford to underestimate that name. Sangming sword sovereign. Although he was not a practitioner within the Tai realm, his name resonated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 domains during that era. While history has seen many such figures, each one was a peerless prodigy capable of suppressing an age. A celestial being from the boundless realm had calculated that in the past several 100,000 years, there were a total of 99 such extraordinary prodigies, each one defying the heavens. Indeed, Zhang Xian was completely unaware that there were those who had meticulously calculated such matters. Had he known and chosen to reveal his identity, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Lo and behold, all 99 are I." Are you surprised or taken aback? Over the span of countless millennia, prodigies have descended like rain, streaking across the pages of celestial history like brilliant meteors, heralding the advent of a grand era. The number 99, signifying the utmost, now finds the legacy of the Sangming sword master emerging, seemingly signaling the full unfolding of a truly monumental epic. In an instant, ancient forces long dormant began to awaken, their once sealed prodigies rising from slumber, eager to contest this unfolding tide. These were the exceptional beings who had been suppressed by Zhang Xian in ages past, unable to rival him. They had no choice but to seal their lifespans and enter a deep sleep. Now they have all awakened. Moreover, some of these prodigies had thrived in the times preceding the Sangming swordmaster and are now emerging from their secluded domains to step into this new age. Consequently, the central continent was set ablaze with excitement. Most factions were oblivious to the underlying changes, merely sensing a sudden surge of activity in the region. Such significant movements in the Tai realm could not escape the notice of other realms. However, the ancient forces of the central continent shared an unspoken understanding, collectively choosing to obscure any information regarding the Sangming swordmaster and Yun Yao. In the struggle for supremacy, sometimes a single step ahead can lead to a cascade of advantages. Of course, this news would not remain concealed for long. Eventually, the entire 9 heavens and 10 domains would plunge into a frenzied era. At this moment, within the Changsheng ancient moon clan of the central continent, the clan leader sat upon the family throne, his countenance dark with concern. Chapter 12. The Qingyun sect must be annihilated. Farewell, ancestor. Such audacity. A mere small sect from the southern wilderness dares to detain a member of our clan. It must be eradicated. The barbaric lands of the southern wilderness, unaware of their own insignificance, must be shown their place. It seems that the Guyu family has been too low-key in recent years, allowing even the most trivial of beings to provoke us. In the Grand Hall, the elders of the Guyu clan were embroiled in a heated debate, their emotions running high. The current clan leader, Guyu Bo, sat in the principal seat, his expression equally grim. They had learned of Guyu Fangjing's detention by the Qingyun sect, a humiliation that tarnished the reputation of the Changxing family. How could a sect led by a mere tribulation-level adept dare to confront the Changxing family? It was utterly absurd. If this matter was mishandled, the prestige of the Guyu family would certainly diminish. As for the origins of the incident, they deemed it irrelevant. The authority of the Changxing family was not to be challenged. However, Guyu Bo refrained from voicing his opinion, for he had received more intel. He gently raised his hand to signal for silence, and then spoke slowly. According to the news from Guyu Fangjing's protector, the sect leader of Qingyun is not merely at the tribulation stage, but rather an immortal, a being who has lived for several 100,000 years. This matter requires careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily taken aback, yet their fury remained unabated. What of immortals? The Guyu family had slain immortals before, Indeed, the dignity of the Guyu family must not be trifled with. If the opponent is an immortal, let us summon our ancestor from seclusion. Yes, let us call upon our ancestor to eradicate them. It must be done. The elders showed no signs of wavering in their resolve despite the revelation of the opponent's immortal status. They remained steadfast in their desire for battle. Guyubo nodded slowly in agreement with this decision. They were well aware of the legend of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign, and that Yun Yao was a disciple of this esteemed figure. But what of it? The Tsangming Sword Sovereign had perished long ago, and even if his disciple were an immortal, what could that truly signify? If one could defeat an immortal, could they not vanquish 10? The foundation of the Changshang family is not something that can be shaken by a solitary immortal. Furthermore, the Guyu family had grown somewhat discreet over the years. Those unaware might even think they were no longer a part of the Changsheng lineage. Given this, let's call upon our ancestor from seclusion. Guyubo made the decisive call, and the elders expressed no dissent, instead igniting a fervor for battle. Having been suppressed for far too long, they were restless, especially in the current Tai realm, where prodigies from various eras emerged. They seemed unwilling to fade into obscurity. If Zhang Xian were present, he would surely applaud, eager to assist in fulfilling their mission. Just as the assembly reached a consensus, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly stagnated, and the attendees felt as though they had sunk into a quagmire. Without warning, an elderly figure appeared in the hall. We pay our respects to the 13th ancestor. The crowd quickly rose to pay their respects, including Guyubo, as the newcomer was none other than the immortal of the Guyu family. The former 13th clan leader, another ancient being who had lived for several 100,000 years. The 13th ancestor of the Guyu family nodded calmly, his face etched with deep wrinkles, presenting an appearance of impending mortality. Yet, those present were well aware that this venerable ancestor could endure for several millennia more, serving as the true cornerstone of the Guyu clan. Concurrently, the assembled elders turned their gazes toward Guyubo. The timing of the 13th ancestor's emergence from seclusion was impeccable. Enlisting his aid would surely quell the threat posed by the Qingyun sect. Guyubo also nodded, preparing to speak. However, the 13th ancestor preemptively addressed the assembly. Do you intend to take action against the Qingyun sect? Guyubo was taken aback. Had the ancestor already discerned their intentions? He solemnly clasped his hands in respect, fervently stating, "Yes, we implore the 13th ancestor to intervene. Please, we beseech you." The elders echoed his sentiments, their hands raised in supplication, filling the hall with a tense atmosphere. Yet, the 13th ancestor offered no immediate response, merely shaking his head. Guyubo and the others were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the ancestor's apparent reluctance to act. However, they reassured one another that other ancestors remained available for assistance. Indeed, the audacity of the Qingyun sect warranted a decisive response. Yet, the 13th ancestor interjected with a cold snort, reproaching, "I have not finished speaking. What is all this noise about?" At his words, Guyubo and the others fell silent, their expressions becoming somewhat awkward. Their eagerness had gotten the better of them. The 13th ancestor continued, speaking slowly. Engaging in war with the Qingyun sect would be exceedingly unwise. Should this conflict ignite, it may jeopardize the foundation of our Guyu family. At this pronouncement, the faces of Guyubo and the others shifted, disbelief washing over them. How could the annihilation of a mere Qingyun sect possibly threaten the very foundation of the Guyu family? This seemed implausible. Observing their expressions, the 13th ancestor sighed softly and shook his head. "I understand your skepticism, but the truth remains. You younger generations do not comprehend the nature of that female sword immortal. She is no ordinary celestial being." Guyubo and the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The 13th ancestor had lived during the same era as this formidable figure. Evidently, the sword immortal of the Qingyun sect possessed some extraordinary qualities. 13th ancestor. Could it be that this immortal is exceptionally powerful? Guyubo inquired. The 13th ancestor nodded, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. Though he was not well acquainted with the Tsangming sword sovereign, as the rise and fall of that figure had occurred before his birth, he had witnessed the ascent of Yun Yao. In those days, she was merely a great ascendant. While Yin Yao had already attained immortality and even boasted a record of slaying celestial beings. At the time, he had not fully grasped the implications of such prowess. It was only after his own ascension that the terrifying reality became clear. Every being capable of achieving immortality is a paragon among the heavens. Thus, when celestial beings engage in battle, determining victory or defeat may be straightforward, yet deciding life or death proves exceedingly challenging. To slay an immortal, at least 3 or more beings of the same realm must be mobilized. However, that female sword immortal had once single-handedly slain an immortal. How could such a feat not inspire fear? Although the Guyu family possessed numerous immortals, if they were to confront Yun Yao directly, they must be prepared for the potential loss of several of their own. To provoke such a scenario out of momentary indignation would indeed be folly. Therefore, in response to the confusion of Guyu Bo and the others, the 13th ancestor simply uttered a calm warning. Should we seek to slay that sword immortal, our Guyu family shall face the demise of its immortals. Upon the utterance of those words, Guyu Ebwa and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The fall of an immortal? Could it be that the power of a single celestial being from the Qingyun sect is so dreadfully formidable? At this moment, Guyu Ebwa and his companions fell silent. What folly it would be to sacrifice their immortal ancestors for the sake of fleeting pride. Surely, the immortal elders would obliterate them first. Simultaneously, they were struck by even more terrifying thoughts. If Yin Yao is already so fearsome, how formidable must her master, that Songming's sword sovereign, have been in his prime? Heaven did not birth Songming. The sword path is an eternal night. At this instant, they began to grasp the true weight of the phrase that had been etched in the annals of immortal history. Could this truly be the work of a mere mortal? Witnessing the astonishment of the crowd, the 13th ancestor let out a soft sigh. These young ones, having not been born in that epoch, would never fully comprehend the depths of those times. In his youth, he was but one among countless ordinary prodigies. As for comparison with its Songming sword sovereign, he couldn't even measure up to Yin Yao. Nonetheless, this incident had indeed tarnished the dignity of the Guyu lineage, and it could not be left unaddressed. I shall personally visit the Qingyun sect to seek an explanation from that individual. As for the rest, do not take any further action, the 13th ancestor declared solemnly. At once, Guyu Ebwa and the others stood in respectful awe. This was the immortal of the Guyu family. Even knowing the odds were against him, he still chose to confront the challenge. Had the 13th ancestor already resigned himself to the prospect of his own demise? Thus, everyone solemnly clasped their hands and bowed deeply. May the ancestor fare well. Observing the reaction of Guyu Ebwa and the others, the 13th ancestor's eyelid twitched. What does this mean? Were he to discern their thoughts, he would undoubtedly rebuke them vehemently. I am far from finished living. He did not linger long, leaving behind some instructions before making his way toward the Qingyun sect in the southern region. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, Zhang Xian stood before a pavilion, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This pavilion was none other than Yun Yao's abode, yet the door was firmly shut, seemingly refusing him entry. It appeared as though he had been cast aside. Chapter 13. Master, please let me in. A new task discovered? This little girl certainly has quite the temper. Gazing at the tightly shut doors of the pavilion before him, Zhang Xian shook his head. He was certain that Yun Yao was inside, for where the immortal resided, there would be an aura of Tao. Although he was merely immortal at present, he possessed this much insight. But what if Yun Yao refused to open the door for him? Zhang Xian contemplated, his mind racing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He took a seat before the pavilion and began to wail dramatically. Master, master, please open the door. Have you abandoned me? It's so cold out here. Master, could you bear to leave such a well-behaved disciple outside? In an instant, the front of the pavilion was filled with his heart-wrenching cries, a scene that would evoke sorrow in any listener. Meanwhile, Yin Yao was indeed meditating on the top floor of the pavilion. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's lamentations, a bead of sweat formed on her forehead. She had initially intended to use this cold-shouldering tactic to compel her master to acknowledge her, but she never anticipated that he would respond with such childish antics. Truly, only her master could conceive of such a strategy. Previously, He had employed this method against others, and now, experiencing it firsthand, she grasped its formidable nature. Master, Xiao Yao wants to eat candied hawthorn again. Eat again? You've already drained my resources. Xiao Yao obediently replied, that treat is far too sweet. Too much is bad for your teeth. No, I must have it. Do you believe I will spank you? Even if you do, I still want to eat it. I haven't had candied hawthorn in 3 days. The man in the blue robe, wielding a sword, was at a loss. Upon reflection, he realized that he had indeed neglected to buy the sweet treat for the girl in recent days. But what could he do without money? Suddenly, an idea came to him. He took the girl to the vendor selling candied hawthorn, remaining silent as they stood beside him, fixated on the treats in the vendor's hand. Do you wish to buy some candied hawthorn? The vendor inquired. The man in the blue robe shook his head, and the girl, glancing at him, followed suit, though saliva dripped from her mouth. The vendor immediately grew wary. What was happening? As the vendor shifted his position, the man and the girl followed suit, their eyes glued to the candied hawthorn. After several hours, the vendor could no longer endure it. Please, stop following me. I need to conduct my business. How about I gift you a skewer of candied hawthorn? The girl's eyes sparkled instantly as she accepted the treat and beamed with delight. The vendor fled in haste. How about that? Isn't Master impressive? The girl nodded vigorously, her gaze towards the man filled with admiration. Master is the best. Master, it's so cold outside, and I'm so hungry. I beg you, please let me in. Master, I am about to depart. Your only disciple will soon be lost. The voice of Zhang Xian outside the building interrupted Yin Yao's reverie, causing the warmth in her eyes to vanish in an instant. She closed her eyes, furrowing her brow in exasperation. Even her centuries-long resolve had begun to waver under her master's relentless insistence. Master, if you refuse to acknowledge me, do not expect to enter. Yin Yao scoffed inwardly and promptly sealed off her senses. Outside, Zhang Xian lamented for several hours, and seeing that there was no response, his voice grew hoarse until he finally ceased his lamentations. This little girl is truly difficult to appease. He gazed at the tightly shut door of the loft with a sense of resignation. If she chooses not to let me in, so be it. Let us see how long this stubbornness can last. Zhang Xian set aside his frustrations and began to ponder the current situation. System, what is the nature of this exposure value? Zhang Xian inquired within his mind. During the disciple selection ceremony, Yin Yao and Gu Yuefan's suspicions had inadvertently generated this concept of exposure value, a situation he had never encountered before. Now that he had time, he was determined to clarify it. In the past, when undertaking reincarnation missions, he had always avoided acquaintances to prevent his identity from being revealed. This time, however, delivering directly to the doorstep had caught him off guard. Exposure value represents the level of exposure of the host's past identity. The more individuals who suspect the host's identity, the higher the exposure value. As the exposure value increases, the host will passively awaken certain special abilities corresponding to that identity, which will heighten the risk of further exposure. Hence, the host is advised to exercise caution. Once the past identity is fully exposed, the exposure value will reach 100%, resulting in a failure of the current reincarnation mission. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Xian began to comprehend. If anyone suspected his identity, an exposure value would materialize. This exposure value was tied to the circumstances of identity revelation. However, mere suspicion would not suffice for complete exposure. For instance, Yin Yao had affirmed his identity, yet her refusal to admit it rendered the situation incomplete. It was not considered full exposure. Only when his identity was entirely public would it be deemed fully revealed. As for the increase in exposure value leading to the awakening of corresponding abilities, Zhang Xian harbored grave doubts that this was merely the system's mischief. Damn it, what does awakening abilities even mean? I already faced the risk of exposure, and now you want to throw me into further chaos? Isn't this tantamount to handing over incriminating evidence to others? Zhang Xian cursed the system in his mind, yet it remained unresponsive, a mere lifeless entity. After a moment of cursing, he turned his thoughts to what he should do next. Now that he was the young master of Qingyun sect, he could not afford to fall too recklessly. It would lead to significant complications. At this juncture, Zhang Xian suddenly paused. Wait, this is my final mission. What does it matter if I fall recklessly? As long as I complete the task, isn't that sufficient? Zhang Xian felt he had stumbled upon a revelation. In this last mission, should he perish, he could transcend. What is there to fear? Once he transcends, who discovers his past identity would be of no consequence. Even if you cannot discern it, I shall step forward and declare, that is indeed I. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt an expansive clarity, as if the vast sky had opened before him. There was no remedy for the mental inertia instilled by previous reincarnation tasks, which left him apprehensive about failure and its repercussions on future endeavors. He recalled his existence as the god of medicine, where his betrothed, who had yet to enter his household, fervently refused to believe in his demise, relentlessly searching for him, and thus nearly hindering his subsequent lives. Now, such concerns were non-existent. All he needed was to conceal his identity during this lifetime's tasks, and he could approach death in whatever manner he chose. To hasten his demise, he would need to stir trouble. Although the mission dictated that he should perish by protecting the sect, the latitude for manipulation was indeed vast. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a sinister grin. In matters of instigation and mischief, who could rival him? At that moment, he eagerly awaited the arrival of a prodigy or a formidable entity at Qingyun's sect, ready to seize the opportunity and act decisively. Simultaneously, the esteemed ancestor Gu Yu, en route to Qingyun's sect, suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine. Is there a scheme afoot? Yet, it seemed not solely directed at me. Frowning, Ancestor Gu Yu noted the fleeting nature of his sixth sense, leaving him unable to discern much further. With no fruitful insights, he shook his head and continued his journey towards the southern wilderness. Chapter 14. Living indifferently in expectation of death. The sect competition? Transitional chapter. Feel free to skip if disinterested. As spring gives way to autumn, a year swiftly passes. On the summit of Qingyun's sect, anguished cries resonate. Master, please open the door. Master, it has been a year. Allow me to enter. My esteemed master, come and behold your handsome and charming disciple after an hour of lamentation. Zhang Xian decisively ceased, as if he had fulfilled a certain obligation. Yet, gazing at the still-closed door of the loft, he could not help but shake his head. Throughout the year, he had lamented for an hour at the entrance daily to appease Yun Yao, but the results seemed rather lackluster. Zhang Xian was aware that the young girl had been waiting for him to acknowledge his identity, which was why she sulked. However, he truly could not admit his identity, thus falling into a vicious cycle. Very well, master, I shall descend the mountain to play. Zhang Xian called towards the loft before soaring down the mountain. At this moment, he had successfully cultivated his qi, entering the qi refinement stage, and had even reached the second layer of qi refinement. This was not due to his active cultivation, but rather the result of consuming various spiritual fruits from the summit. In his view, should he actively cultivate and inadvertently become too powerful, what would become of him if others could not defeat him? Especially now, with the awakening of the chaotic and limitless sword body and the resurgence of the supreme sword intent. The sword intent and sword energy within him were constantly condensing and strengthening. Thus, despite merely being at the second layer of qi refinement, if he were to unleash his full potential, with the combat experience from his 99 previous lives coupled with the extraordinary supreme sword intent, slaying a foundation establishment cultivator would be as effortless as sprinkling water. This was still under the condition that he consciously suppressed the chaotic and limitless sword body. If he did not suppress it, the resurgence of sword intent would be even more terrifying. His inferior five-element spiritual root limited the speed of his cultivation growth. Zhang Xian could only say that the limitation was beneficial, were it not for his concern that the lifespan of mortals might not suffice to complete the task. He would not even desire to break through. For now, he was content to indulge in spiritual fruits and sip from the spiritual springs, gradually enhancing his cultivation and prolonging his current lifespan, living in a state of complacent expectation of death. He had calculated that consuming the spiritual fruits from the summit daily would allow even someone with an inferior five-element spiritual root to slowly accumulate enough merit to reach the golden core stage. With a lifespan of 500 years at the golden core stage, that should surely suffice to accomplish his mission, Zhang Xian mused. However, one could not simply wait idly. What if, indeed, 500 years passed without anyone seeking trouble? Thus, he needed to devise ways to proactively create opportunities to see how he might stir up some trouble. Over the past year, he had come to grasp the general situation within the Qingyun sect. The sect was neither excessively large nor quite small, for it was publicly known to be presided over by a transcending tribulation celestial, ranking prominently in the entire southern wilderness. Within the Qingyun sect, the outer disciples and elders numbered in the thousands, with cultivation levels ranging from qi refinement to golden core, while most of the outer elders were at the nascent soul stage. As for the inner sect, it comprised only a few hundred disciples and elders. Yet this group represented the core combat strength of Qingyun sect, with cultivation levels varying from transformation stage to great ascension. The inner disciples typically spend their time in secluded cultivation, only making sporadic appearances when tasked with responsibilities for the sect. Meanwhile, the inner elders are entrusted with overseeing various affairs of the inner sect. This structure can be regarded as the foundational framework for most cultivation sects, a sight Zhang Xian has witnessed numerous times. At present, he is making his way from the depths of the sect towards the outer gate, and as he passes through the area designated for the inner disciples, he scarcely encounters anyone. However, upon arriving at the location of the outer disciples, he finds a crowd has noticeably increased. "Greetings, young master," the outer disciples exclaim upon seeing Zhang Xian, each offering their respects. Zhang Xian, with his hands clasped behind him and a smile upon his face, nods in acknowledgement, exuding an air of seniority that leaves many of the greeting disciples with peculiar expressions. As soon as he flies further away, they immediately begin to whisper among themselves. How can the young master only be at the second level of qi refinement? One asks, are you not aware? The young master possesses a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements. For him to advance so swiftly to the second level of qi refinement, one can only imagine the resources the sect leader must have invested. How fortunate! A low-grade 5-element spiritual root can still earn the sect leader's favor? What kind of luck does this fellow possess? Another exclaims, indeed, I can hardly fathom how many cultivation resources this guy has consumed over the past year. Zhang Xian, oblivious to the discussion surrounding him due to his limited spiritual awareness at the second level of qi refinement, is nonetheless aware that he is the subject of much gossip within the sect. He has often contemplated clarifying the situation, but has found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he can only console himself with the thought that these individuals know little. After an hour of flight, Zhang Xian finally arrives at the foot of a mountain where a humble thatched cottage stands, starkly contrasting with the surrounding abodes of the outer disciples. This is the residence of Guyu Fangzheng. It is worth mentioning that Guyu Fangzheng's current position within the Qingyun sect is rather precarious. While he is technically a guest, he cannot leave the sect, and the cottage is of his own making. Conversely, should one argue that he is being detained, no one within the sect dares to restrict his freedom. Upon returning for being repelled by Zhang Xian's sore intent, the inner elders were alarmed to learn of Guyu Fangzheng's predicament and sought out Yun Yao multiple times. However, Yun Yao refused to see even him, let alone those inner elders. Consequently, the inner elders now live in constant trepidation, fearing that the Changshan Guyu family from Zhongzhou may soon arrive, which compels them to refrain from imposing restrictions on Guyu Fangzheng, treating him as if he were invisible. Zhang Xian finds their concerns to be unwarranted. Should a significant force of cultivators attempt to assault a sect from Zhongzhou to Nanjing, even under the fastest conditions, it would take at least a decade to arrive. For this world is vast. Of course, if it were an immortal, the timeline would be different, as they could traverse the distance in a year or two. Moreover, Zhang Xian secretly hopes for their arrival, envisioning an opportunity to fulfill his task by presenting himself as the young master of Qingyun sect and offering an apology through death. Task accomplished. Brother Guyu. Upon his arrival, Zhang Xian spots Guyu Fangzheng seated in meditation before the thatched cottage. This young man is indeed diligent. Even while being retained at Qingyun sect, he does not neglect his practice. Currently, the aura of his peak foundation establishment is growing increasingly profound, suggesting that he could break through to golden core at any moment, should he desire. At times, Zhang Xian couldn't help but wonder if his daily visits were somewhat intrusive. "I hope I haven't disrupted your cultivation," he inquired with a smile as he descended to the ground. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gui Weifang opened his eyes, concluding his meditation with a wry smile. "Brother Zhang has arrived. Why do you toil so hard every day?" The pursuit of longevity is meant for enjoying life and wandering through the world, not merely for the sake of cultivation, Zhang Xian remarked, tossing a spiritual fruit to Gui Weifang. Gui Weifang accepted the fruit, offering only a bitter smile and a shake of his head. He had heard Zhang Xian express such sentiments numerous times, but he could not embody the same carefree attitude. His lineage dictated a different path. As for the spiritual fruit, he did not hesitate to accept it, for a single fruit could sustain him for 3 days of cultivation. Even within his own family, he could not indulge in such luxuries as Zhang Xian did. Such fruits could only be cultivated in lands infused with the essence of immortals. At times, he couldn't help but wonder just how inferior his low-grade, 5-element spiritual root truly was. That female sword immortal had invested so much in Brother Zhang. Yet it took him an entire year to merely reach the second layer of qi refinement. Little did he know that during that year, Yin Yao had scarcely attended to Zhang Xian. The fruits were all harvested by his own efforts. After all, one need only be aware of their own circumstances. There was no need to divulge them. As for why Zhang Xian visited Gui Weifang daily, it was primarily because, apart from Yin Yao, Gui Weifang was his closest acquaintance at Qingyun's sect. With little else to occupy his time, he found himself drawn to pass the hours in such company. Moreover, as a scion of a family renowned for longevity, Gui Weifang possessed a deeper understanding of the current state of the Taiyi realm than Zhang Xian did. Having not originated from the Taiyi realm in his previous life, Zhang Xian needed to grasp the contemporary situation and collate information to devise a means of stirring trouble. "By the way, Brother Zhang, I have heard that the Millennium Sect competition in the Southern Wilderness is about to commence. Would you be interested in participating?" Gui Weifang suddenly inquired. "The sect competition?" Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Chapter 15. Uninvited Intruder at Qingyun's Sect. Where did you come from? Regarding the sect competition, Zhang Xian had certainly heard of it. Many newly initiated disciples were engaged in animated discussions. This so-called sect competition essentially resembled a rebranded arms race, wherein all the prominent sects of the Southern Wilderness showcased their recently recruited disciples over the past century, vying to demonstrate whose disciples possess greater potential. In doing so, they aim to expand their influence and authority in the Southern Wilderness. However, the competition was not merely a matter of proclaiming one's innate talent. If that were the case, those with lesser abilities would abandon cultivation altogether, allocating resources solely to the more talented practitioners. Thus, the sect competition assessed the comprehensive strength of the disciples. It was understood that during each competition, all sects in the Southern Wilderness would send forth a select number of disciples whom they deemed to possess significant potential to engage in outdoor exploration and survival within a secret realm. The final rankings were determined by the number of surviving disciples and the resources they brought back, a rather brutal and primitive method. Consequently, each sect was allotted a fixed quota of 100 disciples, and many within the Qingyun sect were secretly vying for these coveted spots. This arrangement proved to be greatly inequitable for smaller sects, as they often struggled to muster 100 disciples, placing them at a significant disadvantage compared to the larger sections. It was not uncommon for these smaller sects, having managed to gather a few disciples, to find them unable to return alive. Yet in the realm of cultivation, the strong perpetually dominate. The narrative of grassroots teams achieving a miraculous turnaround was nearly non-existent, as Zhang Xian would have articulated before his traversal. How could one expect to compete with a lineage of 3 generations of immortals after merely one tribulation? Of course, this was not an absolute. During his previous 99 lifetimes, one could argue that even a lineage of 30 generations of immortals might not measure up against him. Nevertheless, the general rule held that the weak must adhere to the established regulations, while the strong were able to dictate them. However, it is worth noting that these rules often serve to protect the weaker factions, for even the powerful have descendants that require a starting point. Returning to the sect competition, The participants typically range from the Qi refinement stage to the golden core stage, predominantly comprising outer disciples or exceptionally talented direct disciples from the major sects, as this was a contest among the new generation. Yet, the dilemma persisted. Many smaller sects struggled to even have a sufficient number of foundation establishment disciples, while the larger sects predominantly fielded disciples who had already reached that stage. One might wonder why smaller sects would even bother to participate under such circumstances. This brings us to the resources found within the secret realm. While these resources might be of little consequence to the larger sects, they were invaluable to the smaller ones. The resources collected by disciples during the competition would belong to their respective sects, which is precisely why smaller sects were so eager to take part. In summary, the sect competition could be likened to a playground for the larger sects and a beacon of hope for the smaller ones. Within this arena, larger sects sought vengeance and ruthlessly undermined their rivals, while smaller sects eagerly capitalized on every opportunity available. In the previous sect competition, although the Qingyun sect ranked relatively high, it merely managed to secure a position within the top 10. After all, the Qingyun sect has only been established for a little over 20,000 years, which pales in comparison to those sects with histories exceeding 100,000 years, thus lacking substantial heritage. Achieving the 10th position is commendable in itself. In this current sect competition, Zhang Xian, as a representative of the new generation of disciples, naturally qualifies to participate. Whether he chooses to partake depends on the circumstances. Zhang Xian remains non-committal. Initially, upon hearing the news of the sect competition, Zhang Xian was indeed thrilled, as this was the opportunity he had been awaiting. However, the system clarified that if Zhang Xian were to perish in this sect competition, it would not fulfill the task. The mission requires the safeguarding of the sect. This competition merely constitutes a contest. Even if he were to die in it, it would only be considered as protecting the sect's interests, not safeguarding it. Frustrated by this linguistic manipulation, Zhang Xian could not help but curse, realizing that the final task was indeed not as simple as he had hoped. He understood that only when the sect faced a formidable enemy and he stepped forth to perish would he truly fulfill the mission. Matters that held little significance for the sect would not count. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian did not give up, for this was a rare opportunity to stir up trouble. Lacking any animosity, he would create it. If enemies did not come forth, he would draw them in. Of course, he must ensure that the Qingyun sect did not truly fall, as it was a sect founded by Xiao Yao. Thus the aftermath must still be considered. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's response, Guyu Fangjing remarked, "If Brother Zhang wishes to participate, it seems you need to hasten your cultivation. The sect competition is set to commence in just 10 years. Zhang Xian was taken aback, wondering if this implied a lack of faith in his current cultivation level. Cultivation is but a minor detail. If I desire, I could establish my foundation tomorrow and attain the golden core the day after." Zhang Xian replied dismissively. Guyu Fangjing merely shook his head with a smile, seemingly accustomed to Zhang Xian's demeanor. Zhang Xian then raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You appear quite interested in the sect competition?" Guyu Fangjing did not hesitate, his eyes gleaming with combativeness as he nodded. "Indeed, I am very interested. Brother Zhang should already know that I hail from the Central Plains and have traveled to the Southern Wilderness. During my years in the Southern Wilderness, I have yet to witness its prodigies. Such a grand event is one I would naturally wish to attend if given the chance. Alas, I am not a disciple of the Southern Wilderness sect, and it is difficult for me to leave the Qingyun sect." As he spoke the last words, Guyu Fangjing's gaze was filled with regret. Zhang Xian nodded in understanding. Being a genius from the Guyu family, it was only natural for him to desire to compete with his peers, unlike Zhang Xian, who was focused solely on the system's tasks. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Xian proposed, "How about I help you find a way to participate?" Guyu Fangjing's eyes brightened. "Brother Zhang, truly? Leave it to me. I'll just speak to my master," Zhang Xian declared, throwing an arm around Guyu Fangjing's shoulders and confidently patting his chest. Although Xiao Yao was currently unwilling to meet him, such a trivial matter could be resolved with a mere word, nothing to fret over. "However, dear brother, while I am willing to assist you, I do have one condition." Zhang Xian suddenly shifted his tone. Guyu Fangjing did not hesitate and promptly replied, "Brother Zhang, feel free to speak." As long as it is within my capacity, I shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion. He perceived that he had previously provoked a celestial being. And now, while it appeared that Zhang Xian was assisting him in finding a way to participate in the sect competition, he was, in truth, alleviating his transgressions. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Zhang Xian's request without a second thought. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his younger companion's understanding. Do not worry, dear brother. This is not a formidable task. When the time comes for the sect assembly, you need only heed my instructions. Naturally, I shall not hinder your encounters with those prodigies. In fact, I will endeavor to create opportunities for you, Zhang Xian said with a smile, his eyes twinkling innocently. With Guyu Fangjing's involvement, Zhang Xian would indeed have greater latitude to enact his plans. Guyu Fangjing, however, paid little heed to this matter and inquired, Brother Zhang, have you also decided to participate? Zhang Xian nodded, of course. Since you are participating, how could I allow you to fight alone? Guyu Fangjing felt a surge of emotion. Brother Zhang, I vow that I shall ensure no danger befalls you. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Zhang Xian replied, their bond deepening with brotherly affection, so much so that they nearly swore brotherhood. Zhang Xian couldn't help but reflect on how easily the youth could be swayed. He had found his first younger brother in this lifetime. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, an elderly figure appeared unexpectedly. Upon the elder's arrival, Guyu Fangjing was taken aback, sensing a profound connection to his bloodline. Guyu Fangjing? The elder spoke softly. Guyu Fangjing's expression turned serious as he quickly rose to pay his respects. It is indeed I. May I inquire your esteemed name? Guyu Shanin. The elder's identity struck Guyu Fangjing with astonishment. His 13th ancestor? He was well aware of this name, for it belonged to the celestial being of his clan. The arrival of a family celestial being was an extraordinary occurrence. Yet before he could ponder further, Zhang Xian suddenly interjected, impudent. How dare you trespass into my Qingyun sect? Old man, from where do you hail? Guyu Fangjing's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 16. To bring harm to the Qingyun sect. You must first step over my corpse. Old man. Guyu Shizuzu could hardly believe his ears. Someone actually dared to address him in such a manner? What are you staring at? I am speaking to you, old man. You have intruded upon my Qingyun sect without reason. What are your intentions? Zhang Xian bellowed, adopting a stance ready for combat. Guyu Fangjing hastily grasped Zhang Xian's arm. Whispering an explanation, Zhang, Brother Zhang, this is my ancestral elder from the Guyu family, a celestial being. He then respectfully addressed Guyu Shizuzu, elder. Brother Zhang is unaware of your esteemed identity. I beg you to forgive his disrespectful words. After a moment's reflection, he felt it necessary to add, Brother Zhang is the heir of the Sword Sovereign, a disciple of that renowned female, Sword Immortal. At this moment, Guyu Fangjing could only hope that the elder would take into account Zhang Xian's status and refrain from being too harsh on him. Zhang Xian, of course, recognized that this elderly figure was a celestial being. He had discerned at the moment he appeared. But so what? He had encountered celestial beings before, and he had slain quite a number of them in the past. In fact, it was precisely because this individual was a celestial being that Zhang Xian felt emboldened to confront him. The elder's sudden appearance at the Qingyun sect, particularly as the ancestor of the Guyu family, was clearly related to Guyu Fangjing's situation. Was this not an opportune moment? The task could be completed today. A celestial being? Are they truly so formidable? The Qingyun sect is a first-rate power in the southern region, old man. Your unannounced visit gives me ample reason to believe you intend to bring harm to us. Speak. Are you planning to strike against the Qingyun sect? Zhang Xian, undeterred, presented himself with the conviction of one prepared to face death. I am the young master of the Qingyun sect, sworn to protect it. Even against a celestial being, I am unafraid to draw my sword. He glanced around, picked up a wooden stick, and pointed it defiantly at Guyu Shizuzu. If you wish to harm the Qingyun sect, you must first step over my corpse. Strike me down if you dare. He silently screamed within his heart. Guyu Fangjing turned pale. Brother Zhang, you urged me to remain low-key. Yet here you are, so audacious. He could not fathom Zhang Xian's boldness. Seeing the darkening expression on Guyu Shizuzu's face, Guyu Fangjing hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Brother Zhang is a good person, even setting aside our friendship. Should he be struck down by the elder, the female sword immortal may very well take offense against the Guyu family. While I do not know the extent of her power, it is surely unwise to make an enemy of a celestial being, so I must speak up. Elder, such courage. However, before he could finish, Guyu Shizuzu let out a cold laugh. You dare draw your sword, even against a celestial being. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy became stagnant, and the flow of the Tao slowed. A terrifying aura filled the air, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. Guyu Shizuzu was evidently enraged. Of course, is a celestial being so impressive? Upon entering my Qingyun sect, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must abide by the rules. If you wish to bring harm to the Qingyun sect, you must first step over my corpse. Zhang Xian stood resolutely, his wooden stick unwaveringly aimed at Guyu Shizuzu. As he pondered in his heart, he mused whether this fellow would dare to strike against the entire Qingyun sect. Surely, Xiao Yao could withstand such an attack, could she not? At present, his cultivation level was insufficient to discern the true strength of this old man. However, Xiao Yao was someone he had personally instructed. She would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with an ordinary immortal. Thus, he thought, if the opponent were to strike him down with a mere slap, Xiao Yao could then protect the Qingyun sect. Everything would be fine. Consequently, Zhang Xian cast a condescending gaze upon the 13 ancestors of Guiyue, silently urging the old man to make his move. Guiyue Fangzheng was already in despair. The ancestor was thoroughly enraged. When an immortal's fury ignites, the heavens and earth may upheave. Zhang Xian, he lamented inwardly, I cannot save you this time. Yet, observing Zhang Xian standing resolutely under the immense pressure of his ancestor's aura, he felt an involuntary admiration. A true cultivator should stand firm in the face of such oppression. However, despite Zhang Xian's valiant demeanor, it seemed that even a divine being could scarcely intervene at this moment. Indeed, the 13 ancestors of Guiyue extended his withered hand, slowly descending towards Zhang Xian. In that fleeting instant, it felt as though the very heavens and earth bore down upon him, though his figure remained upright. He appeared utterly diminutive. The wrath of the immortal, the wrath of the cosmos. Guiyue, Fangzheng sighed within, Zhang Xian, fare thee well. Yet, Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he chuckled inwardly. I must complete my task. Old man, strike with all your might. Do not hold back. Come on, baby. But the next moment, the anticipated scene of Zhang Xian being struck down did not unfold. Instead, the 13 ancestors of Gu gently placed his hand upon Zhang Xian's shoulder. A cultivator fears not death, valuing the honor of their sect above all else. Indeed, commendable. To Zhang Xian's surprise, a smile of appreciation emerged on the previously stern countenance of the ancestor as he lightly patted Zhang Xian's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Guiyue Fangzheng was taken aback, and so was Zhang Xian. Ancestor, you Guiyue Fangzheng. Here, as a scion of the Guiyue family, you must learn much from this young friend. Remember, there are certain things that must be defended with one's life. Sometimes, even when one knows defeat is inevitable. The courage to draw one's sword is what my Guiyue family currently lacks. As the 13 ancestors of Guiyue concluded, his expression grew complex, filled with profound emotion. Guiyue Fangzheng's demeanor stiffened, and he solemnly clasped his hands. The junior shall heed the ancestors' teachings. His heart swelled with joy. Zhang Xian was unharmed. He had not anticipated that the ancestor would possess such understanding, especially regarding his favorable view of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, however, felt utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Old man, strike me down already. Even in this state, you still hesitate? Panic surged within him, and just as he prepared to speak again, a striking figure descended before him. Yun Yao had arrived. Greetings, Qin Yun, sword immortal. The 13 ancestors of Guiyue greeted politely. Yun Yao nodded lightly, not even glancing at Zhang Xian behind her. Yet, in an instant, Zhang Xian comprehended the situation. It seemed Xiao Yao had been observing this exchange closely. She must have had her sights set on this old man long before, which was why the latter dared not make a move. Realizing this, Zhang Xian could not help but curse inwardly, coward. In truth, the ancient figure of the 13th ancestor had indeed contemplated taking action, not necessarily to smite Zhang Xian, but to instill a sense of trepidation within him. After all, he was an immortal. Did he truly believe he could be treated as mere clay? However, the moment he unleashed his aura, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, sending chills down his spine. In that instant, he harbored no doubt that should he dare to act, his demise was inevitable. Otherwise, would an immortal be so easily placated? Zhang Xian, filled with reluctance and unwilling to forfeit such a splendid opportunity, understood that with Yun Yao present, his chances of survival were slim. Yet, he resolved to incite some turmoil, ensuring that this elder would subsequently contemplate his demise. Thus, he continued to assert his dominance, exuding an air of defiance, all the while dragging the Qingyun sect into the fray. Elder, my master has arrived. You have yet to disclose your intentions regarding our Qingyun sect. Speak. Are you plotting harm against us? Chapter 17. Is this not bullying the innocent? The bandit master and apprentice. Arrogant, truly arrogant. The current demeanor of Zhang Xian incited a desire in anyone to strike him down, and Gu Yu's 13th ancestor was no exception. Has this fellow become overly courageous? Yin Yao furrowed her brow. Although her master was once quite proud, he had never been so brazen. What could possibly have led to this? Nonetheless, she was curious about the purpose of the celestial being from the Gu Yu family coming to Qingyun sect. So she spoke up. Might I inquire as to the reason for your visit to our Qingyun sect? I believe there's been no prior interaction between our sect and the Gu Yu family. Gu Yu's 13th ancestor, uninterested in Zhang Xian, regarded him as somewhat mentally unstable. He turned his gaze to Yun Yao and, with a friendly demeanor, replied, I have come on behalf of the disciples of the Gu Yu family. Then why did you not knock? I have long heard of the Qing Yun sword immortal, and upon this encounter, I have come to appreciate the swordsmanship befitting a disciple of the sword sovereign. Enough with the flattery. I said, didn't he knock? You honor me with your words. I have held the Gu Yu family in high regard for quite some time. Am I invisible? As the two engaged in their own conversation, Zhang Xian felt like a mere jester, utterly frustrated. He could no longer contain himself and continued to aggressively target Gu Yu's 13th ancestor with a barrage of insults, adopting a defiant posture as if daring him to retaliate. Veins throbbed on Gu Yu's forehead, and Yun Yao's brow remained furrowed. What was her master attempting to achieve? Did he harbor a disdain for Gu Yu's 13th ancestor? In a whirlwind of thoughts, Yun Yao pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Gu Yu Fangzhong stood by, rendered speechless. Brother Zhang, are you unwell? Since you claim to have come on behalf of Gu Yu Fangzhong, does that imply you represent the Gu Yu family to offer an apology? Suddenly, Yun Yao shifted her tone. Gu Yu's 13th ancestor was taken aback. Apology? What apology? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a golden opportunity. Indeed, old man, you stated you came for Brother Fangzhong, so you must be here to apologize for the Gu Yu family, correct? Realizing the implication, Gu Yu's 13th ancestor felt a mix of anger and amusement. He had come to demand an explanation from Yun Yao. Yet now he found himself being held accountable for the Gu Yu family's disciple and being asked to apologize. Is this not an affront to the innocent? Do you not find your words amusing? Gu Yu's 13th ancestor scoffed, fully aware that he represented the Gu Yu family and could not yield. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was instantly invigorated, his temper flaring. What is there to find amusing? When one errs, they must take responsibility. Is it not necessary for Brother Fangzhong to apologize for any disrespect shown towards our Qingyun sect? Though he was my half-brother, matters must be kept distinct. Apologies must be made. Zhang Xian argued passionately. Yun Yao remained silent, since her master seemed to have taken a disliking to the old man. She thought it prudent to let the situation unfold. Gu Yu Fangzhong also refrained from speaking, unlike Zhang Xian, who dared to interject in the conversation of immortals. My young friend, if that is the case, how should we address your previous disrespect towards me? Gu Yu's 13th ancestor engaged in the argument with Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. It seemed there was merit to this reasoning. Gu Yu Shizong let out a cold snort, remarking that had it not been for your master's presence, he would not have tolerated such insolence. But in the next moment, Zhang Xian performed a respectful 90-degree bow to Gu Yu Shizong, exclaiming, "My sincerest apologies, esteemed elder. I admit I spoke rather loudly just now, and I wish to extend my apologies. Here is my token of contrition." After uttering these words, Zhang Xian rose and tossed a spirit fruit towards him. Gu Yushizong instinctively caught the spirit fruit, momentarily stunned. Was he genuinely apologizing? Yet, what significance did a mere spirit fruit hold? Before he could process this, Zhang Xian continued, "Well then, elder, I have apologized and presented my gift. Now it seems it is time for you, the Guyu family, to reciprocate. There is no need for formality. A few celestial artifacts or materials would suffice, nothing too extravagant." Crack! Gu Yushizong inadvertently crushed the spirit fruit in his hand. A tempest brewing within him. Celestial artifacts and materials. Did he truly dare to utter such demands? No, this was not merely about the artifacts. It was the very nature of this compensation that was unacceptable. Gu Yushizong turned his gaze towards Yun Yao, asking in a grave tone, "Does my friend share the same sentiment?" Yun Yao, sensing the moment was ripe, replied calmly, "There is no need for such compensation. Young friend Fang Zheng has already offered his apologies in the past, and his decade-long stay at Qingyun sect is more than sufficient." Upon hearing this, Gu Yushizong's expression softened slightly. He found some reason in her words. However, Yun Yao's next statement unsettled him once more. "Nevertheless, as young friend Fang Zheng continues his cultivation in my Qingyun sect, I must mention that our sect is relatively new, with limited resources, barely enough for our own disciples. As young friend Fang Zheng is still in the foundation establishment stage, he likely will not achieve a lifespan of a millennium. So this matter must be taken care of by your Guyu family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian internally commended Yun Yao with a thumbs up. Truly, she was his disciple, and their collaboration was impeccable. Gu Yushizong's countenance darkened. It was evident that they intended to extort his family, regardless of the cost. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words against Yun Yao's remarks. Would it truly be permissible to allow Guyu Fang Zheng, a prodigy, to perish within Qingyun sect? Talents like him were scarce in the Guyu family, each one a potential future leader or even an immortal. To let go of such a prospect felt regrettable. However, acquiescing to their demands left a bitter taste. He glanced at Zhang Xian and Yun Yao, noting Zhang Xian's lecherous grin and Yun Yao's serene smile. The two were indeed cut from the same cloth. It was no wonder they were master and disciple. Were they not akin to bandits? Had Zhang Xian been privy to his thoughts, he would have surely given a thumbs up, claiming he had a keen eye for character. In their early years, both had emerged from humble beginnings, resorting to robbery and extortion to secure cultivation resources. Gu Yushizong addressed Yun Yao solemnly. "This matter is certainly negotiable, yet I have long heard of the famed Qingyun sword immortal, though I have never had the fortune to witness it firsthand. Today, I would be most eager to experience it." At this, Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. It seemed they were indeed preparing for a confrontation. He had suspected that their visit to Qingyun sect was far from simple, and thus he stepped forward decisively. "If you seek to lay a hand on my master, you must first step over my corpse." However, before he could finish, Yun Yao raised her hand. "Please." In the next moment, the two vanished from their location and ascended into the heavens. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. "Damn it, they are ignoring me again." He gazed upward, a flicker of concern in his eyes. His current cultivation level was insufficient to discern who was more formidable between Xiao Yao and that old man. Although he held confidence in Xiao Yao, what if she were to be harmed? What if that old fellow harbored ulterior motives? Or if there were celestial beings lying in ambush beyond the skies? The experiences of his 99 lifetimes led him to ponder such possibilities. For the realm of cultivation had never been a tranquil one. The reason that the old man, Gu Yu, had repeatedly shown tolerance towards Zhang Xian was merely due to his apprehension regarding Xiao Yao's prowess. Should the old man ascertain the extent of Xiao Yao's abilities? What if he intended to bring harm to the Qingyun sect? Although the inheritance of the sword sovereign was non-existent, now that he had spoken of it, he could not avoid attracting covetous eyes. There were many things he needed to guard against. Zhang Xian sighed inwardly. Xiao Yao had been living well in the Qingyun sect, and his arrival had thrown her life into disarray. This damned system was truly infuriating. This final task was indeed more complicated than anticipated. He cursed the system vehemently in his heart. Brother Zhang need not worry, Guyu Fangjing remarked, noticing the troubled expression on Zhang Xian's face. The ancestor is a reasonable person. The two are merely engaged in a simple discussion, and there will be no unforeseen incidents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian merely shook his head, thinking that the youth was naively optimistic. However, he then turned to Guyu Fangjing, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Fangjing, there's a question I have long desired to ask you. Would you be so kind as to provide an answer? Brother Zhang, please feel free to inquire. Do you have an elder brother named Guyu Fanyuan? Chapter 18. The sword intent grows on its own, and I am powerless. In the past, I could suppress them. Today, it remains the same. Guyu Fanyuan? Guyu Fangjing pondered seriously upon hearing this, then shook his head, revealing that he had no recollection of such a person, nor had he heard that name within his clan. What about Brother Zhang? Zhang Xian exhaled in relief, thankful that it was not the case. However, you must remember this. If such a person appears, you must eliminate him at the very first opportunity. Do you understand? He added, furthermore, if he recites poetry, you must promptly silence him. Upon hearing this, Guyu Fangjing wore a perplexed expression. Does Brother Zhang have a reason for saying this? Zhang Xian refrained from elaborating. It was a matter too complex for explanation. It's nothing. Just remember it, he insisted. When Zhang Xian first heard the name Guyu Fangjing, he had been curious about it. In this world, there existed goo cultivators, and some exaggerated goo insects had even reached the level of immortal goo. However, he had yet to encounter the likes of the spring and autumn cicada. Yet, should such a person truly exist, Zhang Xian felt a twinge of apprehension. Although he possessed certain advantages, that individual would undoubtedly be formidable. There is a saying from before his transmigration. One can be a great benevolent immortal, but one must never allow another benevolent immortal to be near. Noticing Zhang Xian's vague demeanor, Guyu Fangjing grew increasingly puzzled, especially seeing the wariness etched on Zhang Xian's face. However, since Brother Zhang was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from inquiring further, merely committing the name to memory. Before long, Yin Yao and the 13th ancestor of the Guyu clan returned. Yin Yao maintained a serene smile, appearing unchanged from before. In contrast, the 13th ancestor of the Guyu clan looked pale, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Yin Yao. Her strength exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. At that moment, he felt that the Guyu family had made a wise choice in not opposing the Qingyan sect. Although their confrontation had lasted only a brief moment, he was nearly certain that to encircle and eliminate Yin Yao, at least 10 immortals of the same realm would need to be summoned, and they must also prepare for the potential loss of 2 or more immortals, which was utterly inconceivable, especially when considering that she was merely a disciple of the Songming Sword Sovereign. How powerful must the sovereign himself have been? It was said that the Songming Sword Sovereign perished in a celestial tribulation, cursed by heaven itself. But is that truly the case? The 13th ancestor harbored doubts. Ancestor. Observing the evident distress on Guyu Shanin's face, Guyu Fangjing stepped forward anxiously. The 13th ancestor waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, merely a minor exchange that proved somewhat taxing. Relieved by these words, Guyu Fangjing felt at ease. Truly impressive, as expected of the Qingyun sword immortal. You have opened my eyes. The 13th ancestor respectfully bowed to Yin Yao. Yin Yao smiled gently in response, performing a graceful return of the gesture. You are too kind. My friend. Master, are you all right? Zhang Xian hurriedly approached, inquiring about Yin Yao's well-being. In his eagerness, he nearly let slip his thoughts, but managed to correct himself in time. Yet, how could Yin Yao be unaware of what he was about to say? Her expression shifted, her gaze directed at Zhang Xian, a smile lingering on her lips. Master, you finally reveal your true colors, don't you? I am fine, Yin Yao replied, feeling warmth in her heart. Indeed, her master remained the same as ever, still caring for her, especially when she was absent just now. The master faced the celestial beings of the Guyu family with an unwavering resolve to protect the Qingyun sect, a sight that did not escape her notice. It resembled the way he once safeguarded her in the past. Now, it is my turn to protect the master. Yin Yao contemplated inwardly. Curse it, Zhang Xian, oblivious to Yin Yao's thoughts, was mentally berating himself, as his exposure value had surged once more. Detected an affirmation of the host's identity by Yin Yao. Exposure value increased by 1. Current exposure value of the Tsangming Sword sovereign identity is 11. Exposure value rises, sword intent awakens. Boom! In the next moment, an unparalleled sword intent erupted from Zhang Xian, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. This is Gu Yu's 13th ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Zhang Xian with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Sword intent. He was aware that Zhang Xian seemed to have inherited the legacy of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign, yet he was unaware of the specifics of that inheritance. Witnessing the eruption of sword intent left him utterly bewildered. This was a force that pointed directly towards the Tao. Possessing such power ensured that, barring unforeseen circumstances, one would undoubtedly cultivate their way to becoming a celestial being. Even though he had already attained immortality, he had yet to comprehend any form of intent. And the presence of sword intent in Yin Yao was one of the reasons for the vast disparity in their strengths. The existence of intent delineates the distinction between the celestial and the mortal, serving as a true dividing line among prodigies. Yet now, he found himself witnessing sword intent emanating from practitioner at the second level of qi refinement. How could this not leave him flabbergasted? Observing the shock on his ancestor's face, Guyu Fangzheng could only smile wryly, as he too had not fared much better in the past. Zhang Xian, meanwhile, was at a loss, his lips twitching in resignation. In his first life, the chaotic, limitless sword body and sword intent were gradually accumulated with the help of the system, akin to storing water, while now, the awakening of the sword body and the resurgence of sword intent resembled a flood, especially as the system revitalized, rendering him utterly unable to control it. Although witnessing the astonishment of Gu Yu's 13th ancestor was somewhat gratifying, he truly did not desire this. Thus, he explained, this is the inheritance, the chaotic, limitless sword body. The sword intent will grow on its own, and I have no control over it. His words, once uttered, left everyone present in stunned silence. Do you even realize what you're saying? You have no control over it? Gu Yu's 13th ancestor let out a breath, feeling irked by this individual's ability to provoke, even influencing the mindset of an immortal. Gu Yu Fangzheng sighed inwardly. Brother Zhang, while you advise others to remain low-key, you yourself exhibit no such modesty. Yin Yao, meanwhile, covered her mouth in embarrassment, struggling to suppress her laughter, as expected of the master. However, Gu Yu's 13th ancestor did not pay much heed to Zhang Xian's words, instead focusing intently on sensing the sword intent emanating from him. The chaotic, limitless sword body, as legend has it, can autonomously coalesce sword intent and accumulate sword energy. Supreme sword intent, supreme sword path, indeed worthy of being the legacy of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. Alas, I was born too late to experience that era. Gu Yu's 13th ancestor reflected with a sense of nostalgia, his mind conjuring images of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign exerting pressure over all sword practitioners in the world. Merely imagining such a scene stirred the blood. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow at this remark, amused. Oh, so I have a fan? Had I known, I would have refrained from berating that old fellow a few moments ago. Soon, the resurgence of the sword intent concluded, and Zhang Xian regained his composure, while the 13th ancestor of the ancient moon also regained his senses. Nevertheless, he continued to gaze at Zhang Xian, sighing, however. It seems that your cultivation is progressing rather slowly, which is not a favorable sign. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian became displeased, questioning, who do you look down upon? Why does everyone think this way? What is wrong with my cultivation? Believe me, tomorrow I shall establish my foundation, the day after I shall attain the golden core. And in 3 days, I will become an immortal. The 13th ancestor of the ancient moon chuckled softly and shook his head, seemingly having gained some understanding of Zhang Xian's character. He paid no heed to the remark and continued, currently. The news of the Tsangming Sword Master's legacy emerging has nearly spread throughout the Tai realm. Numerous prodigies from the central continent have emerged, traversing the world, and there are even rumors of ancient prodigies awakening. At this point, the 13th ancestor cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Xian. Many of these prodigies hail from the era of the Songming sword master. They were once suppressed by him, and now that they have awakened, their disposition towards the inheritor of the sword master's legacy may not be particularly benevolent. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao narrowed her eyes, lost in thought, while Zhang Xian remained unfazed. Just a group of insignificant individuals. I was able to suppress them back then, and I can do so again now. However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation, muttering to himself, "This is not good. If those individuals from back then truly return, will they recognize me? Damn it. Why does this final task have to be so complicated? Especially considering the old man's words. It is evident that the awakened ancient prodigies are not limited to the era of Songming. There may be others from different epochs. Does that mean my other identities are at risk of exposure as well?" Zhang Xian was suddenly engulfed in despair. Chapter 19. The task of wielding the sword is daunting, yet the task of laying it down is equally challenging. Perhaps it would be best to simply renounce one's identity? The ancestor of the Guyu clan observed Zhang Xian's dejected demeanor and assumed he had absorbed his words. He continued, "This is merely one aspect. The second is that the legacy of the sword sovereign of the Songming is exceedingly captivating. Although I am not privy to the specifics of the inheritance, the mere presence of a chaotic, limitless sword body could incite countless covetous glances." At this juncture, the ancestor paused momentarily before continuing. "A cultivation physique, particularly one that is acquired postnatally, can indeed be usurped. While my Guyu family may not practice such malevolent arts, other ancient powers certainly might." The news of the Sword Sovereign's legacy has already begun to circulate, though it has been temporarily suppressed by certain ancient forces within the Tai realm for various reasons. It cannot be concealed from other realms for long. A talent that has yet to mature remains merely a talent. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Xian and Yun Yao's expressions darkened. In his previous life, Zhang Xian's chaotic, limitless sword body was cultivated gradually, and by the time it reached maturity, he stood among the ranks of formidable beings, with no one daring to covet his physique. However, now that he has awakened his sword body during his formative years, he finds himself in perilous circumstances. Although rules exist to protect the weak, and it is a customary practice for peers to compete amongst themselves, these rules are established by the strong. Under the temptation of such a powerful physique, one cannot guarantee that some individuals will not resort to unscrupulous means. Despite Yun Yao's strength, the adage holds true. While a thief may steal for 1,000 days, a guard cannot remain vigilant for 1,000 days. What complicates matters further is that the threat is directed at Zhang Xian. Thus, his demise would not pertain to the protection of the Qingyun sect, rendering the task incomplete. Damn that system. Why must it compel me to awaken my sword body? Zhang Xian cursed inwardly. Now, he finds himself in a predicament. If he enhances his strength, he risks being unable to fend off potential threats. Yet, if he remains stagnant, he may succumb to unforeseen dangers, thereby failing the task. Indeed, it is a dilemma that makes both wielding and laying down the sword equally challenging. Yun Yao gazed at Zhang Xian, her eyes deep with contemplation. The ancestor of the Guyu clan suddenly chuckled. "These are merely my conjectures, not necessarily the truth." Zhang Xian's expression darkened. "Then what on earth are you implying? Are you simply here to spread negativity?" However, he merely grumbled internally, as he had anticipated such circumstances. It was the ancestor's candid acknowledgement that startled him. Zhang Xian had initially intended to complete the task before such challenges arose, thus avoiding complications. Yet, now that the ancestor has discerned these issues, the situation seems far from ideal. "I must take my leave," the ancestor declared, turning to Guyu Fangzheng. "You shall remain at the Qingyun sect for a millennium. Focus on your cultivation and do not tarnish the reputation of our Guyu clan." Guyu Fangzheng solemnly bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, ancestor." The ancestor then addressed Yun Yao. "Dear friend, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to let us know. The Guyu family is willing to aid you within our means." "Thank you, esteemed friend," Yun Yao replied with a graceful bow. Regarding the goodwill of the Guyu family, Neither Zhang Xian nor Yun Yao paid it much heed. The stakes placed by the other party were neither too light nor too heavy, and within a range they could manage. It implied that the interpretive rights belonged entirely to them, opening up considerable maneuvering space. However, the virtues of the Shang family were as they were. It was unrealistic to expect them to place all their bets, as the relationship between the parties had not yet reached that level. The 13th ancestor of the Guyu family nodded and turned to Guyu Fangzheng, saying, "Come, I have more to discuss with you." Guyu Fangzheng's heart swelled with joy. Was the ancestor offering him guidance? He hurriedly stepped forward, following the 13th ancestor as they strolled away. Zhang Xian squinted his eyes. What secretive conversation were the grandparent and grandchild engaged in? Yin Yao then turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Master, it's time for us to have a talk." Zhang Xian's expression shifted. Had the little girl finally calmed down? Had she finally grown weary of her cold treatment? He felt a surge of pride, but maintained a facade of trepidation. Correcting himself, "Master, please do not belittle your disciple. You are my master." Yun Yao's eyelid twitched as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Xian, inquiring, "Master, what exactly do you intend to do, now that you have returned? Why do you refuse to acknowledge me? Do you have some hidden anguish?" Zhang Xian was about to continue correcting Yun Yao when he noticed her eyes reddening. He sighed inwardly, shedding his previous nonchalance, and spoke in a somber tone, "Master is jesting. What hidden anguish could I possibly have? I am merely an ordinary person." Seeing that Zhang Xian still refused to acknowledge the truth, Yin Yao slowly closed her eyes, seemingly suppressing her emotions, and exhaled deeply. If Master chooses not to acknowledge it, so be it. As long as Master remains, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He often pondered how much suffering Yun Yao must have endured over the countless years. When he perished under the celestial tribulation, how heartbroken must she have been? The once innocent and clever little girl had grown into the formidable Qing Yun sword immortal, which surely had not been an easy journey. This was one of the reasons why Zhang Xian made it a point to arrange his affairs in every lifetime. With each incarnation, there would always be some individuals he could not let go. Ensuring the well-being of those around him served as a form of solace for himself. Yet, Yun Yao was his first disciple. He had many shortcomings in those early days. Aside from imparting skills and leaving behind 3 life-preserving sword intents, he had left her with little else. In retrospect, he indeed owed her much. Thus, Zhang Xian occasionally found himself contemplating whether to simply abandon his identity. However, the mere thought of failing his task and facing the prospect of being reborn as a woman sent shivers down his spine. "Master," Yin Yao reopened her eyes, her expression now serene. She took out a sword tassel from her sleeve, her eyes filled with nostalgia, as she said, "This was a gift from you to me many years ago. Whether you're my master or Zhang Xian, I now present it to you." Upon seeing the sword tassel, Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, for it was an item that once adorned his sword. The tassel itself was composed of ordinary material, yet due to the individual it accompanied and the patina of time, it had transcended its mundane origins. He recalled that the 3 strands of sword intent he had given to Xiao Yao were concealed within, yet upon sensing them, he discovered that they had been depleted. This indicated that the sword intent previously detected within the spirit measurement tablet was indeed the last one, while the other 2 had been utilized. Xiao Yao had undoubtedly faced life-and-death crises at least twice. Zhang Xian's heart quivered as he slowly extended his hand towards the sword tassel. The tassel, imbued with spirit, seemed to sense its former master and swayed slightly towards Zhang Xian, despite the absence of wind. Observing this, Yun Yao's gaze sharpened. Only the master could evoke such a response from the tassel. "Indeed, you are the master." Warning: detection of Yun Yao's deepened affirmation of the hostess identity. Exposure value increased by 10. Current exposure value of Psalming Sword Sovereign is 21. Exposure value rising. Sword intent awakening. Damn, I've fallen into their trap. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent erupted from Zhang Xian, heavy as a mountain and tumultuous as the sea. Both Guyu Shizong and Guyu Fangzheng, who were strolling nearby, turned their heads in surprise. The chaos and ultimate sword body, fearsome indeed. Chapter 20. Regardless, You are my master. Xiao Yao. Please wait for me. Sensing that Zhang Xian's sword intent had further intensified, the ancient ancestor of the Guyu clan could not help but express his admiration. While others sought to cultivate their comprehension, a pursuit both elusive and serendipitous, the chaos infinite sword body was astonishingly capable of self-cultivation, an occurrence that defied the heavens. With such a constitution, it was conceivable that even certain celestial beings might be tempted. Although the renowned Qingyun sword immortal was formidable, it was uncertain whether he could consistently safeguard the growth of that young man. Noticing Guyu Fangzheng's expression of awe and a hint of envy, the ancient ancestor cautioned, "Do not let envy cloud your judgment. Such an extraordinary inheritance may not necessarily be a blessing." Guyu Fangzheng, taken aback, grasped the essence of his ancestor's warning but questioned, "Did you not express a willingness to assist the Qingyun sect?" With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, the ancient ancestor replied, "If only the Guyu clan were privy to this remarkable constitution, I would wholeheartedly offer my support, even considering the possibility of his joining our esteemed family. The emergence of another Songming sword master would indeed be a rare fortune. However, now that this knowledge has become public, our clan may lack the capability to protect him. Regardless of the power at play, even ancient sects conceal their exceptionally gifted disciples until they have firmly embarked on the path of cultivation. The appearance of the chaos infinite sword body in a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage will undoubtedly stir considerable turbulence." Upon hearing this, Guyu Fangzheng's expression shifted. Although he was a descendant of the Guyu clan, he was still but a youth, unprepared for the gravity of the situation. Observing Fangzheng's demeanor, the ancient ancestor recognized his thoughts and advised, "Do not underestimate the myriad forces at play in this world. The Chongqing clan is merely one of many ancient powers. The depth of the other ancient factions remains shrouded in mystery." He refrained from mentioning that the relationship between the two factions was far from amicable. Should the Guyu clan overtly extend their assistance, it might not be well received. For now, their distant yet cordial rapport was ideal. However, such nuances need not be conveyed to the younger generation, as the wisdom of the elders may not easily resonate with them. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed ancestor," Guyu Fangzheng said earnestly, bowing in respect. The words imparted by his ancestor had indeed broadened his horizons, revealing perspectives he would seldom encounter in his travels. The ancient ancestor nodded in acknowledgement before shifting the topic. "As for Zhang Xian, maintain a prudent distance. Do not draw too close. Yet do not deliberately distance yourself either. Keep your interactions private." Upon hearing this, Guyu Fangzheng understood that the elder wished to prevent family ties from complicating his friendship with Zhang Xian. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why the ancestor would invest in such a relationship while simultaneously advising against entangling the family. He voiced his confusion directly. With a warm smile, the ancient ancestor patted Guyu Fangzheng on the shoulder, evidently optimistic about this younger generation. In the face of celestial commands, the clan's disciples rarely dared to inquire about the reasons behind them. Guyu Fangzheng, however, was an exception. Unbeknownst to him, his perspective had been influenced by Zhang Xian, leading him to perceive celestial beings as lofty yet, in some respects, rather mundane, a realization that might unsettle his inner peace if he were to comprehend its full implications. The venerable Guyu Shizu smiled once more and advised, "The reason for your actions is that the young lad may have some issues with his intellect. Disrespecting the immortals will inevitably lead to calamity. Although the Chongqing family is not afraid of karmic repercussions, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary entanglements." Upon hearing this, Guyu Fangzheng finally understood, unable to suppress a bitter smile. "Ancestor, you did not say this earlier. However, given Zhang's temperament, he is indeed likely to attract considerable trouble in the future. As for the ancestor's desire for him to befriend Zhang Xian while simultaneously fearing the involvement of the clan, the family provided him with a platform and resources for cultivation, and it is only natural that he gives back to the family. Moreover, driven by personal sentiments, he was eager to befriend Brother Zhang, who is truly loyal." Observing that Guyu Fangzheng absorbed his words, Guyu Shizuzu nodded in satisfaction. increasingly optimistic about this descendant. However, it dawned on him that he had come seeking an explanation. Nevertheless, allowing Gu Yufangzheng to remain at Qingyun sect for a while might present a fortuitous opportunity. That should suffice for now, given the rarity of this occasion. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to voice them, Gu Shizuzu said with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian was unaware that the old man was secretly discussing him. Had he known, he would have surely extended some affectionate greetings. At present, however, he was overwhelmed. Master, I knew it was you. No, it isn't. Please don't speak nonsensically. This is you, Master. Stop pretending. This is not me. Please don't jest. Then how do you explain this sword tassel? Yun Yao interrogated, her eyes fixed on the tassel that was incessantly swaying in her hand. Zhang Xian, seeing the tassel move, felt the veins on his forehead throb. Stay still, for the love of all that is sacred. He silently roared, glaring at the tassel. In the next moment, the tassel ceased its movement. Zhang Xian rejoiced, pointing at it. See, it's not moving anymore. It was merely the wind. It had nothing to do with me. Huh. Yin Yao scoffed. Was there really wind just now? Indeed. Did you not feel the strong wind earlier, Master? Oh, I understand. Your cultivation is so profound that you are impervious to the elements and thus remain unaware. Zhang Xian looked at her with admiration. Hearing this, Yin Yao fell silent, simply staring at him. Zhang Xian maintained eye contact with her. After a moment, Yin Yao conceded defeat. What could she do against a master who could lie so effortlessly? Master, I do not understand why you refuse to acknowledge your identity, but regardless, you are still my master. Zhang Xian quickly corrected her. Please do not say that. I cannot bear such weight. Yet before he could finish, Yin Yao continued. What Gu Yushani mentioned earlier, I trust you are aware of it. The current situation is complex, and I have observed that you have not engaged in any cultivation this past year, most likely due to your inferior five-element spiritual roots. Zhang Xian waved his hand reassuringly. Master, do not worry. The spiritual root is not a significant issue, if I truly desire it. My cultivation level can ascend in mere moments. Yun Yao exhaled with relief, considering that this would not pose a challenge for a master. That is good to hear. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to aid you, my master. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Rest assured. Master, what troubles could I possibly have? There is no need for you to be overly concerned. He would never dare to impose any requests upon Yun Yao. Should any evidence regarding his identity be uncovered, it would spell disaster. The two shared an unspoken understanding, each conversing on their own terms, creating a fa ade of a devoted disciple and a benevolent master. Yin Yao nodded, choosing not to linger any longer. The words spoken by Gu Yushan Yin weighed heavily on her mind, as there were numerous matters to address. Suddenly, Zhang Xian recalled something important and quickly spoke up. By the way, Master, I and that young fellow Gu Yufangzheng intend to participate in the sect's grand competition. Should we arrange for him to acquire the status of a disciple of Qingyun sect? You may decide as you see fit. Hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled. Perfect. Yin Yao stepped forward, ready to depart. Yet, at the last moment, she hesitated and asked, Master, can you truly not recognize me? Zhang Xian fell silent for a moment before responding with a bitter smile. I truly am not the sword sovereign of Tsangming. Yin Yao left in disappointment, while Zhang Xian stood rooted in place, his heart a tumult of emotions. As for the sword tassel, it was left behind by Yun Yao. After a long while, he finally picked it up and whispered softly to it, Do not worry, Xiao Yao. Once I complete my mission, I shall surely reunite with you in the next life. Please wait for me. Wait for me. Chapter 21. The young master must participate in the sect competition, an opportunity for rapid advancement in cultivation. After a considerable time, Zhang Xian regained his senses and cast his gaze upon the sword tassel in his hand. Initially a mundane object, this tassel had become extraordinary, having accompanied him, and later Yun Yao, through countless epochs. What once served merely as an ornament had, after Zhang Xian's refinement, acquired the ability to store sword intent. Upon his current inspection, he discovered that the tassel not only retained sword intent, but also possessed a spatial dimension, enabling it to hold items. In the realm of cultivation, storage devices are predominantly represented by storage bags and storage rings. Storage bags are typically utilized by lower-tier cultivators, while storage rings, being more costly and offering greater capacity, are favored by higher-tier practitioners. Beyond these, a plethora of storage devices exist, yet they remain beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. The sword tassel in his possession was akin to such a storage device, its capacity surpassing that of a storage ring by a factor of 10,000, sufficient to encapsulate the entirety of the Qingyun sect. Just how vast is the Qingyun sect? A common mortal, walking unceasingly from one entrance to the other, would require over a decade to traverse its length. In other words, prior to Zhang Xian's transmigration, the storage space within this tassel could accommodate several Earths, rendering it equivalent to a miniature world. Naturally, such an item, carried by an immortal, is no ordinary possession. However, this artifact held a more profound significance for both him and Yun Yao. To his dismay, it was entirely empty at present. Upon this realization, Zhang Xian's lips twitched. Could it be that little Yao had done this intentionally? Yet, having already boasted earlier, he felt reluctant to ask her for cultivation resources. Resigned, he shook his head and carefully secured the sword tassel to his waist. As for his decision regarding ascending to a higher realm, it was resolutely made. He would pursue advancement. Otherwise, encountering an untimely demise and failing in his mission would be no jest. When opportunities to fulfill his tasks arose, he would assess whether to hold back or take other actions accordingly. Zhang Xian did not regard his mediocre five-element spiritual root as a hindrance. He possessed numerous methods to elevate his cultivation, merely differing in speed. While lost in these thoughts, Guyu Fangzheng returned. "Zhang, brother," he called out. "Fangzheng, you have returned." Zhang Xian smiled, brushing aside previous concerns. "I have good news to share with you. My master has agreed to let you participate in the sect competition. We can now arrange for your identity as an outer disciple." Guyu Fangzheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Zhang, brother. Let's not be formal. Come, let us go and arrange your identity." Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Understanding Zhang Xian's character, Guyu Fangzheng nodded, and the two promptly soared towards the outer disciple office. Before long, they arrived at a pavilion, which was none other than the outer disciple office. This is the place where outer sect disciples accept tasks from the sect and receive their rewards. At this moment, the area is bustling with activity, with disciples ranging from Qi refinement to golden core stage, although the majority are still in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Some disciples appear to have just returned from their external training, exuding an aura of seriousness and competence. The arrival of Zhang Xian and Gu Yuefang instantly draws a multitude of gazes. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master." "Ah, very well." Zhang Xian responds nonchalantly, with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of inspection towards the crowd. Gu Yuefang, following closely behind him, shakes his head and smiles. He realizes that his brother Zhang is not one to remain inconspicuous. Together, they enter the pavilion. The elder on duty at the outer sect office is a golden core cultivator who greets Zhang Xian with a respectful gesture, acknowledging that the young master holds a status equivalent to that of an intersect elder. "Greetings, young master. Yes, I have brought Brother Fong here to handle some matters, specifically to grant him the status of an outer sect disciple," Zhang Xian states casually, his demeanor somewhat nonchalant. However, to avoid complications, he adds, "My master has already given his approval. Both Brother Fong and I will participate in the sect's grand competition when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the Golden Core Elder is momentarily taken aback. He certainly does not believe Zhang Xian is falsely representing the sect master's orders, and he feels a sense of relief. The elders are well aware of Gu Yuefang's background. His detention at Qingyun sect has been a source of concern. Now that he is becoming a disciple of Qingyun sect, it is indeed a positive development, alleviating some previous embarrassment. The elder's surprise stems from Zhang Xian's intention to participate in the sect's grand competition. Is it not absurd for a Qi refinement disciple to compete in such an event? Historically, only those at the foundation establishment stage have participated. Is there a problem? Zhang Xian inquires, noticing the elder's bewilderment. The Golden Core Elder's expression becomes serious as he shakes his head. "No problem at all. I shall take care of it immediately." He does not question the sect master's decision and turns to organize the necessary documents. However, the surrounding disciples erupt in disbelief upon hearing this news. The young master intends to participate in the sect's grand competition. Is this a joke? The young master has only reached the second layer of chi refinement in a year, though the competition is still a decade away. Will he be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage by then? Perhaps he could break through, but how many resources would that require? The sect master must be truly fortunate. Everyone is aware of Zhang Xian's mediocre talent with his 5 inferior spiritual roots, which prompts gazes filled with envy and jealousy directed at him. They naturally do not perceive Zhang Xian's participation in the grand competition as a fool's errand. It is evident that the sect master must be funneling resources into elevating his cultivation. Just how many resources would be needed to rapidly advance a cultivator with 5 inferior spiritual roots to the foundation establishment stage? Some disciples, contemplating this, cannot help but feel a pang of envy. Zhang Xian, aware of their murmurs, finds himself feeling somewhat helpless. He has hardly obtained any resources from Xiaoyao. To be honest, aside from the abundant wild fruits scattered across the mountains, of course. Before long, the Golden Core Elder presents a collection of items before the two of them. This is the identification token of an outer sect disciple. Simply infuse a trace of your essence into it. This attire serves as a form of identification for outer sect disciples. It is not mandatory to wear it at all times, but it should be donned when venturing outside to signify your status. Additionally, this is a storage pouch. The Golden Core Elder meticulously explained, and after listening attentively, Gu Yufang Zheng graciously expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. The Golden Core Elder nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the signs of prominent families are well-mannered. He then added a word of counsel. By the way, I wonder if you are a sword cultivator. If so, the sect has sword available. However, the swords provided by the sect are rather ordinary. It is advisable to forge your own. Alternatively, you may seek a sword from Sword Mountain, where the blades are relics left by the sect's predecessors, and some are exceptional sword procured by the sect leader during their travels. However, be warned that the sword aura there is quite potent, and the sword intent of the sect leader lingers as well. Many sword cultivators hone their skills in that place. But if you choose to go, exercise caution to avoid injury from the sword intent and aura. Upon hearing this, Gu Yufang Zheng chuckled and replied, Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but I am not a sword cultivator. The Golden Core Elder nodded in understanding and refrained from further discussion. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. According to the Elder's words, there was abundant sword aura at Sword Mountain, which could prove beneficial for him, potentially aiding in his rapid advancement in cultivation. Thus, he hastily inquired, Where is Sword Mountain? The Golden Core Elder was taken aback. Does the young master wish to go? Does the young master not possess a sword? He was puzzled. As the true disciple of the sect leader, how could the young master be without a sword? Zhang Xian's expression turned awkward. Well, my master intended to prepare one for me, but my exceptional talent renders ordinary swords unworthy of me, so I have yet to acquire one. The corners of the Golden Core Elder's mouth twitched, unsure if he should believe him, but he simply remarked, Sword Mountain is rather perilous. With your current cultivation, it may not be advisable to venture there. Just tell me where it is. I can handle any danger myself. Zhang Xian retorted, What a joke. Beneath the Chaos Supreme sword body, how could ordinary sword aura harm me? However, he chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that some things might not be believed by others, and explaining would waste time. He preferred to demonstrate his capabilities instead. The Golden Core Elder's expression became strained as he attempted to dissuade him. Young master, it is not that I wish to prevent you from going, but Sword Mountain requires at least foundation establishment to ascend. It will be better for you to wait until you reach foundation establishment. Gu Yufang Zheng also urged, Zhang Xian, based on what has been said, it truly would not be wise for you to go now. It will be better to wait until you reach foundation establishment. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed. With his inferior 5-element spiritual root, rapidly advancing in cultivation was indeed challenging, and Sword Mountain might be his opportunity. Thus, he felt compelled to investigate. Fine, if you won't tell me, I shall seek answers from others. I will go myself. The Golden Core elder felt helpless. What if the young master encountered trouble on his own? Reluctantly, he conceded, I can accompany the young master to Sword Mountain. But you must promise me that if you cannot ascend, you will return and wait until you reach Foundation establishment. Understood, understood. Lead the way. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. The elder of the Golden Elixir sighed and shook his head, resigned to lead Zhang Xian and the others to Sword Mountain. Chapter 22. The Sacred Ground of the Sect Brave, my friend. The news of Zhang Xian's intention to ascend Sword Mountain swiftly spread, as many disciples were present at the outer sect's office. Even some inner sect disciples in seclusion were stirred by the commotion. Hurry, let us witness. The young master is to ascend Sword Mountain. The young master? Which young master? Have you been in seclusion for years and not heard? The sect master accepted a disciple a year ago, rumored to have inherited the teachings of the sect master's master, possessing the 5 elements inferior spiritual root talent, and now at the second level of chi refinement. What? An inferior 5 elements spiritual root can truly be passed down? What absurd luck. What? Ascending Sword Mountain during the chi refinement stage? Is this a jest? Countless disciples from both inner and outer sects flocked toward Sword Mountain, eager to glimpse this fortunate young master and discern his true nature. Meanwhile, several inner sect elders, having caught wind of the news, were indignant. This is preposterous. A chi refinement disciple attempting to ascend Sword Mountain is sheer folly. The sword energy emanating from that mountain is fearsome. Even those in the great ascension stage must avoid its edge. Why is no one stopping the young master? They tried but could not. We must hurry and see for ourselves. Come, the young master must not be harmed. The inner sect elders were equally alarmed, hastening towards Sword Mountain. Unlike the ordinary disciples, the elders comprehended Zhang Xian's true worth. Possessing sword intent marks him as a potential immortal, although Zhang Xian bears an inferior 5 elements spiritual root talent. If he endures the initial phase of absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, he will eventually grasp the laws of the cosmos, paving a smooth path ahead. In their eyes, Zhang Xian was the individual most likely to ascend to immortality, second only to the sect master. Thus he must be safeguarded at all costs. In no time, the entirety of Qingyun's sect was in an uproar, converging towards Sword Mountain. At the foot of Sword Mountain, Zhang Xian gazed upward with keen interest. Along the way, he had heard numerous tales about this mountain, renowned throughout the southern wilderness. Before him stood a barren peak, scarcely 100 zhang high. Compared to the surrounding towering mountains that soared thousands of zhang high, it barely resembled more than a small hillock. Yet, this desolate hillock was adorned with a multitude of swords, densely packed like a forest. When the wind blew, the swords swayed like waves, an awe-inspiring sight. Above Sword Mountain, there was not a trace of cloud or mist, as if the very fog dared not approach this mountain. This was the Sword Mountain established by Yun Yao, intended to refine the sword cultivators within the sect, a sacred site of Qingyun's sect. Zhang Xian surmised the inspiration behind this mountain. It seemed that little Yao had modeled it after the Boundless Sword Tomb, though it fell short in comparison. In his first life, he had been reborn in the Boundless Realm, and as a sword cultivator, he had naturally encountered the ancient powers of that realm, the Boundless Sword Tomb, the sanctum of sword cultivators. There, the Sword Tomb dwarfed the current Sword Mountain by far. Of course, given that Qingyun's sect had been established for merely over 20,000 years, it was reasonable that it could not rival those ancient powers. Little Yao's achievement was already commendable. At this moment, many cultivators atop Sword Mountain were meditating, embracing the refining power of the sword energy, while others seemed intent on comprehending sword intent. As for the area at the foot of the mountain, it was already thronged with both inner and outer disciples, as well as several elders, engaged in spirited discussions. Is that the young master? He looks rather unimpressive. I can't help but feel an urge to confront him. Do not speak so. The young master is undeniably handsome. Huh. He may surpass me in looks by a trifling margin, but it is evident he possesses no other remarkable qualities. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon Zhang Xian, yet he remained composed and unperturbed. This was merely a trivial spectacle. He had endured such scrutiny countless times before. Today, he sought not for any other reason but to vindicate himself. He, Zhangxian was formidable. This was the Sword Mountain, where the aura of sword qi was exceedingly fearsome. Once one ascended the mountain, they would be incessantly assailed by the penetrating sword qi, which could both erode the physical body and temper it. Moreover, the mountain was suffused with the oppressive sword intent of the sect leader, which could also fortify the resolve of the cultivators. With each step taken upwards on Sword Mountain, the pressure from the sword qi and sword intent would intensify to the point where even high-level cultivators would find it necessary to retreat. As for the summit, none could ascend save for the sect leader. An elder of the Golden Core stage stood nearby, introducing Sword Mountain to Zhangxian, seemingly hoping to dissuade him from the endeavor. However, Guyu Fangzheng, who stood beside him, was visibly invigorated by the prospect. The ability to forge a cultivator's will. What a remarkable place. It was no wonder it was established by immortals. While his own Guyu clan possessed similar sites, the significance was entirely different. Initially, he had merely accompanied Zhangxian, but now he too felt compelled to ascend and witness it for himself. Noticing the spark of determination in Guyu Fangzheng's eyes, Zhangxian smiled and inquired, "Fangzheng, would you care to join me in this ascent?" "That is precisely my intention," Guyu Fangzheng replied with enthusiasm. The Golden Core elder's eyelids twitched. Were the youth of today truly this audacious? Guyu Fangzheng held a unique status, and should any misfortune befall him, it would pose a considerable dilemma. He prepared to voice his concerns, but Guyu Fangzheng preemptively spoke, "Elder, there is no need for worry, should any danger arise. I shall retreat at once." The Golden Core elder was left speechless. If he could not dissuade them, then so be it. If they remained at the mountain's base, it would not pose much trouble, as he could swiftly intervene to bring them back. However, he had never entertained the thought of the two ascending Sword Mountain. Zhangxian and Guyu Fangzheng exchanged a knowing smile, and then Guyu Fangzheng took the lead, stepping towards the Sword Mountain. Yet, as soon as he set foot upon the mountain, his expression changed dramatically. A tumultuous wave of sword qi surged towards him, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. This was merely the beginning. The sword qi infiltrated his body through every pore, burrowing frantically within him. Consequently, a layer of blood beads manifested upon his skin. This was still merely the sword qi. From the summit, a dense sword intent descended upon him like a celestial decree, overwhelming his mind and spirit, as if he were facing the entirety of the heavens and earth. Under the weight of the sword qi and sword intent, he felt akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, on the verge of being torn asunder. This Sword Mountain was indeed terrifying. Guyu Fangzheng stood rooted in place, desperately attempting to acclimate himself without employing any magical power to resist. As the sword energy tempered his body, the sword intent honed his will. The moment he ascended Sword Mountain, many meditating cultivators opened their eyes, glancing at Guyu Fangzheng, whose gaze sparkled with brilliance. Some elders and disciples at the foot of the mountain raised their eyebrows in surprise. This was his first ascent of Sword Mountain, yet he had not been instantly overwhelmed. Is this truly a descendant of the Guyu family? Indeed, born of a prestigious lineage, his innate talent and foundation are formidable. What a pity. I have heard he is not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, he would be a promising prospect. How high do you think he can ascend? I wager 7 or 8 zhang. I estimate he will descend after 5 or 6 zhang. Observing Guyu Fangzheng's reaction to his ascent, admiration gleamed in the eyes of the onlookers, many deliberating on just how high he could reach. As for the blood beads emerging from his body, no one paid them any heed. Merely superficial wounds, quite normal. After acclimating to the circumstances, Guyu Fangzheng finally exhaled, regaining his composure. He gazed toward the summit, particularly at the sword cultivators meditating atop the mountain, a flicker of enlightenment dawning in his eyes. The 100 zhang Sword Mountain, it seemed, marked a pivotal boundary every 10 zhang. Ascending the first 10 zhang was nearly impossible without foundational cultivation. Within 20 zhang lay the realm of Golden Core, and within 30 zhang resided the Yuan Ying. Following this logic, only those of immortal cultivation could reach heights beyond 80 to 90 zhang. One extraordinary sword mountain. Guyu Fangzheng marveled, then turned to Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang, this sword mountain delineates significant realms every 10 zhang. It would indeed be arduous for those in the qi refinement stage to ascend, he advised, seemingly wishing for Zhang Xian to reconsider. However, Zhang Xian chuckled in response. Are you suggesting I stand idly by after your showboating? Ignoring Gu Yu, he instead addressed the gathered crowd. Everyone, upon hearing Zhang Xian's voice, the crowd turned, their expressions teasing. Could it be that the young master, having witnessed Gu Yu Fangzheng, was now hesitant to ascend a mountain? Yet, Zhang Xian declared with fervor, watch closely. I shall commence my own display. With that, he sprinted towards Sword Mountain, simultaneously singing a tune, providing his own background music. Brave, brave, my friend, even if tomorrow brings no rainbow. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but soon panic surged. Wait, why is he running? Young master, you mustn't run. Stop. A host of disciples and elders, eyes wide with fear, realized the peril. Sword Mountain sword energy was daunting. Charging up was akin to hurling oneself against a blade. This endeavor was not one to be undertaken with mere momentum. Gu Yu Fangzheng's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, Brother Zhang, do not run. Yet, Zhang Xian's movements were so abrupt that no one could intercept him. The next moment, he had set foot upon Sword Mountain. A collective gasp echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, silently conceding that it was all over. Chapter 23. You who do not practice swordsmanship view me as a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing upon the bright moon. All present are mere refuse. Where's the young master? Quickly stop him. He is merely at the qi refining stage. He is not yet ready to ascend Sword Mountain. A group of intersect elders arrived late, their anxiety palpable. However, upon their arrival, they witnessed Zhang Xian dashing toward Sword Mountain. What the hell? Is that the young master? Is he truly attempting to run up Sword Mountain? What madness is this? Forget the madness. Stop him quickly. Why is he even gathering momentum? The intersect elders shouted in alarm, their hearts racing in fright. Yet, Zhang Xian's actions were so sudden that none could react in time to hinder him. In the next moment, Zhang Xian had already ascended the sacred mountain. Contrary to expectations, he did not suffer immediate grievous injury. Rather, thanks to his momentum, he soared to a height of 7 or 8 zhang. This scene left all present wide-eyed in astonishment. What is happening? The young master is unharmed? This is splendid. What if he had been wounded by the sword energy and compromised his foundation? A collective sigh of relief escaped the elders and disciples, who had been thoroughly frightened. However, once they regained their composure, confusion set in. How is the young master unscathed? He truly ascended Sword Mountain? This defies logic. Could it be that the sword energy and sword intent atop the mountain have dissipated? Some disciples were filled with doubt, and the elders were equally perplexed. Even a qi refining disciple, seeing Zhang Xian's ascent, felt compelled to try for himself. Seizing an opportune moment when others were distracted, he sprinted towards Sword Mountain. Thud! In the next instant, that qi refining disciple spewed blood, hurtling backward, his blood and body tracing a perfect parabola through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bouncing twice. What the hell? The qi refining disciple, expending his last ounce of strength, managed to utter those words before losing consciousness. Hiss! The other eager disciples immediately inhaled sharply, instantaneously quelling their ambitions. Quickly remove him. The elders hastily ordered the severely injured disciple to be taken for treatment, momentarily at a loss for words. Subsequently, everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Xian, their expressions a mixture of confusion, disbelief, astonishment, and sheer bewilderment. Meanwhile, some cultivators on the mountain, who had been meditating, experienced a flicker of unease upon witnessing this scene. Gu Yu Fangzheng also looked toward Zhang Xian, his own confusion evident. Zhang Xian, taking in the sight of the injured disciple being carried away, marveled inwardly. What a brave lad! Hearing Gu Yu Fangzheng's words, he snapped back to reality, waving his hand dismissively. Do not be infatuated with me. I am but a legend. Not what I meant, Zhang Xian. My inquiry pertains to whether you felt the encroachment of the sword energy and the oppression of the sword intent. Gu Yu Fangzheng pressed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian understood. Sword energy and sword intent. He had certainly sensed them, but so what? The chaos infinite sword body. Do you think it trifles with you? The physique of this being transcends mere accumulation of sword intent and sword energy. It possesses the remarkable ability to absorb sword energy as well. How else could it exert such pressure upon the sacred body, rendering contemporaneous sword cultivators unable to lift their heads? As for the sword intent, the essence of Xiao Yao's sword intent was comprehended under his guidance. To dare to impose upon him would likely result in a reversal of the celestial balance. Zhang Xian gazed towards the mountain's peak, where the sword intent dared not approach him, parting to grant him a clear path. The sword energy, in contrast, was exceptionally docile, swirling around him like a gentle spring breeze. He not only felt no discomfort, but rather an immense sense of ease. While others endure the painful erosion of sword energy to temper their physiques, he was here merely to bathe in its essence. Fang Zheng, my dear brother, you still fail to grasp the true nature of the chaotic infinite sword body. Zhang Xian, standing with his back to Guyu Fang Zheng, hands clasped behind him, spoke calmly. You do not practice the sword. Thus you perceive me as a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the bright moon. Should you take up the sword, you would see me as a mere ant confronting the vast sky. His words echoed loudly, resonating with all present. The crowd's eyes widened, a tingling sensation coursing through them. What an audacious proclamation! The sword cultivators meditating atop the mountain also opened their eyes, including several inner disciples, all of whom possessed at least the cultivation of the transformation spirit. Yet, at that moment, every gaze turned towards the figure at the foot of the mountain, hands behind his back, their eyes gleaming with fervor and martial spirit. Sword cultivators, recognized as the most formidable beings among all practitioners, were notoriously combative. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, how could they not be stirred? This was tantamount to belittling all sword cultivators in the world. The elders and disciples below were awestruck by the grandeur of Zhang Xian's declaration, while the inner elders could not help but shake their heads. The young master was far too ostentatious. A tree standing out amidst the forest is bound to be uprooted, which is hardly auspicious. I beg to differ. Is it not the essence of youth to be spirited? A sharp sword, boldly forging invincibility. I too find merit in the young master's demeanor. The inner elders exhibited varied expressions, some of whom were sword cultivators themselves, casting unfriendly glances at Zhang Xian. Standing not far behind Zhang Xian, Guyu Fang Zheng gazed at the figure above, momentarily entranced. He envisioned a young man clad in green, wielding a sword, striding upon the earth with an air of supremacy, as if no challenge could withstand a single stroke of his blade. That figure seemed to gradually merge with Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, Guyu Fang Zheng's eyes were filled with complexity, lost in thought, unaware of Guyu Fang Zheng's intricate emotions. Zhang Xian merely exchanged glances with the sword cultivators on Sword Mountain. What are you staring at? I am not targeting anyone in particular. I speak of all present. Merely trash. The moment those words escaped his lips, the sword cultivators on the mountain erupted in fury, some even rising to their feet. Among the elders and disciples below, several sword cultivators tightened their grips on their swords. This was utterly outrageous. How they yearned to strike him down. Wait, he is merely at the chi refinement stage. If you truly act, you might end up killing him. A flurry of discussions ensued, while the sword elders glared back, their expressions filled with ire. If Zhang Xian's earlier remarks were merely arrogant, then his current words have crossed into the realm of audacity. It is as if he is defecating atop the heads of all present. Naturally, should other cultivators become aware of the intentions harbored by this group of sword cultivators, they would hastily distance themselves, proclaiming, the young master refers to sword cultivators. This does not pertain to us. Yet, it is undeniable that at this moment, every sword cultivator's gaze upon Zhang Xian is infused with a fervent battle spirit. Among sword cultivators, the only resolution to their disputes is through combat. One exceedingly proud cultivator. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the mountaintop. There, at a height exceeding 70 zhang, a young man seated in meditation slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xian. His eyes pierced like swords, and he appeared as a razor-sharp blade, exuding an undeniable brilliance. It is Brother Wang Xiaohu. It turns out he has been cultivating on Sword Mountain. I wondered why I had not seen him all these years. Brother Wang has ascended to a height that only great ascension cultivators can reach. I recall that he had only recently broken through to the harmony stage. As soon as the young man spoke, disciples below recognized his identity, prompting a flurry of discussions. Some even remarked that he is the strongest sword cultivator in the Qingyun sect, second only to the sect master himself, who had once declined his request to become a disciple. Now, it seems Brother Wang is poised to confront the young master. Chapter 24. I can satisfy you right now. Would you like to learn? Allow me to teach you. Elder Wang Defa, one of the inner sect elders, wore a proud expression, for Wang Xiaohu was indeed his son. He had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, while Wang Xiaohu was in the early stages of the same realm. Their dual achievements brought them significant standing within the Qingyun sect. At this moment, as Wang Xiaohu spoke, several inner sect elders turned curious glances toward Wang Defa. Elder Wang, if I recall correctly, Xiaohu has just recently broken through to the harmonization realm, yet he has ascended to the 70-foot mark of Sword Mountain. Truly, a prodigious talent. One elder reminisced. I remember when Xiaohu had just broken through to the foundation building stage. He managed to reach a height of 20 feet on Sword Mountain, a limit usually attainable only by golden core cultivators. I have believed in this child since he was young, and he has not disappointed. The group of inner sect elders showered him with flattery, as if the young man on Sword Mountain were their own child. Wang Defa beamed with delight, his eyes crinkling into a smile. I am grateful that all of you esteemed friends hold my son in such regard. I am confident that he will not let you down. Meanwhile, standing at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Xian overheard their discussions and regarded the young man at the summit with understanding. It turned out to be someone whom Xiao Yao looked down upon. He shook his head with a smile, dismissing the matter entirely. How could one without any sword intent even be compared to him? Sensing Zhang Xian's indifference, Wang Xiaohu, seated at the highest point, furrowed his brow and declared in a deep voice, "You dare to ascend Sword Mountain during the Qi refinement stage? Your audacity is commendable. But alas, your cultivation is too low to be my opponent. Should you ever reach my realm, I shall permit you to engage me in combat." Wang Xiaohu gazed at Zhang Xian, his own fighting spirit igniting. He had also heard the murmurs from below and realized that Zhang Xian was the disciple of the sect leader. In the past, he had fancied himself unmatched in swordsmanship and sought to apprentice under Yun Yao. To him, only the sect leader, who wielded a sword that overshadowed the entirety of southern Jiang, was worthy to be his master and guide him in the way of the sword. At that time, though merely at the foundation building stage, he was already invincible within that realm. However, upon learning of his aspirations, the sect leader had merely advised him to ascend Sword Mountain. Wang Xiaohu took this as a test for apprenticeship, and without hesitation, he climbed to the 20-foot height, a limit typically reserved for golden core cultivators. Yet, the sect leader did not even glance his way as he turned to leave. Everyone understood that the sect leader had no regard for him, but he refused to accept this notion. In his mind, the fact that he could not earn the sect leader's attention at that moment was merely a temporary setback. He would never give up. Thus, with each breakthrough in his cultivation, he returned to Sword Mountain to prove himself, surpassing the limits of his realm with every ascent. Unfortunately, the sect leader still showed no intention of taking him as a disciple. Now, the young man at the foot of the mountain, who had the audacity to be accepted as a disciple during the Qi refinement stage, naturally stirred feelings of discontent within him. However, as a fellow disciple of Qingyun sect, he refrained from using his realm to belittle others. As he had stated, when Zhang Xian reached the same level as him, he would permit him to engage in battle. He, too, wished to prove himself. Unfortunately, it seemed he had misjudged his opponent. "You grant me permission to battle with you?" Oh dear, I can hardly contain myself, ha ha ha. Upon hearing the words of his interlocutor, Zhang Xian couldn't help but laugh, clutching his belly, nearly rolling on the ground. Observing Zhang Xian's demeanor, the sword cultivators at the foot of the mountain wore expressions of discontent. What does the young master mean by this? Though he has reached the Sword Mountain, his cultivation is but at the Qi refinement stage, far inferior to Brother Wang. I fail to understand what the young master finds so amusing. Is there something particularly humorous? The impression of Zhang Xian among the sword cultivators diminished considerably. For in the hearts of the Qingyun sect's sword practitioners, only the statuses of Yun Yao and Wang Xiaohu were held in the highest regard. This was nothing short of mockery of their idol. Wang Xiaohu's expression darkened as he questioned, "What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said?" "There is nothing amiss, yet it has been ages since a sword cultivator dared to speak to me in such a manner." Zhang Xian suppressed some of his mirth and cast an encouraging glance at Wang Xiaohu. "Brother, you are quite impressive, possessing great courage. I have high hopes for you." This praise, however, fell upon Wang Xiaohu's ears like a bitter pill, and the expression of the other sword cultivator soured. What does this mean? Has the young master lost his senses? Surely he cannot be older than 20? Could his words be the result of possession? What qualifications does a Qi refinement practitioner have to speak to a Tao integration expert in such a manner? The sword cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, itching to confront the arrogant individual. Gui Weifang shook his head in amusement, though not surprised. Zhang Xian shows no respect even to immortals. What is a Tao integration prodigy worth? Furthermore, while Wang Xiaohu is indeed a top-tier genius within the Qingyun sect and all of southern Jiang in the central continent, he is merely one of many. In the next moment, Gu Yuefang's gaze towards Zhang Xian grew solemn, for he discerned that Zhang Xian seemed to be genuinely serious this time. When it comes to the sword path, Zhang Xian transforms entirely. Zhang Xian, too, reined in his laughter, inwardly cursing himself. Damn it, I became too complacent. Fortunately, Yin Yao is not present, or my exposure would surely rise again. You. Wang Xiaohu's face darkened, ready to speak. Yet Zhang Xian interrupted him directly. If you wish to compete with me in swordsmanship, there is no need to wait. I can accommodate you right now. With that, Zhang Xian strode purposefully towards a mountain summit, taking one step, then another, then a third. Before anyone could react, he had ascended to a height of over 10 zhang. Here, only golden core practitioners were permitted to tread. What does the young master mean by this? Goodness, the young master is actually climbing higher. 15 zhang, no, 20 zhang, and still ascending. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the young master intends to stand before Brother Wang? As Zhang Xian continued his ascent of the Sword Mountain, all present were left in a state of shock. They could not comprehend how Zhang Xian was achieving this. It defied all logic. Wang Xiaohu gazed at Zhang Xian, who was approaching step by step, equally incredulous. He wishes to engage me in a contest of swordsmanship right here on the Sword Mountain? A mere second-layer Qi refinement practitioner? This sounds utterly preposterous. Yet the reality is that the cultivator at the second level of Qi refinement is steadily ascending to heights not meant for him. Approaching with determination, Wang Xiaohu appears momentarily frozen in place. Zhang Xian, however, strides upward with poise, each step taken in serene confidence. The notion that each ascent intensifies the sword energy and oppressive sword intent does not exist for him. Rather, he finds increasing comfort as he ascends. As he continues his ascent, the sword cultivators meditating nearby rise one by one when Zhang Xian reaches their level, only to watch as he surpasses them effortlessly. The dissatisfaction etched on their faces vanishes in an instant upon being overtaken by Zhang Xian, replaced by a profound sense of loss. A Qi refinement novice has surpassed them? Is the opponent's talent in the sword truly so formidable? They turn to gaze at Zhang Xian's ascending figure, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. As more and more sword cultivators are left behind, it signifies that an increasing number can only look up in admiration at Zhang Xian's silhouette. He persists in his ascent, 30 zhang, 40 zhang, 50 zhang. His pace remains unhurried, as if strolling through his own garden, the ease of his demeanor unmistakable. At last, he arrives at the 70 zhang mark, standing before Wang Xiaohu. In that moment, Wang Xiaohu seems to regain his senses, instinctively rising to his feet. You, little brother, you still need to practice. Yet, Zhang Xian merely pats his shoulder, leaving him behind as he continues upward. He has never regarded Wang Xiaohu as his equal in the sword arts. His earlier words were merely to showcase what true genius looks like to certain observers. Wang Xiaohu is left in disbelief, the echo of footsteps ascending to greater heights bewildering him, especially as he senses Zhang Xian's subtle disregard. He feels increasingly at a loss. Equally bewildered are the group of sword cultivators below. The young master has surpassed Brother Wang. How can this be? The young master is only at the qi refinement stage. Surely, I am still groggy and have not fully awakened. The onlookers seem as if they have witnessed a specter. Unable to believe their eyes, the second-level qi refinement practitioner Zhang Xian has indeed surpassed Wang Xiao. This exceeds their comprehension. Look, the young master is still climbing higher. Could he be aiming for the summit? Someone gasps, and all eyes are riveted on the figure still ascending the mountain, curiosity filling the air. Can the young master truly reach the peak? It is said that the summit of Sword Mountain is a place only immortals can tread. The inner sect elders, standing amidst the heavens, also fixate on Zhang Xian's silhouette, their expressions tinged with intrigue. They are unaware of how the sect leader, a transcendent being, constructed the Sword Mountain, but they have long speculated that only an immortal could reach its pinnacle. Now, apart from the sect leader, it seems the young master is also destined to ascend. Are they witnessing this moment? Zhang Xian feels the collective gaze upon him. He appears to revel in this sensation. The heavens do not bestow blessings lightly, and those who feign strength shall ultimately face retribution, for the laws of nature are inexorable. Thus, he did not look back, but resolutely forged ahead. For a true man never glances back. 70 zhang, 80 zhang, 90 zhang. At last, he reached the final 10 zhang, and Zhang Xian, unwavering, did not reduce his pace. Step by step, he ultimately arrived at the pinnacle of Sword Mountain. Surrounding the peak was an utter silence. At that moment, all eyes were wide with astonishment, gazing at the silhouette atop the mountain, rendered speechless. The young master had truly ascended to the summit. Wang Xiaohu, standing at 70 zhang, beheld the figure on the peak, his face a canvas of disbelief. Although merely 30 zhang separated them, a distance inconsequential for a harmonization realm cultivator, it now felt like an insurmountable chasm. How? How did you accomplish this? He stammered. Upon hearing Wang Xiaohu's inquiry, Zhang Xian slightly turned his head, presenting a proud silhouette and a sharply defined profile, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, mingled with indifference and an air of nonchalance. He casually replied, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." Chapter 25. You are dreaming a bit too beautifully. Deep within the mountain peak, the young master has astonishingly reached the summit. Does this not imply that his swordsmanship talent surpasses that of Brother Wang? Is this merely a question of strength? It is a defiance of the heavens. The summit is a place reserved solely for the sect master. The young master is incredibly impressive. I shall henceforth be his devoted admirer. I aspire to be the young master's loyal follower. At the foot of the Sword Mountain, after a brief silence, fervent discussion érupted. The crowd gazed at the silhouette atop the peak, exhilarated. This is the young master of their Qingyun sect, a true prodigy of swordsmanship. Some female cultivators blushed, their hearts aflutter, excitedly expressing their admiration. The sword cultivators, however, appeared despondent, their spirits clouded. Compared to ordinary practitioners, they comprehended the significance of the summit more deeply. Yet this left them perplexed about how Zhang Xian accomplished such a feat. It seemed the only explanation lay in his extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Nevertheless, some sword cultivators, gazing at Zhang Xian's figure, found their resolve strengthened, viewing him as a target to aspire to. When Zhang Xian surpassed Wang Xiaohu, they seemingly witnessed the twilight of one sword genius while simultaneously witnessing the dawn of another. Among the inner elders, Wang Defa wore a complex expression. He did not harbor resentment towards Zhang Xian for outshining his son. After all, they were all members of the Qingyun sect, and the stronger, the better. His only concern was that Wang Xiaohu might waver in his resolve, affecting his future cultivation. He never expected the young master's swordsmanship talent to be so formidable. To ascend the Sword Mountain in the Qi condensation stage is simply unimaginable. Could it be that the sect master's teachings are truly so extraordinary? While I do not fully comprehend the chaotic infinite sword body, it is evident that sword cultivators with sword intent and those without inhabit entirely different realms. The inner elders began to voice their thoughts, with sword cultivators perceiving even more. However, most attributed Zhang Xian's remarkable achievements to the sect master's teachings, which did not diminish their faith in him. Luck, after all, can sometimes be a facet of strength. This sentiment was not solely held by the inner elders, but echoed the thoughts of some who were reluctant to accept the truth. They simply believed that Zhang Xian was merely fortunate to have received an extraordinary inheritance. Zhang Xian was oblivious to these sentiments, as he possessed no mind-reading abilities. Yet, even if he were aware, he would offer no explanations. For how could one elucidate such matters? Was it to suggest that there was no inheritance at all, and that the sword body and sword intent were inherently his? Would that not be a disservice to himself? At this moment, after leaving a remark for Wang Xiaohu, he prepared to investigate what lay atop the sword mountain. Wang Xiaohu, finally regaining his composure, glared at Zhang Xian and said through gritted teeth, "You expect me to acknowledge you as my master? Impossible." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian paused, somewhat speechless. What kind of delusion was this young man entertaining? Apologies, but I do not accept disciples. My previous words might have caused a misunderstanding, so allow me to clarify. What I meant was, if you wish to learn from me, I could offer some guidance. But as for taking you on as a disciple, you are indeed dreaming a bit too beautifully. Upon the utterance of those words, not only was Wang Xiaohu taken aback, but the group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain stood in stunned silence as well. It would have been more fitting to say he was accepting disciples. Wang Xiaohu's chest heaved violently, clearly incensed. At the mountain's base, Guyue Fang found it somewhat amusing, though he hesitated to laugh. Brother Zhang's knack for provoking others was truly exceptional. After all, if even the venerable ancestors could be swayed by him, it was evident that Wang Xiaohu's composure was lacking. Not offering guidance? Very well then. I have much wisdom to impart that many sword cultivators yearn for, and on this rare occasion when I am in good spirits, you choose not to appreciate it. Zhang Xian shook his head, dismissing the matter. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaohu had completely lost his composure. Do you even hear what you are saying? A Qi refinement stage cultivator instructing me, a Taoist true monarch? Do you think this is a fantasy novel? Zhang Xian, what nonsense is this? Once your realm equals mine, I shall engage you in battle, staking the honor of sword cultivators on the line. Wang Xiaohu's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. The lad was clearly indignant, lacking even a trace of sword intent. It would be better to refrain from further provocation, lest he crush the boy's spirit. You merely had the fortune of obtaining a legacy. What right do you have to utter such words? This thought lingered unspoken in Wang Xiaohu's mind, as he was overwhelmed by anger and subsequently fainted. By the heavens! Someone save him, quickly! Exclaimed an inner sect elder from above. Wang Defa, quick-witted, rushed up the sword mountain to bring Wang Xiaohu back. Witnessing the scene, Zhang Xian's mouth twitched as well. The young man's resolve was evidently fragile. However, he had not intended to provoke. He merely spoke the truth. When his unparalleled sword intent was unleashed, few sword cultivators could even hold a sword, let alone someone devoid of any sword intent like Wang Xiaohu. His intentions were, in fact, for the boy's benefit. Yet, seeing that he had truly fainted, he offered Wang Defa an awkward yet polite smile. Elder Wang, young who still needs to cultivate his composure, Zhang Xian remarked. Wang Defa had expected Zhang Xian to express some words of apology, yet he was taken aback by this response. The boy had fainted, and you dare to say such things? Wang Defa's lips twitched, but he could only respond, Thank you. Young master, for your reminder. I shall ensure young whose cultivation is monitored. Zhang Xian nodded, choosing to dismiss the matter, and turned his gaze toward the summit of the sword mountain. Earlier, as he ascended, he experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a year prior when he encountered the spirit-testing monument that concealed his sword intent. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Xian ventured deeper into the heart of the sword mountain. The surrounding elders and disciples watched as Zhang Xian entered the depths of the sword mountain, subsequently withdrawing their gazes. Though they were curious about what lay within, they understood their lack of qualification to know. As for the cultivators at the foot of the mountain, after a brief discussion, they dispersed, returning to their practices or undertaking sect tasks. Nonetheless, the day's events had allowed them to witness Zhang Xian's formidable sword talent, and none dared to look down upon him any longer. Of course, what left the most indelible impression was still Zhang Xian's arrogant demeanor and his infuriatingly audacious manner of speaking. At the foot of the mountain, the ancient moon, square and upright, shook his head with a smile, noting that Brother Zhang was indeed anything but low-key. He was situated at a distance of one from the base of the Sword Mountain, and at last he resumed his ascent. However, due to Zhang Xian's extraordinary prowess, there were few left to pay him any mind. As for Zhang Xian, he ventured deeper into the heart of the Sword Mountain. At the summit, myriad swords hovered, resembling a vast forest that obscured the depths. This phenomenon elucidates why, despite the mountain's modest height, cultivators could gaze down upon it from afar, yet remain oblivious to the circumstances at the peak. As Zhang Xian pressed forward, he marveled at the sword forest overhead. Impressed by how well Xiao Yao had crafted it, he silently thanked his stars that Xiao Yao was not present. Otherwise, his endeavor to reach the summit of the Sword Mountain would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He continued onward into the depths of the sword forest, and after a brief moment, he finally beheld the situation at the very center. There was nothing extraordinary, only a singular sword, encircled by countless others. These swords seemed to reinforce their sovereign. Yet, this particular sword, both in its sheath and in its exposed hilt, was riddled with an intricate web of cracks, as if a mere touch would shatter it, resembling a creation forged from innumerable fragments. Upon laying eyes on the sword, Zhang Xian froze in place, for it was his own sword. Chapter 26. Qi is Qi, and sword Qi is also Qi, the system's other function. Caution. Upon catching sight of the sword, Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim. He was not cautioning anyone. Rather, the sword bore the name Caution. This was the sword that had accompanied him throughout his first life. Although he had sold it a few times to buy candied hawthorns for Xiao Yao, and had even lost it on a few occasions, he ultimately retrieved it each time. The name he had given the sword once deceived many adversaries in battle. Regrettably, as more people learned of its name, it ceased to be effective. Who would have thought he would encounter it once more? Zhang Xian stepped forward, gradually approaching Caution. The sword was enveloped by the ethereal sword intent of Yun Yao, swirling around it like mist, seemingly nurturing it. As Zhang Xian drew near, Yun Yao's sword intent parted, allowing him passage without obstruction. He slowly extended his hand, grasping Caution and drawing it from its sheath, gently caressing the hilt and scabbard, his expression complex, yet predominantly one of astonishment. He recalled that when he perished in his first life, Caution had been destroyed alongside him in the calamity of the immortals. Now, as he traced the cracks on the blade, Zhang Xian understood all too well. These were remnants collected by Xiao Yao, painstakingly pieced together and nurtured over hundreds of thousands of years with sword intent. Yet, despite such efforts, the fissures remained. His hand trembled slightly as he held the sword, his eyes reddening, a torrent of unspoken words flooding his heart, and ultimately, he could only utter one phrase as he gazed at the sword in his grasp. Caution, rest assured, I shall not forsake you again. And to Xiao Yao, you must wait for me. Caution was originally a celestial sword, imbued with spirit, even possessing the potential to cultivate a sword spirit. However, due to the calamity of the immortals, it now offered no response to Zhang Xian's words. Its vitality evidently extinguished. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian's gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. He would swiftly complete the tasks of this life, attain transcendence, and reunite with Xiao Yao. He thought to himself, for his own sake, for Xiao Yao, and for Caution. His gaze resolute, he grasped the hilt, and with a sudden motion, drew forth the once supreme celestial sword that had belonged to him. Caution, let us battle another lifetime. Clang! The celestial sword was unsheathed, not with earth-shattering force, but rather with fragments scattering across the ground. Zhang Xian was momentarily petrified. What the? He quickly crouched down, staring at the shards. utterly at a loss. Damn it, it's not fixed. Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched violently as he carefully gathered the pieces, piecing them together. If Xiao Yao were to discover this, it would be disastrous. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he hastily immersed himself in the puzzle. This piece should belong here, right? Perhaps. Damn, wait. Why is there a piece missing here? Shit, this isn't right either. How does this fit together? Zhang Xian's scalp tingled. Had he known, he would not have recklessly drawn the sword. But he had realized it was still unfixed. Fortunately, after a month of effort, Zhang Xian finally managed to reassemble the sword. It should be about right now. Shouldn't it? He regarded the sword in his hand, his tone laced with uncertainty. At this moment, the fissures on the sword had been stabilized anew by his sword intent, yet the blade remained uneven, resembling a saw rather than a true sword. Nevertheless, he dismissed the appearance, for once sheathed, it would not be discernible. He returned the sword to its scabbard and nurtured it with his supreme sword intent. At this juncture, Zhang Xian began to comprehend that while Xiao Xian was, after all, his own sword, Xiao Yao had nurtured it with sword intent for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet the sword intent inevitably bore differences, rendering complete restoration impossible. If he were to nurture it himself, one day it should be fully restored. As for the temporary inability to wield Xiao Xian, he had not contemplated acquiring another sword. With Xiao Xian absent, it was inconsequential. But should Xiao Xian return and he resort to another blade, what would distinguish that from openly mocking Xiao Xian? Regardless, given his prowess in swordsmanship, the absence of a blade was of little consequence. Finally resolved. Observing Xiao Xian, now identical to its former self, Zhang Xian sighed in relief. As long as he refrained from drawing the sword, who could ascertain its true state? He set Xiao Xian aside, and then removed the tassel from his waist, attaching it to the sword's hilt. The tassel danced gently in the absence of wind, as if the celestial sword had come to life. A smile graced Zhang Xian's lips, his eyes imbued with warmth. Then, he lifted his gaze with determination. It was time to cultivate. His journey to Sword Mountain was not solely to prove himself. He harbored another objective, to absorb the sword chi present here. For ordinary cultivators, the sword chi of Sword Mountain served merely to temper the body, but for Zhang Xian, it was far more significant. With a low-grade spirit root of the 5 elements, his absorption of spiritual energy was sluggish, presenting a considerable challenge. While he possessed numerous methods to address this, most were conventional means of seeking rare resources to enhance his aptitude. He was aware of many elixirs that could elevate one's qualifications, even knowing their locations. However, personally seeking them would prove too slow. As for alternative methods, they too were unlikely to meet his requirements in the immediate future. The prospect of enduring the scorn of lower cultivation was unbearable to him. Thus, he resolved to absorb sword chi for his cultivation. Spiritual energy is essence, and sword chi is likewise essence. Why should it not be utilized for cultivation? A confident smile spread across Zhang Xian's face. Should this notion reach the ears of the outside world, it would likely upheave the entire realm of cultivation. After all, sword chi is cultivated by sword practitioners and is conventionally employed solely for combat, entirely distinct from spiritual energy. This is common knowledge. Yet, what is impossible for others may very well be attainable for Zhang Xian, who possessed the chaos limitless sword body. The chaos limitless sword body is inherently capable of absorbing sword chi. Previously, this absorption was directed towards nurturing the sword body, enhancing it to better accumulate sword intent and condense sword chi. Now, it will be utilized directly for cultivation. Of course, while this notion is simple to articulate, the challenges to be surmounted are numerous, for sword chi and spiritual energy are ultimately different. However, Zhang Xian exuded confidence, for he possessed a system. Commence the calculations. I shall cultivate with sword chi. Zhang Xian conveyed to the system in his heart. Please input the information required for the calculations. Host. Zhang Xian presented his concept, articulating various hypotheses on how to cultivate using sword chi and how to absorb it akin to spiritual energy. Subsequently, he integrated a multitude of information correlating diverse techniques. and submitted them for the system's analysis. A luminous screen manifested before him, displaying an anatomical diagram of a human engaged in cultivation. The sword qi flowed through the body's meridians, continually operating according to Zhang Xian's intentions. This capability of the system, which extends beyond mere reincarnation, is its greatest asset, simulation. However, it is more aptly termed validation, for the system does not simply realize any random idea Zhang Xian presents. He must furnish it with various operational data. For instance, after the sword qi enters the body, how can one ensure that it achieves the effects of spiritual energy, traversing the meridians and ultimately transforming in a magical power? Furthermore, how should the sword qi circulate within the body to avoid damaging the meridians? These inquiries necessitate Zhang Xian to propose solutions, with the system assisting in their verification. In essence, the system functions as a supercomputer, enabling Zhang Xian to validate any hypothesis or theory without incurring any cost, provided the information is sufficient. This is the reason he has consistently reached the pinnacle in every lifetime, whether in alchemy, bloodline refinement, or the creation of extraordinary physiques. Zhang Xian can amalgamate his insights with known information, allowing the system to assist in verification. At first glance, this functionality may seem superfluous, yet Zhang Xian, having employed it countless times, finds it extraordinary. The system's validation is instantaneous and requires no expenditure. It is noteworthy that the establishment of techniques or the compilation of alchemical formulas demands immense human and material resources, and the validation process alone can be exceedingly time-consuming, particularly after failures, necessitating countless accumulations. Conversely, the system yields results in an instant, allowing Zhang Xian to engage in repeated simulations, ultimately arriving at a definitive path to pursue. This is the true essence of his exceptional talent. Although Zhang Xian's aspiration to cultivate using sword qi may appear fantastical, combined with his insights from 99 lifetimes and understanding of the chaotic, limitless sword body, it seems to be inching towards possibility in this moment. Perhaps, after several 100,000 years, the chaotic, limitless sword body will ascend to new heights. Chapter 27. Wang Xiaohu descends the mountain amidst the resounding clang of a myriad of swords. A single day marked the foundation of a new journey. As spring yielded to autumn, a year silently slipped by, an inconsequential span for cultivators, for even a foundational practitioner might spend years in seclusion. Within the Qingyun sect, life unfolded as usual. Disciples diligently pursued their training and undertook various tasks, with no significant events to disrupt the routine. However, a flurry of excitement emerged. The first notable occurrence was the awakening of the Taoist true monarch Wang Xiaohu, who resolved to leave the sect and traverse the realms. When he voiced this intention, numerous elders and disciples urged him against it, yet he remained resolute, seemingly affected by Zhang Xian's previous remarks. Wang Xiaohu boldly proclaimed, "I shall not return unless I comprehend the essence of the sword." This declaration left the elders and disciples in shock. For Wang Xiaohu was a prominent figure among the Qingyun disciples, who would uphold the banner in his absence. Despite the young master's exceptional talent, he had yet to fully mature. Among the elders, Wang Defa exhibited the greatest concern. It appeared as though he had aged considerably overnight. A father's worry for his son is ever palpable. Although Wang Xiaohu had departed the sect before, never had he prepared for a departure that might be permanent. Indeed, to most elders and disciples, his words hinted at an indefinite absence. After all, is the comprehension of sword intent something one can simply will into existence? Countless sword cultivators inhabit the southern lands, yet how many truly possess the essence of sword? If he were to spend a lifetime unable to grasp it, would he remain away forever? Among the clamor, only a handful of sword cultivators and former admirers of Wang Xiaohu voiced their support. "Brother Wang, you are remarkable. We believe in you." They cheered. The young master's sword intent is merely inherited. We are confident that Brother Wang's talent is equally formidable. Keep striving, Brother Wang. We await the day of your return to challenge the young master. Thus, with unwavering determination, Wang Xiaohu departed from the Qingyun sect, leaving Wang Defa a solitary figure. Of course, Wang Defa harbored no resentment towards Zhang Xian, believing him not to be the reason for Wang Xiaohu's departure. After all, a noble man aspires towards the horizon, and Wang Xiaohu has his own path to tread. Yet, on the day of farewell, it seemed as though Wang Defa discreetly wiped away a tear. In addition to Wang Xiaohu's departure, another topic of fervent discussion among the Qingyun disciples and elders was Guyu Fangzheng. Following Zhang Xian's ascension to Sword Mountain, he chose not to leave, but instead continued his ascent, ultimately reaching a height of 10 zhang after 6 months. This was the pinnacle achievable by foundational practitioners. However, as he was not a sword cultivator, he could not ascend further. Many sword elder cultivators expressed their regret, lamenting that Guyu Fangzheng did not pursue the path of the sword. During this time, numerous sword elders inquired whether Guyu Fangzheng intended to shift his focus to swordsmanship, to which he graciously declined. "I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed elders. But with a talent like Brother Zhang's in the realm of swordsmanship, my modest abilities would only invite ridicule," he would respond. No one could fault his words. For who among the Qingyun sect was unaware of Zhang Xian's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship? Only the sword cultivator elders found themselves at a loss for words. Was it really the case that because of the young master's formidable talent in the sword path, they should cease their own sword practice? However, given that Guyu Fangzheng held a unique status and had explicitly declined, they felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. As for Zhang Xian, he was the subject of the most discussion among the disciples and elders. It was noteworthy that Zhang Xian had already remained on Sword Mountain for an entire year. Typically, foundational cultivators would ascend Sword Mountain for no more than a month, while Golden Core practitioners might stay for half a year, and only those at the nascent soul stage could potentially endure for a year. Yet here was Zhang Xian merely at the Qi refining stage, astonishingly choosing to remain at the summit for a whole year without any intention of descending. This left many disciples and elders curious. Just how long could the young master continue his cultivation up there? Today, Guyu Fangzheng rose from a height of 10 zhang on Sword Mountain, exhaling a breath as he concluded his meditation. There was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, clearly indicative of significant gains. He could now prepare for his breakthrough to the Golden Core. Guyu Fangzheng contemplated this, then turned his gaze towards the summit. Was Zhang Xian not planning to come down? He shook his head, thinking that the other was truly defying the heavens. His own foundational cultivation had reached its limit after half a year at that height. Remaining longer could only be detrimental. Yet, Zhang Xian had already lingered at the peak for a year, and his talent in the sword path was likely even more formidable than he had imagined. Guyu Fangzheng couldn't help but recall the sword cultivators of the Central Plains, those prodigies of the sword path who would surely pale in comparison before Zhang Xian. If ever Zhang Xian were to venture into the Central Plains, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle. With this thought, Guyu Fangzheng smiled. As for comparing himself to Zhang Xian, he had certainly considered it, for he too was a genius, confident that he was not inferior to anyone. Zhang Xian's talent lay in the sword path, while his own path diverged. Who was stronger would require a battle at the same level to ascertain. Squinting slightly at the summit, a hint of martial spirit flickered in his eyes. With a sense of anticipation, he turned and began his descent down the mountain. Boom! At that moment, a sudden surge of sword energy erupted from the pinnacle of Sword Mountain. The sword energy from the entire mountain converged, seemingly forming a sharp sword that hung high in the heavens. The swords upon the mountain emitted cries, engulfed in a restless turmoil. The commotion was so profound that the entire Qingyun sect sensed it, prompting several elders to swiftly descend upon Sword Mountain, filled with confusion. What was happening? Why had the sword energy on Sword Mountain erupted? The young master was at the summit. Could it possibly be his doing? Surely not. The young master was merely at the Qi refining stage. Even with extraordinary talent, it was inconceivable that he could stir the sword energy of the entire mountain. The elders' expressions varied as they debated, while the disciples gazed at Sword Mountain in astonishment. In the current situation, no one believed Zhang Xian was the cause. For even a great ascension expert would struggle to provoke the sword energy of the entire mountain. Even a tribulation transcendent would find it challenging to shake it. Among the crowd, Gu Yufangzheng furrowed his brow in perplexity. Could it be you, Zhangxian? Yet the next moment, he shook his head, convinced it was impossible. Having spent nearly a year on Sword Mountain, he understood, well, that without celestial cultivation, it was utterly impossible to disturb the mountain. After all, the creator of Sword Mountain is none other than the formidable Qingyun Sword Immortal, who instills a deep sense of trepidation even in his own ancestors. It is not Zhang. So how could the sword energy become unruly? Guyu appeared perplexed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, deep within the pinnacle of Sword Mountain, a hearty laughter erupted from Zhangxian. Ah, Ibedunete. I have succeeded. Zhangxian gazed at the luminous system interface before him, his spirit soaring. For he had finally deduced a technique for cultivating sword energy. This technique, born of the accumulation of knowledge from his 99 lifetimes, combined with countless ingenious ideas and numerous validations by the system, had at last come to fruition. It is a method capable of transforming the entire realm of cultivation. However, Zhangxian had no intention of disseminating it, for others would be unable to practice it. The essence of this technique lies in the chaos infinite sword body. Without this sword body, cultivation is impossible. While the chaos infinite sword body can be cultivated postnatally, achieving mastery would mean attaining immortality. Who would willingly relinquish their cultivation to start new? Thus, this technique is indeed tailored exclusively for Zhangxian. Let us give it a try. A glint of determination sparkled in Zhangxian's eyes as he sat cross-legged without hesitation, commencing his cultivation. He harbored no doubt regarding the system's validation, as it had successfully run simulations. Now, in his own practice, he merely needed to follow the deduced results. Zhangxian closed his eyes, and in the next moment, the surrounding sword energy converged wildly towards him, penetrating his body. The influx of external sword energy could shatter a cultivator's meridians and Dantian, especially the chaotic sword energy atop this mountain, a veritable M-Lang of all sorts. Should any disciple or elder of the Qingyun sect witness this scene from below, they would likely be horrified. Such a tumultuous sword energy entering the body could severely injure even a perfected cultivator, perhaps leaving indelible marks on their path. Even a transcendent being would find it daunting. Yet Zhangxian remained undeterred, welcoming it all. If it were the previous Chaos Infinite Sword, he might have hesitated to absorb the sword energy so recklessly, relying instead on passive absorption through his sword body. But that concern was now obsolete. As long as he guided the absorbed sword energy to follow the deduced path of the technique, all would be well. Soon, the sword energy coursed through his body, completing a full cycle and transforming into the first strand of magical power. This strand was remarkably pure, imbued with a sharp essence of sword energy, causing Zhangxian to raise an eyebrow in surprise. It worked. A wave of joy surged within him as he wasted no time continuing the cultivation. Gradually, the second strand of magical power formed, followed by the third, the fourth. Before long, his Dantian was completely filled. Yet, despite his closed eyes, a frown creased his brow, suggesting dissatisfaction. The speed at which he absorbed sword energy for cultivation was akin to that of a celestial spirit root absorbing spiritual energy, but still felt a tad slow. The main issue lay in the efficiency of transforming sword energy into magical power, which required optimization. If a cultivator with a celestial spirit root were to hear Zhangxian's sentiments, they might very well be driven to despair. How could he possibly be dissatisfied? After all, the celestial spirit root is renowned as the fastest cultivation talent. Yet to Zhangxian, slow is still slow. He was, after all, undergoing his 100th attempt at refining his realm, all while possessing a familiar physique. Such sluggish progress would surely become a source of ridicule for other transmigrators. Zhangxian critically evaluated the various inadequacies of his cultivation technique, diligently noting them one by one. However, these were trifling matters. The foundational technique had already been deduced, and subsequent optimization would be a far simpler endeavor. Thus he paid little heed to them. At this moment, he was merely reveling in the exhilarating sensation of his cultivation ascending. Having spent a year on Sword Mountain, the sword aura constantly tempered his body, while the chi refinement stage served as a critical phase for channeling energy into the body and refining his physique. Therefore, when the sword aura became successfully applicable for cultivation, his progress surged at an astonishing speed akin to a soaring sword. His aura, initially at the second level of chi refinement, soared directly to the third level after merely circulating the technique for a few cycles. Yet this was not the end. His aura continued to rise, fourth level, fifth level, and finally, the 10th level of chi refinement, reaching foundation establishment. Boom! At the moment, Zhang Xian transcended the threshold of foundation establishment. The entire sword mountain erupted in a frenzy of sword energy, converging towards the peak, while the myriad swords upon the mountain resonated with a triumphant clang. As he had cultivated with sword energy, his successful breakthrough resonated with the sword aura of Sword Mountain, leading to a moment where it seemed as though the entire mountain rejoiced in celebration of Zhang Xian's ascension. The myriad swords sang in harmony. A day of foundation establishment. Chapter 28. The enhancement of the chaotic infinite sword body. A decade of golden elixirs. Zhang Xian slowly opened his eyes, his expression remarkably tranquil. It is commonly said that 10 years are required to lay a foundation, while a century is needed for the golden elixir, such is the nature of prodigies. Yet, Zhang Xian's foundation was established in a single day, an achievement that, if known, would undoubtedly astonish many and overshadow numerous talented individuals. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian remained unfazed, for he regarded this accomplishment as a natural progression. During the chi refining stage, practitioners draw energy into their bodies, utilizing spiritual essence to refine their physical forms, cleansing their sinews and marrow to transcend their mortal limitations. However, the sword aura at the peak of Sword Mountain far surpasses the efficacy of spiritual essence. Having spent an entire year at the summit, the potency of the sword energy there exceeded all expectations, rendering the refining effects vastly superior to those below, making it hardly surprising that he could leap into the foundational stage. As for the speed of his advancement, Zhang Xian did not perceive it as particularly swift. After all, he had been cultivating for a mere 2 years in this lifetime, although his serious practice time was negligible. Transitioning into the foundational stage in 2 years seemed quite ordinary to him. He recalled some ancient sect disciples who were born with foundational cultivation. Those were the true paragons of heaven. Furthermore, in his 99 reincarnations, he had once entered the foundational stage in just half a month. Thus, his current situation was insufficient to elicit any excitement. What truly captivated him were the newly derived techniques and the effects of his cultivation. Upon entering the foundational stage through sword energy, the chaotic infinite sword body appeared to undergo a transformation. Previously, it could only passively absorb sword energy to enhance his physical constitution and accumulate sword intent. Now, it could actively absorb sword energy for cultivation. Additionally, he sensed that the sword body seemed to exert a unique suppression over sword cultivators. Zhang Xian carefully contemplated the changes within his body, pleasantly surprised by the apparent elevation of the chaotic infinite sword body, originally capable of overpowering all saint bodies. He could only speculate about the extent of its enhancement after this new advancement. The emergence of a new technique had raised the upper limit of the sword body. Now that he had only entered the foundational stage, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of improvement, leaving much to anticipate for the future. As for the sword body suppression of sword cultivators, Zhang Xian felt a resemblance to the bloodline suppression of demon or beast races, which was quite intriguing. This was the true essence of the sword body. Rather than feeling elated by his breakthrough in realm, he was invigorated by the transformation of his sword body. Initially, he had merely sought to create a technique to facilitate his cultivation in this life. Unexpectedly, he found that he could enhance his sword body as well. A delightful surprise indeed. Moreover, the changes in the sword body did not end there. It had the innate ability to autonomously accumulate sword energy, especially during combat when his magical power continuously generated sword energy. Now, after utilizing sword energy for cultivation, he could, to a certain extent, achieve a form of self-sufficiency. He could release sword energy and subsequently absorb it for his cultivation, which was nothing short of a remarkable advantage. Of course, a perpetual motion machine was unattainable, as there would always be a loss of magical power during the conversion to sword energy, and the efficiency of absorbing sword energy for cultivation could never reach 100%. Thus, complete self-sufficiency was impossible. Restoring magical power still required spiritual essence. Even so, this achievement is nothing short of miraculous. The new cultivation technique he has derived, in conjunction with the Chaos Infinite sword body, has completely resolved the drawbacks associated with inferior five-element spiritual roots, allowing the cultivation speed to reach levels comparable to that of celestial spiritual roots. Although Zhang Xian remains somewhat dissatisfied with this pace, he believes there is room for gradual improvement. If one were to cultivate independently, the speed of advancement would hinge upon the rate of absorbing spiritual energy to restore one's magical power. Thus, enhancing the quality of one's spiritual root remains imperative. Yet, if the quality of the spiritual root is elevated, why would there still be a need to cultivate through sword energy? As Zhang Xian pondered potential solutions, he suddenly found himself at an impasse. However, he did not dwell on the issue. If clarity eluded him now, he would set it aside, trusting that inspiration might strike him at an opportune moment. Moreover, if he were in a place rich with sword energy like Sword Mountain, such dilemmas would be non-existent, as he could directly absorb sword energy for cultivation. He resolved to further elevate his cultivation level. After establishing the foundation, the pace of advancement would inevitably slow. With the sect competition looming in merely 9 years, he grimaced at the thought of being looked down upon due to insufficient cultivation. Wasting no more time, he immediately closed his eyes once again after breaking through to the foundational stage, entering a state of deep meditation to resume his training. The foundational period, where the Dantian transforms into a sea to forge the essence of cultivation, represents a profoundly significant step on the path of immortality. Without proper guidance, this step can lead one astray, with repercussions extending far into the future. Many cultivators falter at this foundational stage, adversely affecting their subsequent advancement, prompting numerous high-ranking practitioners to retrace their steps to solidify their basics. However, such concerns were non-existent for Zhang Xian, for he had traversed this path 99 times. He was intimately familiar with the intricacies of forging an unparalleled foundation. Though he claimed his cultivation was slow, this was only relative to his own experience. His speed, akin to that of celestial spiritual roots, had already surpassed that of 99% of the cultivators in the world. Furthermore, the sword energy on Sword Mountain not only tempers the body, but also refines the foundational essence, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. Even the esteemed Guyu Fangzheng spent 6 months on Sword Mountain solidifying his base before choosing to break through to the Golden Core stage. Thus, Zhang Xian's cultivation at the peak of Sword Mountain would undoubtedly progress at an accelerated rate. Time flew by like an arrow, and another year slipped away unnoticed. The upheaval caused by Zhang Xian's breakthrough to the foundational stage had left the members of the Qingyun sect searching for answers, but they soon dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Yet, unbeknownst to them, atop Sword Mountain, Zhang Xian had already advanced to the mid-foundational stage. This time, however, no extraordinary phenomena accompanied his breakthrough. Everything remained tranquil. 2 years later, on a certain peak of the Qingyun sect, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, crackling with lightning, capturing the attention of the disciples and elders alike. The storm expanded rapidly, enveloping an area of several dozen miles, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation among many Qingyun sect disciples. Was it the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation? How could its reach be so extensive? An elder, recognizing the origin of the thundercloud, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, harmony with the heavenly way is essential. Thus, when a cultivator seeks to break through to the Golden Core stage, they must obtain recognition from the heavens, prompting the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Having successfully overcome the tribulation and gained the recognition of heaven and earth, one can break through. However, failure may result in severe injuries that prohibit any further advancement, or even lead to death and the dissolution of the soul. Generally, when a cultivator transcends the golden core tribulation, the calamity clouds span no more than 10 miles. Yet now, the calamity clouds envelop a radius of several dozen miles, indicating that the strength of the individual surpasses that of their peers by several folds. Do we, in the Qingyun sect, possess such a foundational disciple? As the elders pondered this with curiosity, Gu Yufangzing suddenly appeared, treading upon the void. A resplendent golden core hovering above his head, facing the tribulation head-on. It was he, the elders realized. If it were Gu Yufangzing facing the tribulation, it would be entirely expected. He is the scion of a lineage renowned for longevity, endowed with the rare dual-elemental innate roots of wind and thunder, and possesses the sacred body of wind and thunder. Indeed, it would be remarkable if his golden core tribulation were to cause any disturbance. Standing beneath the tribulation, Gu Yufangzing appeared diminutive, akin to an ant caught in a tempest. Yet, his countenance bore no trace of fear. Rather, it was filled with a yearning for the path of cultivation following his golden core breakthrough, as if the impending tribulation were of little consequence. Thunder roared. Soon, the 9 heavenly tribulations descended, a total of 27 bolts of lightning, each thicker than the last, instilling terror in many of the Qingyun disciples. Several elders felt their eyelids twitch, reflecting on how, in their own time, they would have undoubtedly faltered in the face of such a tribulation. However, Gu Yufangzing exhibited remarkable resilience. The lightning struck him, merely causing him to stagger slightly. Before long, the tribulation dissipated, and the sky returned to clarity. Gu Yufangzing's robe lay in tatters, his complexion pale, and he appeared somewhat disheveled, yet none dared to underestimate him. An elder discerned that Gu Yufangzing had sustained no injuries, and could not help but commend him. Indeed, as a scion of a long-lived family, this young man's future is boundless. Gu Yufangzing humbly clasped his hands in gratitude towards those around him before departing to consolidate his realm. The crowd was left in awe of Gu Yufangzing's prowess, engaging in fervent discussions for some time before dispersing. Zhang Xian, however, was oblivious to these events as he remained engrossed in his cultivation. A year after Gu Yufangzing's breakthrough, Zhang Xian ascended Sword Mountain, and after 5 years, he successfully reached the late foundational stage. This time, he too did not provoke any visible phenomenon, merely achieving a minor breakthrough. He did not cease his cultivation, even keeping his eyes shut, seemingly unaware of the passage of time. 3 years later, after 8 years since he first climbed Sword Mountain, Zhang Xian had reached the pinnacle of the foundational stage. He continued his training, showing no inclination to pause, as if he had completely forgotten the world outside. Time passed unmarked in the mountains, and a decade had elapsed since Zhang Xian's ascent. On this day, he finally opened his eyes, a flash of sword light illuminating his gaze, radiating sharpness. Above him, a smooth and resplendent golden core slowly revolved, with flashes of sword intent flickering upon its surface, imparting a sense of keen edge. A decade of seclusion, a decade of golden core. Chapter 29. For the growth of the young master, everything else can be set aside. A single sword repels the heavenly tribulation. On this day, numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect gathered beneath the Sword Mountain, with several intersect elders also in attendance. The time was nearing for the great competition of the southern regions, to be held at the Ziki sect, and they needed to embark on their journey forthwith. At present, all disciples participating in the competition were prepared, save for Zhang Xian. 10 years prior, Zhang Xian had declared his intention to partake in the sect's great contest before ascending the Sword Mountain. Yet now he exhibited no inclination to descend, causing a ripple of uncertainty among many. Would the young master still attend? Had he perhaps become so engrossed in his cultivation that he lost track of time? With a low-grade spiritual root across 5 elements, it was unlikely that even a decade of cultivation at the mountain's peak would yield significant advancement. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the notion altogether? The outer sect disciples awaiting their turn glanced at the Sword Mountain, engaged in hushed discussions. Yet none bore any disdain for Zhang Xian. After all, his ascent to the mountain summit a decade ago had already attested to his capabilities. Nevertheless, the limitations of a low-grade 5-element spiritual root were undeniable, and the young master's current realm remained a formidable challenge. Among those waiting was Gu Yuefeng, also a participant in the competition. Surrounding him were more than 10 outer sect disciples of the Golden Core stage, some even in the late Golden Core stage. Behind them stood the Foundation establishment disciples, the weakest among them being of the mid-Foundation stage. This exemplified the profound heritage of the top sects of the southern regions. While they may not rival the ancient powers, selecting 100 disciples from the Foundation and Golden Core stages was certainly within their means. Elder Wang Defa, tasked with leading the team for the competition, furrowed his brow upon hearing the murmurs of his disciples. The time afforded to the young master was indeed too brief. His period of advancement had yet to commence. He shook his head while gazing at the Sword Mountain and addressed the participating disciples. We shall wait here for one day. If the young master has not descended by then, we will set off. Upon hearing this, the disciples nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. However, as soon as Elder Wang concluded, he abruptly shifted his tone, issuing a reminder. There is one more matter. Should the young master truly descend during the competition, you must ensure his safety. You are all aware of his talents. His spiritual root may currently limit his progress, yet his swordsmanship is boundless. The decision for the young master to participate in this competition was made by the sect master, and we have no choice in the matter. But we cannot allow the young master to meet an untimely end. Upon hearing these words, the Foundation establishment disciples nodded in agreement. Yet the Golden Core disciples exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in dissatisfaction. While they had no objections to protecting the young master, having witnessed his potential, they felt that the competition was no trifling matter. It was a place where lives could be lost. To act as caretakers for a Chi refinement stage, cultivator seemed to undermine their purpose in striving for the sect's glory. Elder Wang Defa, perceptive to the discontent among the Golden Core disciples, addressed them once more. Do not concern yourselves with the sect's ranking this time. The safety of a young master must take precedence above all. The young master, brimming with youthful vigor, can be accompanied by you all to broaden his horizons. Once he matures, what significance does the ranking of a sect competition hold? This decision rests with all the elders. Everything can be postponed for the sake of allowing Zhang Xian to grow. Upon hearing these words, the Golden Core disciples had nothing to say. Any dissatisfaction they harbored could only be concealed within their hearts as they nodded in agreement. Well then, it seems we are merely to serve as caretakers. Of course, if the young master chooses not to descend the mountain, then there would be no matter at all. Such were the thoughts of the disciples. Seeing that the disciples had acquiesced, Elder Wang nodded and turned his gaze back to Sword Mountain. In truth, he harbored a reluctance for Zhang Xian to descend, especially after witnessing his extraordinary talent. Over the years, the elders had frequently visited the main peak to implore the sect leader to revoke the order for Zhang Xian to participate in the sect competition. However, it appeared that the sect leader was nowhere to be found within the Qingyun sect, leaving them at an impasse. For now, they could only hope that the young master would truly lose track of time and miss this competition. Gui Wefeng looked at Sword Mountain, his brow furrowed. Could it be that Brother Zhang had truly forgotten the time? Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, dark clouds suddenly gathered above Sword Mountain, illuminated by flashes of lightning. The ominous clouds swiftly expanded, enveloping a 10-mile radius, emanating a formidable celestial might. Witnessing this, Elder Wang raised an eyebrow. Could it be the Golden Core tribulation? Is someone attempting to break through to Golden Core on Sword Mountain? Everyone turned their gaze to the foot of the mountain, where the Foundation establishment cultivators were utterly bewildered. It's not us. Confusion spread among the crowd. Who else could possibly break through to Golden Core on Sword Mountain? As they pondered, the tribulation clouds extended to encompass a 100-mile radius and continued to expand. Noticing this spectacle, Elder Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the Golden Core tribulation? Typically, a cultivator's tribulation clouds would cover no more than 10 miles. Even Gu Yuefeng's exceptional talent only summoned clouds that spanned several dozen miles. Yet, The clouds before them had already enveloped 100 miles and were still growing. How could this be? Look, is that the young master? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing at the summit of Sword Mountain. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly turned their gaze, and indeed, they beheld Zhang Xian emerging from the depths of the mountain. He held a long sword, marred with cracks, and above him floated a perfectly formed golden core, radiating a sword light so brilliant it was difficult to behold. Is the young master truly undergoing the golden core tribulation? Elder Wang could hardly believe his eyes. The young master had only reached the second level of qi cultivation a decade ago, and now he had actually formed a golden core? Is this the cultivation speed of a low-grade, 5-element spirit root? Surely, even those with celestial spirit roots do not progress this swiftly. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What was even more astonishing was that the tribulation clouds had expanded to a radius of 500 miles and showed no signs of abating. The expansion of the tribulation clouds naturally drew the attention of the other disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect. All the elders were roused, turning their gazes towards the skies above Sword Mountain. The clouds continued to surge, expanding to 500 miles, then 800 miles, until they finally encompassed a 1,000-mile radius before coming to a halt. At this moment, all the elders of the Qingyun sect gasped in astonishment, as if they had encountered a specter. They had never witnessed such an exaggerated golden core heavenly tribulation, one that rivaled the fourth 9 heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul stage. Was the young master's talent truly so remarkable? Among the disciples, Gu Yuefeng's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the ominous clouds above, filled with trepidation. He was acutely aware of what the extent of the tribulation clouds signified. He had thought that his own golden core tribulation clouds, spanning several dozen miles, were formidable. Little did he expect Zhang Xian's clouds to be so extraordinary. Did this not imply that Zhang Xian's strength was equivalent to that of 100 in the same realm? No, given the terrifying nature of this heavenly tribulation. Could the young master truly survive it? An inner sect elder, who had rushed over, suddenly recalled something. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the disciples and elders shifted, their hearts sinking. This heavenly tribulation had already reached a level comparable to that of a nascent soul tribulation. How could a golden core cultivator possibly endure it? It was over. This was the heavens' punishing talent. The young master was defying the natural order, a phenomenon unacceptable to the heavens. The elders lamented, their faces clouded with despair. Wang Defa and the other inner sect elders exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to protect the young master. In the face of a cultivator's tribulation, outsiders must not interfere. Otherwise, the tribulation would only intensify. Yet, given the young master's extraordinary talent, they felt compelled to disregard the rules. They had to safeguard him. As the party directly involved, Zhang Xian observed the heavenly tribulation with an air of nonchalance. Such tribulations were not unfamiliar to him. He had faced them numerous times before. What others did not know was that the expansion of these tribulation clouds over 1,000 miles was not his limit, but rather the threshold of the heavenly tribulation itself. The workings of heaven and earth adhere to a set of rules, and a golden core tribulation cannot surpass a nascent soul tribulation. Hence, the upper limit is 1,000 miles of tribulation clouds. Any further expansion would exceed the natural order. As for his current level of strength, he was uncertain. In his first life, he began his journey in the sword path from humble beginnings, accumulating experience until he reached his zenith. However, now he had awakened the sword body and sword intent from that life, along with a profound understanding of the sword at his peak, even enhancing his sword body. Thus, he was unsure of his exact strength among peers. Nevertheless, he was confident that defeating 100 opponents would pose no challenge. And should they be sword cultivators, it would be even simpler. Suddenly, an elder, perplexed by the delayed descent of the tribulation, inquired, "Why has the heavenly tribulation not yet descended? It seemed to be still brewing. Is it still gathering strength? Just how formidable must this tribulation be?" The elders felt a heaviness in their hearts. The young master's talent was indeed terrifying if the tribulation still required further preparation. Was it intent on striking down the young master without mercy? Wang Defa and the other inner sect elders wore grave expressions, for this heavenly tribulation likely far exceeded their expectations. If they intervened, the tribulation would likely escalate to the level of harmonization or even great ascension. Did they truly have a chance to save the young master? Standing atop the sword mountain, Zhang Xian, noticing the tribulation's continued delay, slapped his forehead in realization. He was currently on Sword Mountain, where the celestial sword intent of Yun Yao resided. Naturally, this mere golden core tribulation dared not descend. The immortal is certainly not a being that can be trifled with by mere tribulations. The calamities faced by immortals are known as immortal tribulations. However, once he steps outside the Sword Mountain, he will be met with the fury of thunder. Zhang Xian had never contemplated the crossing of tribulations, for cultivators, it is merely a process of gaining the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The particulars of this process are inconsequential. What truly matters is earning the recognition of one's power by the universe. Thus, he would not allow the heavenly tribulation to reduce him to a state of disarray. Disperse, Zhang Xian declared in a low voice, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and slashing towards the ominous clouds of tribulation above. An unparalleled sword intent erupted, and a resplendent beam of sword light illuminated the heavens. Soaring from the pinnacle of the sword mountain, the sword energy emanating from the mountain appeared to be drawn forth, following that radiant sword light as it surged towards the tribulation clouds, cleaving through the heavens. Boom! As the sword light swept across, the thunderous clouds were cleaved asunder, split into two. The rumble of thunder echoed from within the clouds, reminiscent of divine wrath. Yet, after the tumult, no lightning descended, and the ominous clouds began to gently dissipate. Moments later, the once divided clouds vanished entirely, as if nothing had ever transpired. Beneath the sword mountain, an eerie silence enveloped the area, leaving everyone in a state of shock. What had they just witnessed? The young master had repelled the heavenly tribulation with a single sword strike. Chapter 30. Invincible in the Golden Core Stage. 1 for 1 above the nascent soul. With me in the Qingyun sect, victory is assured. The members of the Qingyun sect stood in astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes. Repelling the heavenly tribulation was an act that transcended their comprehension. Especially the elders, including Wang Defa, who had just been contemplating how to preserve Zhang Xian's life amidst the heavenly tribulation. Yet in the next moment, he had effortlessly severed it. Such a colossal calamity. And now was gone? The crowd struggled to grasp the situation. Gui Weifang was equally astonished, never having imagined that the tribulation could be overcome in such a manner. However, one could hardly blame him. Zhang Xian's extraordinary feat was likely unprecedented even among the celestial ancestors of the Guyu clan, and certainly beyond the understanding of ordinary individuals. Even in the annals of celestial history, such occurrences would not be documented, as they were deemed disrespectful to the heavens by most cultivators. Only Zhang Xian, having undergone 99 cycles of reincarnation, possessed the insight to perform such an act, having long since comprehended the underlying principles governing the cosmos. The so-called heavenly way did not exist. The rules of heaven and earth were akin to an AI program, merely designed to stabilize the operation of a universe. If a heavenly way truly existed, then someone like him, who had retained memories after 99 reincarnations, would have undoubtedly attracted attention long ago. Was it time for the sect's grand competition? It seemed his timing was impeccable. Zhang Xian swallowed the golden core and descended from the sword mountain, approaching the crowd. They remained momentarily stunned, gazing at him with a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. What happened? Observing their reactions, Zhang Xian wore a curious expression, internally reveling in their astonishment. Did this spectacle frighten you all? Master, you have attained your golden core? After a moment of confusion, Elder Wang Defa was the first to speak. Hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled and replied, "You all witnessed the golden core and the heavenly tribulation just now, did you not? How could it be false?" The crowd's eyelids twitched. Of course, it was true. But how had he achieved such a feat? Elder Wang Defa voiced the question lingering in his mind. Master, were you not born with inferior five-element spiritual roots? To this, Zhang Xian retorted, indeed, so what of it? Elder Wang Defa's lips twitched. So what? An inferior five-element spiritual root could attain a golden core in just 10 years. Even celestial spiritual roots did not boast such exaggeration. Yet, they had begun to discern that their master was reluctant to elaborate on the matter. And they chose not to pry further, for everyone harbored their own secrets. Amused by their bewilderment, Zhang Xian chuckled, having no intention of divulging his methods. After all, the technique he had derived could only be practiced in conjunction with the chaotic infinite sword body. Sharing it with others would be futile. As for the name of the technique, he had no plans to disseminate it and found no need to name it. Master, what of that heavenly tribulation just now? Elder Wang Defa inquired again. What is your current strength? All eyes turned to Zhang Xian, brimming with curiosity. The golden core tribulation he had just faced was comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. Such a tribulation indicated that the Master's strength far surpassed their expectations, especially since he had repelled the heavenly tribulation with a mere sword strike, leaving the onlookers in awe. Many among them could not help but speculate whether Master's golden core could rival that of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Xian did not conceal his pride as he declared, in the golden core stage, I am invincible. As for the nascent soul stage, I may be able to contend. However, if it is an extraordinary genius of the nascent soul stage, then we shall see. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Speculation is one thing, but the acknowledgement from the young master himself carries a different weight. They held no doubt, especially after witnessing the recent tribulation, which was comparable to a nascent soul tribulation. Thus, after the initial shock, the crowd could not help but feel exhilarated. They had thought the young master's talents would only manifest in later stages, yet he had already defied expectations in the early phase. Our Qingyun sect shall flourish, exclaimed an elder, tears brimming in his eyes. The young master is invincible. The young master is incredible, cheered a disciple, filled with excitement. Everyone was electrified, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Xian with fervor. As the most loyal disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect, witnessing their young master's formidable strength brought them immense pride. Zhang Xian, too, felt the infectious enthusiasm, exclaiming inwardly, this is exhilarating. Wang Defa and the other inner sect elders were also visibly elated, yet a sigh escaped their lips. For Zhang Xian's recent strike that repelled the tribulation far exceeded the nascent soul level. It seemed the young master was downplaying his true strength. They pondered whether he was simply inexperienced in distinguishing his own power or if he felt less of a connection to the Qingyun sect. The former was acceptable, as the young master would gradually come to understand. If it were the latter, well, he had only been with the Qingyun sect for about a decade. Time was still on their side, so there was no need for haste, they thought in unison. At that moment, Elder Wang Defa, after his initial excitement, suddenly spoke. Convey my orders. Regarding the young master's breakthrough to the golden core stage, we must seal this information completely and not allow outsiders to learn of it. Upon hearing this, many disciples and elders wore puzzled expressions. Why would they conceal such a momentous event that could enhance the sect's reputation? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the situation. Indeed, Elder Wang Defa then smiled and elaborated, Young master, the sect's grand competition is approaching, and the other sects are unaware of your true strength. We can certainly surprise them. At this revelation, the crowd suddenly understood, and an eerie smile spread across the entire Qingyun sect. Zhang Xian pointed at Elder Wang, thinking, you rascal. However, this aligned perfectly with his intentions. Revealing his strength too early would complicate matters. Moreover, he had indeed understated his capabilities, as he himself was uncertain of his true power, merely providing a conservative estimate. After all, should he inadvertently expose all his strength and trigger unforeseen consequences, it could hinder his completion of the system's tasks. Thus, after reaching a consensus, they finally set off to participate in the grand competition. The elders had initially hoped for Zhang Xian to meditate further to solidify his realm, but he insisted it was unnecessary. This was not his first foray into cultivation. Consolidating one's realm was vital for others, but for him, it was a non-issue. However, unable to withstand the insistence of the elders, Zhang Xian had no choice but to take a step back and compromise, suggesting that they stabilize their journey. The elders, unable to counter Zhang Xian's reasoning, reluctantly acquiesced. Before setting off, Zhang Xian made a brief return to the main peak. He had intended to bid farewell to Yun Yao, but upon arrival, he discovered that she was absent from the Qingyun sect. Where could that girl have gone? Observing the still-closed doors of the pavilion, Zhang Xian felt no inclination to intrude. As a parent, he understood the importance of privacy for a growing child. Of course, the situation would have been different had it been a boy. With Yun Yao's absence and feeling disinclined to linger, Zhang Xian joined Elder Wang and the others, embarking directly towards the Ziki sect. All disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect gathered to bid them farewell. May the young master triumph. May all senior brothers and junior brothers achieve victory. The collective voices of the elders and disciples echoed thunderously as they stood at the mountain gate, bowing towards Zhang Xian and his companions aboard their flying vessel. In response, the disciples and elders beside Zhang Xian returned the gesture, their faces flushed with fervor. Even Gu Yuefeng was caught up in the excitement. Such invigorating scenes were rare in the Chongqing family, which had long surpassed that era. If one were to personify the entire Qingyun sect, it would embody the spirit of youth, filled with passion and determination. All disciples participating in the sect competition, even aware of the potential dangers, did not waver. Those who could not partake lamented their insufficient cultivation and strength, wishing to bring glory to their sect. In light of this atmosphere, Zhang Xian felt a surge of excitement. Raising his sword and proclaiming loudly, with the Qingyun sect, victory is assured. The disciples aboard the flying vessel echoed with fervent enthusiasm. With the Qingyun sect, victory is assured. With the Qingyun sect, victory is assured. Chapter 31. What is the significance of the Qingyun sect? A sect from the boundless realm? As the disciples bid farewell to the sect, they gathered their thoughts and dispersed from the flying vessel. Each disciple was provided with a room aboard the vessel, allowing them to calmly adjust their states and prepare themselves in the best possible manner for the upcoming sect competition. However, a few disciples lingered on the deck, curiously gazing at the surrounding scenery. Zhang Xian was among them, standing alongside Gu Yufengzeng, who also chose not to return to his room. At the forefront of the vessel were Elder Wang Defa and two other intersect elders at the harmonization stage, vigilantly observing their surroundings. "Zhang, my brother," Gu Yufengzeng suddenly spoke up. Zhang Xian turned to him. "What is it? You seemed hesitant earlier. Feel free to speak your mind." With a smile, Gu Yufengzeng no longer hesitated and inquired, "Brother Zhang, how did you manage to repel the heavenly tribulation with that sword strike on Sword Mountain yesterday?" Originally, he had intended to wait for a chance to spar with Zhang Xian on equal terms, but after witnessing that sword strike, such thoughts faded entirely. That strike was beyond what a golden core stage cultivator could achieve, and even an average nascent soul would find it impossible. Upon hearing Gu Yufengzeng's question, the inner sect elders, including Wang Defa, pricked up their ears. "Of course, if it's inconvenient for you to disclose, you need not feel obliged," Gu Yufengzeng added. Zhang Xian waved his hand. "There's nothing I cannot share." The power of that strike was indeed influenced by the environment at the time. I chose to conceal part of my strength, not due to a lack of trust in the Qingyun sect, as I hold faith in the sect founded by Xiao Yao. However, there is always the concern that revealing too much of my strength might inadvertently affect my ability to complete system tasks. At that moment, being on Sword Mountain allowed my sword intent to draw upon the sword energy present there, which is why the strike held such might. Otherwise, how could a mere golden core cultivator wield such power? Zhang Xian chuckled. Upon hearing this, not only did Gu Yufengzeng breathe a sigh of relief, but even the distant Wang Defa and the other elders relaxed. It became clear that the young master did not deliberately conceal his strength. They had witnessed the sword energy being summoned on Sword Mountain, so they had no doubts regarding Zhang Xian's words. "Ah, I see," Gu Yufengzeng smiled, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. He had nearly believed that the gap between himself and Zhang Xian was insurmountably large. "Brother Zhang, I have a humble request," Gu Yufengzing said earnestly. Zhang Xian replied with a smile, "Speak freely. There is no need for formality." Gu Yufengzing continued, after the sect competition, "I wish to engage in a duel with you." Previously, he felt that the disparity between them was too great to warrant a battle, but now, having learned the truth, he had regained his fighting spirit. Although there remained a gap between them, a duel would reveal just how vast that difference truly was. Hence Gu Yufengzing appeared exceedingly serious. Zhang Xian did not decline, understanding the nature of the ancient sects and their talented individuals, and nodded in agreement. Gu Yufengzing was overjoyed and once again cupped his hands in gratitude. Zhang Xian shook his head, but then suddenly recalled something and asked through voice transmission, "Brother Fangzheng, how much do you know about my master's past?" Gu Yufengzing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the members of the Qingyun sect were unaware of the true identity of the immortal Yin Yao. He then responded through sound transmission, "I do not possess much information. I have merely encountered some records in the ancestral histories of my family. According to these records, the sect master is a disciple of the Tsangming sword master, known as the Qingyun sword immortal, who rose to prominence in the boundless realm. Beyond that, I have no further information." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded, feeling a stir in his heart. The reason for his sudden inquiry stemmed from the fact that he had not forgotten the life-preserving sword intent he had previously bestowed upon Xiaoyao, which had been utilized twice. This indicated that Xiaoyao had at least faced 2 life-threatening crises, and he could not remain indifferent. However, he found it inappropriate to directly question Xiaoyao about this, and thus sought to glean information from Gu Yufengzing instead. Regrettably, Gu Yufengzing's knowledge was also limited, indicating that he would need to devise other means to investigate further. The Qingyun sword immortal, the green-clad figure, Yin Yao, Qingyun sect. Zhang Xian felt as though he had begun to comprehend Xiaoyao's motives for establishing the Qingyun sect, and he turned towards the direction of the sect with a smile. "Rest assured, Xiaoyao, I shall safeguard the Qingyun sect," he murmured to himself. At that moment, his intention to protect the Qingyun sect was not driven by any system task, but was purely a matter of his own heart. Zhang Xian continued to converse with Gu Yufengzing about Yin Yao, but the latter indeed possessed little knowledge. It seemed that in order to uncover the truth of past events, he would have to think of other methods. A month later, Zhang Xian and his companions finally arrived at the location of the Ziki sect, where they beheld a magnificent celestial gate towering into the clouds from afar. Beyond the gate lay the peaks of the Ziki sect, shrouded in mist, bathed in purple light, and teeming with spiritual birds. The spiritual energy here was far more concentrated than that of the outside world, presenting an undeniable visage of a sacred realm for cultivation. Many disciples of the Qingyun sect were left in awe upon witnessing this spectacle. Surrounding the Qingyun sect's flying vessels were those of other sects, all arriving to partake in the grand competition. The cultivators aboard those vessels were equally astonished by the sight of the Ziki sect. All they do is create these extravagant displays. The disciples of the cultivation sect are the core. What uses it to make everything look so appealing? It is merely a ploy for attention. Elder Wang Defa, at the forefront of the flying vessel, expressed his disdain. Another inner sect elder chuckled. "I have heard that the Ziki sect relocated from the boundless realm. Perhaps this is how they originally appeared." Zhang Xian, with narrowed eyes, recalled that he had learned of this information on the journey. The Ziki sect had once produced celestial beings, but regrettably, it had fallen into decline, with no cultivators achieving immortality, leading to their migration to the southern region of the Tai realm. During his time in the boundless realm, he had not heard much about the Ziki sect, indicating that it was indeed not well regarded. However, what Zhang Xian was truly concerned about was whether those from the boundless realm might possess some knowledge regarding Xiaoyao. His thoughts stirred, and he felt a sense of opportunity to explore the historical records of the Ziki sect. Several elders conversed, then turned their gaze towards Zhang Xian. "Young master, not long ago, the Ziki sect accepted a disciple with an immortal spiritual root who has now reached the golden core stage. The specifics of their realm remain unknown, so caution is imperative," Wang Defa advised. Zhang Xian nodded in resignation, as this warning had already been reiterated several times during their journey. Before long, the flying vessel of the Qingyun sect entered the grounds of the Ziki sect. Wang Defa led Zhang Xian and the others disembarking from the vessel. Arriving at the grand square of the Ziki sect, the square was already bustling with disciples and elders from various sects of the southern wilderness, engaged in animated conversations. Taoist Wang, it has been quite some time, a figure clad in a yellow and purple Taoist robe approached gracefully after Zhang Xian and his companions had landed. Bowing politely towards Wang Defa, Master Li, Wang Defa reciprocated the gesture, then turned to introduce Zhang Xian and the others. This is Li Yuanzhao, the esteemed master of the Ziki sect. Zhang Xian and his companions bowed respectfully, opting for a low profile, as they believed it would be more advantageous to act once the grand competition commenced. Li Yuanzhao regarded Zhang Xian and the others with a smile. I have heard that your sect boasts a disciple who has received the legacy of Master Yun, and another who hails from the ancient Guyu family. Might I inquire which of these two exceptional talents are present? Li Yuanzhao curiously observed Zhang Xian and his companions. Chapter 32. Cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement? Has it been discovered? In the wake of the significant events at the Qingyun sect, it was implausible for Li Yuanzhao to remain uninformed. Not only was he aware, but his knowledge surpassed that of the average individual, particularly as the Ziki sect had once thrived in the boundless realm. When the Ziki sect first arrived in the southern region of the Tai realm, they indeed regarded the Qingyun sect with disdain, viewing it merely as a nascent sect established for around a millennium, too insignificant to warrant their attention. However, following the incident involving Zhang Xian, they unearthed a plethora of information that left many within the Ziki sect astounded. It was revealed that the leader of the Qingyun sect was an immortal, and a disciple of the legendary Songming Sword Sovereign, a revelation that left them utterly shocked. Now that the legacy of the Songming Sword Sovereign had emerged, they naturally placed great importance on it. To their chagrin, although our sect's young master had acquired the inheritance, his innate talent was rather mediocre, which might amuse sect Master Li. Wang Defa remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Xian and Guyu Fangzhong, and added that the young master had come to the sect competition merely to broaden his horizons, hoping that the disciples of their esteemed sect would show leniency upon encountering him. Zhang Xian and Guyu Fangzhong stepped forward, bowing in acknowledgement, while Zhang Xian bore an expression of embarrassment. Cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement? Li Yuanzhao's gaze shifted to Zhang Xian, and his eyelids flickered involuntarily. Indeed, a 5th grade inferior spiritual root. Zhang Xian forced a smile of awkwardness. Li Yuanzhao's lips twitched, uncertain of how to respond. Although he had already been apprised of this information, he could hardly fathom that the prestigious inheritance of the Songming Sword Sovereign had been bestowed upon such a fellow. It was utterly absurd. Initially, he had anticipated a formidable opponent in the sect competition, yet this was the reality? Li Yuanzhao's attention turned primarily to Guyu Fangzhong, who was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, quite commendable. Moreover, being a scion of a long-lived noble family, his strength was likely to be further amplified. It became evident that fate played a cruel trick. Li Yuanzhao wore a polite yet awkward smile. Wang Defa, with an expression of regret, sighed dramatically, his performance quite convincing. Zhang Xian's cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement was, of course, a fa-ade, orchestrated in consensus to astonish the other sects of the southern region. Some disciples at the foundation establishment stage, watching Wang Defa and Zhang Xian's earnest enactment, struggled to stifle their laughter. Fortunately, their companions managed to silence them, preventing any slip-up. Li Yuanzhao certainly noticed the subtle antics of the Qingyun sect disciples, yet he gave it little thought. Given Zhang Xian's innate spiritual root, achieving the 10th level of Qi refinement in merely a decade was already remarkable. Such an accomplishment likely resulted from the Qingyun sect's substantial investment of resources. It appeared that the main force of the Qingyun sect would still be the scion of the Guyu family. May I inquire why your esteemed sect's Master Yun is absent? Li Yuanzhao diverted the conversation, engaging Wang Defa in other matters. Wang Defa, ever loquacious, expressed regret, stating that the sect master had matters to attend to outside and could not be present. Li Yuanzhao nodded in understanding, surmising that the sect master was seeking rare treasures to enhance the young master's spiritual root, for what other matter could possibly summon an immortal. After conversing casually on various topics, Li Yuanzhao eventually bowed and took his leave. If Elder Wang has any instructions for his disciples, I kindly ask him to convey them promptly, as the grand competition among the sects of the southern wilderness is about to commence with the arrival of all the sections. I, a humble Taoist, must attend to the needs of other sects and cannot accompany you further, Taoist Wang. Wang Defa nodded, indicating that sect leader Li was free to proceed. Once Li Yuanzhao departed, Wang Defa turned to the group of disciples participating in the competition, his expression darkening as he spoke in a low voice. Who among you could not contain themselves just now? When we return to the sect, you will face punishment from the law enforcement hall. Do you realize how close you came to exposing the young master's situation? The disciples fell silent. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wang Defa was lenient in front of Zhang Xian due to his status as the young master. But in the eyes of the disciples, the true monarch elder was a figure of great authority. Zhang Xian merely shook his head, understanding that the youth still needed discipline. Subsequently, a disciple from the Ziki sect led Zhang Xian and the others to the designated resting area in the square. As the grand competition was imminent, no accommodations were arranged. During the wait, many sects had heard of the situation regarding the Qingyun sect and were curious to know who had received the inheritance of the Sword Sovereign. However, upon observing Zhang Xian's Qi refining stage 10 cultivation, they were rendered speechless. The disciples from the major sects participating in the competition all had foundational cultivation in the foundation establishment stage. Yet here was the young master of the Qingyun sect merely at Qi refining. As a result, Zhang Xian was largely ignored, with more attention directed towards Gu Yufengzang. Zhang Xian was pleased with this low profile. Finally, the various sects of the southern wilderness continued to arrive at the Ziki sect, and all the sects were gathered. The square was filled with hundreds of renowned sects from the southern wilderness, with thousands of cultivators present. Li Yuanzhao, the sect leader of the Ziki sect, led his participating disciples to the forefront of the square, channeling his spiritual energy as he proclaimed, "Welcome to our Ziki sect, and thank you for gracing us with your presence at the Millennium Grand Competition of the Southern Wilderness." While Li Yuanzhao spoke some formalities, few were genuinely attentive. Their gazes were primarily fixed on the disciples of the Ziki sect behind him, especially the white-clad youth wielding a sword. It was presumed that he was the disciple of the Ziki sect with a celestial spirit root. Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with insight in the late golden core stage. He was indeed extraordinary. Instantly, the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect wore solemn expressions, their hearts filled with apprehension. Could the young master contend with this individual? Zhang Xian also noticed the white-clad youth. Recognizing him as a sword cultivator, he initially thought little of it. However, when the youth seemed to sense his gaze and looked back, Zhang Xian's heart stirred. Could this gaze belong to someone from the Boundless Sword Tomb? Behind Li Yuanzhao, the white-clad youth coldly inquired of the nearby elder of the Ziki sect, "Is that the one who received the inheritance of the Tsaoming Sword Sovereign?" His tone bore no trace of respect, even when addressing an elder of the Ziki sect who was stronger than him in cultivation. This was not merely his nature. It stemmed from the path of the sword he practiced. A practitioner of the ruthless sword path, Li Xiaobai, was one of the candidates for the sword disciples of this generation from the Boundless Sword Tomb. It was precisely due to his cultivation of the ruthless sword path that he exhibited such indifference, treating everyone with disdain. This is also the reason why Zhang Xian was able to deduce the origin of the other party merely through a glance. Such demeanor is something that ordinary cultivators cannot feign. Indeed, it is this individual. However, it is said that he possesses only a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements and is currently at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Thus he is not worth paying attention to. The elder of the Ziki sect shook his head, equally disregarding Zhang Xian. Yet upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai shook his head and coldly remarked, "No, he is formidable." At this utterance, the elder of the Ziki sect's expression grew solemn, and he did not question Li Xiaobai's words. It appears that the Qingyun sect is concealing its true capabilities. Does Xiaobai possess confidence to triumph over him? Li Xiaobai pondered for a moment before calmly responding, I do not know. Only after the battle will we ascertain the outcome. The elder of the Ziki sect was taken aback upon hearing this. The fact that the opponent could earn such solemn regard from Li Xiaobai is indeed noteworthy. It is important to remember that although Li Xiaobai is merely one of the candidates for the sword bearer in the Wujing sword tomb, his chances of being selected are exceedingly high, were it not for the fact that the sect leader and Li Xiaobai hail from the same lineage. The latter might not have come to assist the Ziki sect in this so-called sect competition. The reputation of the individual associated with the name of the tree and the inheritor of the Songming sword sovereign's legacy is certainly not to be underestimated. At this moment, Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect to encounter the emotionless sword Taoist here. It seems that something has been discerned. Zhang Xian's gaze held a keen interest, yet he still did not regard the individual with much concern. The sword bearers of the Wujing sword tomb in his time also practiced the emotionless sword Dao, and he had nearly shattered his sword heart in that encounter. This current individual seems to pale in comparison to the sword bearers of that era. As far as Zhang Xian is concerned, any sword cultivator pales in significance before him. Regarding whether the other party can discern his identity, Zhang Xian felt no trepidation. It was evident that the other party belonged to this generation, and his use of a legacy to obscure his identity sufficed to account for everything. Upon noticing the other party's identity, Zhang Xian found himself contemplating other matters. The relationship between the Wujing sword tomb and myself was somewhat strained in the past. I wonder if they have caused any trouble for Xiao Yao after my demise. If so, a cold light flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. He would undoubtedly make them regret it. Once inside, perhaps he could capture that fool and inquire further. Having expressed all I needed to convey, let the great competition among the sects of the southern wilderness commence. At the forefront of the plaza, Li Yuanzhao concluded his opening remarks. With a wave of his hand, a spatial teleportation portal appeared above the square, evidently prepared in advance by the Ziki sect. Before commencing, I must remind everyone once more that this sect competition will last for 6 months, with no restrictions on resource acquisition. After 6 months, participants will be ranked according to the number of surviving disciples and resources acquired by each sect. Every participant in the competition will receive a teleportation jade slip. Shattering the slip will allow one to exit the secret realm. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, please prioritize preserving your life. Additionally, upon entering the portal, disciples from each sect will be randomly dispersed throughout the outskirts of the secret realm, so please exercise caution. Now, disciples from each sect may enter the secret realm. After Li Yuanzhao finished speaking with a smile, he took a step back, bowing respectfully towards the various sections. The words he spoke were subsequently relayed by disciples of the Purple Qi sect after the arrival of various sects, mirroring past occurrences, with the only difference being the change in the secret realm. Thus, no one raised any objections. As soon as he finished speaking, a number of cultivators swiftly departed the square, rushing into the teleportation gateway, predominantly disciple from smaller sects, seemingly there to procure goods. The elders of the larger sects, however, were not in a hurry and continued to remind their disciples of the necessary precautions. Sect Master Xiaobai remarked, the young master of the Qingyun sect may prove to be more formidable than anticipated. An elder from the Purple Qi sect promptly informed Li Yuanzhao of the earlier situation. Oh, Li Yuanzhao furrowed his brow and turned to Li Xiaobai. Do you possess confidence in this? I seek only the opportunity for battle. Li Xiaobai raplia coldly, casting a glance in Zhang Xian's direction before soaring directly into the teleportation gateway, with disciples of the Purple Qi sect hastily following suit. At the location of the Qingyun sect, Zhang Xian naturally noticed Li Xiaobai's gaze, his eyes gleaming with interest. Is this lad fixating on me? How intriguing. Training a practitioner of the ruthless sword path could prove to be quite the challenge. Elder Wang Defa and others observed Li Xiaobai's unusual demeanor, casting worried glances at Zhang Xian. Young master, do you think that boy has discerned something? Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. If he notices, so be it. He's merely a minor nuisance. At that moment, the grand competition had commenced, and Wang Defa refrained from further comments, instead advising, "Young master, please exercise caution. Your safety is paramount. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood." I know, I'm off," Zhang Xian replied with exasperation before soaring into the teleportation gateway, followed eagerly by Gui Weifeng and the others. Elder Wang Defa watched their departing figures, letting out a deep sigh. I hope this venture goes smoothly. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, a group of dark-clad, demonic cultivators suddenly descended into the depths of the realm, their demonic energy surging, with their cultivation levels ranging from the Tribulation Transcendent stage to the Golden Core stage. As the secret realm was initially designated for cultivators below the nascent soul stage, the arrival of such powerful beings caused the stability of the realm's space to waver. Among the assembled demonic figures, a Golden Core cultivator took the lead. I must stabilize this realm's space. I shall confront the inheritor of its Songming sword. The Golden Core cultivator licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. The chaos and infinite sword body must be obtained at all costs. He proceeded to instruct the other demonic cultivators. The gathered demonic figures exhibited no signs of anger. Even the Tribulation Transcendence cultivators showed utmost respect, indicating the elevated status of the Golden Core cultivator within the Demon Clan. Yes, Master Mosey. Chapter 33. The Blood Plague Formation. Just break free. The powerful beings of the Demon Clan observed the departure of the Demon Son, showing no concern for his safety. They had thoroughly investigated this secret realm, finding that the strongest entities within were merely Golden Core beasts, which posed no threat to their esteemed Demon Son. Their sole purpose for this journey was to assist the Demon Son in acquiring the Chaos Infinite Sword Body. Although the news of the emergence of its Songming Sword Master's legacy had been concealed by some ancient forces in the Tai realm, it had not escaped the notice of the Demon Clan. The Crystal Palace of the Demon Clan, the Celestial Alliance of the human race, and the Zijing City of the demon race were renowned as the most formidable intelligence organizations across the 9 heavens and 10 domains. These organizations were ubiquitous, gathering information from various sources, ensuring that no significant event could evade their scrutiny. The names of these intelligence organizations were derived from the fact that they were all established by Zhang Xian. Now that the Demon Clan had received the news, they were bound to formulate a series of plans concerning the successor of its Songming Swordmaster. In the 9 heavens and 10 domains, where myriad races coexisted, competition was fierce, akin to the major sects in the southern wilderness, all vying for supremacy. Thus, self-serving schemes were a common pursuit among the various racial powers. The absence of the demon race was merely due to the great distance of the Taiyao realm from the Tai realm. The Deluo Tian domain of the Demon Clan was relatively close to the Tai realm, allowing them to arrive first. Having set up the Blood Plague Formation, they aimed for absolute certainty in their endeavors. After the Demon Son departed, a tribulation stage demon cultivator spoke in a low voice. Indeed, this Blood Plague Formation was created by our Blood Prison Demon Lord. Anyone caught within its confines, unless of the demon bloodline, will succumb to the plague, their cultivation gradually diminishing until they revert to mere mortals. Within this secret realm, their cultivation exceeded the limits of the realm, preventing them from acting freely. They could only protect the Demon Son at critical moments. However, with the Blood Plague Formation in place, we are confident that the Demon Son can effortlessly deal with these indigenous cultivators. The Blood Prison Demon Lord was once a supreme figure of their clan, and naturally, they placed their trust in the formation he had devised. Yet, they were unaware that this Blood Plague Formation was actually created by Zhang Xian, as the Blood Prison Demon Lord was one of his past reincarnated identities. At present, Zhang Xian was also oblivious to the arrival of the Demon Clan. He had just entered the secret realm. Is this the secret realm for the sect competition? Amidst a forest, Zhang Xian gazed up at the sky. The heavens were shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. This secret realm resembled a miniature universe. Although it contained spiritual energy and the laws of nature, it was evidently not fully developed. Brother Zhang, what a coincidence! A familiar voice emerged, as Guyu approached from the depths of the forest. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Zhang Xian replied with a slight smile. The positions of the other disciples had been scattered, yet they had somehow been teleported together, a stroke of good fortune. Gu Yu also surveyed the surroundings, his eyes filled with curiosity. What should we do now? He recalled having agreed with Zhang Xian to follow his lead during the sect competition, and at this moment, he had not broken his word. As we venture deeper into the secret realm, let us converge with our fellow disciples, Zhang Xian remarked, gazing at the sky. This was the consensus reached before their entrance into the mysterious domain, as the unpredictable nature of the environment rendered precise rendezvous impossible. Thus, they could only proceed inward, gradually gathering together. Moreover, it is generally understood that the most valuable treasures lie within the depths of the realm, prompting Guyu Fangzheng to nod in agreement. However, noticing Zhang Xian's demeanor, Guyu Fangzheng curiously inquired, Brother Zhang, have you discerned something? After observing the sky for a moment, Zhang Xian shook his head, stating, nothing of significance. Let's move on. Guyu Fangzheng did not press further, and the two companions ventured into the heart of the forest. Earlier, Guyu Fangzheng had sensed an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, he could surmise the source of this sensation. It was merely the audience from outside observing their endeavors, which did not hinder his plans. In fact, it might even be advantageous for those onlookers to witness their exploits. Meanwhile, at the Ziki Sex Plaza, a colossal light screen ascended into the air, partitioned into thousands of segments, vividly displaying the images of disciples from various sects within the secret realm, eliciting astonishment among the elders present. How intriguing! Such visuals from the realm were previously unattainable. The Ziki sect possesses remarkable capabilities. Truly, a sect from the boundless domain knows how to make an impression, exclaimed one elder. Look, that is our chief disciple. There, our disciples are engaged in combat. The elders from various sects fixated on the images of their own disciples, engaging in animated discussions. Li Yuan Zhao and other elders from the Ziki sect beamed with pride, as this was a formation they had meticulously prepared, and it was gratifying to see their efforts bear fruit. Of course, the ultimate concern remained the outcome of the competition. Li Yuan Zhao had invested considerable effort to bring Li Xiaobai to the Ziki sect, and now it was imperative to showcase the strength of their sect to the other factions. At the Qingyun sect's position, Wang Defa and other elders were equally engrossed in the light screen, observing the situation of Zhang Xian and his companions. Upon witnessing Zhang Xian and Guyu Fangzheng come together, they collectively exhaled with relief, with the young master alongside Guyu Fangzheng. Their combined prowess assures us they are unlikely to encounter unforeseen troubles, Wang Defa remarked. Within the light screen, Zhang Xian and Guyu Fangzheng pressed onward into the forest depths, soon encountering other practitioners. However, these individuals were not disciples of the Qingyun sect, but rather practitioners from the Haoyue sect. The Haoyue sect, too, ranks among the top-tier sects of the Southern Territories, distinguished by the fact that all its disciples are female cultivators, specializing in enchanting techniques. At this moment, it appeared that Zhang Xian and Guyu Fangzheng had stumbled into a predicament, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort, causing the previously relieved Wang Defa and his peers to instantly adopt grave visages. Wang, it seems your sect's disciples are facing some misfortune. These two are the young master of your sect and that scion of the Guyu family. They appear to be in a rather precarious situation, remarked Lu Aihua, the leader of the Haoyue sect, with a sardonic tone, having noticed the events unfolding on the light screen. Wang Defa snorted coldly, opting for silence, his gaze fixated with concern on the unfolding scenario. Brother Zhang, are you sensing anything unusual? Guyu Fang's complexion turned crimson as he awkwardly inquired. Zhang Xian's face flushed as he nodded and remarked, have you also succumbed to the effects? It appeared that a cultivator from the Haoyue sect was lurking in the shadows, their seductive arts eliciting involuntary responses from our bodies. He reflected on the intelligence he had gathered regarding various sects, nearly certain of the origin of their adversaries. With the enemy concealed in the darkness, what course of action could be taken? Guyu Fang's expression was grim, clearly unaccustomed to such a predicament, having been caught off guard so easily. The presence of the hidden foe influencing them posed a significant threat if they were to launch a surprise attack. He feared he would struggle to defend himself, being merely a young man in the prime of his vigor. In response to this, Zhang Xian chuckled. It's simple. We just charge out. Upon hearing this, Gu Yufang was taken aback, seemingly incredulous at what he had just heard. Brother Zhang, are you serious? Meanwhile, on the plaza of the Ziki sect, those who had noticed the situation involving Zhang Xian were in an uproar. Wait, everyone is watching. Are you really suggesting we engage in battle right here? Chapter 34. The Body of the Shadow Moon. Woman, you are playing with fire. Above the plaza of the Purple Chi sect, thousands of luminous screens flickered incessantly, with many disciples already engaged in combat. However, at this moment, everyone was staring blankly at the screen depicting Zhang Xian and Gu Yufang. Surely, these two wouldn't take it too far? After all, it was a rare opportunity to witness the grand competition within the secret realm, and they had to start with such explosive antics. Some female elders from various sects gazed on in anticipation, for the two disciples within the screen were indeed striking in appearance. In the area of the Qingyun sect, elders like Wang Defa clutched their seed arms tightly, anxiety gripping their hearts. Surely, the young master wouldn't act recklessly, with so many eyes upon him. It would tarnish the reputation of the Qingyun sect. Within the screen, Gu Yufang appeared almost incredulous that Zhang Xian would conceive such an idea. Brother Zhang, this is simply beyond my capabilities. His face flushed, clearly struggling to contain his discomfort. It was merely a jest, my dear brother. No need to take it seriously. Zhang Xian chuckled, but upon seeing Gu Yufang's expression, he found it quite amusing and encouraged. Are you truly unwilling to give this method a try? Holding it in is not conducive to your well-being. Gu Yufang's complexion grew increasingly unnatural, yet he shook his head, suppressing the turmoil within. Brother Zhang, it would be prudent to consider alternative approaches. Zhang Xian ceased his teasing, recognizing that they were likely being broadcasted live outside. If this lad were to charge out, it might shatter his resolve. Thus, he shifted his tone. Actually, breaking the impasse is rather straightforward. Do you possess any wide-ranging magical techniques? I see. Gu Yufang instantly grasped the implication. Although their hidden presence eluded their senses, the proximity indicated that they were not far apart. They merely needed to employ a large-scale spell to force the opponent out. In the next moment, Gu Yufang's expression hardened, his eyes shimmering with lightning, as countless tiny lightning serpents suddenly converged from the forest floor towards him. Moreover, a gust of wind arose, causing the trees to sway and leaves to swirl. Those leaves that touched the ground were instantly reduced to ash by the lightning serpents. At this moment, the wind and thunder's sacred body seemed poised to reveal its true might. However, just as Gu Yufang prepared to unleash his formidable move, a graceful figure suddenly dashed from the depths of the forest towards Zhang Xian. Evidently, the hidden disciple of the Haoyue sect was not inclined to remain passive any longer. Is she aiming to pick on me, the soft target? Zhang Xian mused, regarding the rushing figure with an odd expression. Finally, she has emerged. Gu Yufang's eyes sparkled with determination as he instantly appeared before Zhang Xian, delivering a punch directly at the approaching female disciple of the Haoyue sect. His right arm was entirely enveloped in lightning, reminiscent of Kakashi's Chidori. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with the disciple's face, for reasons unknown, Gu Yufang suddenly altered his trajectory, striking behind her. The crackling lightning merely grazed past her delicate visage, causing her to startle, her pupils constricting in surprise at how swiftly Gu Yufang had reacted. She swiftly rolled over, delivering a powerful kick with her long leg to Gu Yufang's chest, sending him stumbling backward before she quickly distanced herself. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang Xian momentarily taken aback. He noticed that, in the final moment, there was a flicker of reluctance in Gu Yufang's eyes, evidently influenced by her allure. Otherwise, that formidable punch would have surely shattered his opponent's skull. Gu Yufang, visibly irked, cast a glance toward the distant, enchanting figure. If she were to confront him head-on, she would undoubtedly be no match for him. Yet her charm rendered him unable to unleash his true power, which was incredibly frustrating. At this moment, The disciple of Haoyu's sect ceased her concealment, standing 100 zhang away, observing Zhang Xian and the others. Haoyu sect, Yu Ruyan. Lu Rian gracefully bowed to Zhang Xian and his companion, her flowing gauzy dress accentuating her exquisite figure, particularly her alluring peach blossom eyes that seemed to weave a captivating spell with every gesture. Upon hearing her name, Zhang Xian gasped in astonishment. She was indeed the Empress Rian, which explained her striking presence. Simultaneously, information about her flashed in his mind. She was the chief disciple of Haoyu's sect, at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and possessed the Yin Moon physique. It was no wonder her charm could not only sway Guyu Fangjing's thunder and lightning sacred body, but also had a subtle effect on Zhang Xian's chaos and limitless soar body. For the Yin Moon physique was a naturally enchanting body. Although it did not compare to sacred physiques, it was specialized in its own right, showcasing her expertise. Truly, as a scion of a long-lived noble family, she was formidable. Lu Rian displayed a bewitching smile, her sultry eyes fixed on Zhang Xian and his companion. Despite having narrowly escaped a fatal blow from Guyu Fangjing, she appeared unfazed by the two of them. Currently, while she may not be able to defeat Guyu Fangjing, her charm, coupled with her Yin Moon physique, rendered him unable to strike against her, making it advantageous for her to prolong the encounter. Guyu Fangjing's brow furrowed in frustration, as he found himself repeatedly tempted to strike while Lu Rian spoke. However, the sight of her provocative demeanor diminished his resolve significantly. How could he possibly attack? Thus, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian, sensing that the latter seemed to be the one in command. Lu Rian then adopted a pitiful expression directed at Zhang Xian. This must be the young master of Qingyun's sect, indeed a remarkable and handsome youth, with such brilliance and martial prowess. Could he truly bring himself to harm a young woman? As she exerted her charm upon him, seemingly intensifying her allure, Zhang Xian responded with a devilish grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Observing this, Lu Rian maintained her composure, smiling serenely. With her mere cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement, would she not easily succumb to her charm? What a feeble successor to the Sangming sword sovereign, utterly lacking in resilience. She resolved to deal with this minor character first before devising a method to subdue Guyu Fangjing. Lu Rian calculated her strategy inwardly, her expression still portraying a effet of vulnerability as she gazed at Zhang Xian. Meanwhile, outside, the sect master of Haoyu's sect, Lu Aihua, surveyed the scene with a proud expression directed at Wang Defa and the others. This was the esteemed young master of their sect. This was a descendant of a long-lived, noble family? Hardly impressive at all. Wang Defa and others wore grim expressions, scoffing at the fact that their adversaries resorted to underhanded tactics. If it were a fair confrontation, would the disciples of the Haoyu's sect be any match? Lu Aihua sneered, asserting that all disciples of the Haoyu's sect were adept in the art of seduction and did not need to rely on such crude methods as men did. Men are utterly useless. Wang Defa was taken aback, realizing that Lu Aihua possessed an enchanting charm, and an argument ensued. Fortunately, the other elders of the Qingyun sect intervened just in time. The elders exchanged anxious glances, their thoughts pleading for the young master to regain his senses. "Young master, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you to spare me," Lu Rian implored, simultaneously intensifying her seductive aura and approaching Zhang Xian with a demure demeanor. Zhang Xian and Gui Wefang appeared oblivious to her advance, allowing her to draw near without resistance. Lu Rian's heart raced with excitement. If she could close the distance, she might launch a surprise attack on the two. Swiftly traversing the 100 zhang distance, she stood before Zhang Xian, the space between them less than a foot. Yet, Zhang Xian and his companion remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. "Young master," Lu Rian's eyes glimmered with determination as she summoned her inner power, aiming for Zhang Xian's throat, poised to deliver a lethal strike. In an instant, her outstretched hand was seized by Zhang Xian, leaving her utterly astonished. "Woman, I have warned you. You are playing with fire." Chapter 35. Does the young master of Qingyun's sect prefer men? Strip her. Lu Rian felt her hand firmly grasped, immovable and laden with disbelief. Was this the strength of a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement? No, it seemed the other party was unaffected by her charm technique. How could that be? You. Before she could utter another word, Zhang Xian yanked Lu Ruiyan's hand backward and delivered a swift kick to her rear. Though the force was not immense, it nonetheless sent her flying, landing in a rather undignified manner, covered in dirt, completely devoid of her previous allure. Brother Zhang, Gui Weifang, finally regaining his senses, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He had truly not anticipated the situation. Had Lu Ruiyan targeted him, he would have likely faced severe injury, if not death. Never mind, let us apprehend this one. Zhang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. It was merely a trivial charm technique. Although it had indeed affected him to some extent, it did not penetrate his mind. He mused that the allure in the immortal realm could sometimes be overly conservative. Had he heard of the seductive allure from the islands and the European flair? Compared to those, Lu Ruiyan's mere flirtation was utterly insignificant. Furthermore, he had encountered far more formidable charm practitioners, those who had mastered the art to the point of transcending into immortality, capable of ensnaring one's very essence with a mere glance. Gui Weifang, now free from Lu Ruiyan's enchantment, did not hesitate and charged at her. However, Lu Ruiyan reacted swiftly, her figure flickering as she attempted to flee. Trying to escape? Gui Weifang scoffed, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he surged towards her, sparks and electricity trailing in his wake, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Lu Ruiyan's expression shifted dramatically, and she promptly unleashed her charm technique once more. Young master, Gui Weifang's gaze softened momentarily, causing his movements to slow. Lu Ruiyan let out a cold chuckle, a scion of a prestigious family. Yet this is all you amount to. To his surprise, she charged forward, seemingly intent on ensnaring Zhang Xian, the perceived soft target. Young master. In an instant, she stood before Zhang Xian, as if aiming to leap into his embrace. Young master, my foot. Zhang Xian cursed vehemently before delivering a resounding slap to her face. Smack! Lu Ruiyan's cheeks swelled instantly, spittle flying from her lips. At that moment, she was finally convinced that Zhang Xian was impervious to her charm. How could this be? Lu Aihua, the leader of the Haoyue sect, rose in disbelief. She had never seen a cultivator immune to charm techniques. How had the young master of Qingyun's sect achieved such a feat? Unless she did not fancy women? Lu Aihua voiced her speculation. The other practitioners from various sects around them were equally intrigued by Zhang Xian's immunity. Upon hearing Lu Aihua's conjecture, they were momentarily taken aback. The young master of Qingyun's sect does not fancy women? Could it be that he prefers men? Indeed, it appeared that he and Gui Weifang shared a close relationship. Could it be? This was indeed a sensational revelation. Wang Defa and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The young master, in fact, remained entirely unaffected, though he had just terrified them. As for the speculations of the Moonlight sect's leader, surely they cannot be true. Otherwise, it would indeed be difficult to explain why the young master remained unscathed. At that moment, Zhang Xian was oblivious to the rumors circulating about him. Otherwise, he would certainly engage in a lively debate with the Moonlight sect's leader. In the midst of a rapidly changing battle, Lu Ruiyan, realizing that Zhang Xian was impervious to her charm techniques, decisively opted to alter her strategy, abandoning her seductive methods in favor of a direct assault. As a practitioner in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, could she truly not subdue a mere Qi refinement stage 10? With her face swollen and distorted, she summoned her magical energy, charging towards Zhang Xian to strike him directly on the top of his head. Seeing her unwavering focus on him, Zhang Xian sighed and shook his head. He had not intended to reveal his capabilities so soon, yet it seemed he had no choice in the matter. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruiyan sensed the impending danger, but before she could react, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of sword energy. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, the sword energy struck Lu Ruiyan, causing her to spit blood and be violently hurled backward, crashing to the ground in a severely injured state. You are not at the Qi refinement stage. Lu Ruiyan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She had initiated a covert attack, only to find herself outmaneuvered. Particularly, That previous sword energy had demonstrated Zhang Xian's ability to defeat her in an instant, leaving her feeling as though she had been toyed with. Lu Ruyan promptly lost consciousness. At that moment, Gui Weifang arrived at Zhang Xian's side, wearing an awkward expression. "Brother Zhang, I apologize for not being of any assistance and for inadvertently revealing your strength." Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, replying, no worries, after all. Only this individual is aware of it." Gui Weifang instantly understood. "Shall we eliminate her then?" Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched. "You truly possess no chivalry, do you? There is no need. She may still prove useful. First, let us remove her clothing." He had plans yet to unfold. Upon hearing this, Gui Weifang nodded, preparing to act, but then paused, looking at Zhang Xian with uncertainty. "Brother Zhang, what did you just say? No need to kill her. She may still be of use." "No, I meant the next part. Oh, remove her clothing." Meanwhile, outside, the leaders and elders of various sects were astonished to witness Zhang Xian's action. Though separated by a barrier, the assembled experts could discern that Zhang Xian's sword energy was extraordinary. The young master of the Qingyun sect had unexpectedly concealed his strength. That sword energy had managed to grievously wound Lu Ruyan, who was in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Zhang Xian's power must be comparable to that of the late stage of the Golden Core. "I suspect it is even greater," remarked one elder, observing Zhang Xian's relaxed demeanor. His strength likely approached the pinnacle of the Golden Core. The elders of various sects began speculating about Zhang Xian's capabilities, simultaneously filled with concern for their own disciples. This young master of the Qingyun sect had deceived even them. What would happen if their disciples encountered him? The elders of the Ziki sect also wore solemn expressions, clearly unsettled. The esteemed leader expressed concern regarding the formidable capabilities of the young master from the Qingyun sect and whether he posed a threat to Xiaobai. An elder glanced at Li Yuanzhao with trepidation. However, Li Yuanzhao remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, assuring confidence in Xiaobai's abilities. He concluded that if the young master of the Qingyun sect only demonstrated such limited prowess, he was no match for Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Ziki sect felt a sense of relief. In contrast, the elders from the Qingyun sect, including Elder Wang Defa, were beaming with joy. Although the young master had revealed his strength prematurely, those present were merely outsiders. The disciples within the secret realm remained oblivious to his capabilities. Particularly invigorating was the moment when Zhang Xian effortlessly dispatched Lu Ruyan, who was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, with a single strike. Wang Defa and his peers were elated. A swift kill of a mid-stage Golden Core opponent confirmed the young master's formidable power. I recall the young master claiming he was invincible within the Golden Core stage. It appears he was not merely boasting. This bodes well for us. The Qingyun sect is destined for commendable rankings this time. The elders engaged in fervent discussions, inciting ire among the other sections. Most notably, Lu Aihua, the leader of the Haoyue sect, erupted in outrage, vociferously denouncing the young master. To conceal one's true strength, this man is indeed nefarious, despicable, shameless, and vile. Her reaction, however, rendered her no more than a mere fool in the eyes of the other sections. After all, the Haoyue sect's seductive arts were hardly commendable when directed at male cultivators. Before anyone could fully process the situation, Zhang Xian's subsequent actions left the assembly in stunned silence. As he audaciously stripped Lu Ruyan of her garments, Lu Aihua's fury escalated, and she raged, "Wretch, how dare you insult a cultivator of the Haoyue sect?" Chapter 36. Surely, you do not wish for the contents of the Shadow Stone to spread, do you? Is this what you call making friends? In the mystical realm, Gui Weifang was still unable to engage in such treachery against someone in distress, and he ventured to advise Zhang Xian. "Brother Zhang, although this woman employs wicked tactics, is it truly appropriate to take advantage of her misfortune? If Brother Zhang genuinely seeks companionship, you may visit a brothel after the competition concludes. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to anyone." Upon hearing Gui Weifang's words, Zhang Xian's countenance darkened. "What do you take me for? Am I that desperate?" Gui Weifang was taken aback. "Then why did you attempt to strip her?" "I have my reasons, and you shall soon understand." Observing that his companion was likely hesitant to act, Zhang Xian flicked his fingers once more, unleashing a sword aura that shattered all of Lu Ruyan's garments, leaving only a form-fitting undergarment. In an instant, the scene became quite revealing. Despite her swollen face, Lu Ruyan's enchanting figure, being of the Yin Moon physique, remained irresistibly alluring, especially as she lay there silently, seemingly at the mercy of others. Gui Weifang found it difficult to watch and discreetly turned his head away. Zhang Xian, noticing the boy's reaction, shook his head in disbelief. Such a child, if he were to visit Earth and behold the multitude of bikini-clad beauties on the beach, he would surely bury himself in the sand. However, he refrained from further commentary, recognizing that the majority of the cultivation world maintained a conservative demeanor. Zhang Xian gestured, summoning Lu Ruyan's storage ring, which contained several elixirs, garments, and a transmission jade slip, indicating that she had not yet gathered her resources. He promptly accepted the storage ring. Enough, awaken her, Zhang Xian commanded. Gui Weifang turned back, glanced at Lu Ruyan, and quickly averted his gaze once more. This, Zhang Xian, increasingly speechless, internally berated the boy as he approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to rouse Lu Ruyan. Now both sides of her face are symmetrical. With a soft sound, Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, a seductive sigh escaping her lips. Yet, upon realizing her predicament, her expression shifted dramatically as she glared at Zhang Xian and his companion. Fury and shame painted across her face. Beasts, what have you done to me? Do not overthink it. We have no interest in your body and have done nothing to you, Zhang Xian quickly replied. Lu Ruyan pressed a hand to her chest, assessing her condition and realizing that they had indeed not harmed her, which only fueled her anger further. Less than beasts, Zhang Xian scoffed, stop your incessant whining. You now have 2 options, either leave in your current state or join us. You have 3 breaths to decide. Fine, I shall accompany you. Lu Ruyan nearly instantaneously agreed. What a ridiculous notion. Leaving in her current state would be utterly humiliating if she encountered other cultivators. With her storage ring now in Zhang Xian's possession, the transmission jade slip lost, and lacking clothing, she had no choice but to acquiesce to Zhang Xian, biding her time to devise a more suitable plan. Lu Xianzi is indeed a person of discernment. Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Zhang Xian chuckled. Lu Ruyan remained silent, her expression a mix of shyness and indignation directed at Zhang Xian. Gui Weifang, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. Brother Zhang, why must we allow her to accompany us? Is it not somewhat unwise to keep such a person close? Zhang Xian patted Gui Weifang on the shoulder. Say, my dear brother, it appears you still do not grasp the intricacies of human relations. In our pursuit of immortality, we must cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing adversaries. In the current competition among sects within the secret realm, what purpose does conflict serve? Strength lies in unity. It is far more advantageous to consolidate our efforts in resource gathering, ensuring a straightforward victory in the sect competition. Gui Weifang understood, so Brother Zhang intends for her to assist us in resource acquisition? At last, you comprehend. Zhang Xian responded with a smile. However, Gui Weifang shook his head. Yet she is not a disciple of our Qingyun sect. How can we trust her? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan quickly interjected. Rest assured, esteemed gentlemen, I am fully aware that I am no match for you two and harbor no ulterior motives. As she spoke, she once again employed her enchanting technique, which, given the current circumstances, caused Gui Weifang's eyes to redden in an instant. Slap! Zhang Xian swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her, exclaiming, what nonsense! Lu Ruyan, now holding her face in dismay, pondered why her allure had no effect on this man. Could it be that he is not fond of women? Surely, someone who remains passive in such exposure must be so. Lu Ruyan felt she had uncovered a truth, her heart aflame with indignation. The humiliation she endured today would surely be repaid in kind in the future. Unaware of Lu Ruyan's thoughts, Zhang Xian noticed her defiance and promptly retrieved a recording stone. This stone functioned akin to a camera within the realm of immortality, possessing vast memory capacity and capable of capturing 3D ultra-clear images. He recorded Lu Ruyan's current appearance without hesitation. What are you doing? Lu Ruiyan's countenance changed drastically upon seeing the recording stone, and she attempted to seize it. Oomph! Zhang Xian scoffed, unleashing a burst of sword energy that repelled her. Then cackling wickedly, Lu Xianzi, you wouldn't want the contents of this recording stone to be disseminated, would you? As long as you heed my commands during our time in the secret realm, I promise to return the recording stone to you once we emerge. You despicable cad. Lu Ruyan felt tears welling in her eyes. The audacity of Zhang Xian to capture such an image was utterly scandalous. Flattery will get you nowhere. Those who aspire to greatness must not be bogged down by trifles. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your compliance, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. After all, she had initially sought to harm them, and this was not a genuine, scandalous image. She was still adorned in somewhat fitted garments, at most a tasteful photograph. However, from a conservative perspective of the realm of immortality, it bore little distinction from an indecent photo. Are you speaking truthfully? Lu Ruyan, now devoid of options, could only acquiesce. Once we leave the secret realm, will you truly return the recording stone to me? Indeed, I swear on my heart's demons, Zhang Xian declared solemnly. Both Lu Ruyan and Gui Weifang were momentarily taken aback. Swearing on one's heart's demons was no trifling matter. After achieving the golden core, each breakthrough into a significant realm entails confronting one's inner demons. Should Zhang Xian betray his oath, he might find himself unable to transcend even to the nascent soul stage. Thus, Lu Ruyan naturally placed her trust in Zhang Xian, unaware that he had cultivated for 99 lifetimes. For him, overcoming the tribulation of the heart was as simple as returning home. Well then, I believe you. May I have my clothes back now? Lu Ruyan inquired. To her surprise, Zhang Xian retorted, figure it out yourself. Just find some leaves to cover yourself. You. Lu Ruyan seethed with indignation. Yet upon noticing Zhang Xian brandishing the recording stone in his hand, she begrudgingly yielded to his intimidation and turned to the forest to gather leaves for crafting attire. Zhang Xian, witnessing her departure, let out a cold sneer. Such a provocative individual deserved no courtesy, lest she employ her seductive talents to remind him of his subservience. Gui Weifang, observing the scene, shook his head. While Zhang Xian's methods were indeed somewhat unsavory, Lu Ruyan had initially sought to harm them. The Gui family had been raised to show no mercy to enemies, a lesson ingrained in him since childhood, so he refrained from further comment. Brother Zhang, what shall we do now? Gui Weifang inquired. Zhang Xian tucked away the recording stone and replied with a smile. Didn't I just mention? We need to make more friends, so of course, we shall recruit others to join our team. Upon hearing this, Gui Weifang's lips twitched. Is this what you call making friends? Chapter 37. Dragging Others Down. Sanction est unique secret technique? A wave of astonishment swept through the Ziki Sec Square. Although it was regrettable that no one witnessed Zhang Xian and his companion, Gui Weifang, committing any heinous acts against Lu Ruyan. The methods employed by Zhang Xian left the sect leaders and elders with a grim countenance. Threatening others with photographs was a despicable tactic that even those of the demonic path would likely disdain. Yet, Zhang Xian and Gui Weifang possessed considerable strength, making them formidable opponents that ordinary disciples could hardly contend with. With such unscrupulous methods at their disposal to recruit allies, how many within the secret realm could withstand their influence? Is this how the Qingyun sect instructs its disciples? It is more depraved than the demonic path itself. Lu Aihua, the leader of the Haoyue sect, completely lost her composure and unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Wang Defa and his companions. Although they too felt that the young master's tactics were rather unsavory, they stood united against external criticism. It is your Haoyue sect disciples who harbored murderous intentions first. Now that you find yourselves outmatched, our young master's mercy in not taking her life is a great benevolence. How dare you continue to bicker here? Indeed, are the methods of your Haoyue sect devoid of demonic essence? Enticing men, and yet you have the audacity to accuse others. The grand competition within the secret realm is a matter of life and death. The young master's refusal to kill is an act of kindness, a profound kindness. The elders from both sides engaged in a verbal duel, creating a lively atmosphere in the Ziki Sec Square. However, as the insults escalated, some sects, unable to bear the spectacle, intervened to separate the two factions. While some sects harbored trepidation towards Zhang Xian's tactics, they still held confidence in their own disciples, believing that as long as they were not captured by Zhang Xian, they would be safe. All eyes turned once more to the luminous screen, intently observing the situation involving Zhang Xian and his companions. At this moment, Lu Rian had fashioned a garment from leaves and donned it, finally covering herself adequately. However, the attire was rather rudimentary, merely concealing her chest and lower body, leaving her abdomen and thighs exposed to the gaze of onlookers. Moreover, the leaf-woven garment did not fit snugly, swaying as she walked, imparting an air of tantalizing mystery, especially with Lu Rian's inherent charm. What was essentially a primitive outfit somehow rendered her appearance quite alluring, leaving Gu Yuefeng blushing profusely. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, maintained an air of nonchalance, and upon seeing her attire, an idea sparked in his mind. Not bad. I didn't expect you possessed such craftsmanship. Lu Rian felt a surge of frustration. Did he truly believe she desired to dress this way? Yet, being in a position of dependence, she could only smile sweetly in reply. As long as the young master is pleased, put away that provocative demeanor. I've already stated I have no interest in you. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Lu Rian's incessant attempts to entice others posed a challenge, and were it not for his vast experience, he would find it difficult to deal with her. Since you possess such skill, why not create a few more outfits for both men and women? Lu Rian's anger flared. She had never encountered a man so indifferent to her charms. The young master of the Qingyun sect was undoubtedly unusual. Yes, young master. Yet, she soon questioned the purpose of crafting so many leaf garments. Thus, Zhang Xian reiterated his intention to involve others in his plans to Lu Rian, who immediately brightened at the prospect. Given her current predicament, which seemed irretrievable, she pondered the idea of dragging others down with her. With such sentiments, Lu Rian promptly acquiesced to Zhang Xian's scheme, swiftly gathering leaves to weave garments. However, she had one stipulation. Others must also have their fruit photographs taken. It was unreasonable for her to be photographed while others remained unscathed. Zhang Xian, of course, agreed to this request. Why the days? We must be on our way. Zhang Xian gently tapped Gu Yuefeng on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. He had unknowingly been influenced by Lu Rian. The Yin Moon physique indeed seemed to restrain male cultivators. Brother Zhang. Gu Yuefeng felt somewhat embarrassed, yet his curiosity was piqued upon noticing Zhang Xian's apparent immunity to Lu Rian's charms. Brother Zhang, how is it that you remain unaffected by her allure? Lu Rian, having gathered enough leaves, perked up her ears. The elders from various sects were equally intrigued. Could it be that the young master of Qingyun sect had no interest in women? Zhang Xian chuckled. This is my unique secret. Gu Yuefeng understood. It was likely Zhang Xian's personal mystery. I see. Then I shall not pry further. While I cannot disclose this to others, we are friends, are we not? Upon seeing Gu Yuefeng's expression, Zhang Xian felt a surge of mischief. They were likely being watched live by outsiders, who must be quite curious as well. Brother Zhang, are you truly willing to share? Gu Yuefeng's eyes brightened. Certainly, but I can only share it with you. And you must not let out. That goes without saying. Gu Yuefeng solemnly clasped his hands in respect, requesting Zhang Xian's guidance. Zhang Xian wore a mysterious expression, leaning closer to Gu Yuefeng's ear and whispering, "The method is called Cung. Gu Yuefeng was taken aback. What kind of method is that? Their conversation, lacking any form of telepathic communication, though Zhang Xian intentionally lowered his voice, was still overheard by Lu Rian and the others outside. The crowd's expressions grew somewhat awkward. They had never heard of such a method. Zhang Xian, however, spoke earnestly. Do not underestimate Cung. What is allure? It merely stirs the desires within one's heart, and Cung precisely hones a cultivator's Tao heart. With consistent practice, each instance of Cung allows one to surpass their limits, fortifying the Tao heart to an indomitable state. Not only can mere allure not affect you, but even inner demons may find it challenging to contend with you. Seeing Zhang Xian's serious demeanor, Gu Yufangzheng contemplated for a moment and nodded. It has seemed to make sense. Of course, would I deceive you? There is no benefit in lying to you. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your guidance. Lu Ruyin listened, astonished. Could this method truly counter Allure? After the grand competition, she must report this to the elders of her sect post-haste. Meanwhile, a group of sect masters and elders outside were also reflecting on Zhang Xian's words, finding them to hold some merit, particularly after witnessing Zhang Xian's enchanting influence over Lu Ruyin. It was evident that such composure could only be achieved through diligent practice. Perhaps this method is indeed viable? Some individuals resolved to give it a try, considering the minimal cost involved. The disciples of the Hao Yue sect were filled with uncertainty. Could their seductive prowess truly be countered? Yet, they found themselves unable to test this theory, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. After Zhang Xian and his companions concluded their discussions, they resumed their journey. Although Zhang Xian did not return the storage ring to Lu Ruyin, he did provide her with some healing elixirs, for it was imperative that her combat effectiveness remained uncompromised. Nonetheless, throughout their travels, Lu Ruyin appeared somewhat distraught, as if burdened by unspoken worries. The trio ventured deeper into the secret realm, gathering resources as they encountered them. Yet they encountered neither ferocious beasts nor other sect disciples. The vastness of the secret realm was daunting, with the grand competition lasting a full 6 months. It was improbable for the tens of thousands of cultivators scattered across the periphery to cross paths, unless they were initially in close proximity. After journeying for 7 days, they finally encountered their first cultivator. Clad in black, the individual was indiscernible in terms of sect affiliation. When Zhang Xian and his companions approached, the stranger ambled along the path with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being scrutinized. Upon sensing the approach of Zhang Xian's group, the individual's demeanor shifted to one of delight. At last, I have found you, heir of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. Chapter 38. A formidable foe. The demon child of absolute shadow. Strip him of his power. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Observing his attire, it bears some resemblance to that of demonic practitioners. Perhaps he hails from a lesser sect, with a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Such prowess should not go unnoticed. Who would have thought that this competition would witness such an unexpected dark horse? On the plaza of the Ziki sect, Zhang Xian and his companions were taken aback by the appearance of a golden core pinnacle cultivator. Many were astonished, for among the disciples participating in this grand competition, the highest cultivation level was merely at the late golden core stage. Those at the peak were typically within their sects preparing to advance to the nascent soul stage. As for the opponent's demonic attire, given the proximity of the Tai realm to the realm of the demonic clans, there were indeed some minor demonic sects within the southern wilderness, prompting little concern among the onlookers, although they were unaware of the true identity of the youth in black. It seemed they were eager to see Zhang Xian and his group falter. The pinnacle of the Golden Core stage was not a level easily contested by ordinary Golden Core practitioners. They had encountered a formidable adversary. Seeing the youth clad in black, Zhang Xian and his companions were equally surprised. Regarding the opponent's attire, they similarly dismissed it, assuming he was a disciple from a lesser sect. 10 levels of qi refinement? Noticing Zhang Xian's cultivation, the demonic youth was taken aback. He was indeed the demon child, having quickly located Zhang Xian with the aid of his clan's powerful practitioners. Yet, how could Zhang Xian possess such meager cultivation? It was truly disappointing to discover that the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign had such paltry skills. The demon child expressed regret, as he had originally hoped to engage in a battle of equals, but it appeared that opportunity was lost. Gui Weifang and Lu Ruyin wore grave expressions, realizing the opponent's cultivation was rather formidable. Brother Zhang, shall we engage? Young Master Zhang, a pinnacle golden core cultivator is not to be trifled with. The grand competition has only just commenced. There is no need to confront a strong enemy at this moment. Lu Ruyin cautioned. Zhang Xian understood her sentiment. The opponent's strength was indeed beyond their expectations. At the golden core stage, spells had transformed into formidable abilities, wielding immense power. as exemplified by Gu Yuefeng's Thousand Birds technique. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, divine abilities were nearly perfected, marking a significant step toward the nascent soul stage, an echelon not easily matched by ordinary Golden Core practitioners. However, they were no ordinary cultivators. Fear not, we are numerous. What does it matter if he is at the pinnacle of the Golden Core? Zhang Xian declared nonchalantly, issuing a command to encircle their adversary. Without hesitation, Gu Yuefeng transformed into a streak of lightning, charging forth with fervent battle spirit. Lu Rian sighed, yet followed suit, resolute in her decision to flee should they falter against this foe. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian maneuvered behind their opponent, flicking his fingers to release a subtle sword chi that leisurely sliced toward him. Seeing the three daring to initiate an assault, the youth in black could not help but laugh heartily. Such audacity! Remember my name, Absolute Shadow. To perish at my hands shall be an honor for you. With that proclamation, a surge of demonic energy enveloped him as he launched a fist towards Gu Yuefeng, who had charged forth first. Gu Yuefeng similarly unleashed a punch, his entire right arm instantly enveloped in thunderous light, invoking his divine abilities. His strike was a lethal blow. Bang! However, Gu Yuefeng felt as though his fist had collided with a colossal mountain, rendering his right arm numb and dispersing the lightning aura that surrounded it. How could this be? Gu Yuefeng was incredulous as he was sent flying, barely managing to stabilize himself in midair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhu Ying was poised to pursue, but Lu Ruyan had already approached, activating her enchanting power. Unfortunately, her allure had minimal effect on someone of higher cultivation. Zhu Ying only paused for a moment before regaining his composure, a cold sneer appearing on his lips. The body of Moon? Quite intriguing. You may yet live, provided you serve me well from now on. With that, he swatted Lu Ruyan aside and resumed his pursuit of Gu Yuefeng, completely disregarding Zhang Xian. In an instant, Zhu Ying stood before Gu Yuefeng, his speed so remarkable that Gu Yuefeng could hardly react. Looking down upon him with disdain, Zhu Ying spoke with a dispassionate tone. As a scion of the Gu Yu clan, had your cultivation been on par with mine, you might have had a chance. Alas, that opportunity has slipped away. Zhu Ying, with an air of superiority, was one of the strongest among his kind, even ranking among the elite within the entire demon clan. Though Gu Yuefeng and Lu Ruyan were both prodigies, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Gu Yuefeng was filled with dread, unable to fathom how such a vast gulf in power could exist. He lamented his ill fortune, encountering Lu Ruyan, whose superior cultivation rendered him unable to unleash his full potential in their initial encounter. Now in this second battle, he faced a demon prince at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, utterly crushed without a chance to retaliate. Lu Ruyan, grievously wounded, gazed at the formidable Zhu Ying in disbelief. She realized that neither she nor Gu Yuefeng stood a chance against this formidable opponent. He was undoubtedly no ordinary Golden Core pinnacle cultivator. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. I say, have you forgotten something? Zhu Ying recognized it as Zhang Xian's voice and turned to look. The heir of the sword sovereign of the Tsangming was approaching, a languid sword energy drifting toward him. Sword energy of the Qi refinement stage would hardly penetrate his protective demonic aura. It was hardly worth his attention. You think to harm me with such feeble sword energy? He scoffed, raising his hand to swat away both the sword energy and Zhang Xian. Gu Yuefeng's expression shifted in alarm as he shouted, Brother Zhang, do not engage him. You must flee. He was aware that Zhang Xian was stronger than himself, but Zhu Ying's realm far surpassed theirs. Even if they joined forces, they might not stand a chance. The only hope lay in Zhang Xian escaping to gather other disciples from the Qingyun sect for assistance. Thinking to escape? Too late. The Chaos Infinite Sword Body should not belong to a wretch like you. Zhu Ying sneered coldly, his hand descending with ferocity. Who claims I am fleeing? Zhang Xian responded with a calm smile, then formed a sword gesture with his hand. The sword energy, which had originally drifted leisurely towards Zhu Ying, suddenly accelerated, reaching his opponent in the blink of an eye, striking down upon him. The protective demonic aura surrounding his opponent could not withstand the sword energy, which shattered it effortlessly. Thud! Zhu Ying, still in the motion of unleashing his palm strike, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gui Weifeng was momentarily stunned, and Lu Rian wore an expression of disbelief. Such a formidable adversary, yet he could not withstand even a single sword energy from Zhang Xian. How incredibly powerful is this individual? Zhang Xian approached the unconscious Zhu Ying, placing a foot upon him, and spat derisively. Huh, how impressive I must seem to you. Still acting so arrogantly, are you? Brother, come over and strip him of his garments, leaving not a single piece. Chapter 39. The Wrath of the Demon Clan's Strongest. Better to shatter than to remain whole. In the plaza of the Ziki sect, the onlookers twitched their lips, their expressions peculiar. They had anticipated a fierce battle when Zhang Xian and his companions encountered the peak golden core demon cultivator. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. The demon cultivator, in his folly, underestimated the scion of the Qingyun sect, leading to Zhang Xian unleashing his power and swiftly overpowering him, rendering the opponent incapable of utilizing his divine abilities. Particularly as they observed Zhang Xian and Guyu preparing to strip the demon-esque garments, many sighed inwardly. Had this demon cultivator allied with them, their strength would have significantly increased, leaving few in the secret realm capable of opposing them. Was this demon cultivator truly so foolish as to disregard the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign? He deserved to be captured. We, too, were only able to discern the circumstances within the secret realm because we witnessed the hidden prowess of the Qingyun sect's young master. What did the other disciples truly know? It was too late to voice concerns now. If they continued to recruit disciples from various sects in this manner, this grand competition might yield unforeseen consequences. The elders of each sect wore expressions of worry, their hearts heavy for their own disciples. Particularly concerning was Zhang Xian's method of using captured individuals as leverage. If their own disciples fell into his hands, it would be a disgrace. However, some held differing opinions. This demon cultivator was not so easily controlled. Lu Rian's predicament arose solely because Gu Yu and Zhang Xian vastly surpassed her in strength. Should they employ similar tactics against this demon disciple? Once he regained consciousness, a fierce battle would likely ensue. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. Indeed, strength was the foundation of all. Even if Zhang Xian possessed the demon's captured image, what of it? If the demon awakened and unleashed a massacre, vanquishing Zhang Xian and the others, then the threat would merely become a jest. Hearts invigorated, they fixated intently on the luminous screen above the plaza. Simultaneously, deep within the secret realm, the demon clan's tribulation expert, who had been stabilizing the spatial integrity, suddenly let out a thunderous roar of fury. Lord Demon Prince. Numerous demon clan experts hastened to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that their lord had been ensnared by the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign, their faces darkened. I shall rescue the Lord Demon Prince, one of the demon experts declared angrily. Do not. The tribulation expert swiftly intervened. We cannot act recklessly. Otherwise, not only will this secret realm be unable to endure, but we may also attract the attention of the southern cultivators, potentially placing the Lord Demon Prince in an even more perilous situation. Currently, it seems that the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign does not intend to harm the Lord Demon Prince's life. We must promptly establish the Blood Plague Grand Array to envelop the entire secret realm. At that point, the Lord Demon Prince can navigate the perilous situation with his own abilities. Furthermore, even if the southern cultivators discover our presence, it will be futile, as they too will be affected by the Blood Plague Grand Array. Upon hearing this, the other demon clan experts calmed slightly, though their faces still bore expressions of rage. The Blood Plague Grand Array must be completed swiftly. The various practitioners of the demon clan dispersed to arrange their formations, while the transcendent being continued to stabilize the secret realm space, simultaneously attuning to the circumstances surrounding Zhu Ying to guard against any unforeseen events. However, upon sensing that Zhang Xian had audaciously stripped Zhu Ying bare and recorded the incident with a memory stone, he sprang to his feet in astonishment. What audacity! To humiliate a scion of my clan! Yet, as he rose, the surrounding space began to fracture as if the entire secret realm were on the verge of collapse. He hastily seated himself once more to stabilize the space, consumed by impotent rage. Damn the inheritor of the Sangming Sword Sovereign. You have sealed your own fate. To insult a demon scion is to slap the face of the demon clan. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xian, his actions had already provoked the ire of a powerful demon. Although he felt an incessant sensation of being watched, he merely assumed that the outside world was broadcasting their actions live. At that moment, he and Gu Yuefang had fully bared Zhu, capturing the impressive physique on the memory stone. Meanwhile, Lu Rian had discreetly retreated to a corner to avoid involvement. This lad seems to be a practitioner of the demon clan, with a notably pure bloodline, Zhang Xian mused during the recording process, yet he paid it little heed. After all, he regarded Zhu merely as a talented demon, likely a traveler from the Deluo heavenly domain. His misfortune in falling into Zhang's hands was simply a matter of bad luck. As for Zhu Ying's identity, Zhang Xian felt no inclination to concern himself in his presence. Whether one was a dragon or a tiger, submission was the only option, even for an immortal. Well then, it's done. Let us awaken him, Zhang Xian declared, stowing away the memory stone. Gu Yuefang hesitated. Brother Zhang, this individual possesses considerable strength. Might we be courting danger with our actions? Clearly, Gu Yuefang was wary of the potential fallout should Zhu Ying discover the truth. Zhang Xian, however, remained unconcerned. Fear not. He won't stir up any trouble. Awaken him. Seeing Zhang Xian's confidence, Gu Yuefang nodded and invoked a spell to rouse Zhu Ying, quickly retreating with a vigilant demeanor. As Zhu Ying slowly opened his eyes, he sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed warily upon Zhang Xian. You have concealed your true power. Yet, in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Both his garments and storage ring had vanished. Damn it! What have you done to me? Zhu Ying roared in fury, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared intensely at Zhang Xian, while Gu Yuefang stood on high alert, sensing the imminent threat. Zhang Xian, however, remained unfazed, revealing the contents of the memory stone. The image depicted Zhu Ying lying completely exposed on the ground, every detail meticulously captured, showcasing a mastery of photography that included numerous close-ups. Young man, you wouldn't want the contents of this memory stone to be disseminated, would you? Zhang Xian smiled coolly. I now present you with two choices. Join us and assist in our endeavors, and once the secret realm competition concludes, I shall return the memory stone to you. Or you may depart at once, but the secret of the memory stone will remain at risk. Hearing this threatening proposition, Zhu Ying's expression darkened considerably. How dare they threaten him? And now, they sought to recruit him? Even among the demons, those who possess greater power than he do not dare to act in such a manner. The proud young talents possess their own dignity, choosing to be shattered like jade rather than remain intact like mere pottery. Seeking death, Absolute Shadow was instantly consumed by rage, his demonic energy surging wildly, manifesting 100-foot-long demonic finger above his head, a display of his divine ability. With his strike, he unleashed his most formidable attack. Regardless of how much strength Zhang Xian concealed, this blow was destined to bring about his demise. By eliminating you all, the contents within the projection stone would remain undisclosed. Great wilderness capturing heaven finger perished before me. Gu Yu's expression was grave, and beside him, Lu Ruyan appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. The 100-foot divine avatar was a hallmark of the consummation of the golden core divine ability, something they could not possibly withstand. There stood Absolute Shadow unclad in the void, the great wilderness capturing heaven finger looming above him, resembling a demonic deity descending upon the world with overwhelming might. Yet, facing this strike, Zhang Xian's expression was one of profound peculiarity. The great wilderness capturing heaven finger? Wasn't that the divine ability he had created himself? Chapter 40. To use the divine powers I created against me? It's quite simple. I shall strike back. In his 17th incarnation, Zhang Xian commanded the entire demon clan as the Blood Prison Demon Lord. During that time, he not only established the Crystal Palace nightclub, an extensive intelligence network, but also invented numerous demonic powers, among which the Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger is notable. A characteristic of demonic powers is that the more formidable they are, the greater the purity of bloodline required, a trait shared by the Beast clan as well. Upon witnessing the opponent employ the great wilderness, capturing Heaven Finger, Zhang Xian became increasingly convinced of their exceptional bloodline, for such a divine power could only be wielded by the primary lineage of the demon clan. As for the absurdity of using a technique he had created against him, it was laughable. He had a habit of leaving a backdoor in his creations, rendering the powers ineffective against him, even in his reincarnated state. However, if the opponent were to discover that these abilities held no effect on him, it could raise suspicions about his identity. Damn it, this must be another trick devised by the system. Zhang Xian never anticipated that participating in a secret realm competition would expose his identity. He had barely managed to feign his way past the matter of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. Should his identity as the blood-prisoned demon lord be revealed, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Although the myriad clans appeared peaceful, the undercurrents of conflict were far from trivial. The repercussions of exposing his demonic identity were not merely the failure of a system task. Brother Zhang, I will hold him off. You must flee. At that moment, Guyu Fangzheng stepped forward, lightning snakes dancing around him, and a thunderous qilin formed above his head. Yet, this lightning qilin was merely 20 zhang in size, utterly incomparable to Zhu Ying's great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger. My good brother, I was right about you. Zhang Xian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Guyu Fangzheng to stand forth. The fierce battle intent shone in Guyu Fangzheng's eyes. Although he had just been unable to contend with Zhu Ying, he did not believe the disparity between them was insurmountable, and he was determined to fight once more. Brother Zhang, it won't be so simple to deal with this person. Your strength surpasses mine, and you are swifter. Hurry and find the disciples of Qingyun sect. It is only with numbers that we can confront this foe. I shall cover your retreat. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian prepared to depart with Zhang Xian. He speaks the truth. We must leave at once. Zhang Xian paid no heed to Lu Rian and gazed at Guyu Fangzheng with profound gratitude. Brother, Zhang Xian, hurry. Thinking of leaving? It won't be that easy. Zhu Ying bellowed furiously, unwilling to allow Zhang Xian to escape. If the contents within the Shadow Stone were to be leaked, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. With a bold gesture, he raised his towering demonic finger towards Zhang Xian and the others, preparing to strike down upon them. To confront Brother Zhang, you must first pass through me. Guyu Fangzheng summoned the thunderous qilin to meet the attack, his eyes devoid of fear. He was not sacrificing himself. As a scion of the Guyu family, he possessed the means to safeguard his life. Even if his opponent was stronger, taking his life would not be an easy task. Brother Zhang, go. Guyu Fangzheng shouted once more. Lu Rian grasped Zhang Xian's arm, urging a retreat. Yet Zhang Xian resolutely broke free from Lu Rian's grasp, exclaiming, My comrade is fighting with all his might. How could I possibly abandon him? Lu Rian, her face etched with urgency, protested, That foe is beyond our capabilities. His mastery at the peak of the Golden Core stage is formidable. We stand no chance. Zhang Xian, with a fervent flick of his sleeve, replied, What the peak of the Golden Core? Do not underestimate the bonds that tie us together. He then approached Gu Yufangzheng and forcefully pulled him back. Gu Yufangzheng's spell was abruptly interrupted, and he staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, utterly bewildered. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Without my spell, how can I withstand the opponent? Lu Rian was equally stunned, muttering, What kind of foolish ally is this? With a calm smile, Zhang Xian declared, It's simple. I shall intervene. At that moment, he no longer concealed his aura, revealing his cultivation level, initial stage of the Golden Core. Instantly, the battlefield fell silent. Lu Rian was left utterly astonished. You are merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. What audacity is this? Zhu Ying erupted into laughter. I wondered how much power you were hiding. It turns out you are but a fledgling of the Golden Core. Prepare to meet your demise. Gu Yufangzheng wore a dejected expression, although he was unaware of the true extent of Zhang Xian's strength. He doubted that he could rival Zhu Ying unless Zhang Xian could replicate that legendary strike from Sword Mountain that had once repelled the heavenly tribulation. However, he understood that such power was contingent upon the circumstances of Sword Mountain. Now, Zhu Ying's onslaught had already surpassed the golden core stage, nearly reaching the nascent soul level. How could Brother Zhang possibly withstand it? Brother Zhang. Gu Yufangzeng forced a bitter smile, wondering if this was their inevitable end. The great wilderness prisoning heaven finger descended from the heavens, pressing down upon Zhang Xian, rendering him minuscule beneath its might. Yet, his countenance bore no trace of fear. Suddenly, he began to chant. From my early years, I knew the task was arduous, yet I would still soar like a flying swan through the clouds. My life, adorned with pretenses, like drifting fluff, I wander the cycle of reincarnation alone. Endured 1,000 trials, my heart remains as steadfast as iron. The sword returns to the soul. Fate is sealed. Today, I aim my sword at the layered clouds to slay immortals, vanquish demons, and conquer the heavens. Upon concluding his verse, Zhang Xian grasped the hilt of his sword, and a gleam of sword light flickered in his eyes. Since he could not allow Zhu Ying to discern that the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger was ineffectual against him, he resolved to reveal a fraction of his true power. Holding the sword cautiously, he did not draw it from its sheath. Instead, he slashed towards the descending demonic finger with the sheath itself. A cataclysmic sword aura erupted from him, akin to a raging tempest, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 miles, shrouding the world in its might. In that moment, only a singular sword light remained in the heavens. Witnessing Zhang Xian's formidable strike, Zhu Ying too summoned his full strength. The might of this spell was on par with the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. He had to give it his all. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying explosion reverberated, causing Gu Yufangzeng and Lu Ruyan to hastily retreat, their eyes wide in astonishment. Is this truly the power that could be unleashed at the Golden Core stage? As the two spells collided, a massive cloud of dust rose, obscuring the surroundings for miles, rendering their consciousness incapable of fathoming the outcome. Both were engulfed in uncertainty, questioning who had emerged victorious. As the dust settled, one figure stood resolute with his sword, while another lay defeated upon the ground. Brother Zhang, young Master Zhang. Gui Wefang and Lu Ruoyan hurried forward, and upon discerning the situation, their expressions shifted dramatically. At that moment, Zhang Xian's complexion was ashen, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained serious injuries. However, the state of Zhu Ying was even more dire. It appeared as though his entire body had been ravaged by countless sharp weapons, blood flowing incessantly, while he continued to spout blood from his mouth. His gaze toward Zhang Xian filled with disbelief. Had he truly been defeated? Brother Zhang, are you all right? Gui Wefang inched closer, but Zhang Xian raised his hand to halt him, cautiously pointing towards the fallen Zhu Ying. Do you yield? Zhu Ying, filled with indignation, could hardly accept his defeat. How could he possibly lose? He was the scion of the demon clan, a being of extraordinary talent and strength, unmatched by most within his kind. Yet gradually, a sense of resignation washed over him as he came to terms with reality, ultimately letting out a sigh. I have lost. Upon hearing these words, Gui Wefang and Lu Ruoyan were filled with joy, their hearts racing with astonishment. Zhang Xian had indeed triumphed. He had truly won. Overcoming a peak golden core cultivator while still at the initial stage was nothing short of miraculous. The shock was equally palpable among the various sect leaders and elders gathered at the Ziki Sect's plaza. Chapter 41. The advantage still lies with me. Who truly embodies the devil's path? In the square, as Zhang Xian unleashed that awe-inspiring sword strike, the onlookers were left in sheer disbelief. Today, with his sword pointed at the clouds, could he truly sever immortals, demons, and even the heavens? Is this the legacy of the Sangming sword master? At the early stage of the Golden Core, he managed to deliver a blow comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. Such might makes one ponder how formidable the Sangming sword master must have been in his prime. The devilish cultivator was no slouch, possessing powers that rivaled the nascent soul realm. Yet, he was ultimately no match for the young master of Qingyun sect. The crowd was astounded. While many attributed Zhang Xian's strength to the inheritance of the Sangming sword master, no one could deny that he had firmly established himself among the ranks of true prodigies. In Zhang Xian, they seemed to glimpse the overwhelming dominance of the Songming swordmaster in his heyday. The dark cultivator, who could not best even the scions of the ancient Yu family, was defeated by Zhang Xian, a turn of events no one had anticipated. At the same time, curiosity about Zhu Ying began to stir among the crowd, with some sects plotting to court him once the competition concluded. Only the members of the Ziki sect wore expressions of discontent. Master, it appears that Zhu Ying and Zhang Xian's prowess poses a threat to Xiaobai. An elder addressed Li Yuanzhao. Li Yuanzhao's countenance also darkened. From the strength displayed by the two, it seemed that either could rival Li Xiaobai. Particularly concerning was Zhang Xian's apparent intention to ally with Zhu Ying. Should they indeed form a partnership, Li Xiaobai might find himself in peril. Nevertheless, this was not the moment to diminish one's own prestige, so he reassured the crowd, there is no need for concern. Both have sustained significant injuries in their battle, and such wounds cannot be healed in a short span. With only half a year until the competition concludes, it is likely they will be unable to unleash their full potential, and the advantage remains with us. Upon hearing this, the members of the Ziki sect relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. After calming the crowd, Li Yuanzhao's gaze remained fixed on Zhu Ying in the light curtain, his brow furrowed in thought. He was aware of certain secrets regarding the bloodlines of the demon race, and sensed that Zhu Ying's lineage was extraordinary. How had such an individual come to be within the secret realm? He discreetly instructed someone to investigate Zhu Ying's identity, feeling a growing sense of unease. In the direction of Qingyun's sect, upon noticing Zhang Xian's injuries, Wang Defa and others bore grave expressions. The young master has acted recklessly. Sustaining heavy wounds so early in the competition is far from ideal. They could only hope that the young master's injuries were not too severe, for should he encounter a formidable opponent again, danger would surely follow. However, they acknowledged the young master's formidable strength, believing the sect's ranking would not be a concern, and only wished that he would refrain from further risks. Anxiety permeated the air as they placed their hopes on the healing elixirs prepared for Zhang Xian. Although they had anticipated his strength, they were still taken aback. To triumph over a peak Golden Core opponent at the early stage, could it be that their young master was indeed invincible during the Golden Core phase? In that moment, it seemed Zhang Xian's earlier words were being vindicated. Within the secret realm, seeing Zhu Ying comply, Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It was not due to injury. The injury was merely feigned. The opponent's formidable technique, the great wilderness prisoner's finger, could not inflict harm upon him. However, to prevent the adversary from discerning this truth, he exaggerated his condition, and the ruse evidently succeeded in deceiving the onlookers. Presently, he pretended to be wounded, thereby justifying his reluctance to engage further with any enemies, allowing him to continue concealing his true capabilities. Just yield and come along with me. Zhang Xian spoke with a pale visage. Impossible. Surprisingly, Zhu Ying remained obstinate, unwilling to become a subordinate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's ire surged. He had already exposed part of his strength for this individual, and now Zhu Ying was acting as though he were a martyr. Very well, depart if you wish. I shall disseminate the footage of you. Zhang Xian was convinced that the opponent's identity within the demon clan was extraordinary, possibly that of a demon prince. While the reasons for his presence remained unclear, the threat of the footage was significant. Should the opponent dare to leave, Zhang Xian would ensure his disgrace. Zhu Ying, however, lay on the ground with a demeanor of indifference, as if impervious to the boiling water. Go ahead and kill me. If I fall into your hands, so be it. As for that footage, once I am gone, what do I care for the deluge? Zhang Xian's anger flared. You really are pushing it, aren't you? In that moment, he contemplated the possibility of taking Zhu Ying's life. This young man's status within the demon clan was surely not trivial. If he were to perish at Zhang Xian's hands, the demon clan might swiftly retaliate against Qingyun's sect, thus presenting Zhang Xian with an opportunity to fulfill his mission. Yet, upon reflecting on the significance of Qingyun's sect, he hesitated to invite calamity upon them, caught in a web of indecision. Noticing Zhang Xian's fury, Gui Weifang hastily stepped forward to restrain him. Brother Zhang, this is unnecessary. Gui Weifang found a measure of respect for Zhu Ying and continued. If he is unwilling to cooperate, so be it. As long as he does not oppose us further in this secret realm, that is sufficient. Did you not state that we should minimize enemies and maximize allies? Hearing this, Zhang Xian's anger intensified. Are you now using my own words against me? He pushed Gu Yuefang aside, fixing his gaze on Zhu Ying. Fine, if you are unafraid of death, then I shall refrain from killing you. At this, Gu Yuefang exhaled in relief, while Zhu Ying remained expressionless. But do not presume I will let you off lightly. Since you fear not death, I trust you are equally unafraid of torment. Zhang Xian revealed a cunning smile, then pointed his sword menacingly at Zhu Ying's lower body. Rest assured, once I sever this part of you, I shall allow you to depart. And do not think that once your cultivation level rises, it will regenerate. I possess secret methods to ensure it cannot. Instantly, Zhu Ying's countenance paled, and Gu Yuefang felt a tightening in his own lower region. Brother Zhang, ISNT this a bit? Do not worry, I am merely intimidating him, Zhang Xian conveyed telepathically. Yet, this was a mere comfort to Gu Yuefang. Whether it was intimidation or not was ultimately not for him to decide. Zhu Ying was oblivious to these thoughts, but upon seeing Zhang Xian's malevolent expression, he felt a chilling realization that the other party was indeed capable of such deeds. Kill me if you must. I shall never submit, he declared defiantly. Is that so? Have you truly contemplated your decision? Zhang Xian retrieved a small dagger from the spatial pocket of his sword, gesturing menacingly towards Zhu Ying's lower body. Once severed, it shall never grow back. I could even leave you the shadow stone as a keepsake. A shiver ran through Lu Ruyin at the sight. Was the young master of Qingyun's sect truly this ruthless? Zhu Ying's heart quaked at the cold sensation radiating from below, and in that moment, genuine fear gripped him. If he were to be mutilated, he would become a laughingstock and a disgrace to the demon race even in death, a fate far worse than the spread of any scandal. Yet, Zhang Xian was relentless, his voice dripping with sinister persuasion. Think of your family, consider your friends. You may choose to die afterward, but they, having known you, would forever bear the burden of shame. You would be the stain upon their lives. Everyone would regret having known you and spit upon your grave. Have you truly thought this through? Images of Zhang Xian's grim depiction haunted Zhu Ying's mind, a torment more unbearable than death itself. He trembled internally, especially upon witnessing Zhang Xian's smile. Am I the one entwined in darkness, or is it you, a demon? You are nothing but a demon. Zhu Ying felt himself unraveling. Zhang Xian, however, remained unfazed, his expression softening as he inquired. So, have you made your decision? I promise you, Zhu Ying stammered, his lips quivering, his heart reduced to ashes. He was truly afraid. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian displayed a satisfied smile, sheathing the dagger and turning to Gu Yu and Lu Ruyin. All set, Gu Yu and Lu Ruyin instinctively took a step back, seemingly as shaken by Zhang Xian as Zhu Ying had been. Had even the powerful of the demon path succumbed to this man's terror? Was he truly of the righteous path? Chapter 42. The Rebellion of Zhu Ying? The Illuminati. Zhang Xian's words directed at Zhu Ying resonated throughout the plaza of the Ziki sect, where all the sect cultivators were present. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Even the demonic cultivators were taken aback. Could this truly be a representative of the righteous path? Especially with Zhu Ying's addition, the strength of Zhang Xian and his companions had escalated to an extraordinary level. In the face of such formidable power, which sect's disciples could stand a chance alone? Consequently, the various sects, in alliance with the Haoyue sect, began to target the Qingyun sect. Wang Defa and his companions felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, the means employed by their young master were somewhat unscrupulous, yet they felt compelled to defend him. The young master was merely intimidating his opponents. He had not truly enacted his threats. Why then were you all barking like dogs? In the grand competition of the secret realm, in a life-or-death battle, what is wrong with employing some unconventional tactics? Have none of your sects ever resorted to underhanded methods? Who dares claim their own practices are entirely pristine? Wang Defa and his companions engaged in a fierce verbal spar as saliva flew in the plaza, both sides unwilling to yield, the literary duel intense. Ultimately, the sect leaders and elders found themselves at an impasse. They could no longer enter the secret realm and could only return to their seats, looking despondent while continuing to fixate on the luminous screen. All they could do was hope that their disciples would regroup swiftly to resist Zhang Xian and his allies. Zhang Xian was oblivious to these developments, and even if he were aware, he had no desire to elaborate further. The cycle of 99 lifetimes had rendered his boundaries exceedingly flexible. As long as he could achieve his objectives, that sufficed. When an individual's stature reaches heights unattainable by others, there will inevitably be great scholars to defend their philosophies. Although strength forms the foundation of everything, it is not solely through power that one may prevail. This lesson was well understood by Zhang Xian. Much like with Zhu Ying, while Zhang Xian possessed the strength to effortlessly take his life, it mattered not if the other party refused to listen. How could one subdue someone without employing certain strategies? As for whether Zhu Ying truly submitted, Zhang Xian remained indifferent. At least for the moment, Zhu Ying had come to terms with his reality. Accepting the healing elixirs offered by Zhang Xian and commencing meditation to recuperate. Gui Weifang and Lu Rian had also sustained injuries and were similarly engaged in recovery. Zhang Xian feigned taking a few healing elixirs himself. Days later, the injuries of the group had mended considerably, and it was Zhu Ying, clad in a grass skirt, who first opened his eyes. Though his wounds had healed significantly, his appearance remained disheveled, resembling a wild man as he gazed at Zhang Xian, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Perhaps a surprise attack could yield a one-strike kill? But soon, Zhu Ying dismissed this notion, for he could not see through Zhang Xian. Over the past few days, he had been replaying the events of that day, only to be struck by a peculiar sensation. It seemed that his De Huang prisoner-esque finger had inflicted no harm upon Zhang Xian. The latter was likely concealing his true strength. Although this conjecture bordered on the absurd, it dissuaded Zhu Ying from acting rashly. These humiliations, the demon prince vowed, would surely be avenged. A surge of rage coursed through Zhu Ying's heart, yet his visage betrayed no hint of it. For now, he could only wait for the completion of the blood plague formation orchestrated by the greedy wolf and his allies. Only then would he have the opportunity to counter this individual. The greedy wolf, indeed, was a powerful figure among the demon clan, a transcendent being of tribulation. Regarding the blood prison grand formation, Zhu Ying brimmed with confidence, for it was the supreme array crafted by the blood prison demon lord. It was said that even the most potent form of this formation could influence celestial beings. At that moment, Zhu Ying felt immense relief that he was not alone in this secret realm. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen victim to it, until he could ascertain Zhang Xian's true capabilities. Zhu Ying resolved to follow him for now. To allay Zhang Xian's concerns, he even feigned an agreement, promising to let Zhang Xian go upon their exit from the secret realm. As Zhu Ying pondered this, Lu Rian suddenly rose, gazing into the distance. This action did not escape the notice of Zhang Xian and Gu Yufangzheng, who exchanged glances filled with curiosity. "What troubles you, Lu Daoyu?" Zhang Xian inquired. "I sense that disciples from my Haoyue sect are approaching," Lu Rian replied, her expression somewhat grim. Zhang Xian, however, was elated. "How many are there? How long until they arrive?" The ability of Haoyue sect disciples to sense one another meant the team could continue to grow. Lu Rian turned to Zhang Xian, hesitating before responding. "The signal is somewhat unclear. It seems to be around 4 or 5 individuals. Young Master Zhang, would you consider sparing my Haoyue sect disciples? I could persuade them to surrender," she added, genuinely concerned that Zhang Xian's ruthless tactics might endanger her fellow disciples. Zhang Xian pondered briefly before asking, "What is their strength?" Lu Rian replied, "Among the Haoyue sect disciples participating in this competition, I possess the highest cultivation level. There are 6 others at the Golden Core stage, while the rest are primarily at the Foundation Establishment stage. It is likely that those coming over are mostly Foundation Establishment disciples." Zhang Xian nodded. "I can agree to that. You need not intervene personally. Let Fangzheng and the others confront the Haoyue sect disciples directly. However, all other terms are non-negotiable. I do not wish for any special treatment. If every disciple from your Haoyue sect were to receive such leniency, how would we manage the subsequent teams? Moreover, do you truly believe they would surrender simply because you asked?" Zhang Xian was aware that they were a group of self-important youths. and he had no desire to waste time on futile persuasion. Lu Ruyan, feeling helpless, recognized that convincing her fellow sect members would not be an easy task. Yet she dared not ask for too much. It was already a considerable relief that Zhang Xian would not allow them to harm each other. Zhu Ying's spirits lifted upon seeing that the young master of Qingyun's sect intended to employ the same strategy against all. His heart felt considerably more balanced. Seeing Lu Rian had no further objections, Zhang Xian turned to Zhu Ying and Guyu Fangzheng, stating, "My injuries have yet to heal fully, so I entrust these Hao-US sect disciples to you." Guyu Fangzheng nodded in agreement, but Zhu Ying was discontented. He still wished to probe Zhang Xian's true strength. "I too have sustained grave injuries. Why must I engage while you remain passive? Are you attempting to bargain with me?" Zhang Xian produced a recording stone and played back an image of Zhu Ying. The latter's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. "You are indeed ruthless." Zhang Xian chuckled, stowing away the recording stone. Zhu Ying was clearly defiant, yet Zhang Xian did not intend to genuinely recruit him. He merely sought to utilize him as needed. Before long, the group set up defenses in place, preparing to lie in wait for their prey. With the presence of the traitor Lu Ruoyan, Gu Yufangzheng and Zhu Ying faced no significant challenge in dealing with a few disciples of the Hao-US sect. The intruders numbered 5, 1 in the early stages of the Golden Core realm and 4 in the late stages of the Foundation Establishment realm, all of whom were subdued with ease. Although the seductive techniques of the Hao-US sect were effective against male cultivators, their efficacy diminished against those of superior cultivation levels, allowing Zhu Ying to dominate the adversaries single-handedly. After incapacitating all 5 Hao-US disciples, the task of undressing them was entrusted to Lu Ruoyan. She did not decline, as it was preferable to having Zhang Xian handle it, and soon she outfitted the Hao-US disciples in wild attire. Subsequently, Zhang Xian produced a recording stone and captured a series of photographs of the Hao-US disciples, then roused them to assertively compel their allegiance. Naturally, the Hao-US disciples were filled with indignation and expressed a fervent desire for others to share in this experience, insisting that everyone should partake in such photographic sessions. Zhang Xian readily acquiesced, thereby expanding the ranks of their wild ensemble. He even named the group the Enlightenment Society, with the inclusion of the Hao-US disciples. Subsequent encounters with others became significantly less challenging, particularly when facing male cultivators, as the Hao-US disciples proved exceedingly effective. Thus, after navigating the arduous initial phase of establishment, the Enlightenment Society began its rapid expansion. Chapter 43. The initiation ceremony of the Illuminati. Time flies, and 2 months have swiftly passed. The luminous screen in the plaza of the Ziki sect flickers as the disciples from various sects keenly observe the ongoing competition. The cultivators present are far from ordinary. For them, 2 months is but a fleeting moment. Initially, the battles among the disciples were fierce, but as time progressed, the atmosphere calmed significantly. After all, the competition spans a full 6 months, and at the outset, participants primarily sought to gather resources and reunite with their sections. It is only in the later stages that the true contention for supremacy begins. In the early days, resources were scant, and winning a fight yielded little reward. The risk of injury was a considerable loss. Consequently, most disciples remained vigilant and avoided intense confrontations. Yet one particular group stood out. Zhang Xian reclined lazily on a rudimentary palanquin, his gaze fixed ahead. The palanquin was carried by 8 early-stage Golden Core cultivators, their expressions reminiscent of weary laborers. Surrounding them were other disciples from various sects and loose cultivators, their ranks ranging from Qi refining to Golden Core, numbering nearly 10,000. They shared a common trait. All were clad in garments woven from leaves and grasses, resembling a veritable army of wild men. They were known as the Illuminati. "Young master." Suddenly, a cultivator clad in the attire of the Qingyun sect approached Zhang Xian, excitement evident in his voice. "Young master, we have captured several lone cultivators. Shall we hold an initiation ceremony?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes brightened. Following their initial phase of rampant expansion, the membership of the Illuminati had stabilized. Although the secret realm was vast, most cultivators immediately ventured deeper upon entry, leaving few lingering in the periphery. After 2 months of relentless searching, they had nearly absorbed all the cultivators remaining at the outskirts of the secret realm, and it had been several days since they encountered any others. The prospect of new members joining filled him with delight. "Which sect do they belong to?" Zhang Xian inquired. "They are from the Tianqin sect, all of them body cultivators." "Oh." Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, recognizing the significance of the Tianqin sect. Historically, they had secured victory in nearly every sect competition, primarily due to the superior combat prowess of body cultivators in the early stages of cultivation. After all, body cultivation does not demand high levels of comprehension or innate talent. It merely requires the ability to endure hardship. "Let's go and take a look," Zhang Xian commanded. The disciples of the major sects swiftly delved into the heart of the secret realm upon entry, resulting in the Illuminati not acquiring many disciples from the larger sects, particularly from the Tianqin sect. This was the first occasion he had encountered their cultivators. Soon, Zhang Xian followed the Qingyun sect disciple to where several Tianqin sect disciples stood, while Gui Weifang and Zhu Ying were nearby. The two had become the mainstays of the Illuminati, consistently scouting ahead for other cultivators. And it was evident that these Tianqin sect disciples were discovered by them. The Tianqin disciples, now stripped of their belongings, shivered nervously as they covered their vital areas. Surrounded by members of the Illuminati, one of the early-stage Golden Core cultivators from the Heavenly Heart sect, upon seeing Zhang Xian's arrival, immediately recognized him as the leader and furiously shouted, "Despicable coward! How dare you exploit your numbers against us? If you have the guts, face us one-on-one." Zhang Xian, surveying the physique of his opponent, chuckled. The physique of a body cultivator is indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, the members of the Radiant Society surrounding them exchanged knowing smirks, fully aware of the impending events. Noticing the unabashed gazes directed at him from all around, the Heavenly Heart sect cultivator's expression darkened. "Come and kill us if you wish. I will still be a hero after 18 years. A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be insulted. We will never submit to a pack of despicable scoundrels." Zhang Xian approached the Heavenly Heart sect cultivator with a smile, saying, "My friend, it's a misunderstanding. We were merely hoping to invite you to join the Radiant Society and sweep through the secret realm together." "Bah, is that your idea of an invitation? You come at us in a group and strip us of our dignity. You are a bunch of shameless rascals." The Heavenly Heart sect cultivator retorted vehemently. Observing the stubbornness of his opponent, Zhang Xian's expression turned grave. The members of the Radiant Society wore cold smiles, anticipating the unfolding drama. "Very well. I admire your defiance. Let's see if you can maintain that spirit shortly," Zhang Xian declared coldly. "Sister from the Hao US sect, show them what we're capable of." Lu Rian stepped forward with her disciples from the Hao US sect and unleashed her alluring charm. Before long, several disciples from the Heavenly Heart sect were left dazed, completely oblivious to covering their vital areas, their faces betraying lascivious expressions. Zhang Xian cackled with glee, pulling out a recording stone to capture the moment. This was the initiation ritual of the Radiant Society, an experience endured by nearly every new member. Of course, the disciples of the Qingyun sect, upon encountering Zhang Xian, remained appropriately attired in their sect garments, treated differently from the rest. Soon, as Lu Rian ceased her charm, the Heavenly Heart sect cultivators regained their senses. Just as they were puzzled over what had transpired, Zhang Xian began to play the recorded content. "Dear friends, I trust you would not wish for the contents of this recording to circulate. So, will you join the Radiant Society, or will you join the Radiant Society?" The Heavenly Heart sect cultivators felt as if struck by lightning. Disbelief, sorrow, and anger filled their eyes, which soon turned crimson. Is this something a person could do? Faced with such humiliation, they could only reluctantly agree to join the Radiant Society, their faces devoid of hope. Seeing the initiation ritual concluded, the members of the Radiant Society approached to offer their condolences. "Do not take it to heart. We all went through this. If you feel truly unsettled, just drag others down with you. Watching it a few more times will help." Observing the collective understanding among his peers, Zhang Xian smiled with satisfaction. However, Gu Yufangjing approached and transmitted a thought. "Brother Zhang, the Radiant Society is growing increasingly numerous, and it is becoming somewhat difficult to manage, particularly since our Qingyun sect disciples do not undergo this initiation. Many harbored discontent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian surveyed the members of the Radiant Society. Noticing the peculiar glances directed toward the Qingyun sect disciples, a knowing smirk crept upon his face. Can those of the Qingyun sect be comparable to you? It is merely a matter of differential treatment. Fear not, I possess a solution. Transmitting a soothing message to Guyu, Zhang Xian suddenly raised both hands, clapping loudly to draw the attention of the crowd. Esteemed friends, today we are fortunate to welcome brethren from the Tianxin sect into our Radiant Association, and I, the president, would like to share a few words. Currently, our Radiant Association boasts nearly 10,000 members, encompassing more than half of the cultivators within the secret realm. Such a force is unparalleled within the entire realm. Zhang Xian continued, aware that everyone had gathered for the purpose of resource collection and to bring glory to their sections. I also understand your intentions for participating in this sect competition, and I have devised a plan. The crowd's curiosity was piqued, their gazes fixated on Zhang Xian. Indeed, you have come here to gather resources and elevate your sect's prestige. However, I find it unjust that past competitions have been dominated by the top-ranking sections. Is this fair? Absolutely not. Therefore, I have convened everyone here to establish the Radiant Association, uniting our efforts to collect resources for equitable distribution. This time, we will dethrone those major sects. Why should the strong continue to grow stronger? What nonsense is that? Do noble lords and ministers possess any special virtue? As long as we stand united, they shall be no match for us. The Radiant Association, with hearts directed towards the light, embodies our purpose. Zhang Xian raised one hand, fist clenched, exuding an aura of determination. This was his strategy, to redirect the conflict. Shall we bring them down? The crowd felt invigorated. Why should those major sects dominate? They too seek strength. Consequently, a majority of the cultivators raised their hands in unison, chanting, Radiant Association, bring them down. Radiant Association, bring them down. Excellent spirit. As the fervor surged, Zhang Xian gestured for silence. Now, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. This time, the Qingyun sect will claim the first place in the sect competition, and we shall take 30% of the resources collected. The remainder will be distributed among the various sects to elevate your standings. Rest assured, I, Zhang Xian, solemnly vow by my heart demon to ensure that each of your sects receives a satisfactory ranking. Upon hearing that the Qingyun sect would take 30% of the resources, some cultivators initially harbored reservations. However, upon hearing Zhang Xian invoke a vow by his heart demon, all were taken aback. Such intensity! Now, no one dared to voice dissent, especially considering Zhang Xian's formidable methods. The president was not only ruthless towards others, but also towards himself, invoking a heart demon oath. Who would dare to challenge that? Moreover, these smaller sects had historically held mediocre rankings. The prospect of improving their standings was already a significant gain. Seeing that no one objected, Zhang Xian smiled and said, well, since there are no objections, I shall take charge of the resources collected, and once we exit the secret realm, we will allocate the rankings accordingly. Next, we shall embark on a journey into the depths of the mysterious realm, forging ahead with unwavering determination. The Illuminati, advancing into the enigmatic domain. The Illuminati, advancing into the enigmatic domain. The crowd erupted with fervent cheers, as if they could already envision a glorious future. Meanwhile, the leaders and elders of various sects outside could no longer remain at ease. Chapter 44. I shall shoulder any problems that arise. The actions of the young master are indeed commendable. Another month has passed, and the grand competition is now halfway through. The illuminating society continues to advance deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Zhang Xian and his companions encountered numerous formidable beasts, including several at the Golden Core stage. Yet, these creatures pale in comparison to the army of 10,000 cultivators. The illuminating society presses forward, amassing countless resources, all of which are now in Zhang Xian's possession. At this moment, Guyu Fangzheng and Zhu Ying stand solemnly to Zhang Xian's left and right. Brother Zhang, Guyu Fangzheng begins. Although your speech that day successfully united everyone, there remains discontent regarding the Qingyun sect taking 30% of the resources. While our progress is smooth, the sheer number of people is becoming unwieldy, especially with all resources concentrated in your hands. I fear some may conspire against you. In the span of a month, the Illuminating Society has expanded significantly, now boasting over 13,000 members, encompassing nearly 70% of the cultivators within the secret realm. Among them are hundreds of golden core cultivators, including several at the later stages, with disciples from major sects also drawn into their ranks. Naturally, those disciples from the soon-to-be dethroned sects pose the most restless threat. The vastness of this cultivator army is enough to astonish even Zhu Ying. Had he encountered a fully formed Illuminating Society in the past, he likely would have had no choice but to retreat. For even the strongest individual would struggle against hundreds of peers at the same level. Curiously, Zhu Ying turns his gaze to Zhang Xian, wondering how he intends to manage such a formidable force. In response, Zhang Xian chuckles nonchalantly. It's a minor issue. I anticipated this. Oh, Guyu Fangzheng's brow furrows. Is Brother Zhang not concerned? If they unite, we could be in peril. Then let us ensure they do not unite. Zhang Xian replies with a confident smile. Guyu Fangzheng appears puzzled. How do we accomplish that? Zhang Xian calmly states, since you have already considered this matter, I shall leave it to you. Disperse the disciples from each sect into separate teams, ensuring that no more than one cultivator from the same sect is present in any given team. Then, engage them in conversations at irregular intervals, encouraging them to report any dishonest individuals. It would be beneficial to make an example of a couple to instill fear. Upon hearing this, Guyu Fangzheng's eyes light up, though he hesitates after a moment of contemplation. Brother Zhang, while this approach is clever, I fear it may soon be uncovered and might not serve as a long-term solution. Zhang Xian gazes at Guyu Fangzheng, exasperated. So what if they uncover it? You don't genuinely believe you must lead them indefinitely, do you? Realization dawns on Guyu Fangzheng, and he responds, indeed. Currently, their unity is merely for the sake of the sect competition, to topple those major sects in the rankings. Once we exit the secret realm, everyone will return to their respective homes. Why worry so much? After coming to this understanding, Guyu Fangzheng shakes his head and chuckles. Thank you for your reminder. Brother Zhang, I was indeed overthinking. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. All right then, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Guyu Fangzheng nodded in agreement, but remained rooted in place. Is there still an issue? Zhang Xian inquired. Brother Zhang, our current actions have undoubtedly offended numerous major sections. Do you think Qingyun's sect will? Guyu Fangzheng hesitated. Zhang Xian cast a surprised glance at him, realizing that the lad had indeed begun to see himself as a disciple of Qingyun's sect. This prompted him to reflect on his earlier decision to bring Guyu Fangzheng to the sect's grand competition and the seemingly effortless agreement from Xiao Yao. Was there perhaps a deeper intention behind it? Or was it merely a consequence of his lower cultivation, which limited his perspective and understanding? Zhang Xian shook his head slightly, not because he suspected Xiao Yao of manipulation, but rather felt she might also be entangled in her own troubles, and he could offer little assistance. He recalled the sordid intent he had imparted to her, which had diminished by 2 strands, yet he still held it in his thoughts. Rest assured, this will not implicate Qingyun's sect. I shall shoulder any issues that arise. Upon hearing these words, Guyu Fangzheng's expression grew solemn. This was precisely why he was willing to confide in Zhang Xian and even accept a subordinate role. Brother Zhang is truly righteous, Guyu Fangzheng asserted earnestly. Do not worry. You shall not bear this alone. Zhang Xian merely smiled at this declaration, harboring a desire for someone to challenge Qingyun's sect, thus facilitating his own mission. What fervor you have, young man. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying, who had been silently observing, experienced a significant shift in his perception of Zhang Xian. Despite his somewhat unscrupulous methods, Zhang Xian appeared to possess commendable qualities. Moreover, his perspective on matters seemed to transcend that of his peers, instilling in Zhu Ying a sense of inadequacy. Such individuals were well documented in the annals of celestial history, with none failing to become formidable figures in their respective domains. Take, for instance, his idol, the blood prison demon lord, rumored to employ every conceivable tactic, coupled with immense strength, to secure his dominion. Regrettably, talent often invites misfortune, and the demon lord met an untimely demise. Of course, Zhu Ying had yet to equate Zhang Xian with the blood prison demon lord. He merely recognized Zhang Xian's extraordinary nature. Once the blood plague array was completed, perhaps he could attempt to recruit this individual? Zhu Ying pondered, realizing that with someone like Zhang Xian by his side, he might too ascend to the heights of the blood prison demon lord. In the plaza of the Ziki sect, the leaders and elders of various sects were embroiled in a heated dispute. They had closely monitored Zhang Xian's activities over the past few months, particularly the humiliation suffered by their disciples, which incited a furious response from many sect leaders and elders. While physical confrontations had yet to erupt, a war of words had persisted for months, with the major sects uniting to besiege Wang Defa and others. As for the smaller sects, they initially participated in the onslaught, but after Zhang Xian proposed the plan to dethrone the major sects from their pedestals, those sects fell silent. Though they were beneficiaries and had not yet reached the point of defending Qingyun's sect, their withdrawal from the assault brought a measure of relief to Wang Defa and his companions. Is this how the Qingyun sect instructs its disciples? Such methods can only be deemed as diabolical. I am now gravely suspicious that the Qingyun sect is a sect of the dark arts, and its young master is a practitioner of malevolent sorcery. This is utterly shameless and despicable. I demand the disqualification of the Qingyun sect from the grand competition. The major sects are now expressing their disdain towards Wang Defa and his ilk as tensions rise. With the bright society, led by Zhang Xian, continually gaining strength, who among the disciples in the secret realms can rival them? In the past, each sect fought their own battles, yet now, you conspire to unite against these formidable sects and diminish their standings? Tolerance has limits. Wang Defa and his companions are steadfast in their arguments and refuse to yield. Particularly, given the current actions of a young master, securing the top position for the sect seems entirely feasible. What dark arts are you referring to? Have you not heard my young master proclaim that this is the bright society, embodying the spirit of enlightenment? In previous grand competitions, how many disciples have perished? Now, under my young master's leadership, the bright society has spared them from bloody conflicts. This is a monumental virtue. You great sects simply cannot abide the success of others. My young master has done nothing wrong. The debate rages on, with neither side able to persuade the other. As for the disqualification of the Qingyun sect, although many major sects are in favor, the southern region is not entirely under their control. The silence of the smaller and medium-sized sects clearly indicates their dissent. This has heightened the urgency among the major sects, particularly those that have historically ranked in the top 10 during competitions. Chapter 45. Zhang Xian's Plan. Swiftly advancing into the depths of the secret realm. The position of Tianqin sect. As a perennial champion in the sect competition, Tianqin sect began to feel the pressure after witnessing Zhang Xian's remarkable performance. The disciples participating in this competition were arguably the strongest in nearly a millennium, primarily due to the emergence of several prodigious talents this year. Among them were Li Xiaobai from Ziki sect, Zhang Xian, and Gu Yu from Qingyun sect. Initially, they believed their chosen disciples were sufficient to contend with these formidable opponents. However, they were taken aback not only by the unexpected emergence of Zhu Ying, but also by the astonishing prowess of Zhang Xian. Despite this, they maintained a degree of confidence in their disciples. Yet, when Zhang Xian assembled disciples from various sects to form the Radiant Association and explicitly articulated his intention to undermine the rankings of the major sects, panic ensued. No matter how strong their disciples were, they could not withstand such a formidable coalition of practitioners. At this moment, they found themselves unable to enter the secret realm, hoping only that their disciples would not encounter Zhang Xian and instead turn their criticisms towards Wang Defa and others. Naturally, the ones most anxious were from Ziki sect. Having only recently established themselves in the southern wilderness, they still considered themselves somewhat outsiders. Li Yuanzhao had originally envisioned that Li Xiaobai would lead Ziki sect to victory in the sect competition, thereby solidifying their foothold in the region. However, Zhang Xian's actions shattered that vision, causing him considerable distress. Thus, Ziqi's sect was the most supportive of disqualifying Qingyun's sect from the competition, though they regrettably lacked the authority to enforce such a decision. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xian, he could surmise some of the commotion outside, especially considering Gu Yu's remarks that his actions had likely offended a multitude of major sections. This was precisely his intention. He believed that once the competition concluded, the major sects would turn their ire towards Qingyun's sect. Seated lazily in a magnificent palanquin, Zhang Xian gazed ahead with a composed demeanor. When the time came for him, the architect of this turmoil, to offer his life as an atonement for Qingyun's sect, how could it not be seen as a sacrifice to safeguard the sect? This was his initial plan. As for Qingyun's sect's contingency, he had devised a strategy involving the smaller sections. After his demise, these smaller sects, as beneficiaries, would not only refrain from aiding the major sects against Qingyun, but would also ensure that the major sects did not act too ruthlessly. They would fear that should Qingyun fall, the major sects would compel them to relinquish their gains. He believed that everything would conclude with his passing. While this plan was not flawless, it was the most expedient and least damaging approach Zhang Xian could conceive in a short time frame. Time, however, was too fleeting. Zhang Xian sighed inwardly. To subdue the disciples from various sects within the secret realm to a usable level in just 6 months was rather ambitious, necessitating some unconventional methods. Given a bit more time, he could have ensured that the disciples from the smaller sects would be utterly devoted to him, even advocating for Qingyun's sect after his departure, thus completely resolving the aftermath. Nevertheless, this arrangement would suffice for now. Zhang Xian pondered deeply, contemplating the areas that required enhancement while envisioning the various unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated ahead, signaling the presence of a colossal demon ape. Towering and impressive Zhang, its mid-golden core aura instilling fear in all directions. However, before this formidable beast stood several dozen golden core cultivators from various sects, led by the formidable Juing. In the face of such a powerful adversary, a mid-golden core demon beast paled in comparison. In an instant, the giant ape was obliterated by a single punch from Juing, its head exploding and its demon core soaring into the air. Foundation establishment disciples hurriedly stepped forward to dissect the various materials from the giant ape, while others busily harvested the spiritual herbs it had guarded, their roles clearly defined. The faces of each cultivator radiated excitement, clearly reveling in the ease of this battle. Once all the cultivation resources were gathered, a disciple approached Zhang Xian, presenting the spoils. "President, these are the materials we have collected." Zhang Xian nodded, accepting the resources. Currently, the Radiant Society faced no rivals within the secret realm. Whether confronting powerful demon beasts or sect cultivators, they swept through effortlessly. The Radiant Society amassed resources in abundance, like locusts devouring a field. At that moment, Gu Yufangzheng suddenly flew in from a distance. "Brother Zhang, we have encountered cultivators from another sect, the Falling Cloud sect, numbering over 70. Gu Yufangzheng smiled as he approached Zhang Xian. "They have been subdued. Shall we proceed with the induction ceremony?" Soon, a group of cultivators escorted the stripped members of the Falling Cloud sect before Zhang Xian. Upon inspection, he noted that the highest cultivation among them consisted of 3 initial Golden Core members, while the rest were Foundation Establishment disciples. The Falling Cloud sect was not a major sect, merely a medium-sized one. It was clear that dispatching so many disciples for the sect competition was their utmost limit. And now they had been completely subdued by Zhang Xian and his comrades. Before Zhang Xian could speak, one of the Golden Core cultivators from the Falling Cloud sect erupted in anger. "You lack martial ethics. How can you ambush us with so many people? Return our clothes." A soldier may be killed, but not humiliated. The other Falling Cloud sect members echoed his sentiments, hurling insults at Zhang Xian and his companions. Seeing that they remained oblivious to the situation, Zhang Xian coldly inquired, "Where is the junior sister from the Hao Yue sect?" Soon, the disciples from the Hao Yue sect stepped forward, and after a brief induction ceremony, the Falling Cloud sect members fell silent. At this juncture, Zhang Xian approached. wielding the dual threats of intimidation and the enticing principles of the Radiant Society, leading to their swift agreement to join. Brothers, take it easy. The disciples from those major sects have gone through a similar process. Do not overthink it. Once we lead the others through the same procedure, it will all feel balanced. As the induction ceremony concluded, the members of the Radiant Society expertly consoled the Falling Cloud sect disciples, who soon accepted their new reality. Especially as some envisioned the prospect of putting the disciples from the major sects through a similar induction ceremony, numerous cultivators felt an exhilarating thrill within. Zhang Xian meticulously recounted the current number of members in the Radiant Society, discovering that it had surpassed 18,000, a truly formidable figure. Such a force could potentially annihilate some of the weaker mid-tier cultivation sections. As the grand competition had reached its midpoint, there were scarcely any cultivators who had yet to join the Radiant Society within the secret realm. The remaining individuals were primarily disciples of the larger sections. Most of them had likely ventured deep into the secret realm by now, probably amassing considerable resources, and it was imperative that they did not enjoy such ease. Consequently, Zhang Xian immediately channeled his spiritual energy and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, from this day forth, the Radiant Society shall advance with utmost speed into the depths of the secret realm, seeking out those disciples of the major sects and bringing them down." Cheers of excitement erupted from the crowd in response. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner, Zhu Ying silently observed all of this, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. A few days prior, he had already received clandestine messages from the Path Protectors, including the likes of Tan Lang, informing him that the Blood Plague formation had been completed, its reach encompassing the entirety of the secret realm. Chapter 46. The Clash of Ziki Sect and Tianxin Sect. The realm of the Great Tao, the clarity of the Sword Heart. The sky was overcast, shrouded in a thick mist, yet it imparted an ethereal sense of elevation, as if one might be drawn into its depths upon closer inspection. Boom! The ground trembled violently, as a late-stage Golden Core bee's head was severed by a single sword strike, its massive corpse crashing to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Xiaobai stood resolutely with his sword, his expression devoid of emotion. Though he had just vanquished a formidable beast, he appeared unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His white robe remained pristine, unblemished by a single drop of blood. Behind him, the disciples of the Ziki sect, having repressed their astonishment, swiftly advanced to dismantle the beast for materials, exhibiting remarkable proficiency. They had witnessed Li Xiaobai's prowess numerous times over the past months. Late-stage Golden Core beasts were utterly powerless before him, dispatched with a mere stroke. This realization filled the disciples with exhilaration. Brother Li's strength is truly terrifying. I suspect even a peak Golden Core might not stand a chance against him. It's likely he is yet to unleash his full power, they whispered excitedly. With Brother Li leading us, Ziki sect is destined to seize first place in the upcoming sect competition. As they busied themselves, their animated discussions filled the air. Upon entering the secret realm, they had immediately ventured deep within, gathering together and exploring for an extended period. Under Li Xiaobai's guidance, the resources they collected were nothing short of abundant, instilling every disciple with confidence regarding the outcome of the sect competition. Li Xiaobai overheard their chatter, yet his countenance remained impassive, as if he had relinquished all emotion. His gaze was deep and distant, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a late-stage Golden Core disciple from Ziki sect approached him. "Brother, we just noticed several cultivators from Tianxin sect nearby. Upon being discovered, they swiftly retreated. We may have caught their attention." "Tianxin sect?" Li Xiaobai inquired, turning his attention to the disciple. The Ziki disciple explained, "In past sect competitions, Tianxin sect has consistently ranked first. They specialize in physical cultivation, and their combat power in the early stages of cultivation far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. Notably, among the disciples they have sent for this competition, one is said to have also reached the late Golden Core stage, boasting formidable strength." Li Xiaobai nodded, acknowledging the information. "No matter, let them come." With only 2 months remaining before the competition, further exploration for resources has little significance. It would be more advantageous to seize from others. If they seek us out, It will spare us considerable effort. Understood, brother. The Ziki disciple did not argue. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Prior to entering the secret realm, the elders of Ziki's sect had mandated that they follow Li Xiaobai's commands. Initially, many had been discontent, questioning why this newcomer should command greater authority despite their similar cultivation levels. Once they entered the secret realm and witnessed the formidable prowess of Li Xiaobai, no disciple dared to voice dissent. How formidable the physical cultivators of the Tianxin sect may be, their brotherly would undoubtedly be even stronger. Should the adversaries dare to confront them, they would not shy away from battle. Thus, the disciples of the Ziki sect continued their exploration of the depths of the secret realm, albeit with diminished focus on discovery, as their attention increasingly turned towards the traces left by other major sections. As the grand sect competition neared its climactic conclusion in the final 2 months, half a month later, the disciples of the Ziki sect soared above a desolate expanse. Suddenly, Li Xiaobai halted, casting a cold glance over his shoulder and remarking, "Have you been following us for so long, yet still do not reveal yourselves?" His words left most of the Ziki disciples in astonishment. They had been tracked. In the next moment, a group of nearly 100 cultivators clad in the garb of the Tianxin sect indeed emerged from the distance. At long last, the disciples of the two great sects, Ziki and Tianxin, encountered one another. Such keen perception, truly a prodigy from the boundless realm, declared a robust youth at the forefront of the Tianxin sect, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai, equally expressionless, returned the stare, a surge of battle intent igniting within his eyes. The opponent was formidable. Jiangxin sect, Zhao Guanshan. The burly youth inclined his body in a gesture of respect. Li Xiaobai, Bun la Sur Dom, Li Xiaobai. Zhao Guanshan's pupils constricted. He had certainly heard of the illustrious name of the Boundless Sword Tomb, a hallowed ground revered by sword cultivators across the realm. He anticipated that his opponent hailed from such a prestigious lineage. It seemed that the Ziki sect was indeed sparing no effort to secure victory in the sect competition. As the two exchanged pleasantries, their respective disciples created distance, becoming vigilant against one another. A battle? The fire of combat flickered in Li Xiaobai's eyes. Indeed, he was inclined towards such a confrontation. Zhao Guanshan was not daunted by the lineage of his opponent. Rather, his own battle spirit ignited. He was eager to gauge the prowess of a sword cultivator from the Boundless Sword Tomb. In the next instant, Zhao Guanshan transformed into a streak of brilliance, charging towards Li Xiaobai with the unrestrained might of a late golden core cultivator. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, enveloping him in a torrent of power as he closed in, delivering a thunderous punch. So swift, Li Xiaobai felt a flicker of surprise. Yet his reaction was swift, though he could not draw his sword in time. He hastily raised it to parry. Bang! In an instant, Li Xiaobai felt an overwhelming force emanating from the blade, as if struck by a massive mountain, sending him hurtling backward. Was this the foundation of the Ziki sect? Hardly impressive. Seizing the advantage, Zhao Guanshan pressed the attack relentlessly, offering Li Xiaobai no respite, raining down punches with fervor. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Ziki sect clashed with those of the Tianxin sect, revealing the brutal nature of the sect competition. Li Xiaobai snorted in disdain, choosing silence in response, yet found himself compelled to defend passively, gradually being forced into a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, his countenance remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm composure. In contrast, Zhao Guanshan found himself increasingly alarmed as he fought. A typical cultivator would be overwhelmed by the sheer force of his relentless strikes. Even if they suffered no physical injuries, their vital energy would surge uncontrollably, leading to a flurry of openings in their defenses. However, Li Xiaobai remained unfazed, deftly navigating the onslaught. Could it be that his opponent had also trained his body to such a degree? Just as Zhao Guanshan was engulfed in astonishment, Li Xiaobai seized the fleeting moment of distraction, drawing his sword with blinding speed and aiming a precise slash at Zhao Guanshan's neck. Startled, Zhao Guanshan instinctively recoiled. Though his physique was formidable, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand a cultivator's magical weapon. especially knowing that Li Xiaobai's sword was capable of slicing through even the fiercest of beasts of the same realm. Thus, he dared not confront it head-on. However, this retreat altered the tide of battle dramatically. With a swift release of his sword, Li Xiaobai unleashed a dazzling display of sword light that enveloped the surrounding space in a fierce wave of sword energy. Instead of retreating, he advanced, releasing his sword as it transformed into a flying blade, continuing its assault upon Zhao Guanshan. Simultaneously, he seemed to embody a sword himself, propelled by an overwhelming surge of sword energy as he charged forward. Sword heart clarity. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Guanshan's eyes widened in horror. In the realm of cultivation, beyond the basic delineations of power levels, there exists the classification of the Great Path, a concept largely unknown to lower-tier cultivators. The Sword Path, for instance, is divided into Sword Heart Clarity, Sword Intent, and Sword Domain. Similarly, the Martial Arts Path is divided into Divine Fist, Fist Intent, and Fist Domain. Across the myriad paths, they generally adhere to these foundational three-tier classifications. The reason this classification system remains obscure to most lower-tier cultivators is that the majority never approach these three levels. Indeed, 90% of cultivators in the world fail to ascend to the first tier of the Great Path. Even legendary immortals sometimes find themselves unable to breach this initial barrier. Nevertheless, the significance of these three tiers is indisputable. Any cultivator who successfully attains the first tier of the Great Path possesses strength that places them in a completely different echelon from ordinary cultivators, truly deserving the title of a prodigy. Ascending to the second tier, one who comprehends intent can be regarded as a genuine candidate for immortality. Their ascension almost a foregone conclusion, barring unforeseen circumstances. As for those who reach the third tier, Zhao Guanshan had never heard of such beings, for their prowess is seldom recorded even in the annals of immortal history. It would be a disservice to the mighty. At this moment, having achieved sword heart clarity, Li Xiaobai was on the cusp of grasping sword intent. In contrast, Zhao Guanshan, who practiced martial arts, had yet to even catch a glimpse of the first tier of the fist path, rendering him utterly outmatched by Li Xiaobai. Thus, he stood no chance against this sword strike. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Illuminati Army and the Induction Ceremony. The heart of the sword is clear, and the sword and wielder become one. In the face of Li Xiaobai's astonishing strike, Zhao Guanshan, though profoundly shaken, remained undeterred in spirit. He was indeed a genius from the boundless sword tomb, but what of his clarity of heart? Today, I shall witness the extent of this prowess. After the initial shock, Zhao Guanshan's eyes revealed no fear, only a surge of madness. With a furious roar, his garments were instantly shredded, revealing a physique of muscular strength. His vital energy surged, and the full might of his late golden core stage was unleashed, transforming him into a furnace of vitality. Above his head, a golden fist-shaped phantom materialized, towering at an impressive 90 zhang. This was Zhao Guanshan's divine ability, waiting for him to reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage to fully manifest. Typically, practitioners at the late golden core stage possess divine phantoms measuring only 70 to 80 zhang, yet Zhao Guanshan's was a staggering 90 zhang, a testament to his superiority among his peers. At this moment, Zhao Guanshan pushed his divine ability to its limits, his face contorted with a fierce and frenzied expression. The mountain-subduing fist. He unleashed a powerful punch, intending to withstand Li Xiaobai's clarity of heart head-on. The mountain-subduing fist consists of three forms: subduing the mountain, subduing the sea, and subduing the sky. As a practitioner in the golden core stage, Zhao Guanshan could only execute the first form, yet it was sufficient to dominate his contemporaries. Unfortunately, it seemed inadequate against Li Xiaobai. As the colossal fist shadow descended, Li Xiaobai advanced with his flying sword leading the charge, accompanied by a magnificent sword aura, his expression as calm as a still pond. The flying sword made the initial contact with the immense fist shadow, which crumbled as if it were mere paper, being effortlessly pierced through. Following this, Li Xiaobai himself arrived, and the grand sword aura collided with the fist shadow. with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings. The disciples of the Purple Cheese sect and the Heavenly Heart sect distanced themselves, gazing at the sight of the most intense battle. A vast cloud of dust was stirred up, enveloping both Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan. However, this dust did not linger long, as it was soon pierced by a myriad of sword lights, revealing the scene within. Li Xiaobai stood, sword in hand, his white robe pristine and unblemished. Zhao Guanshan, however, knelt several feet away, his chest pierced by a sword, blood gushing forth. He had been defeated. The clarity of the sword heart had truly opened my eyes. Zhao Guanshan accepted his defeat without a hint of resentment. The disparity between them was undeniably vast. His initial ability to momentarily suppress his opponent was merely a reflection of his formidable physical prowess in the early stages. But once Li Xiaobai's clarity of heart emerged, he was utterly outmatched. Had he not evaded the critical areas at the last moment, he would have been pierced through the heart and perished. Li Xiaobai regarda Zhou Wanshan, his gaze devoid of battle intent, replaced instead with a hint of disappointment. You are commendable, yet still not my match. To dare to confront me for resources with such limited ability is truly foolish. Li Xiaobai slowly raised his sword, poised to deliver the final blow. Zhao Guanshan, feeling helpless, with a pale complexion, hastily remarked, Li Daoyu, do you truly intend to eradicate me completely? He produced a teleportation jade slip, poised to shatter it at any moment. I cannot believe you can slay me before I break this slip. Release me, and I can allocate a portion of the resources collected by the Tianxin sect to the Ziki sect. With over a month remaining until the grand competition concludes, he was reluctant to concede just yet. Although he was no match for Li Xiaobai, he still had time to gather more resources. If he exited the secret realm now, the Tianxin sect's ranking would suffer considerably. Li Xiaobai, upon hearing this, scrutinized Zhao Guanshan for a moment. Seemingly realizing the impossibility of an instantaneous kill, he nodded in agreement. Very well, but I demand half of the resources from the Tianxin sect. Impossible. Zhao Guanshan flatly refused. These resources have taken us months to accumulate. If you were to take half, I might as well exit the secret realm entirely. 20% at most. 30%. Li Xiaobai countered again. Since he had come to assist the Ziki sect in seizing the first place, he was determined to diminish the resources gathered by the Tianxin sect. Zhao Guanshan hesitated. With just over a month left, amassing more than 30% of the resources seemed quite challenging. Thus, he spoke again, 25% is my final offer. Agreed. Li Xiaobai nodded. Though this quantity would not significantly impact the Tianxin sect's ranking, one must not forget that these resources would land in the hands of the Ziki sect. The balance would shift, enhancing the Ziki sect's chances of claiming the top position. Moreover, there might be further opportunities to confront them again. As Li Xiaobai contemplated this, Zhao Guanshan retrieved a storage ring, visibly pained as he prepared to hand it over to Li Xiaobai. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Oh, quite the lively gathering. Zhang Xian arrived with Gu Yufangzeng and Zhu, landing before the crowd. What sort of clandestine transaction are you engaging in? Zhang Xian scrutinized the group, puzzled. The inheritor of the Songming sword sovereign? Li Xiaobai's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on Zhang Xian. He overlooked Gu Yufangzeng and Zhu. He sensed that Zhu was formidable, yet she did not evoke the same intensity as Zhang Xian, which was a sensation unique to sword cultivators. Zhao Guanshan, upon witnessing the arrival of Zhang Xian and his companions, felt the dynamics of the situation shift and hesitated to hand over the resources to Li Xiaobai. His gaze turned to Zhu, filled with curiosity. At the peak of the Golden Core stage, which sect does this disciple belong to? I have not seen them before. As for Zhang Xian, he was merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and Zhao Guanshan did not pay him much heed. Have you heard my tale? Zhang Xian inquired, directing his attention toward Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai tightened his grip on his sword, his voice growing colder. It is said that the Songming sword sovereign could suppress all sword cultivators of his time, and my Wujing sword tomb was deprived of an era spirit. Though I was not born in that age, now that I stand before his heir, I am eager to experience the profound essence of his swordsmanship. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, a look of realization crossing his features. Ah, So you wish to engage in a contest of skills. He rolled up his sleeves, spat into his palm, and rubbed his hands together, revealing his early golden core cultivation without hesitation. I'll give you this chance. Let us face off one-on-one, and neither of us shall retreat. With that, Zhang Xian produced a transmission jade slip and hurled it into the distance, shattering it with a clap of his hand. The space twisted momentarily before returning to its original state. Had he truly severed his own escape route? Zhao Guanshan looked on in bewilderment. Zhang Xian's early golden core cultivation genuinely surprised him. It was astonishing that someone in the early stages could confront a late-stage golden core practitioner, especially one with such clarity of mind. Wasn't he that absurd? Even Li Xiaobai's face displayed an unusual expression of doubt. Early golden core? Is this truly the extent of your concealed power? You jest. He too took out his transmission jade slip and destroyed it. Very well. No one shall retreat. However, if this is all the strength you possess, I must confess I find myself somewhat disappointed. There is no need for a one-on-one. You may all come at me together. Li Xiaobai raised his sword, pointing it at Zhang Xian and his companions, exuding arrogance. Upon witnessing that his opponent had genuinely destroyed his transmission jade slip, Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. The lad was still too young. He had thousands of transmission slips stored away. This was not his own loss. With Li Xiaobai now devoid of a means to escape, there was no turning back. Really? Can we take you on together? Zhang Xian inquired hesitantly. Yes. All right, brothers. Did you all hear that? Let us all emerge and confront them together. Zhang Xian shouted, and suddenly a multitude of cultivators surged forth from all directions, encircling them in a dense mass. The sight was overwhelming, especially as these cultivators donned the garb of the wild men, creating an astonishing spectacle. As nearly 20,000 members of the Illuminating Society's Wild Men Army fully materialized, the disciples of the Purple Cheese sect were left dumbfounded, as were those from the Heavenly Heart sect. Zhao Guanshan gaped, his eyes sparkling with insight. What is happening? Li Xiaobai's grip on his sword faltered, his mind seemingly in a state of paralysis. Zhang Xian turned to the members of the Illuminating Society and said, Now, the only ones remaining in the secret realm who have yet to join us are the Purple Cheese sect and the Heavenly Heart sect. Brothers, what do you propose we do? Let us hold an initiation ceremony. Let us hold an initiation ceremony, cheered the 2,000 cultivators in unison. Chapter 48. Has the president yet again sworn an oath with heart demons? Zhu Ying versus Li Xiaobai. The roar of 20,000 cultivators resounded like thunder, abruptly snapping Li Xiaobai back to reality. The scene before him sent a shiver down his spine. He found himself besieged by an overwhelming multitude of cultivators. One casual spell from any of them could spell his doom. It dawned on him that Zhang Xian's earlier suggestion to destroy the teleportation jade slip was a cunning scheme against him. Particularly alarming was Zhang Xian's proclamation that only the Ziki sect and the Tianxin sect had yet to align with the opposing force. This meant that the entirety of the southern wilderness's participating disciples had converged here solely to target them. Thoughts raced through Li Xiaobai's mind, perplexed as he grappled with how to navigate this predicament. The notion of an initiation ceremony, as chanted by the crowd, was hardly reassuring. Behind him, the disciples of the Ziki sect and Tianxin sect wore equally bewildered expressions, with over 20,000 cultivators advancing against them. What could possibly be the purpose of such a ceremony? The garb of their adversaries bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a sinister cult. Yet, the situation was beyond their control. With fewer than 200 disciples from the Ziki and Tianxin sects, how could they hope to withstand the onslaught of 20,000? The members of the Radiant Society continued to cheer, their faces alight with excitement. Should they succeed in drawing the Ziki and Tianxin sects into their fold, not only could the competition conclude, but the reputations of the major sects would also be thoroughly tarnished. This prospect filled everyone with a sense of vindication, as if their own decision to join the Radiant Society was no longer so difficult to accept. Raising his hand to quell the clamor, Zhang Xian turned to Li Xiaobai and his companions, a smile gracing his features. Little Bai, allow me to elucidate the situation. Everyone here eagerly anticipates your joining us. The Radiant Society is a harmonious family, united in the pursuit of resources and mutual advancement. Our organizational philosophy is exceptionally progressive. Of course, if you still wish to compete, we could arrange for a spar after you join us. The initiation ceremony is quite simple. You merely need to disrobe, and we shall meet each other in sincerity. Is that not remarkably humane? The disciples of the Ziki sect and Tianxin sect stood in stunned silence, aghast at the proposition of stripping bare for such an initiation. With so many eyes upon them, they would rather embrace death than endure such humiliation. Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan gaped in disbelief. They had never encountered such absurdity. Was this gathering merely to strip them of their garments? Li Xiaobai's expression, once frigid, darkened profoundly, and he spoke with palpable disdain. Is this the nature of the Southern Wilderness cultivators? Is this what the so-called Millennium Grand Competition amounts to? To conspire against us in such a manner? Do you possess no sense of shame? Upon hearing his words, the once exuberant members of the Radiant Society began to shift uncomfortably. Clad in their wild attire, they found themselves at a loss for words. Zhang Xian scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Xiaobai. What do you mean, you outsider? Do you look down upon us, Southern cultivators? Do you disdain the Radiant Society? Ladies and gentlemen, this individual hails from the boundless realm and appears to harbor disdain for us from smaller locales. Observe the brothers of the Purple Cheese sect. Their expressions are clearly grim, evidently having been treated as mere subordinates by this fellow. The disciples of the Purple Cheese sect were about to voice their explanations, but their discontent is not solely due to you. Yet before they could speak, Zhang Xian continued to sow discord. What is so remarkable about being from the boundless realm? In the current situation, do you still dare to act arrogantly? This is a blatant disregard for us cultivators from the southern wilderness. What do you all say? Can we tolerate this? We cannot. We cannot. The members of the Radiant Society roared in unison. The cultivators gathered for the grand competition are all youthful and passionate. Even a mere glance could lead to confrontation, and now Zhang Xian's instigation could easily incite chaos. Li Xiaobai felt himself instinctively retreat a step as the collective shouts overwhelmed him, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. In this moment, he found himself unable to fight or flee, and genuine panic began to set in. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying regarded Zhang Xian with admiration, with just a few words. He could stir the emotions of thousands of cultivators, a true talent for leadership. Zhang Xian sneered at Li Xiaobai, questioning the resolve of this ruthless swordsman. Is his cultivation really so lacking? He spoke nonchalantly. Little Bai, although we are numerous, we do not wish to bully you. As I mentioned earlier, let us settle this with a one-on-one duel. However, it will not be me fighting you, but rather Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying, are you willing to face Little Bai in battle? Absolutely, Zhu Ying declared, donning his grass skirt as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Li Xiaobai, filled with combat fervor. A swordsman from the boundless sword tomb, he would indeed make a worthy opponent. Zhang Xian continued with a smile. What do you think? If Zhu Ying loses, we shall concede defeat and allow you to leave. With the set competition drawing to a close, Zhang Xian felt no rush. He was inclined to toy with this ruthless swordsman. Li Xiaobai regarded Zhu Ying with a serious expression. At this moment, discussing swordsmanship with the heir of the Tsangming sword sovereign was secondary. The immediate priority was to find a way to escape. Thus, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, if I win, you must allow us to depart. That is only natural. Should you emerge victorious, we shall let you go. I can swear by my heart demon. The members of the Radiant Society exchanged peculiar glances. How many times has the president sworn by his heart demon? They could hardly remember. It seemed to happen after every initiation ceremony. Surely, the president would not jest with such a serious matter, would he? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's assurance, Li Xiaobai no longer hesitated, brandishing his sword towards Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying also assumed a combat stance, his demonic energy surging. The crowd stepped back, clearing a space for the two combatants. Zhang Xian repositioned himself to a more advantageous vantage point, casting a contemptuous smile at Li Xiaobai. The youth remains too naive. He only promised that if Li Xiaobai won, he would be allowed to leave, but he never mentioned sparing the Purple Cheese sect or the Heavenly Heart sect. Currently, Training Li Xiaobai was merely a means to facilitate his inquiries about Yun Yao as past. "Gentlemen, you may commence," Zhang Xian proclaimed loudly. In the next moment, Zhu Ying vanished from his location, enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy as he advanced towards Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai let out a cold grunt, brandishing his sword with equal fervor, his sword's essence shining brightly as he executed a strike against Zhu Ying. Both combatants possessed prowess far beyond that of their peers, and the ensuing clash opened the eyes of many onlookers. Gui Weifang, standing nearby, quickly discerned that Li Xiaobai had attained the realm of sword's clarity, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Facing Zhu Ying, who was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, Li Xiaobai held his ground remarkably well, proving that the reputation of sword's clarity was indeed well-deserved. However, Zhu Ying was equally extraordinary. His demonic lineage was exceptionally pure, and each of his moves wielded immense power, resulting in an evenly matched exchange. This fierce battle made Gui Weifang ponder that even the prodigies of Zhongzhou might struggle to compare. A sense of defeat crept into Gui Weifang's heart as he recognized the gap between himself and these true prodigies. As for Li Xiaobai's sword's clarity, Zhang Xian was not the least bit surprised. A practitioner of the ruthless sword path who could not achieve such clarity would never be allowed to traverse the world unhindered from the boundless sword tomb. Yet, this individual still had a long way to go before grasping the essence of the ruthless sword intent, and perhaps subsequent guidance could focus on this aspect. Observing Li Xiaobai's circumstances, Zhang Xian also noticed a change in Gu Yuefang's expression. Sensing the thoughts churning within him, he offered some words of consolation. "My dear brother, do not dwell too much on this. Your thunder and lightning sacred body is commendable. It merely lacks the necessary training. With diligent effort, you may yet rival them." His tone was reminiscent of an elder speaking to a junior, causing Gu Yuefang to chuckle softly in amusement. If he lacked training, what of you, Brother Zhang? However, he refrained from voicing this thought, knowing Zhang Xian held his pride in high regard. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhang." Zhang Xian nodded, indifferent to whether his words resonated with Gu Yuefang. Suddenly, Gu Yuefang inquired, "Brother Zhang, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Zhang Xian replied with a smile, "Li Xiaobai is likely at a disadvantage. You have witnessed Zhu Ying's strength. His spells and techniques have reached the limits typical of the Golden Core stage, far beyond that of an ordinary Golden Core. Although Li Xiaobai possesses sword's clarity, his comprehension of the ruthless sword path is still lacking, particularly in terms of cultivation. Sometimes, a slight discrepancy can result in a significant loss." Gui Weifang pondered Zhang Xian's words thoughtfully. "Ruthless sword path? The limits of the Golden Core stage? Brother Zhang, you seem to be quite knowledgeable." Zhang Xian's voice was not subdued, drawing the curiosity of many regarding his true strength, as they had not witnessed him in action. Li Xiaobai, too, caught Zhang Xian's remarks, snorting in defiance. He soared into the air, his sword aura erupting forth as he unleashed his most formidable attack. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In an instant, an infinite wave of sword energy cascaded towards Zhu Ying, creating a spectacle of sword light akin to a torrential downpour. Zhu Ying merely scoffed, equally invoking his own formidable technique, the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. A colossal surge of demonic energy surged skyward, confronting the magnificent sword aura of Li Xiaobai. In this moment, the powers unleashed by both sides transcended the Golden Core stage. The clash of their divine abilities left the onlookers in a state of tension and exhilaration. Who would emerge victorious? With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, the explosion generated a shockwave that swept across the surrounding void, distorting the very fabric of the secret realm, as if on the brink of shattering. Observing the spectacle, Zhang Xian squinted slightly. Was there something amiss with the space? The outcome of the battle soon became evident. Li Xiaobai knelt on one knee, sword in hand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though Zhu Ying also bore blood at his lips, he stood resolutely in the air, his grass skirt fluttering in the wind, defiant and unyielding. The distinction between victor and vanquished was glaringly apparent. A murmur of disbelief erupted among the crowd. Could it truly be that Zhang Xian had foretold this? Li Xiaobai had lost. The members of the Ziki sect were particularly incredulous, as they believed no one of the same rank could rival their esteemed senior brother. Where had this demonic cultivator appeared from? You are no ordinary demon. Li Xiaobai gazed at Juing, his expression grave, acutely aware of the significance of the demonic bloodline and its supernatural powers. The great wilderness prison sky finger was a signature technique of the blood prison demon lord, far beyond the capabilities of a mere ordinary demon. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses to be made. Zhang Xian stepped forward, his expression a mixture of amusement and irony as he regarded Li Xiaobai. Since defeat was evident, it was time for the initiation ceremony. The members of the Radiant Society, regaining their composure, responded with cynical laughter. Chapter 49. The conclusion of the grand tournament. The disappearance of the secret realm. Upon hearing the announcement of the induction ceremony, the members of the Ziki sect and the Tianqin sect were visibly alarmed. Zhao Guanshan, demonstrating a keen sense of the situation, stepped forward and implored Zhang Xian. My Tianqin sect is willing to offer half of our resources. Might we be spared? Just moments ago, he had only been willing to part with a mere 25% of their resources when facing Li Xiaobai, yet now he was ready to concede half, revealing his genuine trepidation. Zhang Xian did not respond directly, but instead turned to address the members of the Illuminating Association. Brothers, do you concur? Absolutely not. They scoffed, their laughter echoing with derision. We have all endured this. Do you think you deserve special treatment? Impossible. Once you're drawn in, all your resources become ours. Zhao Guanshan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xian. Young Master Zhang, do you not fear incurring the wrath of my Tianqin sect? Zhang Xian chuckled. The Tianqin sect? Is it truly so formidable? Just look at the prominent figures from other great sects within the Illuminating Association. Zhao Guanshan raised his eyes to see the disciples from various major sects clad in rugged attire, glaring intently at the Ziki sect and the Tianqin sect. Why should we feel shame while you seek to preserve your dignity? Zhao Guanshan was incredulous. Did Zhang Xian intend to offend everyone? As he prepared to negotiate further, Zhang Xian grew impatient. Brothers, let us cease this idle chatter and strike together to subdue them. Agreed. They chorused in unison, and an array of spells rained down upon the members of the Tianqin sect like a torrential downpour. Boom! 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 In the aftermath of the explosions, the members of the Tianqin sect lay defeated on the ground, their robes in tatters, their spirits crushed. Even though they were physical cultivators, they could not withstand the onslaught of such a multitude. Some members of the Illuminating Association, positioned further back, lamented their missed opportunity to strike. Opportunities to discipline disciples from major sects were rare. With the Tianqin sect now subdued, members of the Illuminating Association promptly stepped forward to collect the resources they had amassed and to conduct the induction ceremony, with Lu Ruyin and others from the Hao US sect displaying remarkable proficiency. Zhang Xian then turned to Li Xiaobai and the others, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, Brothers of the Ziki sect, will you act on your own accord, or shall we assist you? Li Xiaobai rose, gripping his sword tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. A gentleman may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. I would rather die. The members of the Illuminating Association exchanged knowing smirks, recognizing the familiar refrain. However, the disciples of the Ziki sect were surprisingly pragmatic, beginning to remove their garments while persuading Li Xiaobai. Brotherly, the current circumstances are beyond our control. There is no need for a life-and-death struggle. Indeed, brotherly, look at how everyone has fared. It is as if no one has acted against one another. Rest assured, brotherly, once we exit the secret realm, this matter shall remain undisclosed. You all. Li Xiaobai gazed incredulously at his fellow disciples from the Ziki sect, astonished at their willingness to compromise. Zhang Xian too was taken aback by the Ziki sect's adaptability. Perhaps, given their shared predicament, they found it inconsequential. As for Li Xiaobai, it appears that his mastery of the emotionless sword path is indeed lacking, as he's been thoroughly compromised. He recalls the time when he was the Songming sword sovereign. The girls of that generation who practiced the emotionless sword path would endure any bullying without uttering a word. Little Bai, do you need our assistance? Zhang Xian said with a grin. Li Xiaobai's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Zhang Xian. To think that the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign could resort to such despicable tactics. Bah! Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, still maintaining his fierce demeanor. Kid, since you are unwilling, we shall take matters into our own hands. However, should we intervene directly, certain matters may inevitably find their way to the boundless sword tomb. With that, Zhang Xian produced a recording stone, preparing to document the events. Li Xiaobai's eyes widened in alarm. You dare? Try me and see if I do. Zhang Xian retorted with a cold smirk as the members of the Radiant Society began to encircle them. Instinctively, Li Xiaobai took a step back, his complexion paling. You all, brothers, this fellow is quite ungrateful. Let us show him a lesson. Good. The crowd surged forward, stripping Li Xiaobai of his garments. Zhang Xian recorded the scene with the stone, chuckling to himself, even playfully flicking the young man's ear. That'll teach you to be so arrogant. As for the resources gathered by the Ziki sect and the Tianxin sect, they were soon delivered into his hands. Moments later, the initiation ceremony for the Ziki sect and the Tianxin sect was completed, and from that moment on, the secret realm was solely occupied by the Radiant Society. Every face radiated with exhilaration, as the sect competition had concluded prematurely. Only Li Xiaobai lay prostrate on the ground, burying his face in the dirt, howling in anguish. The sect competition has concluded. We may now depart. Once outside, we shall distribute the resources and establish rankings. Zhang Xian proclaimed. The disciples of the smaller sects were filled with elation, celebrating their newfound fortunes. In stark contrast, the disciples of the larger sects wore expressions of despair, their mirth extinguished. The Ziki sect and the Tianxin sect were initially unaware of the circumstances. Upon inquiry, they learned of Zhang Xian's intentions and were left incredulous. Such audacity! Zhang Xian intends to manipulate the rankings of the competition, alienating all the major sects. However, in the current situation, they found themselves powerless, awaiting a chance to address matters once they exited. Zhang Xian was resolute in preventing the disciples of the major sects from remaining in the secret realm. What if they stayed behind to continue gathering resources after their departure? Thus, they allowed the major sects to leave first, followed by the smaller sects, with Zhang Xian's Qingyun sect being the last to exit. Zhang Xian distributed the teleportation jade slips, placing one firmly in Li Xiaobai's hand. Li Xiaobai lifted his head from the dirt, fixing a fierce stare at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, I swear I will not rest until this grudge is avenged. Zhang Xian patted his shoulder dismissively. I understand. Once we are outside, I have questions for you. Now, let us hurry. Li Xiaobai crushed the jade slip in his hand, preparing to depart. Yet, as the slip shattered, the surrounding space remained utterly unresponsive. The two exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. In the plaza of the Ziki sect, the leaders and elders of various sects wore expressions of deep discontent. Master Li, the sect competition has concluded. It is imperative that you summon them forth. The audacity of the young master of Qingyun's sect to manipulate the rankings of the sect competition is nothing short of a provocation to all sects in the southern wilderness. Master Li, please hasten to bring them out. Further competition is now redundant. The assembly urged Li Yuanzhao, their words laced with resentment towards Zhang Xian. Li Yuanzhao, akwadi grimfasa, prepared to recall the disciples from each sect. He had anticipated that with Li Xiaobai's presence, victory in the sect competition was nearly guaranteed, yet the outcome was utterly unacceptable. Zhang Xian must not be allowed to escape unscathed. However, in the next moment, a frown creased his brow, and his heart sank. The secret realm had lost contact. Moreover, the luminous screen that had once displayed the conditions within the secret realm above the plaza abruptly vanished, plunging everything into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 50. The array is activated. Brother Zhang, how come you are unscathed? What has transpired? Why has the teleportation jade slip failed? Within the secret realm, disciples from various sects shattered their teleportation jade slips, only to find them utterly unresponsive, leaving them perplexed. They turned their gazes towards the disciples of the Ziki sect, seeking answers. This competition's secret realm was overseen by the Ziki sect, so it was only natural for them to inquire about the issue at hand. The Ziki disciples were equally bewildered, as their attempts to shatter the jade slips had yielded no results either. Typically, issues with teleportation arrays are not uncommon, but when it concerns a secret realm, the implications are serious. A secret realm constitutes a distinct space, with some even serving as miniature worlds. Should a problem arise with the teleportation, it signifies that the integrity of the secret realm may be compromised, thus trapping them within. Everyone, the situation appears to be rather dire, Zhang Xian declared, rising to his feet with a grave tone. He had previously sensed that there were anomalies within this secret realm. The secret realm for the sect competition was limited to golden core cultivators. Those surpassing this realm risked causing the collapse of the space. Yet, the battle between Zhu Ying and Li Xiaobai had seen both parties unleash powers exceeding the golden core stage without fracturing the secret realm space. Initially, Zhang Xian suspected that the Ziki sect had implemented protective formations for stability, but it was becoming increasingly clear that this was not the case. There are other forces at play within the secret realm. Zhang Xian's gaze sharpened as he regarded Zhu Ying, suspecting him of being involved should any issues arise. At Zhang Xian's words, the crowd fell into a state of confusion. Everyone was aware that a problem had arisen within the secret realm, but the pressing question remained, what should they do? Zhu Ying, noticing Zhang Xian's scrutiny, merely smiled in response. In the next moment, he stepped forward, declaring, "Your sect competition has concluded. It is now time to settle my affairs." "It is indeed you," Zhang Xian exclaimed. The crowd looked on, bewildered. What did this mean? Zhang Xian proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, the failure of the teleportation jade slip is likely the handiwork of this individual, who is not one of our southern wilderness cultivators." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, seemingly coming to a collective realization. Indeed, no such formidable golden core cultivator had been heard of from the southern wilderness. Initially, they had assumed that he was a dark horse emerging from a minor demonic sect, but it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. Zhu Ying, taken aback, gazed at Zhang Xian with curiosity. "It seems you have discerned my identity long ago. What gave me away?" He recalled that he had never revealed his true identity, especially after being defeated by Zhang Xian, and had consistently aligned himself with the notion of being a disciple of a minor sect. "Your abilities are not those that an ordinary demonic cultivator could master or wield," Li Xiaobai interjected, stepping forward with newfound confidence. "This demonic cultivator's origins are indeed extraordinary." I see. Nevertheless, I remain intrigued as to how you uncovered this." Zhu Ying continued to fixate on Zhang Xian. "The great desolation prisoner's finger is indeed an unparalleled divine ability of my demon kin, one that is inaccessible to the average demonic practitioner. Although Li Xiaobai from the Boundless Sword Tomb recognized it, it is surprising that even Gu Yufangzheng could not discern it. How did you manage to see through it?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The demonic clan? This individual hails from the demonic realm? No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. He is indeed a powerful being from the demon clan. Li Xiaobai also came to a realization, recognizing that the other's status within the demonic faction must be extraordinary. Yet, he was equally curious about Zhang Xian, pondering how he had discerned this information. Especially during the recent battle with Zhu Ying, Zhang's explanations have been astutely insightful, revealing a depth of knowledge that seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere junior disciple from Southern Sect. Upon noticing the attention directed towards him, Zhang Xian's heart sank. He couldn't possibly divulge that he had recognized Zhu Ying's extraordinary bloodline long ago, as that would not align with his own backstory. Curse it, the risks of boasting are palpable. Would these individuals begin to question his identity? Feeling a bit anxious, he was relieved that the system hadn't indicated any exposure. He hoped all was well. As Zhang hesitated to clarify, Zhu Ying remained unfazed. If he chose not to speak, that was his prerogative. After all, everyone harbors their secrets, and she was willing to respect that. However, she hoped he would join her and return to the demonic clan. "Do you wish to recruit me as your subordinate?" Zhang Xian laughed heartily. "I believe you might be mistaken. With so many witnesses present, and given that they already knew that Jade Slip's failure was linked to her, how could she still act so arrogantly?" The crowd's expressions turned hostile as they cast unkind glances at Zhu Ying. Yet, Zhu Ying remained composed, surveying the onlookers. Indeed, I admit I cannot contend with so many cultivators simultaneously, but do you truly believe I would recklessly expose myself before you without preparation? As she spoke, a surge of demonic energy erupted from her, and she bellowed, "Greedy wolf, activate the formation." Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling enveloped the crowd, and Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. His meticulously crafted plan seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Before he could ponder further, the previously overcast sky of the secret realm transformed into a blood-red hue, a grand formation spreading across the heavens, enveloping the entire area. The intricate runes of the formation glimmered with an eerie crimson light, striking terror into the hearts of all. At the moment the formation materialized, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through everyone present. What is happening? I suddenly feel drained, unable to channel my internal energy. Me too. What kind of formation is this? It can affect all of us simultaneously? This is bad. I feel my cultivation dissipating. The crowd experienced an instantaneous loss of strength, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Even Li Xiaobai was not spared. At that moment, he felt as though he lacked the strength to wield his sword. The diminishment of his internal power caused his complexion to drastically change. The formation above was siphoning away his cultivation. What sort of malevolent array was this? Upon witnessing the fallen crowd, Zhu Ying erupted into laughter. This is the supreme formation of my demonic clan, the Blood Plague formation, created by the Blood Prison Demon Lord of my clan. Those caught within it, unless they possess the bloodline of the demon clan, will find themselves utterly unable to utilize even a fraction of their internal energy, and their cultivation will continuously wane until they are rendered mere mortals. The magnificent grand formation could even sway celestial beings. You mere golden core practitioners are nothing but ants now. Zhu Ying appeared to be in high spirits as he elaborated to the crowd. Zhang Xian could understand the sentiment. It was akin to taunting an opponent when their crystal was all but shattered in the game. Yet, as he gazed at the celestial formation above, an odd expression crossed his face, for this was his own array. Upon hearing Zhu Ying's words, the crowd felt a weight in their hearts. Most were unaware of who the Blood Prison Demon Lord was, but they comprehended the implications of the Blood Plague array. How could they possibly withstand a formation that could even affect immortals? Especially now, when their powers were rendered useless and their cultivation was in decline. They had become mere flesh awaiting slaughter on the chopping block. The faces of the various sect disciples turned ashen. Could they truly be doomed? Bold demon clan, how dare you rampage in our southern region? Do you wish to make enemies of all our sects? Fear not. Our sects in the southern region have always maintained vigilance. They must have already sensed the anomalies in the secret realm and will soon send elders to our aid. Indeed, I advise you to release us quickly. Once our elders arrive from the outside, you shall face dire consequences. The disciples of the major sects spoke to reassure the crowd, momentarily exhibiting the demeanor of seasoned disciples, with some even daring to threaten Zhu Ying. However, Li Xiaobai, who was well acquainted with the infamous Blood Prison Demon Lord, was far from optimistic. That entity could rival the likes of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. Could the cultivators of the southern region truly breach such a formidable array? Moreover, it was evident that Zhu Ying alone could not have set up such an extensive formation. There were likely powerful allies backing him. As if to confirm his fears, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Demonic beings, including the infamous Tanlang, made their appearance. Greetings, young master. Tanlang and his companions presented Zhu Ying with attire, and he exchanged his wild garb for a sleek black outfit, looking quite dashing. The aura of the transcendent beings among Tanlang and the others was unmistakable. The secret realm had long been secured by the Blood Plague array, and they could now act freely. Li Xiaobai felt his heart plummet. It was over. Gui Weifang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly inquired, "Brother Zhang, what should we do now?" Yet, when he turned to Zhang Xian, he was taken aback. "Zhang, brother, how come you are unscathed?" The others had succumbed to the influence of the Blood Plague array, collapsing to the ground, while Zhang Xian stood as if untouched. What was happening? Chapter 51. Is the young master of Qingyun sect a demon? Then I shall annihilate the Qingyun sect. The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhang Xian. their expressions filled with confusion. Why was he unaffected by the blood plague formation while everyone else was? At this moment, Zhang Xian's lips twitched uncontrollably, unsure of how to explain. He couldn't possibly reveal that he was the blood-prisoned demon lord, who had left himself a loophole in the very formation he created, thus rendering himself immune to its effects. Could he? In the sky, Zhu Ying and others also looked at Zhang Xian, their faces a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. How could this be possible? Tan Lang could hardly believe it. The blood plague formation was foolproof, and this lad was clearly not right. Zhu Ying squinted. The formation crafted by the blood-prisoned demon lord could not possibly be flawed, for all the cultivators present, except for Zhang Xian, had been affected. Clearly, the issue lay with him. Oh dear, my mana, my cultivation, what on earth is happening? Suddenly, Zhang Xian fell to the ground, wailing dramatically, his expression exaggerated. The crowd's faces darkened. Was his performance not a tad too theatrical? Zhang Xian found himself in a dilemma. Initially, he had not realized that the phenomenon above was the blood plague formation, and it was indeed abrupt when Zhu Ying activated it, leaving him no time to respond. Now that his charade was exposed, he had no choice but to feign distress. Stop pretending. Do you think we're blind? Zhu Ying, veins bulging on his forehead, swiftly struck towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian widened his eyes and quickly dodged the attack. Is it not permissible for you to assume that I too am under the formation's influence? Everyone else is lying down while I stand. It makes me feel quite out of place. Zhu Ying snorted coldly. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. In the next moment, Tan Lang and others immediately surrounded Zhang Xian. Leading the group were several formidable tribulation transcendence experts along with numerous great ascension cultivators. This assembly was indeed lavish, more than sufficient to deal with a mere golden core cultivator. I am but an ordinary cultivator. What secrets could I possibly possess? Zhang Xian chuckled awkwardly. Zhu Ying was unconvinced. Observing Zhang Xian's demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the blood plague formation, he suddenly grasped the truth. I understand now. Zhang Xian's heart raced. What had he figured out? The blood plague formation dictated that unless one possessed the bloodline of a demon, they would inevitably be affected by the formation. Now that you remain unaffected, there is only one possibility. Zhu Ying's eyes gleamed as he declared, You too belong to my demon clan. Upon hearing this, the disciples of various sects lying on the ground erupted in an uproar. The young master of Qingyun's sect is a demon? I knew it. His underhanded methods could not possibly be the work of an ordinary cultivator. He must be a demon. Well then, if the young master of Qingyun's sect is a demon, it stands to reason that the Qingyun sect may very well be in league with the demon clan. Who would have thought that our southern region harbors such treachery? I have long suspected that Zhang Xian was not right. Once we escape, we must ensure that the entire southern region is aware of the true nature of Qingyun sect. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, felt as if they had found a breakthrough to avenge the humiliation they had suffered at Zhang Xian's hands, particularly as this revelation had the potential to overturn the results of the sect competition. However, it is predominantly the disciples of prominent sects who dare to speak up. The cultivators from smaller sects have refrained from opposing Zhang Xian, as the promised outcome of the grand sect competition he had assured them remains unfulfilled. Yet now, with Zhu Ying and his allies controlling the entire secret realm, everyone's lives hang in a balance. And it is likely that these individuals will soon rally to confront Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian is not taken aback by this turn of events. It is only natural for others to suffer repercussions when subjected to his unique methods of control. In fact, he feels a sense of relief that Zhu Ying's conjecture is not audacious enough. Otherwise, the system might have alerted him to his exposure. Zhang Xian, Zhu Ying speaks again. Since you are also one of my kind, it would be prudent to return to the demon clan now that your identity is revealed. I shall be frank. I am the demon prince. My initial purpose for coming to the Tai domain was to seize the chaos magician sword body from you. But I have come to realize that you yourself hold greater significance. Join me, and when I ascend to power within the demon clan, your rewards will be plentiful. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian raises an eyebrow. So this fellow came to the South Wilderness for the Chaos Magician sword body. Initially, He had presumed the other to be a prodigy of the demon clan exploring the world. As for Zhu Ying's identity as the demon prince, he is not surprised, having sensed the uniqueness of his bloodline from the beginning. However, the notion that the other wishes to take him as a subordinate, does he think himself formidable? I must decline, Zhang Xian replies coolly. How audacious! The presence of Tan Lang and others suddenly surges as they prepare to subdue Zhang Xian. They are aware of how the demon prince had been humiliated at Zhang Xian's hands. Now, the demon prince not only harbors no grievances, but seeks to recruit him. How dare he refuse? Zhu Ying, however, raises a hand to halt Tan Lang and the others, continuing to speak to Zhang Xian in a measured tone. May I inquire as to your reasons for declining? Huh. Zhang Xian scoffs. You wish to be my elder brother? There is no one in this world with such a privilege. I am a disciple of Qingyun's sect, a rightful member of the human race. I was born a child of Qingyun's sect, and I shall die a ghost of Qingyun's sect. There is no way I will return to the demon clan. What a jest! If he were to venture into the demon clan, how would he fulfill the mission of this lifetime? The onlookers are unfamiliar with Zhang Xian's thoughts, yet they are moved by his words. This young man possesses such integrity. The disciples of Qingyun's sect are equally stirred. Witnessing their young master face the threat of a tribulation expert without a trace of fear, steadfastly identifying as a disciple of Qingyun's sect. This is truly a paragon of the sect's spirit. Tan Lang and the others, however, wear grim expressions, deeming him utterly unaware of his situation. Demon Prince, allow us to teach this young man a lesson, ensuring he complies. Tan Lang respectfully suggests. Yet Zhu Ying shakes his head once more, continuing, Zhang Xian, I recognize your talent, strength, and cunning. I understand your reluctance to be subservient. However, what Qingyun sect can offer you, I can provide as well. What Qingyun sect cannot bestow, I can also grant. Will you not reconsider? Zhang Xian resolutely declines. I will never abandon Qingyun sect. Zhu Ying's expression darkens. He was reluctant to resort to harsh measures against Zhang Xian, for even the strong possess their own dignity. Should he forcibly subjugate the other, he might end up with a worthless individual. Once a strong person's spirit is broken, they become utterly useless. However, Zhang Xian was truly unappreciative of the situation, which began to irritate Zhu Ying. Do you not grasp the gravity of the current predicament? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Zhang Xian, resembling a stubborn pig unperturbed by boiling water, retorted with a cold smirk. If you have any capabilities, feel free to unleash them. The moment I furrow my brow, I am no longer your brother Xian. Observing Zhang Xian's fierce defiance, Zhu Ying sneered. Very well, then I shall obliterate the Qingyun sect. When the Qingyun sect is no more, let us see how you continue to proclaim yourself a disciple of Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Qingyun sect felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. Could this demon truly possess such formidable power? Yet, with a tribulation-level expert guarding him and being a demon prince, it was conceivable that he could indeed carry out such a threat. The disciples of Qingyun sect were engulfed in apprehension. Chapter 52. Has Zhang Xian cowered? Big brother, allow me to take them down? Do you yist? Zhang Xian retorted coldly. Do you possess the strength to annihilate the Qingyun sect? Do you believe my master could not dispatch you in an instant? The demon race wouldn't dare to make a sound. He remained unperturbed by the threats, for as the demon prince, Zhu Ying could not possibly be ignorant of Yun Yao's circumstances. Even the most formidable figures of the demon race showed utmost respect towards Zhu Ying, yet he was merely one among them and lacked the authority to confront a transcendent immortal. Should he genuinely possess such prowess, he would eagerly await an assault on the Qingyun sect to fulfill his own mission. As the threat was unraveled, Zhu Ying's expression darkened. He was indeed aware of Yun Yao's true identity, but had not anticipated that Zhang Xian would also be informed. It seemed this fellow was not as ordinary as he appeared. With Zhu Ying falling silent, Zhang Xian grew emboldened. I advise you to release us promptly. If my master learns of this situation, it will spell doom for you. The expressions of Tan Lang and the others grew increasingly abnormal. Yet Zhu Ying remained relatively composed. Do you presume we did not investigate before our arrival? The Qingyun sword immortal is currently absent from the southern regions. You cannot intimidate us. This time, Zhang Xian's countenance stiffened. He was taken aback that they were aware of Xiao Yao's absence. Even he was uncertain of her whereabouts, indicating that they had indeed prepared thoroughly. However, Zhu Ying did not possess the calm facade he projected. While they had confirmed Yun Yao was not in the southern regions, her current location remained unknown, as tracking an immortal was beyond their capability. Their initial caution, including the establishment of the blood plague formation, was to prevent exposing their whereabouts and inciting unforeseen complications. Thus, the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it became for them. Seeing that Zhang Xian was impervious to coercion, Zhu Ying's patience waned. Since you refuse to accompany me, so be it. There was a hint of regret in his voice, but he quickly shifted his tone. Yet, a person such as yourself, if allowed to live, would only bring trouble to my demon race. As a demon prince, I cannot permit your kind to remain among the human race. Tan Lang, eliminate him. Without hesitation, Tan Lang prepared to strike, unleashing a terrifying aura befitting a transcending being, one that a golden core practitioner could not withstand. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in shock. What a fanatic! If you cannot possess it, you seek to destroy it? He was not afraid of death, for he had a system that allowed him to reincarnate. However, if he perished now, his mission would inevitably fail. Do not attack. Zhang Xian raised his hands high, suddenly shifting his demeanor. I surrender. I am willing to be your subordinate. This unexpected turn left everyone else bewildered. Wait, weren't you just defiant a moment ago? Now you cower? The disciples of the major sects erupted in scorn. The young master of the Qingyun sect, a lapdog of the demon race, I disdain you. Indeed, you feign such bravado. If you had the capability, confront us head-on. How ridiculous! I thought you were a true martyr. The Qingyun sect disciples also wore grim expressions, yet they expressed understanding. In the face of a life-threatening situation, how many could uphold righteousness? One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. Zhang Xian paid no heed to those rascals. A bunch of ignorant youths, what do they know? This was merely a strategy to buy time. With powerful adversaries surrounding him, he lacked the confidence to break free. He could only stabilize the situation before devising a plan. Zhu Ying, taken aback by Zhang Xian's sudden capitulation, momentarily faltered. Are you truly willing to follow me? Zhang Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically as he smiled and replied, Of course, I have just realized that living a cowardly life is preferable to a noble death. You claim to be the son of the demon clan, a figure of considerable stature. It would indeed be wise to ally with you. However, we must agree that you will grant me power and status. Upon hearing this, the disciples from various sects grew even more incensed. He truly is a petty man. Just look at his face. Damn it, I almost believed this fellow had some backbone. What a fool I was. They spat. A shameless wretch, I spit. The crowd erupted in furious curses, not out of deep-seated enmity, but because Zhang Xian had previously bullied them, and now they finally had the opportunity to retaliate. Zhang Xian retorted earnestly, You understand nothing. A wise bird chooses its tree to perch upon. What is the Qingyun sect compared to the demon clan? I'm going to enjoy a life of luxury among the demons, and I see that you are merely envious. As Zhang Xian dared to retort, their vitriol only intensified. He was unfazed, for he had never feared a battle of wits. Silence. Zhu Ying coldly snorted, and the aura of Gan Lang and the others surged, causing the crowd to fall silent. Zhu Ying turned to Zhang Xian, a smile gracing his face. What a wise bird chooses its tree. Rest assured, I shall grant you everything I promised. In the future, as I reign supreme in the demon clan, you shall stand one step below me, above all others. Zhang Xian felt as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune, his smile obsequious. Brother, you may simply call me Xiao Zhang from now on. Henceforth, should you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. I will follow you with unwavering loyalty. I swear it by my very heart. Zhu Ying found some comfort in the preceding words, yet furrowed his brow at Zhang Xian's oath. This fellow seems to have a penchant for swearing by his heart's demons. He mused. Nevertheless, no cultivator would jest about such matters, so he dismissed the thought. Allelicht, Gan Lang. Zhu Ying turned to Gan Lang and the others. Prepare the teleportation array. We shall return to the demon clan. Gan Lang nodded in agreement, but inquired, My lord, What shall we do about these people? Zhu Ying's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the practitioners below. Our appearance in the southern wilderness must not be disclosed. Thus, none shall be spared. Upon hearing this, the faces of the various sect practitioners paled. No, my lord. I too am willing to submit to you. I wish to pledge allegiance to the demon clan. Please spare my life. Damn that Zhang Xian, the demon clan's lackey, shall not meet a good end. Many began to plead for mercy, while others hurled even harsher insults at Zhang Xian, seemingly fearing for their lives and eager to express their spite. Zhu Ying paid them no mind, and Gan Lang prepared to act. The demon clan was known for its decisiveness and ruthlessness. Observing this, Zhang Xian quickly interjected, "Brother, allow me to deal with them. Rest assured, I shall leave no trace. Having just joined, it is only fitting I earn my place, is it not?" The group, including Tan Lang, raised their brows, noting how swiftly this young man assumed his role. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that he harbored ill intentions. Zhu Ying, equally surprised, cast a glance at Zhang Xian and remarked, "Very well, the task is entrusted to you." Zhang Xian responded with a smile, confidently approaching the disciples of various sections. Zhu Ying narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to Tan Lang, instructing, "Keep a discreet watch. We must avoid any unforeseen incidents." Tan Lang nodded in agreement, subtly leaving a strand of his consciousness attached to Zhang Xian. Of course, Zhu Ying did not place complete trust in Zhang Xian. However, should Zhang Xian handle these individuals, it would eliminate their reasons for remaining in the southern wilderness. They would have no choice but to accompany him back to the demon clan. As for the possibility of resistance from these individuals, with their magical powers rendered useless, slaying them would be no different from crushing ants. Thus, Zhu Ying harbored no concerns regarding unexpected developments. Zhang Xian was indeed aware of the additional strand of consciousness upon him, but chose to disregard it. Approaching the assembly, the disciples of various sects glared at Zhang Xian with red-rimmed eyes. "You wretched creature, if you have the capability, go ahead and end my life." One exclaimed, "Chairman, I am a member of the Radiant Society. I wish to live. Can I return with you to the demon clan?" Another pleaded, "Zhang Xian, would you spare me? I have even carried your palanquin." Chapter 53. Can Zhang Xian break the formation? What a useless ally in the face of life and death. The reactions of the crowd varied drastically. Some pleaded for mercy, others hurled curses, while many wore expressions of utter despair. Zhang Xian cast his gaze towards the disciples of the Qingyun sect, where Gu Yuefang was also present. Among them, some were pleading for their lives, while others accused Zhang Xian of treachery, but he paid them no mind. His attention was drawn to the most vociferous critic among them, and he seized the man without hesitation. "You find joy in your curses, do you?" Zhang Xian exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to the man's face. The individual, a mid-stage golden core disciple of the Tianxin sect, was known for his fiery temperament. However, he was utterly powerless against Zhang Xian, who left him bloodied and gasping. "Curse me all you want. If you have the guts, kill me. Have you not eaten?" The Tianxin disciple continued to curse. Zhang Xian's response was more ruthless. He delivered a kick that sent the man flying, rendering him unconscious in the distance. Witnessing such brutality, the outcry from the crowd diminished significantly. Zhang Xian scoffed, "If you enjoy cursing, then carry on. I shall soon put an end to all of you. A mere swarm of insects dares to defy me. Watch as I obliterate you." While he spoke, he discreetly transmitted a message to Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefang. "The blood plague formation will soon experience a malfunction. At that moment, you must utilize your cultivation to hasten the escape of everyone. Shatter the teleportation jade slips and flee the secret realm." Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefang, who had been lying amidst the crowd, widened their eyes in disbelief at Zhang Xian's words. A malfunction in the blood plague formation? What did that mean? Could it be that Zhang Xian could indeed break the formation? Zhang Xian offered no further explanation. Did he not possess the means to disable the formation through a hidden exit he had left? Noticing their intense reactions, he hastily cautioned, "Be careful not to attract attention. Someone is watching us." Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefang glanced at the likes of the greedy wolf and others. Although those powerful individuals were preoccupied with setting up a large teleportation array, they were casting glances this way, with the shadowy figure of Zhu Ying fixated on Zhang Xian. The two promptly subdued their expressions and bowed their heads, yet they still inquired via transmission. "Brother Zhang, are you truly not of the demonic race? Damn it, the Qingyun sect has conducted background checks. Do you still not know my identity? Zhang Xian, what does it mean that the blood plague formation will experience issues? Why ask so many questions? Just ensure that everyone escapes quickly when the time comes. We understand, but how do we notify the others? That is your concern, not mine. However, I will gather you all together shortly and create an opportunity for your escape. The rest is up to you." The three exchanged frantic messages while Zhang Xian maintained the fade of berating the crowd. He did not aspire to be a savior, but he wished to prevent the Qingyun sect from becoming a target due to the deaths of these individuals. Although he hoped for an assault on the Qingyun sect, it should not become a sacrificial pawn in any sense. The sect held special significance for both him and Xiao Yao. Thus, even at the risk of exposing his identity, certain actions were necessary. Zhang Xian delivered a kick to a disciple of a prominent sect standing before him. "Stand up, all of you. Lie down in a heap, and we shall perish together shortly. Over 20,000 souls, one by one, slain. How long will this continue?" Zhang Xian cursed vehemently, and the cultivator he had kicked glared back at him. "I lack even the strength to rise. How can I stand?" Slap! Zhang Xian delivered a resounding blow. "Who the hell do you think you're speaking to? If you wish to die now, I can certainly oblige." With that, he seized the other by the neck and hurled him into the mass of people. A profound silence enveloped the crowd under Zhang Xian's coercion. The cultivators at the edges begrudgingly struggled to their feet and clustered together, all casting fierce glares in his direction. At that moment, Zhu Ying approached Zhang Xian. "What is happening here?" Zhang Xian, with a servile tone, replied, "Brother, there are too many of them. Killing them one by one is excessively laborious. I intend to gather them together, and with a single divine technique, we can obliterate them all, like a grand display of fireworks." Upon hearing this, the faces of the sect cultivators turned ashen. What manner of demon is this? Especially with Zhang Xian's vivid portrayal, one could easily believe he had executed such deeds before. Zhu Ying regarded Zhang Xian in surprise, recognizing him as a promising candidate for the dark arts. "Very well, proceed swiftly and avoid any mishaps," he advised. Stepping aside to observe, Zhang Xian patted his chest, assuring him, "Rest assured, brother, I will present you with a spectacular scene shortly." He then turned to the gathered crowd. Noticing their accusatory glares, and "Curse again, what are you staring at? Dare to glare at me, and I'll pluck your eyes out." The crowd hastily lowered their heads, fearing he might indeed follow through. However, shortly thereafter, many cultivators received messages indicating that the grand formation above would soon encounter issues, allowing them to harness their powers. This intelligence came from Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefeng, leaving no room for doubt regarding its reliability. After all, one hailed from the sacred ground of the boundless domain, while the other was a scion of a long-lived lineage. Perhaps they had found a way to contact the outside world, suggesting that help was on the way to breach the formation. Elation surged within the crowd as they braced for an escape, and an uncanny silence fell upon them. Zhu Ying silently nodded at this scene. Zhang Xian indeed possessed a unique knack. His casual display of dominance had compelled everyone to obediently await their fate. Quite impressive. Observing the gathered throng, Zhang Xian noted their apparent communication. He glanced at the distant figures of Tan Lang and others, noticing they were still engaged in setting up a large-scale teleportation array, clearly indicating that establishing a cross-domain teleportation array was no simple task. Turning to Zhu Ying, he declared, "Brother, it's about time. Watch how I handle this." Ascending into the air, Zhang Xian unleashed a torrent of sword energy that enveloped everyone present, an unparalleled sword intent erupting forth. Zhu Ying raised an eyebrow. Aside from their initial encounter, he had not witnessed Zhang Xian's prowess in action, and he truly had no gauge of the latter's strength. Judging by the current display, Zhang Xian's might was undoubtedly formidable. Truly, as the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign's legacy, one could only imagine the extent of power wielded by the Tsangming Sword Sovereign in his prime. Similar thoughts also emerged in the minds of the greedy wolves and others, who were drawn in by the commotion caused by Zhang Xian's actions. At that moment, Witnessing the magnificent sword aura enveloping the heavens, they felt as though they had transcended time and space. Catching a glimpse of the legendary figure of Sangming's sword sovereign from years gone by, Zhu Ying was filled with admiration, invigorated by the sight. Such a prodigy, would he not eventually follow my footsteps? The blood-prisoned demon lord, the Sangming sword sovereign, these extraordinary beings chronicled in the annals of immortality. He would ultimately reach that pinnacle. The disciples of various sects lying on the ground were equally astonished by Zhang Xian's might. Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefang had not disclosed that the information came from Zhang Xian, so at this moment, they believed he was genuinely intent on killing. This overwhelming presence rivaled, if not surpassed, the formidable strike wielded by Li Xiaobai with his clear sword heart. It seemed Zhang Xian truly intended to slay them all with a single blow. Why had those outside not commenced breaking the formation? The cultivators from various sects inwardly screamed in desperation. Li Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the sword-wielding figure in the sky. Is this truly the inheritor of the Sangming sword sovereign? The supreme sword intent, I am utterly inferior. The moment he perceived the sword intent manifesting, Li Xiaobai realized he was no match for Zhang Xian. In terms of the great Tao, the other party already possessed sword intent, while he merely had a clear sword heart. How could he compare? The crowd, uncertain of Zhang Xian's intentions, saw that all eyes had turned toward him, prompting him to look at Zhu Ying and bellow, "Big brother, catch my sword." He gripped his sword tightly, without unsheathing it, and suddenly struck towards Zhu Ying, who stood nearby. This strike, imbued with boundless sword energy and supreme sword intent, directly enveloped Zhu Ying. Simultaneously, he utilized the backdoor he had left in the Blood Plague Great Formation to directly seal off the array. Bold move. The faces of the greedy wolves and others instantly changed, not expecting Zhang Xian to direct his attack at the Demon Prince. They hurriedly rushed toward Zhu Ying. The cultivators of various sects on the ground were also taken aback. What is happening? Why did Zhang Xian attack Zhu Ying? Observing the crowd in a daze, Zhang Xian erupted in a furious shout. What the hell are you all dawdling for? Run. He had not anticipated that he would create such a splendid opportunity for escape, only for this group to remain in a stupor, even Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefang included. What a bunch of incompetent allies. Chapter 54. This child must not be allowed to live. I still have one sword. Dare you, Great Ascension? Flee? The crowd was momentarily stunned, only to realize that the crimson formation above had dimmed significantly. Was the outside world dismantling the array? Could it be that Zhang Xian's recent actions were merely a ruse to buy them time and create an opportunity for escape? Magical power can be utilized, someone exclaimed with sudden delight. The group finally came to their senses, transforming into a kaleidoscope of brilliant light as they hurriedly fled into the distance. They had been utterly captivated by Zhang Xian's earlier display of prowess. Zhang Xian, however, was left speechless, wondering what manner of fools these individuals were. He quickly regrouped with Gu Yuefang and others from the Qingyan sect. Upon his return, many disciples were filled with shame. Young master, we apologize. We misunderstood you. Young master. Upon witnessing that some still had the leisure to apologize, Zhang Xian bellowed, "Save your apologies for later. We must flee immediately." With that, he soared into the distance, followed closely by Gu Yuefang and the others. Regrettably, while Zhang Xian's previous strike had been stunning, it was not sufficient to deter the tribulation experts. Zhang Xian, a furious roar erupted from where Zhu Ying stood, bloodied and gravely injured, his face contorted with rage. Although Tan Lang and others had rushed to his aid, they were a moment too late. Zhang Xian's sword had not been entirely deflected, and he had come perilously close to death. Yet, the sensation of being on the brink of demise was not what fueled his rage. What truly infuriated him was that Zhang Xian had deceived him. Devil spawn, are you unharmed? Yu Ying glared at Tan Long, incredulous. Does this look unharmed to you? Capture Zhang Xian. If he refuses to submit, eliminate him. Tan Lang and the others nodded, preparing to pursue, but their expressions shifted dramatically the next instant. Not good. It seems the Blood Plague formation has been deactivated. What is happening? What? Zhu Ying nearly thought he had misheard, quickly looking skyward. Indeed, the brilliance of the formation had dimmed considerably. How could this be? The Blood Plague formation was a grand array created by the Blood Prison Demon Lord, capable of influencing even immortals. They had not done anything to affect it. How could it possibly shut down? Was it Zhang Xian? Zhu Ying was startled by his own thoughts, but could not suppress them. The timing of the opponent's attack was impeccable. Enveloped by the Blood Plague formation, the cultivators from various sects had been unable to communicate with the outside world, and Zhang Xian would have been no exception. Furthermore, there were no immortals among the cultivators of the southern wilderness. It was impossible for anyone from the outside to affect the array. Thus, it must have been Zhang Xian. But how had he accomplished it? Not good. The space is collapsing. This secret realm is on the verge of shattering. Just as Zhu Ying was lost in thought, Tan Lang's expression changed again. With the suppression of the secret realm's space lifted, the emergence of Tan Lang and the other tribulation experts indeed caused the surrounding space to fracture violently. Should the space collapse entirely, Tan Lang and the others might have a chance to survive, but they would undoubtedly be unable to protect Zhu Ying. Without hesitation, the greedy wolf unleashed the aura of tribulation, stabilizing the surrounding space, while urgently instructing the others. The situation has changed. Quickly prepare the teleportation array to escort the demon child away. However, Zhu Ying's expression darkened as he gazed at Zhang Xian and the others who were nearly escaping beyond the horizon. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "No, we must eliminate Zhang Xian. We have already offended him beyond repair. Such a character, if left unchecked, will surely become a great threat in the future." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and two powerful beings of the Ascension stage spoke. "Demon child, remain here. We shall deal with Zhang Xian." "No, I will accompany you. I want to witness his demise with my own eyes." Zhu Ying clenched his fists, his determination evident. The guardians furrowed their brows. It was clear that Zhang Xian had a profound impact on Zhu Ying. If the demon child did not witness the boy's death, he might become a lingering fear that would affect his future cultivation. Thus, the two ascended beings nodded and, with the heavily injured Zhu Ying, hastened towards Zhang Xian and the others, while the greedy wolf and his companions remained behind to secure the space and finalize the teleportation array. "Not good. They are closing in," Guyu Fangzheng suddenly exclaimed as the Qingyun sect members fled at great speed. Zhang Xian turned to look back, witnessing the secret realm's space shattering violently, with Zhu Ying and the others rapidly pursuing them. At this rate, they would soon catch up. Seeing this, Zhang Xian sighed softly. His cultivation level was indeed too low, although he had unleashed the sword intent and all his sword energy in that last strike, enough to slay a Yuanying stage practitioner. The gap to a tribulation-level expert was still insurmountable. The good news was that the Blood Plague array had been deactivated, causing the space to collapse, preventing the greedy wolf and his companions from fully attacking, as they were evidently preparing for a retreat. However, the bad news was that the collapsing space hindered their ability to promptly shatter the teleportation jade slip to escape the secret realm. Otherwise, they risked being swept away by chaotic spatial currents. Moreover, two ascended beings were hot on their heels, strong enough to annihilate them all. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Zhang Xian suddenly halted. "Brother Zhang, do not jest. Those are two ascended experts. We must flee quickly. We can shatter the jade slip soon and leave the secret realm," Guyu Fangzheng urged. "Even if Zhang Xian is formidable, it is impossible for him to withstand two ascended cultivators." A disciple of the Qingyun sect interjected, "Young master, Elder Wang instructed us to protect you with all our might before entering the secret realm, so you must leave first." "Indeed, young master is the hope of the Qingyun sect's revival. We may perish, but you must survive. Please, young master, hurry and go. Even if we have to use our bodies, we will delay them for a moment." In that instant, every disciple of the Qingyun sect astonishingly chose to stay behind, even those who had previously insulted Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, the sect founded by Xiao Yao possessed remarkable cohesion. But he scolded, "Stop with the theatrics. Zhu Ying intends to subdue me, and I am not so easily defeated. If you stay, it will only lead to your demise. Get out of here now. None of you will escape." However, Zhu and his companions had already caught up, glaring at Zhang Xian with a ferocity that suggested they wished to devour him whole. Zhang Xian's expression darkened as he positioned Gu Yu and Fang Zheng behind him, coldly declaring, "Leave. I have a way to survive. Your presence here will only be a burden to me." The disciples of Qin Yun's sect exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern, while Gu Yu cast a profound glance at Zhang Xian. "Brother Zhang, do you truly mean this? When have I ever deceived you?" He retorted. "Very well, let us retreat." Gu Yu finally resolved to act, propelling himself into the distance with all his might. The disciples of Qin Yun's sect hesitated momentarily, but after Zhang Xian barked another command to retreat, they reluctantly followed suit, soaring away. Their only hope now lay in escaping the secret realm and seeking assistance from the powerful figures outside to rescue their young master. In the distance, many disciples from other sects witnessed Zhang Xian's audacious decision to remain behind and confront Zhu and his entourage. Admiration flickered across their faces, yet their feet moved swiftly away. Nevertheless, his solitary figure lingered in their hearts. Attempting to flee, a powerful figure next to Zhu scoffed, preparing to strike at the retreating disciples. However, Zhang Xian was swifter, launching a sword strike toward him. Such bravery! The powerful figure sneered, shattering Zhang Xian's sword light with a single palm. Yet, he stared at his own hand in disbelief as a crimson line appeared on his palm. He had been injured by a mere golden core cultivator? Is this the prowess of a genius endowed with sword intent? Truly, as the inheritor of the Tsangming sword sovereign, the words of the demonic child ring true. Should he be allowed to grow, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. The powerful figure glared at Zhang Xian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Zhang Xian paid him no mind, dismissing the remarks of an inferior cultivator who had barely reached the great ascension stage. Had he been at a higher level, he would have easily dispatched this foe with a single strike. Instead, he focused on Zhu, contemplating how to buy himself some time. Kill him. To Zhang Xian's surprise, Zhu had no interest in further dialogue, directly commanding his guardians to encircle Zhang Xian, two great ascension masters moving in tandem to trap him. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in alarm. Wait! He quickly raised one hand, while his other hand cautiously grasped the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing the celestial blade. I still have one sword strike left. Do you great ascension masters dare to receive it? Chapter 55. Beware of the unsheathing. Have I been deceived again? Zhang Xian's unparalleled sword intent surged once more, a magnificent aura of sword energy sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The suppression brought by his Tao realm caused even the two great Mahayana cultivators to feel a hint of pressure. However, the crux of the matter lay not in this, but in the sword held firmly in Zhang Xian's grasp. Zhu and the others fixated intently on the cracked sword in Zhang Xian's hand, their expressions rife with uncertainty. They had initially noticed the weapon, yet dismissed it, believing it to be merely a damaged magical sword. But at this moment, the aura emanating from the sword instilled a sense of trepidation within them. This was no ordinary magical artifact. It transcended even the finest of treasures. One of the Mahayana venerables narrowed his eyes and instinctively took a step back. Magical artifacts are classified into three grades: upper, middle, and lower. Above those lies the exquisite grade, and beyond that, the immortal artifacts. How could a golden core cultivator possess an immortal artifact? And how could he possibly wield it? Zhu and the others could scarcely believe their eyes. It is known that high-grade magical artifacts are exceedingly rare. Typically, only those Mahayana cultivators at the harmonization stage wield such treasures, while exquisite artifacts can only be refined by those who have transcended the tribulation, earning the right to utilize them. As for immortal artifacts, even the likes of Zhu, despite being a demon prince, had never been privileged to witness one, for they belong to the realm of immortals, and only those who have comprehended the essence of Tao can refine such items. Most immortals lack the qualifications to do so. Yet, the sword in Zhang Xian's hand exuded an aura that evidently surpassed the exquisite grade, leaving only the possibility that it was indeed an immortal artifact. The power of such an artifact was beyond their imagination, and they felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. I wield my sword against the heavens with a smile, indifferent to life and death. With that, Zhang Xian stood poised, ready to unsheath his sword at any moment. The aura of the immortal artifact surged skyward, distorting the blood plague array above. In that instant, he resembled a resplendent sun hanging in the firmament. While Zhu Ying and the others were expressions of grave concern. Could it truly be an immortal artifact? In the distance, disciples from various sects were fleeing desperately, avoiding the collapse of space. When the aura of the immortal sword manifested, a wave of unease washed over everyone. It felt as though the very fabric of this realm trembled, as if the Tao itself was retreating in fear. What was happening? Many cultivators halted in their tracks, their expressions tense as they gazed back. Some sword cultivators felt their swords quivering in their grasp, as if sensing the presence of their ancestors. Li Xiaobai was equally astounded, desperately suppressing his own sword before turning to look behind him. What he beheld would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Zhang Xian, wielding the immortal sword, stood resolutely against the heavens, exerting pressure over the two Mahayana cultivators. An immortal sword? Li Xiaobai could hardly fathom that Zhang Xian possessed such a trump card. It is well known that wielding an immortal artifact requires not only profound cultivation and power, but also a resonance with the artifact on a Tao level, as each immortal artifact corresponds to a specific Tao. Just how formidable must Zhang Xian's mastery of the sword Tao be to command such a weapon? Gu Yufangzing also witnessed this scene, his eyes brightening with excitement and his heart racing uncontrollably. Zhang Xian has astonishingly managed to restrain two formidable Great Ascension experts. He is capable of wielding an immortal sword. He recognized the artifact, and to his surprise, the seemingly unremarkable object held in Zhang Xian's grasp was indeed an immortal sword, truly unexpected. However, Gu Weifang did not exhibit excessive elation, for Zhang Xian's ability to wield the immortal sword did not necessarily imply that he could unleash its full might. His cultivation level remained insufficiently low. Thus, he promptly urged the equally astonished disciples of the Qingyun sect, "Hurry, let us not squander the opportunity Zhang Xian has created for us." The disciples of the Qingyun sect quickly regained their composure and hastened away, their hearts profoundly shaken. While they could not discern the aura of the divine artifact, they understood that Zhang Xian had indeed achieved the impossible. He had confronted two great ascension masters with the power of his golden core, a feat that defied logic. Other sect cultivators were equally astounded. Regardless of any past grievances or animosities they may have held against Zhang Xian, all was forgotten in that moment. For Zhang Xian had single-handedly intercepted powerful beings capable of annihilating them all, thus saving their lives. In their excitement, they shouted praises for their leader. Yet the urgency to flee prevailed. With the emergence of the divine artifact's aura, the collapse of the secret realm accelerated. Meanwhile, at the position of the greedy wolves and others, they too sensed the aura of the divine artifact and caught sight of Zhang Xian in the distance. Their shock was compounded by furious exclamations. The spatial collapse quickened. They must reinforce the realm. The teleportation array was also affected. They needed to stabilize it immediately. Where did this divine artifact come from? How could this boy possibly activate it? The once mighty figures were stripped of their dignity, cold sweat beading on their brows. As the aura of the divine artifact surged, the chaotic currents that would ensue from the realm's destruction could prove disastrous, and their survival was uncertain. They needed to establish the teleportation array and depart swiftly. Back at the original location, Zhang Xian maintained his stance, poised to draw his sword. The surrounding space shattered violently. Yet the fissures dared not encroach upon him. Even the impending ruptures were forcibly stabilized in the presence of the divine artifact's aura. Zhu Ying and the others, witnessing Zhang Xian's hesitation to draw his sword, seemed to finally grasp the situation. It was absurd. He was merely at the golden core stage. Even if he could wield the divine artifact, how much power could he truly unleash? We have been deceived. We must act swiftly, Zhu Ying shouted. The two great ascension masters wore grim expressions. As seasoned warriors, they were unnerved by a golden core cultivator. With a disdainful snort, they prepared to confront the aura of the divine artifact. Is that so? Let me see if you can withstand this strike. Zhang Xian sneered, and with a low growl, he indeed drew the immortal sword. In that moment, the heavens and earth were illuminated by a singular beam of sword light, cleaving the realm in twain. As the terrifying might of the divine artifact sent tremors through the very fabric of space, causing the laws of nature to recoil in fear. The expressions of the two great Ascension Masters and Zhu Ying shifted drastically. Could it be that he had truly unleashed the power of the immortal sword? This strike rivaled that of a celestial being, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance within them. Alas, after the flash of the sword, Zhu Ying and the two great masters remained in a state of stupor, while Zhang Xian had already fled far away. Zhu Ying spoke the truth. His current realm indeed could not unleash the full might of the celestial artifact. Had his treasured sword been intact, he might have managed to evoke a fraction of its power. Regrettably, the treasure was damaged, and he could only rely on his sword intent to barely maintain its form. Although his mastery of the sword path allowed him to activate the treasure, it merely enabled him to amplify its effects through resonance with the great Tao. Realizing that his adversaries had been deceived, he understood the urgency to escape. Zhang Xian, I shall kill you. Zhu Ying finally reacted, realizing he had been outwitted, and was instantly filled with rage. Zhang Xian scoffed. The youth was still too inexperienced. Even those two great masters were somewhat naive in their pursuit of him. He hastened his retreat, but the surrounding space was fracturing more violently, with rifts appearing everywhere. Although he utilized the aura of the celestial sword to forcefully stabilize the space ahead, the incompleteness of the artifact, coupled with his movement, prevented him from achieving his maximum speed. Behind him, Zhu Ying and the others were in hot pursuit, despite being similarly hindered by the space rifts. Their speed surpassed Zhang Xian's by considerable margin, as their mastery as great masters was undeniable. This realization darkened Zhang Xian's expression. Clearly, he could not shake them off this way. He needed to devise another plan. As he continued to flee, he cast his gaze towards the blood-plagued grand formation in the sky. Chapter 56. The Will of the People. Is the young master beyond rescue? In the plaza of the Ziki sect, a rift in space suddenly manifested, for which a group of cultivators clad in wild attire descended. These were the disciples from various sects participating in the grand competition. Having successfully shattered their jade slips and escaped the collapsing secret realm after distancing themselves from its perilous confines. Each face bore the expression of one who had narrowly escaped disaster, as they collectively exhaled in relief. They had finally emerged. The sect leaders and elders, who had previously displayed anxious concern upon the disappearance of the light barrier, now found solace in the return of their disciples. It seemed that despite the unexpected calamities within the secret realm, the safety of their disciples was paramount. Li Yuanzhao hurriedly searched for the figure of Li Xiaobai, and upon spotting him amidst the Ziki sect's disciples, he sighed in relief. Had anything befallen Li Xiaobai, he would have been at a loss on how to explain the situation to the Wujing Sword Tomb and the Li family. Li Yuanzhou Rumlia Pruaka Li Xiaobai, presenting him with a high-quality healing elixir and quietly inquiring about his condition. Elder Wang Defa and others soon gathered around the Qingyun sect's disciples, anxiously asking, "Are you all unharmed? Where is the young master?" Gui Weifeng, displaying a face of urgency, replied solemnly, "Brother Zhang remains within the secret realm. It has fallen under the control of the demonic forces. Were it not for Brother Zhang's valiant stand against the demonic cultivators, we would never have escaped. Now, facing those formidable foes alone, he surely cannot withstand them. We implore the elders to aid in rescuing Brother Zhang." Demonic forces? The elders, including Wang Defa, were momentarily taken aback and quickly sought further details. Simultaneously, the disciples from each sect reported the dire circumstances encountered within the secret realm. The expressions of the sect leaders and elders shifted dramatically as they absorbed the revelations. The shadowless demon was, in fact, a progeny of the demonic race. And there were even tribulation stage protectors who had infiltrated the secret realm, laying out a blood plague formation that controlled the entire domain. Zhang Xian had bravely confronted these demonic cultivators alone, wielding what appeared to be an artifact of celestial quality. Yet, none coveted the celestial artifact in Zhang Xian's possession. After all, The ability to safeguard such a treasure was uncertain, and merely activating it required resonance with the Tao, something no sect possessed among its ranks. Thus, the allure of the celestial artifact was not as potent as one might assume. What astonished everyone was that a mere golden core cultivator like Zhang Xian could stand against a great ascension cultivator. This was nothing short of remarkable. Furthermore, the sects expressed their outrage at the actions of the demonic forces. How audacious of them to scheme against the prodigies of the Tai realm. Did they seek an all-out war? The fact that their tribulation-stage cultivators could enter the secret realm and set up a grand formation suggested a premeditated plot. This matter must be reported to the Celestial Alliance, and the demonic race must be made to pay for their transgressions. The crowd murmured in fervent discussion, their faces etched with concern, while the Qingyun sect remained particularly anxious. Elder Wang, Defa, soared into the sky, reaching the location where the disciples had just emerged, unleashing his peak Tao integration energy in an attempt to tear through the space and re-enter the secret realm. However, the space merely quivered slightly, without yielding any opening, causing Wang Defa's heart to plummet. He turned to Li Yuan Zhao and, with cupped hands, implored, Sect Master Li, can you devise a means to breach the secret realm? Our young master is still trapped within. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan Zhao hesitated. As Wang Defa grew increasingly anxious, he realized that as a harmonization realm practitioner, he lacked the ability to forcibly navigate through space. He could only beseech Li Yuan Zhao, who was in the tribulation phase, for assistance. Moreover, the secret realm had initially been established by the Ziki sect, and it was certain that they possessed a means to assist. Thus, he once again humbly implored, I kindly request that Sect Master Li open the passage to the secret realm. Our elder from the Qingyun sect will certainly enter to provide aid. Zhang Xian was a prodigious talent, a budding immortal. Such genius was a rarity not only for the Qingyun sect, but for the entirety of the southern wilderness. We must not allow any harm to befall him. Even though none of the elders accompanying Qingyun sect were at the great ascension stage, they were nonetheless compelled to rescue the young master, as he represented the hope for the sect's resurgence. Observing this situation unfold, the sect leaders and elders present exchanged glances in silence. They held deep respect for Zhang Xian, who had confronted the formidable forces of the demon clan alone, allowing their disciples to escape. Setting aside the underhanded tactics he employed, he was indeed a remarkable individual. However, it was precisely because of his exceptional talent and capability that some speculated it might be more advantageous for such a person to perish within the secret realm, particularly for the larger sections. Zhang Xian possessed all the resources gathered during the sect competition. Should he emerge and manipulate the rankings, it would render their efforts futile. Just as the high-ranking members of the various sects remained silent, a disciple from smaller sect suddenly spoke up. We implore the Ziki sect to open the spatial passage and rescue young Master Zhang. All eyes turned to the speaker, and several elders furrowed their brows in displeasure. Yet, before the senior members could react, those disciples who had escaped from the secret realm began to voice their thoughts. Young Master Zhang faced formidable foes alone to save us. We must go to his aid. Indeed, I once misunderstood young Master Zhang. Although he employs dubious methods, his heart is undoubtedly noble. We cannot allow him to perish. Please, Ziki sect, open the spatial passage and rescue young Master Zhang. Please open the spatial passage and rescue young Master Zhang. The disciples of each sect united in their plea for Zhang Xian's rescue. Being young and unaware of the intricate calculations of their elders, they only recognized that Zhang Xian had saved them and felt compelled to reciprocate. This collective outcry rendered the leaders and elders of the various sects somewhat uneasy. Noticing the hesitation of their sect elders, disciples from the smaller sects quickly understood the implications and urged their leaders, Sect Master, all the resources we have gathered are in young Master Zhang's hands. If he does not emerge, the significance of this sect competition will be lost. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the smaller sects began to waver. Although Zhang Xian was powerful, the struggle was primarily between the Qingyun sect and the other major sects, and at least for now, it did not directly concern them. Given this, perhaps it was wise to seize the immediate benefits. Consequently, the senior members of the smaller sects also chimed in, hoping to rescue Zhang Xian. This shift in sentiment darkened the expressions of the high-ranking members of the major sections. At the position of the Haoyue sect, Liu Aihua turned to Liu Ruoyan and said, "Sect Master, young Master Zhang of Qingyun sect has not committed any egregious acts against us. He even saved the life of a disciple from the Haoyue sect. I earnestly request that you lend your aid." At Tianxin Gate, Zhao Guanshan earnestly implored his sect leader, "Master, could we possibly save Zhang Xian? Although the lad employs rather unscrupulous tactics, he is by no means a villain." At this moment, Li Xiaobai's complexion was ashen, yet he turned to Li Yuan Zhao and stated, "Master, Zhang Xian saved my life, and I must repay him. Otherwise, my heart's path shall be incomplete. I beseech you to open the spatial passage and rescue Zhang Xian." In that instant, all eyes were fixed upon Li Yuan Zhao. Tens of thousands of cultivators and disciples from hundreds of sects united in their plea, a phenomenon unprecedented in the entire southern wilderness. Wang Defa was filled with excitement, astonished that the young master had established such renown among his peers in merely one sect competition. The people's will is unwavering. He truly deserves the title of young master. "We implore you, sect leader Li, to open the spatial passage." Wang Defa earnestly bowed once more to Li Yuan Zhao. "We beseech you, sect leader, to open the spatial passage and save Zhang Xian." The disciples of various sects spoke in unison, leaving the higher-ups of the major sects astounded. Li Yuan Zhao could only smile wryly. Faced with such circumstances, if he remained unyielding, the Ziki sect would find it impossible to thrive in the southern wilderness henceforth. However, it is not that I am unwilling to open the spatial passage, but rather that the secret realm is already beginning to collapse, compounded by the demonic clan S-Array controlling the realm, rendering the Ziki sect unable to establish contact with it. Li Yuan Zhao shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, the disciples' faces fell. Wang Defa and the other elders turned pale, their hearts plummeting to despair. Could it be that the young master truly has no hope of salvation? Chapter 57. Unless he is the creator of the grand formation. This chapter includes relevant settings of book. At this moment, Zhang Xian was swiftly traversing the secret realm, carefully evading the spatial rifts. Behind him, Zhu Ying and his companions were in relentless pursuit, the distance between them narrowing considerably. It appeared that those individuals had already managed to escape. Zhang Xian felt a sense of relief upon realizing he could no longer sense the auras of Gai Yufeng and the disciples from various sections. As for how he would escape the secret realm, he had numerous methods at his disposal, so he harbored no concerns for himself. "Zhang Xian, stop running. You cannot escape," Zhu Ying bellowed from behind. Zhang Xian chuckled. "You think just because you tell me to stop I will? I'm not your father. If you possess the ability, then catch up." He continued his flight. Yet the collapse of the secret realm space was evidently accelerating, especially after he activated the aura of his cautionary celestial sword. It seemed that before he could exit the influence of the spatial collapse, the entire secret realm would be shattered. Although the spatial destruction would affect not only him, it also made the two demonic great ascension warriors hesitate. Yet Zhang Xian could not help but furrow his brow. Did he have to traverse through the spatial turbulence? The chaos produced by the collapsing space was feared even by those undergoing tribulation, yet with his caution in hand, he felt he could survive. However, traversing through the turbulence would render the exit location uncertain. Who knew where he might land? If he happened to arrive in another domain, he would not know how many years it would take to return to the Qingyun sect. As he pondered these matters, Zhu Ying behind him was seething with anger. He felt as though Zhang Xian had been toying with him all along, and his expression grew increasingly fierce. "Forget about the space. Shatter it along with him. Crush him." Zhu Ying commanded the guardians. The two guardians were at a loss. How could such esteemed great ascension masters take so long to hunt down a mere golden core cultivator? If word got out, they would surely be the laughingstock among their peers. "Your Highness, this is not feasible. The secret realm's space is exceedingly fragile. If we exert too much force, the entire realm will collapse completely, and we won't be able to escape," one of the guardians cautioned. "Perhaps we should cease the pursuit. If we chase him too far, we may encounter trouble returning. To their astonishment, the two great ascension warriors began to reconsider their pursuit, as both sides had already drifted far from the center of the secret realm. Should they continue chasing Zhang Xian, once the space shattered completely, even with the teleportation array prepared by the greedy wolf, they would not have time to return. This cannot stand. We must eliminate this fellow. Zhu Ying was aware of the precarious situation, but was unwilling to let Zhang Xian escape unscathed, consumed by a furious impotence. Upon witnessing Zhu Ying's apparent hesitance, Zhang Xian could not help but chuckle. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I will grant you a delightful surprise. Zhu Ying clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. How dare this scoundrel mock him? This was intolerable. In the midst of his fury, he suddenly received a message from the greedy wolf. After reading it, he looked at Zhang Xian with a sinister grin. The greedy wolf has regained control of the blood plague grand formation to suppress the space. It will not collapse any further. Capture him. I must seize the chaos infinite sword body. The eyes of the two great ascension guardians lit up, and without holding back, they charged towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback as the two great ascension masters had traversed the rift in space and appeared before him, seizing him effortlessly. Zhang Xian felt helpless. In the absence of environmental constraints, the disparity between his golden core and the great ascension was insurmountable, and it seemed he had overplayed his hand. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, contemplating the possibility of utilizing the aura of the careful immortal sword to shatter space itself and plunge into the chaotic currents of the void. Zhu Ying approached Zhang Xian, a malevolent grin etched on his face. Why aren't you fleeing? Will you run again? Sensing that his opponent was on the verge of madness, Zhang Xian maintained his composure, even contemplating further psychological manipulation. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Don't forget, the recording stone is still in my possession. Do you truly wish for its contents to be made public? Frustrated at not witnessing Zhang Xian's regretful pleas for mercy, Zhu Ying's forehead throbbed with veins. How could this man still dare to threaten him at this juncture? Are you genuinely unafraid of death? Are you truly unconcerned about the revelation of the recording stone? He bellowed in rage. You seek your own demise. I shall seize your chaos-boundless sword body right now and subject you to 1,000 tortures. Realizing that engaging further in conversation was unwise, Zhu Ying resolved to act swiftly. He had not lost sight of his original intent, and was now fixated on acquiring Zhang Xian's chaos-boundless sword body. Observing Zhu Ying's deteriorating composure, Zhang Xian shook his head. Was this all it took to break his defenses? He still had many tricks up his sleeve. Subsequently, Zhu Ying and the others returned Zhang Xian to their initial location. The likes of Tan Lang were still in the midst of arranging the teleportation array, though it appeared they were nearing completion. Zhu Ying, with a cold voice, commanded, "Employ the blood plague formation to subdue this fellow and extract his chaos-boundless sword body for me." The blood plague formation not only suppressed the magical powers of those within its grasp, but also refined their physical constitution and bloodlines. This was yet another reason for Zhu Ying and his companions to hastily establish the formation upon their arrival, aiming to seize Zhang Xian's extraordinary sword body directly. Upon hearing the command, Tan Lang and the others acted without hesitation, activating the blood plague formation. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed as an ominous feeling washed over him. It wasn't that he feared the actual extraction of his chaos-boundless sword body. Rather, he recognized that the blood plague formation was of no consequence to him. He wished to employ the careful immortal sword to shatter space, but with Tan Lang and the others closely monitoring him, he had no opportunity to do so. In the next moment, two beams of blood light descended from the crimson formation above, enveloping both Zhang Xian and Zhu Ying. This development rendered Zhang Xian's expression increasingly grim. Noticing the change in Zhang Xian's demeanor, Zhu Ying sneered. Now you understand fear? Though the blood plague formation was ineffective against you before, the circumstances have shifted. The extraction of your bloodline and constitution will render your demonic heritage irrelevant. Your innate talents and physique shall henceforth belong to me. Zhu Ying erupted into a hearty laughter, reveling in his triumph, until he abruptly halted to address Tan Lang. Tan Lang, Is the formation successfully extracting that fellow's constitution? Why have I not sensed any changes in his physique for such a duration? Tan Lang responded after a moment of concentration. My lord, the formation has indeed been activated. Could it be that it bears no effect? Zhu Ying furrowed his brow, perplexed by the absence of any sensation. Zhang Xian remained silent, hesitant to speak. Zhu Ying instructed Tan Lang to inspect the grand formation once more and reactivate it. Yet, after a considerable time had elapsed, Zhu Ying still felt nothing. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Could the formation be malfunctioning? No, I've checked thoroughly. There are no issues. Tan Lang insisted. Shall we conduct another inspection? Surely the fragmentation of space has caused some disruption in the formation, Zhang Xian suggested. Tan Lang shook his head, asserting, that is impossible. I have examined it meticulously, and there are definitely no problems. Zhang Xian countered, are you so certain? I believe there must be an issue with the formation. Ton en retorted, impossible. You're questioning my expertise. I assure you, there are no issues. The two were on the verge of an argument when Zhu Ying suddenly shouted, I've figured it out. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xian. He declared, the problem lies with you. Zhang Xian's heart sank. No, it can't be. Please no. Zhu Ying's eyes sparkled with insight as he analyzed. The first time, the blood plague formation failed against you. We initially thought you possessed demonic bloodline. However, the formation's ability to strip bloodline traits is effective even against demons. Tan Lang, a master of formations, has asserted there are no issues, which leaves only one possibility. The problem is with you. Are you so sure that the formation is flawless? Zhang Xian asked weakly. Tan Lang scoffed. I am a transcendent of formation mastery. How could I possibly make such a trivial error? The demon prince is correct. The issue lies with you. Zhu Ying continued his analysis, noting that the failure of the blood plague formation was unprecedented, a scenario unheard of among the demon race. Moreover, your earlier attack on me coincided perfectly with the sudden shutdown of the formation. I suspect you were the one who deactivated it. The demon warriors gasped in astonishment. They had harbored doubts at the time, but had hesitated to believe, for the blood plague formation was created by the blood-prisoned demon lord. Over the years, many formation masters had studied it, yet all had praised its perfection, declaring it flawless. Though they had not deployed the complete blood plague formation, it was certainly beyond the control of a mere golden core cultivator. Yet now, the demon prince's analysis seemed to lead to that very conclusion. Zhu Ying's eyes gleamed with intensity as he turned to Tan Lang. Tan Lang, what kind of issue could manifest in him that would render the blood plague formation ineffective and enable him to deactivate it? Tan Lang was taken aback. Aren't you the one analyzing? Why are you suddenly asking me? However, he did not hesitate to respond instinctively. There is only one possibility, unless he is the creator of the formation. As these words left his lips, the air fell into a profound silence. Warning. The host is about to be recognized as the former blood prison demon lord. The mission is on the verge of failure. Current exposure value of the blood prison demon lord identity. 1. The host's 17th generation talent, the chaotic celestial demon bloodline, is passively activated. I'm sorry, but there seems to be no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 58. Is Zhang Xian truly the blood prison demon lord? The time has come for a test of acting skills. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Ying vehemently refuted. The creator of the blood plague formation is none other than the blood prison demon lord. If that were the case, would not Zhang Xian be the blood prison demon lord himself? Zhu Ying simply could not believe the words of Tan Lang. He was not alone in his skepticism, as other powerful members of the demon race similarly deemed it inconceivable. Indeed, the blood prison demon lord is a figure of immense stature. How could he possibly be associated with this individual before them? Historical records recount that in his ascent to the position of demon lord, the blood prison demon lord had vanquished dozens of celestial beings from our demon race, solidifying his claim to the title through sheer strength. Such formidable power is in no way comparable to that of the person standing here. This fellow is merely the inheritor of the Tsang Ming sword sovereign and could not possibly have any relation to the demon lord. Even after Tan Lang finished speaking, he was taken aback. How had he uttered such nonsensical words? This young man, in every conceivable way, bore no connection to the blood-prisoned demon lord. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming and terrifying bloodline pressure erupted from Zhang Xian. The expressions of Zhu Ying and the others changed drastically, their eyes widening in shock. This bloodline pressure emanated from the demon race's lineage. Unlike the human race, the demon and beast races do not possess very special physiques. Hence, they place utmost importance on bloodlines, which exert a formidable suppression upon one another. Zhu Ying, despite being at the Golden Core stage, commanded the utmost respect from Tan Lang and the other Tribulation Stage protectors, not solely due to his identity as a demon prince, but also because of his exceptionally pure bloodline. Should Zhu Ying employ bloodline suppression, while it may not dictate life or death for Tan Lang and the others, it would render them utterly incapable of taking action against him. Merely based on bloodline, he could suppress those at the Tribulation Stage, showcasing the nobility of the demon race's legitimate bloodline. Unless one ascends to immortality, no demon can resist this bloodline suppression, and even among immortal demons, such suppression persists. At this moment, the demonic bloodline aura that erupted from Zhang Xian was even purer than that of Zhu Ying. So much so that various phantasms of demon deities manifested around him, rendering him akin to a descending demon god. Such a degree of demonic bloodline has been achieved by only one individual in the annals of demon history: the chaotic celestial demon bloodline. Zhu Ying gazed at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Could this not be the chaotic celestial demon bloodline of the blood-prisoned demon lord? Thud! As he gasped in astonishment, Tan Lang and the others had already knelt down, utterly incapable of resisting the aura of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline. The assembly of Tribulation Stage powerhouses trembled in fear, their gazes cast downward, not daring to meet Zhang Xian's eyes. This was the suppression stemming from the bloodline of a demon lord. Only Zhu Ying continued to face Zhang Xian, though he too had knelt. His bloodline, while pure, paled in comparison to the chaotic celestial demon bloodline. How could you possibly possess the chaotic celestial demon bloodline? Zhu Ying felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. The emergence of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline within Zhang Xian implied that this individual was indeed the blood-prisoned demon lord. Was this person his idol? The pride of the demon race? No, absolutely not. How could a demon lord be such a shameless individual? He could not help but reminisce about the legends surrounding the blood-prisoned demon lord. It was said that the demon lord attained immortality after a millennium, possessing a bloodline that defied the heavens. The chaotic celestial demonic bloodline allowed him to transform into a heart demon. As long as his heart endured, his soul would remain unvanquished. In the legendary battle that secured the demon lord's position, his chaotic celestial demonic bloodline had already reached its zenith. With verses to attest to it: 1,000 tribulations, 100 lifetimes of hardship, fleeting through the ages in the blink of an eye. An undying body, an immortal soul, unparalleled throughout history. When the realms of yin and yang are thrown into chaos, I shall stain the azure sky with my demonic blood. Zhu Ying found it impossible to believe that such a formidable figure as the blood-prisoned demon lord could be the Zhang Xian before him. This notion was utterly unacceptable to him. Observing Zhu Ying's ever-changing expression, the others, including Tan Lang, bowed before him. Zhang Xian, with a sudden shift in his demeanor, feigned confusion and exclaimed, "What is happening? Were these things on me?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Ying and the others were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Xian then commenced his charade of madness. "What have you done to me? Why did something enter my body during the formation? What is your intent?" At that moment, the blood plague formation dared not ensnare him, as he could easily seize control of the formation with a mere thought, overpowering Zhu Ying and the others. After all, the foundation of the formation was also rooted in the bloodline of the demon clan, yet Zhang Xian did not rush to act. In truth, he had anticipated this situation since the emergence of the blood plague formation, though he had not expected it to manifest so. Now that the chaotic celestial demonic bloodline had awakened, he could only initiate an emergency plan. He had received a legacy once more. As for Zhu Ying and the others' recent thoughts, he could surmise they likely felt the towering image of the blood-prisoned demon lord crumbling, unable to accept the reality. This reaction was entirely normal. These individuals remained unaware of the true nature of the blood prison demon lord. When the demon lord held his title, his methods were not markedly different. However, the chronicles of immortals often serve as a canvas for embellishment, with learned scholars ready to advocate for you upon your success. Nonetheless, this ignorance served Zhang Xian well, for deceiving these individuals was far simpler than dealing with Xiaoyao. Indeed, as Zhang Xian's startled exclamation echoed, Zhu Ying and the others were instantly engulfed in suspicion. Something had entered his body? What could this mean? Could it be that he was not the blood prison demon lord? Of course, the demon lord was a figure of immense renown. How could he possibly be a mere mortal? Emboldened, Tan Lang and the others lifted their gazes toward Zhang Xian. Recognizing the effectiveness of his ploy, Zhang Xian felt a surge of delight. The time had come to test his acting skills. Who are you? He suddenly gazed at the space before him with a visage of terror. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying and the others remained oblivious, their expressions blank with confusion. What? You claim to be the blood prison demon lord, harboring a fragment of heart demon essence within the formation, and you have bestowed upon me the chaotic, celestial, demonic bloodline? The blood plague formation's ineffectiveness against me is your doing? He began to converse with the air. Zhu Ying and the others' eyes widened. Was there a hint of the blood prison demon lord's heart demon essence within the blood plague formation? Was Zhang Xian conversing with the demon lord? Their hearts trembled, and they hastily bowed their heads once more, too afraid to speak. No, no, no. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. How could I possibly be worthy of such a legacy? Zhang Xian solemnly declined. Huh? You claim that I am exceptionally gifted and the most suitable heir? How can I possibly accept such praise? The expressions of Zhu Ying and the others were filled with astonishment. Could it be? Oh my! So it was you who bestowed upon me the inheritance. No wonder I felt such a sudden transformation in my body. Zhang Xian looked bewildered. Although Zhu Ying and the others could not perceive the blood prison demon lord that Zhang Xian spoke of, the implications of his words sent ripples of shock through their hearts. This young man had acquired the legacy of the blood prison demon lord. What astonishing fortune! At that moment, they finally comprehended that the blood plague formation was ineffective against Zhang Xian because the chaotic bloodline of the heavenly demon suddenly manifested within him. They lamented their oversight. How could there be a legacy left by the blood prison demon lord within the blood plague formation, and yet they failed to notice it? As for doubt, the aura of the bloodline emanating from Zhang Xian was irrefutable. They dared not question it. Unless Zhang Xian was indeed the blood prison demon lord himself. The emergence of the chaotic bloodline could not be explained otherwise, leading them to embrace the notion of his inheritance. Observing the change in their expressions, Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared he had successfully deceived them, and his exposure value was no longer increasing, which was a relief. However, Zhu Ying suddenly raised his head to look at Zhang Xian and exclaimed loudly, "No, that can't be. The blood plague formation was set up by the greedy wolf. How could there possibly be the will of a demon lord within it? You are deceiving us." Chapter 59. Only the dead keep secrets. The arrival of Yin Yao. As the words of Zhu Ying lingered in the air, the others, including Tan Lang, began to regain their composure. They had been momentarily startled, for their mixed bloodlines rendered them vulnerable. The aura of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline had dulled their cognitive abilities. Now, however, as clarity returned, they realized the absurdity of the situation. They were the ones who had set the formation. How could they be unaware if anything lay within? The group turned their gaze towards Zhang Xian, hesitating. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, surprised that this young man possessed any wit at all. How bold of you to question the esteemed blood abyss demon lord! He thundered. Tan Lang and the others shuddered, the oppressive aura of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline silencing them. Zhu Ying too felt an overwhelming pressure, a consequence of the bloodline's dominance. Lowering his head under the strain, he spoke. I would never dare to doubt the demon lord. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a legendary figure would bestow his heritage upon someone like you. As he spoke, Zhu Ying mustered the strength to meet Zhang Xian's gaze. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Xian felt a surge of irritation. What did he mean by suggesting that the lineage would be given to someone like him? Had he not just expressed faith in Zhang Xian's capabilities? Zhang Xian understood that Zhu Ying's skepticism stemmed from envy. Why should he, of all people, be denied such a legacy? Thus, he bellowed once more. Are you not, then, questioning the demon lord's judgment? If you accuse me of deception, where do you suppose my chaotic celestial demon bloodline originates? Zhu Ying fell silent. Indeed, if Zhang Xian had not received the inheritance, did that not imply that he himself was the Blood Abyss Demon Lord? How utterly absurd! Observing Zhu Ying's muteness, Zhang Xian smirked, his mind racing. If even Zhu Ying harbored doubts, the elders of the demon clan would surely be even more suspicious if this news reached them. Those who had known him well in the past would be far more formidable adversaries than Little Yao. Thus, it was imperative to prevent any information from leaking to the demon clan. As for the pretense before Zhu Ying and the others, it was merely to ensure that his exposure levels did not escalate. A cold glint sparkled in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he abruptly turned his attention to the empty space beside him. My lord, did you just say that I could directly control this blood plague formation? Zhang Xian exclaimed with feigned astonishment, closing his eyes. In the next moment, Tanlang felt his grip on the blood plague formation slipping away. Suddenly, the crimson formation in the sky erupted with a dazzling bloodlight, enveloping Zhang Xian, who began to ascend slowly within its embrace. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, and with a swift motion of his hand, Tanlang and the others felt their powers completely shackled. Their expressions shifted dramatically. At that instant, all doubts evaporated. The ability to seize control of the blood plague formation so effortlessly confirmed that the essence of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord truly resided within the array. Zhu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Xian, who hovered in the air, feeling his own power suppressed. He found himself at a loss for any rebuttal against Zhang Xian's claims. Had the other truly acquired the legacy of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord? Zhang Xian paid no heed to their reactions, continuing to gaze at the empty space beside him, his brow slightly furrowed as he spoke to himself. Master Demon Lord, is this truly appropriate? You claim it is for my benefit? Very well, I comprehend. Zhang Xian turned his gaze back to Zhu Ying and the others, who appeared utterly bewildered. What further declarations had the Blood Prison Demon Lord made? Why did the atmosphere seem so ominous? The Demon Lord had proclaimed that his legacy was now manifest, and it was likely to incite considerable turmoil, particularly among the demon clan, potentially leading to unrest. Thus, for the stability of the demon clan and the safety of me, the bearer of this legacy, the news of the inheritance must remain strictly confidential. Zhang Xian declared aloud. The others, including Tanlang, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The reigning Demon Lord was rumored to have contended for the position of Demon Lord against the Blood Prison Demon Lord. Should this information reach them, it would indeed stir significant upheaval, and unrest within the demon clan could very well ensue. Consequently, the group knelt in supplication, vowing, rest assured, Master Demon Lord, we shall not divulge this matter. Zhu Ying, however, furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling shift. If the Demon Lord truly intended to leave his will within the blood plague formation he had created, what difference would it make if he were still alive? Would he still harbor such concerns? Especially considering Zhang Xian's machinations in the establishment of the Illuminati and his manipulative tactics, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Yet, the Demon Lord had stated that only the dead could keep secrets. Suddenly, Zhang Xian shook his head. The others felt a jolt of fear. What did this imply? Did the Demon Lord wish for them to perish? Their faces turned pale, and they frantically bowed and pleaded for mercy. Master Demon Lord, spare us. I swear I shall never divulge the secrets of this place. Master Demon Lord, I am unwaveringly loyal to the Demon Clan. Please grant us mercy. Lord Zhang Xian, I implore you to explain our situation to the Demon Lord. I vow to serve you with utmost dedication. Zhu Ying's expression darkened as he realized Zhang Xian had revealed his true intentions. At present, their powers were suppressed by the blood plague formation, and should Zhang Xian truly desire their demise, they would be utterly powerless to resist. As for Zhang Xian's words, he now believed none of it and only yearned to escape. Zhu Ying's thoughts raced, and he suddenly cast his eyes upon the nearby teleportation array. Although it was not yet fully operational, it should still be usable, right? Faced with the pleas of the others, Zhang Xian wore an expression of helplessness. This is the command of the Demon Lord. There is nothing I can do. My friends, consider this a sacrifice for the Demon Clan. With that, Zhang Xian drew his sword, targeting the mightiest among them, Tanlang, and delivered a lethal strike while simultaneously activating the suppression of the chaos, celestial demon bloodline. To slay a transcendent being during the Golden Core stage, even with their powers subdued, was no simple task. Thus, he had to employ certain strategies. Tanlang, clearly taken aback by Zhang Xian's sudden aggression, had no time to react before his head was severed by a flash of sword light, rolling away to a considerable distance. A transcendent being had thus fallen. The expression on his severed head remained one of disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom that the Golden Core ant he had once crushed could now turn and slay him. As Zhang Xian dispatched a transcendent being, a tempest of demonic energy surged around him, yet his heart remained unperturbed. In that moment, it seemed as though the shadow of the blood prison demon lord had manifested within him. The remaining powerful beings, upon witnessing the scene, hastily pleaded for mercy. Utterly devoid of any will to resist under the oppressive force of the chaos, celestial demon bloodline. Lord Zhang Xian, I assure you, I shall never divulge any information regarding the inheritance. Please spare my life. I regret this, for I harbor no desire to slay you. It is the blood-prisoned demon lord who compels my actions. Lord Zhang Xian, I am willing to serve you as a slave. I implore you to show me mercy. I too wish to spare you, yet the demon lord has decreed your demise, leaving me no alternative. Regardless of how these demonic beings begged for mercy, Zhang Xian's countenance bore an expression of reluctant compassion, yet his hand showed no hesitation as he executed them with a single stroke, severing their heads. After all, they had once sought to claim his sword body and take his life. The tables had merely turned. Enhanced by the celestial sword and the bloodline suppression, coupled with the blood plague grand formation, these formidable beings, despite their far superior realms, lacked any power to resist, akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. Just as Zhang Xian prepared to slay the last great, ascendant, demon cultivator, the figure known as Zhu Ying suddenly erupted into action, dashing towards the teleportation array. However, under the suppression of the chaos, celestial demon bloodline, he could not fully rise, nearly crawling towards the array. Zhang Xian took note of this development, raising an eyebrow. Oh, attempting to flee? He swiftly dispatched the final great demon and pursued Zhu Ying. Zhang Xian, you have slain my kin and deceived us with the demon lord's inheritance. We will not let you go. Zhu Ying shouted frantically. Zhang Xian retorted with a smile. I have not deceived you. I genuinely acquired the inheritance. And slaying you is indeed the will of the blood prison demon lord. Zhu Ying remained unconvinced, continuing his desperate crawl towards the teleportation array. Yet ultimately, his speed proved insufficient, and as he neared the array, Zhang Xian caught up with him. Ha ha ha, little brother, you cannot escape now, can you? Alas, I do not wish to kill you, but this is the demon lord's edict. If you must assign blame, let it be to the blood-prisoned demon lord once you are dead, Zhang Xian said with a benevolent smile, raising his celestial sword. Despair enveloped Zhu Ying as he beheld Zhang Xian smile, reminiscent of their first encounter when he had been threatened with the recording stone. This fellow was at his core a devil. Just as Zhang Xian's sword was about to descend, a horrifying beam of sword light suddenly appeared on the horizon. This sword light cleaved the heavens and tore through space, dividing the entire secret realm in twain, shattering the very fabric of existence. The blood plague grand formation above seemed as fragile as paper before this terrifying sword light, and it was effortlessly cleaved in half. The abrupt turn of events left Zhang Xian momentarily stunned, while the shattering of the grand formation instantly restored Zhu Ying's magical power. Without a moment to ponder, he seized the opportunity and dashed into the teleportation array, activating the transfer. Not good. Zhang Xian's expression shifted as he attempted to forcibly interrupt the transmission. But he was too late. Zhang Xian, I will return. I shall exact my vengeance. Just you wait. Zhu Ying yelled, his visage twisted in rage, as a brilliant light enveloped him before he vanished. The teleportation array, hastily activated before it was fully set up, collapsed in an instant, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. Zhang Xian hastily approached to assess the situation, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Given the circumstances, that young lad seemed unlikely to survive. Did he? Forcibly activating an incomplete teleportation array meant the destination was uncertain, and there was a real possibility of being caught in the chaotic currents of space mid-transport. Yet, he remained somewhat uncertain, having left a lingering risk, which irked Zhang Xian greatly. Damn it! Who dares to cause trouble at this moment? Zhang Xian cursed under his breath, turning his gaze towards the direction from which the sword light had just severed the boundaries of the secret realm. Suddenly, Yin Yao appeared, her face etched with urgency, materializing before Zhang Xian in an instant. Upon recognizing Zhang Xian's appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. "Is this my master?" Zhang Xian wielded a jagged, celestial sword, an ominous aura surrounding him, his expression of rage frozen upon his visage. "Why is it little Yao?" The air fell silent in an instant. Chapter 60. The Master of the Immortal Alliance. Is there something awry with this master-disciple duo? "Master, enough." Clang. "Master, how did you arrive here?" Zhang Xian stammered, feeling flustered as he inadvertently dropped his sword onto the ground. Yin Yao furrowed her brow, sensing the activation of her master's cautious aura. She surmised that her master might be in peril, prompting his hasty arrival. Has master succumbed to demonic influence? Observing the surging demonic energy surrounding Zhang Xian and glancing at the lifeless bodies of the greedy wolf and others on the ground, Yin Yao's frown deepened. Demonic clan? A glint of cold light flashed in Yin Yao's eyes. Is the demonic clan plotting against my master? She could discern Zhang Xian's golden core cultivation at a glance. Logically, it would be improbable for one at the golden core stage to fall into demonic influence without encountering inner demons during the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. The emergence of demonic energy on her master, coupled with the presence of slain demonic cultivators, clearly indicated foul play by the demonic clan. Zhang Xian stuttered in his explanation. "And no, I haven't succumbed to demonic influence. I'm not sure what is happening. Perhaps it's just that I've been feeling unwell lately. This isn't demonic energy, it's merely discomfort. After all, a cultivator's physical ailments tend to manifest outwardly." Unwell. Yin Yao's expression turned peculiar. Could her master truly conjure such a flimsy excuse? What was he concealing? She quickly grasped the situation. Zhang Xian nodded vigorously, indeed. "This secret realm is incompatible with my constitution, hence my discomfort. I shall recover shortly." As he spoke, Zhang Xian hurriedly suppressed the chaotic bloodline of the heavenly demon. Feigning seriousness, the surrounding demonic energy gradually dissipated as the aura of the chaotic bloodline faded. Yin Yao narrowed her eyes, pondering her master's condition. That was no ordinary demonic energy. It was the manifestation of the demonic bloodline. At that moment, a light and ethereal voice resonated, followed by the appearance of a graceful figure before the two. The newcomer donned elegant, understated attire, exuding an air of sophistication without losing its grandeur. Her raven-black hair was neatly arranged in a simple bun, revealing her graceful neck and imparting a sense of competence. Her features were strikingly beautiful, her complexion as pale as snow, as if untouched by the mundane world, radiating a cold and aloof aura. The rhythm of her Tao resonated around her, making it difficult for the fissures of the crumbling secret realm to approach her. A stranger from the celestial realm? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Upon arrival, the newcomer regarded Zhang Xian with a hint of curiosity. "You are the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign?" she inquired softly. "Who are you?" Zhang Xian hesitated. Yin Yao introduced. "This is Ling Wuxue, the envoy of the Boundless Immortal Alliance and the master of the Tai Immortal Palace. I've spent these years in the Central Continent, and my identity as an immortal has now been exposed. The Qingyun sect will also be relocating to the Central Continent. I was initially finalizing this matter with Master Ling, and upon my arrival, she happened to be nearby, thus accompanying me here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian understood. So, during Yun Yao's absence, she had traveled to the central continent. As for the relocation of the Qingyun sect, he was not surprised. Though he had not anticipated it to occur so swiftly, nor that Yun Yao would take the initiative to facilitate it. The identity of the immortal Xiaoyao establishing a sect in a modest region of southern border is, to other sects, akin to a dimensional strike. Had Xiaoyao not maintained a low profile and concealed her cultivation, no other sect would dare engage with the Qingyun sect so audibly. Consequently, in the 9 heavens and 10 domains, any realm dominated by humans, especially those housing sects or families with immortals, would relocate to the central regions, leaving the peripheral areas for ordinary sects to develop. Great figures ought to engage in high-stakes affairs. This is the established rule of the Immortal Alliance, a principle set forth during its inception. In a previous life, the system empowered him to lead the human race and establish its hegemony. Initially, he envisioned creating a celestial kingdom with a human emperor, only to realize the human race was far too fragmented. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 domains, the traces of humanity could be found almost anywhere, resembling a chaotic mess incapable of unification, thus compelling the formation of an alliance. Currently, although Ling Wuxue hails from the Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xian holds no recollections of this individual, presumably a newcomer among the immortals serving the alliance. Therefore, he harbored no fears of discovery. Yet, for precautionary measures, Zhang Xian resolved to limit his interactions with the Immortal Alliance. In the midst of his contemplation, Ling Wuxue abruptly remarked, "The demonic aura you just emitted is troubling. It can only be exuded by those of the demon bloodline. You are clearly human. How then do you possess the bloodline of demons?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yao furrowed her brow and gazed at Zhang Xian, whose eyelids twitched in response. This situation had become precarious. Who could have anticipated Xiaoyao as return at such a moment, accompanied by a member of the Immortal Alliance, thus placing him in a vulnerable position? What were you talking about? I am not aware of any such thing. Zhang Xian decided to feign ignorance. After all, Xiaoyao was present. Could they truly dissect him? Ling Wuxue narrowed her eyes and coldly stated, "I observe that you can dissipate the demonic aura. Might you attempt to summon it once more?" It seems I cannot." Zhang Xian shook his head. "What a joke. What if I reveal something upon summoning it again?" Ling Wuxue's gaze turned icy as she discerned Zhang Xian's deception, prompting her to speak with gravity. "This is no trivial matter. It could be the demon clan's scheme against you. Your inheritance from the sword sovereign of Tsangming is of great significance. If the situation remains unclear, you may be in peril." Zhang Xian appeared startled and quickly responded, "Is that so? But I truly cannot summon it anymore." Noting Zhang Xian's stubbornness, Ling Wuxue expressed her displeasure. Yin Yao, filled with concern, inquired, "Master, what transpired during the sect competition?" She nearly let slip her thoughts, but managed to halt herself in time. Although Yin Yao was almost certain Zhang Xian was her master, revealing his identity was indeed inconvenient at this juncture. Merely being the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign had already attracted the attention of the demon clan. If her master's identity were fully exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to greater complications. The forces that once conspired against her master during the celestial tribulation still existed, including some human factions. However, Yin Yao's unusual behavior did catch Ling Wuxue's attention. There seemed to be something peculiar about this master-disciple relationship. "Master, why don't we step outside to discuss this? It seems this secret realm is on the verge of collapse," Zhang Xian suggested. Yun Yao and Ling Wuxue surveyed their surroundings, the arrival of the celestial being only exacerbating the already overwhelmed secret realm. Now it had collapsed significantly, with only the area they occupied remaining relatively intact due to the influence of the celestial's ethereal presence. However, this was certainly not an appropriate place for conversation. "Very well, let's discuss this outside." Ling Wuxue cast a lingering glance at Zhang Xian before vanishing. Zhang Xian exhaled deeply, contemplating how to explain the events that had transpired within the secret realm. The original plan to offend all major sects, inciting them to target the Qingyun sect while he took responsibility through death to fulfill the system's task, now seemed unfeasible. This strategy relied on the other sects being unaware of Xiao Yao's identity and her absence. With Xiao Yao's return and her willingness to reveal her celestial status in order to relocate the Qingyun sect, who would dare show disrespect towards them now? Moreover, Zhang Xian was left to deal with the mess left behind by Zhu Ying and others, which was utterly frustrating. Damn it, Zhu Ying, you better not be dead, otherwise, I swear I'll make you pay. Zhang Xian fumed internally, but then reconsidered. The thought of Zhu Ying relaying the news back to the demon clan would only lead to greater complications. Forget it. It might be best if you were completely gone. With a sense of helplessness, Zhang Xian picked up the small sword from the ground, preparing to leave with Xiao Yao. Upon seeing the sword, Yun Yao furrowed her brows, questioning how it had come to this. Zhang Xian froze momentarily, staring at the jagged blade of the small sword, and stammered, well, according to the inheritance of the Songming Swordmaster, when I acquired this sword on Sword Mountain, it was like this. So this sword is called Xiao Xian? Wasn't it different before? Yin Yao's forehead immediately displayed 3 black lines as she regarded Zhang Xian in silence. Feeling awkward, Zhang Xian quickly regained his confidence. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Indeed, after a brief moment, Yin Yao eventually conceded. After all, it originally belonged to my master. Do as you please. She huffed lightly and led Zhang Xian out of the secret realm. The two vanished from their location, yet their voices lingered in the void. So this was the sword of my master's master. No wonder it is so extraordinary. Surely, my master's master must also be remarkable. Is it amusing for you to praise yourself, master? My master was merely jesting. I was praising the Songming Sword Master. What does it have to do with me? Master, that's enough. In the next moment, the secret realm completely collapsed. All traces submerged in the abyss of nothingness. Chapter 61. Zhang Xian Square. Do you possess any manners? At the Ziki sect square. The various sects from the southern region had not yet departed. They continued to engage in fervent discussions regarding the secret realm. The first matter pertained to the demonic clan, wherein the sects resolved to report to the Immortal Alliance, demanding accountability from the demons. The second concern revolved around the results of the sect competition. All the resources collected by the disciples were in Zhang Xian's possession, and now that he was on the brink of death, it implied that the competition had yielded no results, leaving the higher-ups of each sect in a predicament. Was the sect competition for naught? At the Qingyun sect, Elder Wang Defa and the other elders, along with the disciples, wore expressions of deep sorrow. With the young master gone, how could we explain this to the sect leader upon their return? One elder lamented. What is there to explain? Wang Defa exclaimed in anguish. The young master was the hope for the prosperity of our Qingyun sect. The demonic clan has so brazenly oppressed our human race. We must compel the Immortal Alliance to exert pressure and ensure the demons pay the price. The elders nodded in agreement, and the disciples were equally incensed. It was indeed lamentable that such a prodigious young master met an untimely demise. The demons were truly despicable. Gui Weifang could not help but feel despair. The secret realm was still inaccessible, and with so much time elapsed, it was feared that the entire realm had already collapsed. Was Zhang Xian truly dead? The thought was difficult for him to accept. Just then, a spatial passageway suddenly opened above the square, emanating a powerful aura. The expressions of the sect leaders changed dramatically as they gazed in astonishment at the spatial portal. Emerging from it was Ling Wuxue, exuding an icy and aloof demeanor. An immortal. The assembled sect leaders, all esteemed cultivators, discerned the celestial aura surrounding Ling Wuxue at a glance. Li Yuanzhao furrowed his brow and stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands in greeting. May I inquire, esteemed senior, who you are? Tai Immortal Palace. Ling Wuxue replied coldly, gesturing to produce a token. Li Yuanzhao took the token and, upon inspection, recognized it as the official insignia of the Tai Immortal Palace, adorned with the title of Palace Master on its reverse. His expression shifted instantly. It is indeed Palace Master Ling Wuxue. The Ziki sect has failed to extend a proper welcome. We humbly request your forgiveness. The sect leaders were taken aback and quickly bowed in respect. We are honored to meet the Palace Master. Ling Wuxue nodded with indifference, turning her gaze toward Li Yuanzhao. It seems there has been an unexpected development in the southern region's sect competition. I need to ascertain what transpired. The higher-ups of the sects were elated, surprised by the Immortal Alliance's swift intelligence, and that the palace master of the Tai Immortal Palace had personally arrived. At that moment, the spatial passageway behind Ling Wuxue stirred once more, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, particularly as the celestial aura became apparent once again. Were two immortals arriving? Li Yuanzhou pundaret, questioning if the news had spread too swiftly. Moreover, with the palace master's presence, something felt amiss. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Yun Yao emerged from the spatial passageway alongside Zhang Xian. Hey, I'm back. Did you all miss me? Zhang Xian laughed heartily. He had anticipated a warm welcome of flowers and applause, considering he had rescued everyone in the secret realm, and the resources collected during the sect competition rested in his hands. Yet, the response was one of silence, save for the joyous exclamations emanating from the direction of the Qingyun sect. Young Master! It's the Young Master! Young Master, are you unharmed? How splendid! The sect master has returned, undoubtedly having rescued the Young Master. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were filled with joy, and Gu Yuefeng finally revealed a smile. The elders, including Wang Defa, heaved a sigh of relief, yet they were taken aback by the ethereal aura surrounding Yun Yao. Could it be that the sect master has attained immortality? The silence among the other sects stemmed from the same realization about Yun Yao's divine presence. Everyone was familiar with the Qingyun sect master. Was he not the one who had transcended the tribulation? How could he suddenly become immortal? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Some of the larger sects, such as Li Yuanzhao and others, were not surprised, having been privy to the situation. As Yun Yao returned with Zhang Xian, Li Yuanzhao was the first to bow respectfully. I pay my respects to the Qingyun Sword Immortal. The appellation Qingyun Sword Immortal took some unaware sects by surprise. It seemed as though he had not just recently attained immortality. Yun Yao chose not to elaborate, disregarding the crowd's confusion, as they would eventually uncover the truth. Zhang Xian, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, sensing he was being overlooked. I say, has the sect competition concluded? Have you determined the rankings? Upon hearing this, the senior members of various sects snapped back to attention. The smaller sects regarded Zhang Xian with uncontainable excitement, while the larger sects furrowed their brows. Now that Zhang Xian had returned alive, would the rankings of the sect competition not be aligned with his preferences? Yet, in the presence of the Qingyun Sword Immortal, who stood quietly behind Zhang Xian, they hesitated to voice their thoughts. Congratulations! I knew that the young master of the Qingyun sect was destined for greatness and would surely be unharmed. Indeed, with such a young and accomplished figure as young Master Zhang, what could mere demons possibly pose as a threat? Young Master Zhang, what rank can my sect achieve? We were contemplating a rescue mission for you. A multitude of senior members from smaller sects chimed in cheerfully, their fortunes seemingly revived. The sect master of the Qingyun sect was an immortal, dwelling on an entirely different level. They had no means to flatter him, but surely they could flatter the young master of the Qingyun sect, right? What? You think it's shameful to curry favor with a junior? His master is an immortal, and he possesses remarkable abilities himself. How could that be disgraceful? Besides, for the sake of our sect's advancement, it is not unbecoming. The senior members of the smaller sects felt no embarrassment. Rather, their enthusiasm grew. This left their disciples bewildered, as their leaders did not typically behave in such a manner. Nonetheless, they were genuinely pleased to see Zhang Xian return safely, for he was indeed their savior. It was merely luck. Just luck. Zhang Xian reveled in the flattery from the crowd. Who does not relish sweet words? Given the palpable anticipation, it was time to unveil the rankings of the sect competition. Qingyun's sect takes the first place. I trust there are no objections? Zhang Xian proclaimed with authority, transforming the plaza of the Ziki sect into Zhang Xian Plaza in that moment. The smaller sects shook their heads in unison. No objections, of course not. With a figure like young Master Zhang in the Qingyun sect, they must surely be first. Indeed, if Qingyun's sect cannot be first, who dares to oppose me shall face my wrath. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction, and now it was time for the second ranking. He began to enumerate the names of the smaller sects, distributing the resources from the secret realm, much to the surprise and delight of the leaders of the named sections. Our Falling Cloud sect actually made it into the top 10. Good heavens, I never dared to dream of such a thing, exclaimed one. The Exploding Sky gang also secured a place in the top 10. What a remarkable profit, another cried. The Axe gang ranked 11th. May our ancestors bless us. The leaders of the various smaller sects were ecstatic, as if they had received a fortuitous windfall from the heavens, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Naturally, they all recognized that this was due to Zhang Xian's efforts. Had he been a disciple of their sect, he would undoubtedly have been enshrined on the first page of their family lineage. If it weren't for decorum, some of the leaders of the smaller sects would have bowed deeply to Zhang Xian, for the resources they received were enough to sustain their sects for centuries. Meanwhile, the leaders of the larger sects wore increasingly grim expressions, as none of their names had been called by Zhang Xian. Were they truly being excluded from the rankings? Yet, the ethereal presence of Yun Yao compelled them to suppress their anger internally. Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan, along with other prodigies from the great sects, could only manage wry smiles, although they had anticipated the spectacle that would ensue if Zhang Xian emerged alive. They had not expected it to unfold in such a farcical manner. The entire ranking of the sects in the southern wilderness was being determined by a mere golden core cultivator, an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of southern wilderness history. Yet, it was happening openly, and the major sects dared not voice their objections, for Zhang Xian had not violated any rules. Enough! Just as Zhang Xian continued with the rankings, Ling Wuxue suddenly interjected, seemingly displeased at being left out. I have no interest in your southern wilderness sect rankings. What I wish to know is what transpired in the secret realm. The leaders of the major sects were elated at this turn of events. Before Zhang Xian's return, this year's sect competition might have been in vain for them. While they felt a twinge of discomfort, they were now eager to disrupt the proceedings. Some leaders prepared to speak up, but Zhang Xian was quicker, retorting, "Do you even have the slightest sense of decorum? Can't you see I am ranking the sects? If you are uninterested, you may choose to remain silent. But this sect competition is a momentous occasion that occurs only once every millennium in the southern wilderness. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Do you not understand? Show some respect." At these words, the square fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 62. Zhang Xian shielded the members of the Qingyun sect behind him. Do you have the audacity to challenge the Qingyun sect? This audacious youth dared to confront an immortal? Everyone looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. How could he show such disrespect to an immortal being? Silence enveloped the crowd, while the senior figures of the great sects wore expressions of amusement. Although the sect master of Qingyun was also an immortal, Ling Wuxue was the master of the Immortal Palace. The Tai Immortal Palace could be regarded as the highest law enforcement body in the Tai realm, and the power wielded by Master Ling Wuxue placed her at the pinnacle of this domain. Even the ancient forces, the eternal families, had to show her a modicum of respect. Was Zhang Xian, a mere golden elixir cultivator, courting death by confronting Ling Wuxue in such a manner? Even Gu Yufangzhang furrowed his brow, sensing that Zhang Xian was acting rather impulsively. Though aware of Zhang Xian's consistent lack of reverence for immortals, Ling Wuxue was no ordinary immortal. She was backed by the human alliance of immortals. In that moment, Gu Yufangzhang recalled the words of Guiyuan Mountain Yin before his departure. This youth's disrespect for immortals would inevitably lead to great calamity. What did you say? I lack manners? Ling Wuxue gazed at Zhang Xian, seemingly incredulous that a mere golden elixir cultivator would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Isn't that the case? Zhang Xian retorted with a frown. The grand competition of sects in the southern wilderness occurs once every 1,000 years, and you interrupted at will. To put it mildly, it is a sign of disrespect. To put it more severely, it implies a disregard for the entirety of the southern wilderness. Is this how the Alliance of Immortals conducts its affairs? He felt a surge of displeasure. Was Ling Wuxue not a bit too haughty? When he initially established the Alliance of Immortals, those involved were not like this. While any organization may succumb to corruption over time, especially in a realm where human power is magnified infinitely, it was disheartening when it struck so close to home. However, upon further reflection, Zhang Xian sensed that this might be an opportunity. He silently declared, "Are you angry? Do you wish to challenge me? Do you desire to annihilate the Qingyun sect? If so, make your move. If you thwart Xiaoyao, I will not hesitate to perish." Feeling that this was still insufficient, he fanned the flames further. "You are an immortal. Yet has the alliance of immortals not taught you the most basic principles of courtesy and morality?" Zhang Xian scoffed. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Zhang Xian's words were a blatant affront to the entire alliance of immortals. Was this fellow always this audacious? It seemed so. If he were not courageous, he would not have accomplished such feats in the secret realm. Ling Wushue's expression darkened. A mere golden elixir cultivator dared to instruct her on matters of courtesy and morality, elevating it to the level of the entire alliance? Such audacity was astonishing. Her immortal aura surged forth, and the surrounding laws of heaven and earth fell into disarray, causing the faces of the crowd to change dramatically. When an immortal is enraged, the heavens and earth may turn upside down. In the next moment, another surge of immortal energy erupted, shrouding the world in a haze, as if heralding the end of days. Yin Yao spoke calmly. "Master Ling, please remain composed. The grand competition in the southern wilderness is a matter of great significance and should not be interrupted. If you wish to understand the events unfolding in the competition, it would be better to wait until the rankings are concluded. I trust that Master Ling is not lacking in time." The two figures faced off, their auras clashing, causing the onlookers to turn pale, completely abandoning their earlier amusement. Yin Yao's words unequivocally supported Zhang Xian, indicating her intention to confront him head-on. They had underestimated the complexities of celestial beings. Should the two truly engage in battle, the cultivators present would likely find themselves embroiled in the chaos, with no one able to escape unscathed. Fear gripped the crowd, with some disciples so frightened that they lost control. Ling Wuxue narrowed her eyes. Despite the seemingly equal confrontation between the two, she knew that Yun Yao was not a match for her. They had sparred previously in Central State. She had anticipated Yun Yao would take a step back, perhaps utter a few kind words, allowing her to subtly reprimand Zhang Xian. After all, Zhang Xian had publicly defied her and disdained the Celestial Alliance. And, as the leader of the alliance, she could not remain passive. Yet now, Yin Yao was resolutely standing her ground, leaving Ling Wuxue momentarily at a loss. Could it truly escalate to a physical altercation? A defeat would not only be a personal humiliation for her, but would also tarnish the reputation of the Celestial Alliance. Cursed be these master and disciple. What were they thinking? Ling Wuxue silently criticized, but an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Yun Yao, who had always been exceptionally courteous and measured in her interactions, seemed utterly disoriented when it came to matters concerning that young man. She recalled how Yun Yao had sensed Zhang Xian's danger, immediately abandoned everything to rush back to the southern frontier. The latter had traversed the void without regard for his safety, which allowed him to return so swiftly. Such a method of travel was perilous even for celestial beings, as one could easily become lost in the abyss. Was that young man truly that important? There was undoubtedly something amiss with this master-disciple pair. Ling Wuxue scoffed inwardly. Yet now was not the time for such contemplations. She needed to devise a way to extricate herself from this predicament. As the two exchanged cold glances, Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with resolve. "Let the battle commence. Please do engage," he thought eagerly. "The moment you strike, I shall leap into the fray." Furthermore, he would invoke the name of the Qingyun sect. Thus, with a fade of terror and indignation, Zhang Xian exclaimed, "You dare to lay a hand on me? You would threaten the Qingyun sect? Is this what it means to be an envoy of the Celestial Alliance? As the young master of the Qingyun sect, have I spoken incorrectly? If you wish to attack the Qingyun sect, even as a celestial being, I shall not cower." With an air of righteous defiance, he shielded the members of the Qingyun sect behind him. Instantly, they were filled with gratitude. This was their young master, willing to stand at the forefront even in the face of a celestial being. Only Gu Yuefang felt a familiar sense of dread wash over him, as if this scene echoed a past memory from when their ancestor had visited the Qingyun sect. The cultivators of other sects watched in awe, reflecting on how, Despite Zhang Xian's unscrupulous tactics, his integrity was beyond reproach. He prioritized his sect even when confronting celestial beings. They could not help but fantasize about having such a disciple in their ranks, one who would make them beam with pride. Meanwhile, Ling Wushue's expression darkened as she glared at Zhang Xian. Who said anything about attacking the Qingyun sect? You insolent brat, this must be deliberate. However, she could not articulate her thoughts, for to do so would weaken her stance, leading others to perceive her, the leader of the Celestial Hall, as fearful of Yun Yao. The two figures remained locked in confrontation, the aura of the celestial beings steadily rising, exuding an air as if they were truly on the verge of striking. The onlookers' expressions grew increasingly alarmed, yet only Zhang Xian wore an expression of exhilaration. Let the battle commence. Let them engage. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Yuanzhao, struggling against the mounting pressure, stepped forward and implored, "Esteemed immortals, I beseech you to temper your powers. Should the Master Ling wish to comprehend the particulars of the secret realm of the grand competition, I am more than willing to provide insight. The distribution of rankings for the disciples of the Azure Cloud Sword Immortal can also proceed without interruption. We may discuss it in detail aside." Though reluctant to intervene, he understood that stepping forth might not appease either party. The Celestial Alliance wielded considerable influence, yet Yun Yao was no ordinary immortal, and the Ziki sect, having traversed the boundless realm, was somewhat acquainted with the circumstances. However, in his own Ziki sect, if a genuine conflict erupted, it would spell disaster for them. Yun Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Wuxue. Ling Wuxue mirrored her intensity, but only held her stare for a fleeting moment before turning her attention to Li Yuanzhao. "Very well, please elucidate the specific circumstances." Ling Wuxue ground her teeth in frustration. The disgrace of this day was undeniable, yet should a confrontation ensue, it would only amplify her humiliation. As for any subsequent attempts to salvage her reputation, that would be solely to preserve the face of the Celestial Alliance, bearing no relevance to her personally. Thus, it would be wiser to cease hostilities here. Of course, she would remember this master and apprentice duo, particularly that lad Zhang Xian, who had made a lasting impression on her mind. How terrifying! I almost thought I was facing my demise just now. Is this what it means to be an immortal? Truly formidable. As the prospect of combat faded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, akin to having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Zhang Xian, however, wore a face of disappointment, having discerned that Ling Wuxue appeared hesitant to engage, likely due to the belief that she could not best Xiao Yao. This prompted an inner critique from him, another coward. As for Ling Wushue's final glance in his direction, Zhang Xian dismissed it. With so many harboring envy toward him, including a fair share of immortals, he thought nothing of this timid girl. Let her come to the Azure Cloud sect and test her mettle. He would not shy away from the challenge. Chapter 63. The Aftermath of the Blood Plague Array. Why is the young master of Qingyun's sect unscathed? Zhang Xian continued to rank the sects in the grand competition, while Yun Yao and Ling Wuxue accompanied Li Yuanzhao to one side to inquire about the happenings within the secret realm. Following Zhang Xian's actions, the major sects, despite their dissatisfaction with the results of the sect competition, dared not exhibit their displeasure openly. Simultaneously, the higher-ups of various sects could not help but express their astonishment. The Lord of Qingyun's sect appeared anything but a newly ascended immortal, standing firm against the Lord of the Immortal Hall without yielding an inch. Who would dare provoke Qingyun's sect now? However, it was clear to everyone that with Yun Yao openly revealing her immortal cultivation, Qingyun's sect would likely no longer remain in the southern wilderness. The rules of the Immortal Alliance were to be adhered to by the human race, which brought a sigh of relief to the various sections. The disciples of each sect, on the other hand, were less preoccupied with such matters. They gazed enviously at Zhang Xian, coveting his immortal master, especially considering how fiercely his master defended him, willing to confront the Lord of the Immortal Hall on his behalf. They wished for nothing more than to possess such fortune. Before long, the rankings of the sect competition were finalized, eliciting a mix of joy and sorrow. The smaller sects that secured a place in the rankings and gained resources were all smiles, nearly venerating Zhang Xian. In contrast, the larger sects remained silent, their discontent palpable in the atmosphere of the Ziki sect's plaza. Zhang Xian, satisfied, applauded and returned to the Qingyun sect side. Elders like Wang Defa and the other disciples warmly inquired after him, creating a lively scene. Gui Weifang stood beside them with a smile, feeling an immense sense of peace. It seemed that Qingyun sect was subtly beginning to coalesce around Zhang Xian as its core, though none of them had yet realized it. Just as matters appeared to be settling, an astonished voice erupted from Ling Wuxue among those conversing with Yun Yao in the distance. Are you saying that the demonic race has set up the blood plague array within the secret realm? Upon her utterance, many turned to look. Li Yuanzhao wore a puzzled expression, questioning, is there a problem? Ling Wuxue scoffed, the problem is indeed significant. She turned to the crowd, urging disciples from all sects that were influenced by the blood plague array in the secret realm, hasten to check if you can still absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. At her words, the cultivators from various sects appeared bewildered, but since an immortal had spoken, the disciples complied. Zhang Xian suddenly grasped the implications of her statement and quickly directed his gaze toward the disciples of Qingyun sect and Gui Weifang. Brother Fang, you must try cultivating immediately, and everyone, quickly see if you can still practice. Hearing their young master's command, the disciples of Qingyun sect were increasingly perplexed, yet they obeyed. Gui Weifang, too, looked bewildered, but as he attempted to absorb spiritual energy and circulate it, his expression shifted dramatically. Something is amiss. I can't absorb spiritual energy, yet my cultivation and magical power do not increase in the slightest. What is happening, Brother Zhang? Gui Weifang promptly turned to Zhang Xian. Other disciples of Qingyun sect evidently recognized the situation as well, all wearing expressions of terror. I can no longer cultivate. What is this situation? Me too. I can absorb spiritual energy, yet my magical power and cultivation show no improvement. How could this be? Does it not imply that we are destined to become utterly useless? This predicament is not limited to the Qingyun sect. Disciples from all sects who have ventured into the secret realm have encountered the same alarming situation. The faces of the disciples were wrought with terror, while the sect leaders and elders displayed profound concern, all casting their anxious gazes towards Ling Wuxue, observing the unfolding crisis that aligned with her predictions. Ling Wuxue spoke in a chilling tone. The blood plague formation is a sinister array devised by the blood-prisoned demon lord in the annals of demonic history. This formation has the capacity to refine a cultivator's power, suppress their magical abilities, and strip them of their bloodline qualities. A fully operational blood plague formation can even influence immortals, rendering it extraordinarily malevolent. The most terrifying aspect is that the effects of the formation's refinement do not dissipate upon leaving the array. Instead, they persist, akin to a malignant plague, which is the origin of its name. At this juncture, Ling Wuxue's gaze turned icy as she addressed the assembly. If my conjecture holds true, the disciples of various sects are not only rendered incapable of cultivation, but will also experience a regression in their internal powers over time, ultimately reducing them to mere mortals. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, the malevolence of the formation evident. However, the more pressing concern was that the disciples were under the continuous influence of the blood plague formation's effects. The participants in the secret realm competition were predominantly the elite of each sect. If Ling Wuxue's assertion proved accurate, and they were indeed rendered incapable of cultivation, eventually becoming mere mortals, would this not spell doom for their generation? Particularly, the sects involved in the secret realm competition hailed from all over the southern wilderness, signifying an impending discontinuation of the elite lineage of this era. Zhang Xian's expression darkened, realizing he had overlooked this critical detail. In truth, Ling Wuxue's assertion was not entirely accurate. The blood plague formation's capacity to continuously refine a cultivator's power was only present initially when the demon lord was not yet in power. To achieve certain objectives, he resorted to unclean tactics. However, once he ascended to the position of demon lord, that effect was removed. After all, one must cherish their reputation post-success, even if their methods were somewhat tainted. It was simply unexpected that the likes of Zhu Ying and others had reinstated that effect while setting up the formation. Was this not an egregious act of malice? Such insidiousness from the demon race was an attempt to sever the roots of the southern wilderness. The creator of the blood plague formation must undoubtedly be a nefarious tyrant. How else could one conceive such a diabolical array? Ling Hall Master, is there any remedy for the plague of the blood plague formation? The high-ranking members from various sects voiced their condemnation of the demon race and the blood prison demon lord, while some turned to Ling Wuxue in search of a solution. Particularly from the Ziki sect, Li Yuan Zhao was in a state of distress upon learning the situation. His concern was amplified as Li Xiaobai had also been affected. The latter was a candidate for the Wujing Sword Tomb, not a disciple of the Ziki sect. How could he account to the Li family and the Wujing Sword Tomb if this predicament remained unresolved? The crowd looked at Ling Wuxue with hopeful anticipation. With a weary shake of her head, Ling Wuxue replied, "This blood plague formation is not easily mobilized even within the demon race, for its effects are fundamentally insurmountable. I suspect that the likes of the demon Sun Ju, Ying, and others set this formation specifically targeting the young master of the Qingyun sect, likely aiming to seize the inheritance of the Sangming Sword Sovereign and the Chaos Infinite Sword Body." The high-ranking officials of various sects were indifferent to the intentions of Zhu Ying and his companions. Upon hearing the devastating effectiveness of the blood plague formation, a wave of despair washed over them, particularly affecting the disciples who bore the brunt of its influence. Li Yuanzhao's countenance turned ashen in an instant. It was over for him, and the Ziki sect would likely suffer immense repercussions as well. Zhang Xian, furrowing his brow, cast a hesitant glance at Gu Yu, who was equally engulfed in despair. In truth, the effects of the blood plague formation were not insurmountable. His chaotic celestial demon bloodline could easily counteract it, as he was the very architect of the formation. Naturally, he possessed the means to resolve the predicament. Yet, if he were to assist the disciples of the Qingyun sect and others, wouldn't he that inadvertently reveal his own issues? What a predicament this was. Zhang Xian found himself in a quandary. Even discreetly aiding the Qingyun sect's disciples would leave traces that could potentially expose him. Absolutely maddening. At that moment, Ling Wuxue suddenly turned her gaze towards Zhang Xian, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I am genuinely intrigued as to why the young master of the Qingyun sect remains unaffected. According to sect Master Li, when the disciples of all sects were suppressed by the blood plague formation within the secret realm, you seemed to be immune. Now, you appear to be entirely unharmed. Could you elucidate this matter?" As her words echoed, the high-ranking officials and disciples of various sects began to realize the implications. Indeed, the young master of the Qingyun sect seemed to have consistently evaded the effects of the blood plague formation. What could this signify? All eyes turned toward Zhang Xian. Chapter 64. The assault of various clans on the Qingyun sect and the impending catastrophe. Zhang Xian sighed deeply, realizing that this matter could not be brushed aside, as so many witnesses had been present in the secret realm. Nevertheless, he chose to feign ignorance. "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps it is due to the unique constitution of each individual," he replied with a perplexed expression. The crowd was evidently unconvinced, and several disciples voiced their objections. "No, I distinctly recall that Zhu Ying had stated the blood plague formation targets everyone except those possessing demon bloodlines. Indeed, Zhu Ying speculated that you must possess demon blood. You are undoubtedly one of them. I suspect that this entire situation was orchestrated between you and the demon clan. Otherwise, why would you be unharmed? You must be a spy for the demons." The accuser hailed from various sects, including several disciples from smaller sects who had recently benefited from Zhang Xian. Now, faced with the grim prospect of becoming mere mortals, they sought an outlet for their frustrations, and Zhang Xian was conveniently present. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. Was this a blatant character assassination? However, before he could retort, a disciple from the Qingyun sect spoke up on his behalf. "How can you slander him in such a manner? The young master faced the powerful demons in the secret realm alone to save you all. Indeed, a pack of ingrates. If the young master were truly in league with the demons, would he go to such lengths?" Gu Yu Fangzheng also chimed in, as Lord Ling has just stated. The demon clan set up the formation to seize Brother Zhang's sword body. Zhu Ying has openly declared this purpose. If you are to accuse him, you must provide evidence. On what grounds do you assert a connection between Brother Zhang and the demons? Yet, the disciples from various sects dismissed these arguments and continued their fierce confrontation. Who knows if he is merely acting in collusion with Juing? A golden core confronting a great ascension is utterly absurd. I suspect he has long been in league with the demons. His despicable tactics in the secret realm indicate he is a member of the demon clan. I even suspect that Qin Yun's sect has ties to them. The verbal conflict escalated, with Qin Yun's sect's disciples engaging in a literary battle against all the sects of the south. The senior members of each sect cast somber glances at Zhang Xian, clearly harboring similar suspicions. However, they refrained from speaking, deterred by Yun Yao's celestial authority, yet showed no intention of curbing their disciples' accusations. Initially affected by the vitriol, Zhang Xian quickly regained his composure. Observing the siege on the Qin Yun sect, he realized this was precisely the opportunity he sought to fulfill his task. Yet, acknowledging the slander and subsequently offering his life as atonement would tarnish Qin Yun's sect's reputation, causing him to hesitate. System, if I were to die in defense of the sect's honor, would that count as fulfilling the task? Zhang Xian inquired internally. That does not count. The Qin Yun sect must face a life-and-death crisis, and the host must die to protect the sect in order to complete the task. Currently, even if the Qin Yun sect's reputation is damaged, it will not lead to its annihilation. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhang Xian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he soon recognized a pressing concern. What constitutes a life-and-death crisis for the sect? As the head of the sect, Xiao Yao has ascended to the realm of immortals. And her prowess is beyond question. Even the ancestral elder of the Guyu family and the lord of the immortal palace are no match for her. What kind of crisis could potentially lead to the downfall of the Qin Yun sect? Could it be that a great calamity awaits the sect? Zhang Xian felt a surge of unease. Indeed, this task was far from as simple as it appeared. Just then, as he pondered these thoughts, Yun Yao suddenly spoke. The aura of an immortal emanated from her, instantly imposing a profound pressure upon the assembly, rendering all present silent as graveyard shadows. Zhang Xian snapped back to attention. It seemed that Xiao Yao was indeed furious. How could the master not be aware of Zhang Xian's possible connections to the demonic clan? Was she to be regarded as a fool? What ulterior motives do you harbor in maligning the Qin Yun sect's young master? Yun Yao surveyed the crowd with a frosty gaze, her expression as frigid as winter's breath. Had it been when she had just attained immortality, she would have slain anyone who dared to insult her master with a single stroke of her sword. With her anger palpable, none dared to utter another word. Yet, the leaders and disciples of various sects continued to cast doubtful glances at Zhang Xian, their fear of Yun Yao's might overshadowed by their disbelief. Friend Yun, please remain calm, Ling Wushu interjected, stepping forward. She had discerned that Zhang Xian was a sensitive subject for Yun Yao. Their master-disciple bond had formed in less than a decade. Could their relationship truly be so profound? Ling Wuxue was filled with curiosity regarding Zhang Xian's circumstances. Regardless of his ties to the demonic clan, it was evident that his immunity to the blood plague array within the secret realm warranted scrutiny. Moreover, she recalled that when she and her companion arrived at the secret realm, the demonic cultivators within had already perished, yet Zhang Xian emerged replete with demonic energy. What on earth had transpired? According to Master Li, all disciples had exited the secret realm, except for Zhang Xian and those demonic cultivators. Could Zhang Xian elucidate these events? Ling Wuxue turned her gaze towards him. Her words were meticulously chosen. She did not directly accuse Zhang Xian of being affiliated with the demonic clan. Yet the implications of her inquiry compelled the audience to draw such conclusions. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. He sensed that this woman was targeting him. Surely, she harbored resentment for the humiliation she had just endured and now sought to provoke him. The expressions of the other leaders and disciples shifted noticeably, particularly upon hearing that those demonic cultivators had perished before Ling Wuxue and Yun Yao arrived. How could this not incite suspicion? Was it conceivable that a mere golden core cultivator like Zhang Xian could have slain those at the tribulation and ascension stages? Once more, eyes turned towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was not taken aback by the situation, for he had already prepared his response. However, Just as he was about to speak, Yin Yao interjected first. It was I who killed those demonic cultivators. I cleaved open the secret realm with a single strike, shattering the blood plague array. And they were caught in the ensuing wave. Ling Palace Master arrived a moment after I did, hence her ignorance of the matter. She took it upon herself to shield Zhang Xian from blame, while she was unaware of how her master had vanquished those demonic cultivators. It was a secret she intended to protect. After all, the secret realm had collapsed, and no traces remained to be discovered. Ling Wuxue, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. So that was the case. Indeed, I had arrived a step too late to the secret realm, which makes sense now. The other cultivators from various sects nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Xian felt a sense of exasperation within. What clever tricks is Xiao Yao attempting to play? He had been ready to assert that those individuals had perished due to the backlash of the blood plague formation, and that he had merely sensed certain occurrences because he was under the control of the formation at that time. Yet, if he were to fabricate such a lie, any subsequent discovery of the truth would only reflect poorly on him. Now that Xiao Yao had interfered, the situation had grown complicated, as the celestial beings had covered for him, and any revelation of the truth could very well attract their attention, especially since this matter was not without witnesses. Whether that brat Zhu Ying was truly dead remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Zhang Xian understood that Xiao Yao intended to assist him, which touched him deeply. The girl had a good heart. Zhang Xian, my young friend, could you elaborate on the events that transpired in the secret realm? Ling Wuxue once again turned her gaze towards Zhang Xian. He sighed internally and reluctantly modified his original wording slightly. The progression of events remained largely unchanged. He truthfully recounted the moment he unleashed the aura of the celestial weapon until he was captured by Zhu Ying, who attempted to seize his sword body. However, he altered the subsequent segment regarding the awakening of his chaotic celestial demon bloodline, stating instead that just as Zhu Ying was about to claim his sword body, Xiao Yao appeared and saved him, resulting in the demise of Zhu Ying and his companions. Now, Zhang Xian could only hope that Zhu Ying was indeed dead. Otherwise, it would truly be troublesome. Ling Wuxue and the others found no inconsistencies in his account, as everything seemed logical and reasonable. Although Zhang Xian's ability to evoke the aura of the celestial sword surprised everyone. His explanation that he possessed the sword intent inherited from the Tsangming sword sovereign, and that summoning the aura of the sword sovereign's weapon was not unusual, left the group with little to contest. Just when it seemed the matter would conclude here, Ling Wuxue inquired once more, wait, you have not explained why you were unaffected by the blood plague formation. Additionally, when I saw you at that time, there was demonic energy emanating from you, which can only be manifested by those of demonic lineage. Why did it appear on you? Chapter 65. The Valley of the Medicine King. Could it be mere coincidence? Master, please no. Ling Wuxue's inquiries were exceedingly incisive, prompting the crowd to once again direct their gaze towards Zhang Xian. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian replied, I have already stated that I am unaware of why the blood plague formation does not affect me. Perhaps it is due to the unique constitution of each individual. As for the demonic energy that Ling Dian's observed on me at that time, Zhang Xian paused momentarily, seemingly lost in contemplation. I suspect it is related to the blood plague formation. At that moment, Zhu Ying was preparing to seize my sword body using the formation, but my master arrived and dismantled it, resulting in Zhu Ying's immediate demise. It seems a portion of the demonic energy from him was inadvertently transferred back to me, though it has since dissipated. Upon hearing this, many in the assembly furrowed their brows. Lacking familiarity with the blood plague formation, they were uncertain of Zhang Xian's veracity, though they acknowledged that his reasoning appeared sound. Ling Wuxue, however, remained visibly dissatisfied, her brow knitted in concern. You, Ling Dian's. Just as Ling Wuxue was poised to pursue her inquiry further, Yun Yao interjected, cutting her off. Shouldn't we focus on how to alleviate the effects of the blood plague formation? What purpose does it serve to delve into these matters? Must Zhang Xian also be affected by the formation for you to be content? Noticing Yun Yao's rising ire, Ling Wuxue offered a respectful gesture. Yin Daoyu, that is not my intention. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Besides, the plague from the blood plague formation remains insurmountable, a fact I cannot deny. A wave of despondency swept through the crowd, the disciples of various sects growing increasingly hopeless. Yet, Yun Yao spoke with a calm demeanor. I am aware of a place that may provide a resolution to this predicament. At this proclamation, the leaders and elders of the sects brightened with renewed hope, their disciples' eyes glimmering with anticipation. Master Yun, if it truly can mitigate the effects of the blood plague formation, our Ziki sect would be immensely grateful. Li Yuan Zhao was the first to bow in acknowledgement, his urgency palpable. Should Li Xiaobai be rendered incapable, both he and the Ziki sect would face ruin. Other senior members of various sects followed suit, expressing their eagerness. Master Yun, should this issue be resolved, our Tianqin sect owes a favor to the Qingyun sect. Master Yun, where can we address this plague? We shall depart at once. Pray, Master Yun, reveal the location to us. All eyes turned toward Yun Yao, filled with fervent hope. Zhang Xian, perplexed, pondered whether there were indeed others capable of alleviating the influence of the blood plague formation. Within her heart, Yun Yao sighed softly. For the sake of her master, she regrettably had to expose her friend's celestial identity. Without further hesitation, she declared, "The Valley of the Medicine King. The valley's master is my dear friend and possesses the celestial realm. She may very well be able to resolve this issue." Upon hearing this, the leaders of the sects fell silent, for they were well acquainted with that place. The Valley of the Medicine King was a renowned alchemical sect in the southern wilderness, known for its reclusiveness, having never participated in the Southern Wilderness sect competition. The valley's master, Bai Li, was rumored to remain within the confines of her sect, only occasionally emerging, and was presumed to be merely a great ascension cultivator. Yet now, the master of the Qingyun sect claimed she was also a celestial being? When did the Southern Wilderness harbor so many concealed celestial entities? The high-ranking members of various sects were in an uproar. However, since the leader of the Qingyun sect stated that the other party could resolve the issue of the blood plague array, it was presumed to be feasible. Yet, given that the leader of Yaowang Valley was an immortal, they might not be welcomed upon their arrival. Consequently, everyone turned their gaze towards Yun Yao. With a hint of resignation, Yun Yao reassured them there is no need for concern. The disciples of each sect affected by the blood plague array may accompany my disciples of the Qingyun sect to Yaowang Valley. I will plead with my friend to provide treatment for all. The crowd erupted in joy, bowing in gratitude towards Yun Yao. Hope ignited in the eyes of the disciples from various sects. Surely, with an immortal taking action, their salvation was at hand. Gui Wefang let out a sigh of relief. Realizing there was still hope for him, he glanced at Zhang Xian beside him, noticing a peculiar expression on Zhang Xian's face, one that seemed rather grim. "Brother Zhang, what troubles you?" Gui Wefang inquired. Zhang Xian turned to him. "Are you familiar with Yaowang Valley?" Gui Wefang pondered for a moment and replied, "I have heard of it during my travels in the southern wilderness. It is said that the valley's leader, Bai Li, is a master of alchemy, but I never anticipated she was actually an immortal." Excitement surged through Gui Wefang. With an immortal alchemist intervening, surely they were saved. Zhang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Yaowang Valley? Bai Li. The names were identical. Could it truly be the Bai Li he feared? Surely, it could not be that coincidental. The Bai Li he knew practiced Gu techniques, not alchemical arts. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? No. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence, he could not risk going to Yaowang Valley. Zhang Xian, feeling anxious, looked at Yun Yao and asked, "Master, is it possible for me to refrain from accompanying you to Yaowang Valley?" Jun Diao fronted, "No, my master, as the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign, has already attracted the attention of the demonic clan. It would be unwise to leave her side, as she might encounter unforeseen dangers. Thus, I have decided to keep her close for protection." "Why?" Zhang Xian was bewildered. "No means no. From now on, you must stay by my side. What if I refuse?" "That is not up to you." With a decisive wave of her hand, Yun Yao used her celestial power to bind Zhang Xian. Under the influence of this celestial energy, if Zhang Xian were to stray more than 100 miles from Yun Yao, he would be instantly transported back to her side. Zhang Xian realized the implications of this celestial energy and exclaimed, "Master, please don't." Yet, Yun Yao paid him no mind. Believing it to be for her master own good. Zhang Xian felt tears well up in his eyes. Unfilial disciple. It seems I must go after all, he thought, hoping that the Yaowang Valley and Bai Li in the southern wilderness were not the ones he feared. Otherwise, calamity would surely ensue. Not far away, Ling Wuxue observed the interaction between Zhang Xian and his master, narrowing her eyes. There was definitely something amiss with this master-disciple pair. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with swirling black clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The surrounding air was thick with spiritual energy, mingled with faint demonic essence. Suddenly, the heavens roared. The lightning flickered violently, and amidst a cacophony of thunder, a spatial rift tore open, from which emerged a figure drenched in blood. A figure fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, appearing lifeless for an extended period before any sign of movement emerged. In the realm of the great Luo, I have returned. I'm not dead. Zhang Xian managed to utter a few words with great difficulty before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. In the depths of the southern wilderness, within the Valley of the Medicine King, the Valley Lord, Bai Li, donned in a vibrant red garment, her elegant brows and starry eyes captivating all who beheld her. Her delicate, alabaster face radiated an air of vitality, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. At that moment, she sat poised before her bed, gazing at the lifeless body upon it, her crimson lips parting slightly. My dear husband, do you think I would truly believe you are dead? Ha ha ha, you are the god of medicine. As long as you wish to live, how many in this 9 heavens and 10 domains could possibly bring about your demise? My beloved, we have yet to wed. How can you simply leave this world? How could you die? The chamber resonated with Bai Li's tender and melodious voice, fluctuating in pitch, sometimes sweet and gentle, at other times sharp and filled with the bitterness of a wronged woman. The body upon the bed remained unresponsive to her words, a faint smile gracing its features. Bai Li's delicate fingers gently caressed the corpse's cheek, her eyes brimming with adoration. My dear husband, it is getting late. You should rest. With that, she lay down beside the lifeless form, embracing it as they drifted into a shared slumber. Chapter 66. It must find a way to escape. Xiaobai, do you wish to comprehend the essence of the sword? A vessel, departing from the Ziki sect and destined for the Medicine King Valley, was filled with disciples from various sects across the southern wilderness, alongside numerous esteemed elders. Rest assured, I have contacted a dear friend of mine, Yin Yao spoke calmly. She has agreed to assess the situation for the disciples of each sect. If there is hope, she will undoubtedly intervene. Ling Wuxue also spoke in a cold tone. I have sent word back to the Celestial Alliance to inquire about the methods to resolve the plague caused by the blood epidemic array. I believe we shall receive news shortly. Hearing this, the high-ranking members of various sects, including Li Yuanzhao, breathed a sigh of relief, casting grateful glances towards Yun Yao and Ling Wuxue, while hope illuminated the faces of the disciples. Only Zhang Xian wore a troubled expression, his heart filled with trepidation. Although he was uncertain if this Medicine King Valley was indeed the one he dreaded, he had no desire to venture there. If the valley's master was indeed the person he feared, Bai Li, he would be stepping directly into a lion's den. Yet he found himself trapped. The celestial energy left by Xiao Yao rendered him powerless to escape. The awakening of his chaotic, demonic bloodline had alleviated the slow cultivation of his inferior spiritual roots. Yet relying on his own advancement while attempting to dispel Xiao Yao's celestial influence seemed a distant hope. I must find a way to slip away, Zhang Xian resolved internally. He glanced towards Yun Yao and the others engaged in conversation, rapidly contemplating his escape plan. Currently, this vessel was provided by the Ziki sect, and, due to the number of disciples seeking treatment for the plague, it had a significant capacity. However, its speed was commendable, capable of reaching the Medicine King Valley in just a month. This meant he had to devise a solution to the celestial energy left by Xiao Yao within that time frame. Only a celestial being can dispel celestial power. Zhang Xian turned his gaze towards Ling Wuxue, the only true celestial present who possessed the ability to assist him. Yet, how could he persuade this woman to help him, especially after having offended her recently? Zhang Xiang, At that moment, Gu Yuefeng approached, accompanied by Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan, with Lu Rian in tow. As they approached, Zhao Guanshan spoke first, his tone exuberant. In the secret realm, young Master Zhang saved us, and we have yet to express our gratitude. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Li Xiaobai and Lu Rian echoed his sentiment with respectful gestures. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter. I merely acted to rescue my own Qingyun sect disciples. Regardless, you saved us, and I owe you a favor, Li Xiaobai replied, his voice cold. Lu Rian nodded in agreement, acknowledging their plight. Although they could still wield some magic, it was akin to a rootless reed, dwindling with each use. Remarkably, this woman refrained from employing her beguiling charms. Zhang Xian, wishing to avoid further interaction with them, needed to focus on his escape. However, looking at Li Xiaobai triggered a recollection, prompting him to speak. By the way, Xiaobai, there is something I wish to inquire about. Xiaobai? Li Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. Though you saved my life, do we share such familiarity? In order to maintain his aloof demeanor, he refrained from saying much, simply nodding and stating, if young Master Zhang has something to say, please speak plainly. I recall you mentioned something similar in the secret realm. May I inquire what it is you wish to know? Zhang Xian did not rush to respond, but instead cast a glance at Gu Yufengzing and the others. Gu Yufengzing immediately understood, recognizing Zhang Xian's intent to keep their conversation private, and promptly led Zhao Guanshan and Lu Rian aside. Seeing them depart, Zhang Xian inwardly acknowledged the young man's thoughtfulness. He then draped an arm around Li Xiaobai's shoulder and quietly asked, how much do you know about my master? Li Xiaobai glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and took a deep breath, responding, what aspects does young Master Zhang refer to? Naturally, I am interested in my master's past. You are aware that my master is an immortal and appears quite formidable as a disciple. I am eager to learn about his illustrious history, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He chose to approach the subject indirectly to avoid raising suspicion. Li Xiaobai, not delving deeper, reflected briefly and said, regarding the Qingyun sword immortal, my knowledge is rather limited, as much of her history dates back hundreds of thousands of years. I have only gleaned some information from the Chronicles of Immortals, which is not comprehensive. When the Tsangming sword sovereign fell, the Qingyun sword immortal had yet to attain immortality and remained in obscurity for a considerable time due to the demise of the sword sovereign. After she became an immortal, she promptly inquired about numerous ancient powers in the boundless domain, including my own boundless sword tomb, but all her attempts ended in failure. In the ensuing hundreds of thousands of years, there were no significant events. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a stirring in his heart. Why did Xiao Yao inquire about ancient powers? Could it be related to her demise? Indeed, at that time, he was merely in his first life, lacking the experience to navigate the schemes surrounding his fall, which left him vulnerable to many flaws. Given his strength at the time, he was certainly not susceptible to the tribulations of immortality. However, many wished to prevent him from overcoming those trials. He had sensed some machinations and thus fell into their trap, leading to an untimely death that now seemed rather hasty. Do you know which ancient powers my master inquired about back then? Zhang Xian pressed. Li Xiaobai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot recall. There were quite a few, and I only skimmed through this part of the immortal history. My recollection is not particularly vivid. Had it not been for the fact that my boundless sword tomb was involved, I might not have paid much attention. Zhang Xian nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He had a general understanding of the forces that had plotted against his tribulation, and perhaps those individuals had also troubled Yun Yao. He merely sought to confirm his suspicions. A cold smile crept into his heart. He would undoubtedly help Xiao Yao reclaim her honor. Zhang Xian continued to pose questions regarding Yun Yao, consciously steering clear of raising Li Xiaobai's suspicions. However, it became evident that Li Xiaobai possessed little knowledge on the subject, given the vast passage of time. After all, the young man was merely a golden core cultivator. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian observed Li Xiaobai, contemplating how to deal with the boundless sword tomb. Without a doubt, the boundless sword tomb had placed Xiao Yao in a difficult position, and Zhang Xian would not let them escape unscathed. Suddenly, he spoke, Xiaobai, it seems you have attained clarity of the sword's heart. Would you like to comprehend the essence of sword intent? If you express your desire, I can offer you some guidance. Li Xiaobai regarded Zhang Xian with skepticism. Although you, the young Master Zhang, indeed possess greater strength and have inherited the sword intent of the Tsangming Sword Master, I doubt your understanding of the sword path surpasses mine by a significant margin. Moreover, directly inheriting another sword intent is merely borrowing their path, not the true way. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. You dare to challenge my shortcomings? You're the first to question my understanding of the sword path. Allow me to enlighten you. I understand your perspective, but while you may question me, you cannot question the Tsangming Sword Master. To be candid, when I inherited the legacy of the Tsangming Sword Master, I also embraced his insights into the sword path. Among his realizations, many pertain to the emotionless sword path. I believe that is the path you seem to be cultivating, is it not? Zhang Xian said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Although the Wujing Sword Tomb harbored some animosity towards the Tsangming Sword Master, considering there to be a conflict of grand principles between them, a sense of admiration remained. As a practitioner of the Wujing Sword Tomb, Li Xiaobai had naturally been influenced, viewing the Tsangming Sword Master as a supreme entity in the sword path. Now, with Zhang Xian claiming to have inherited the Tsangming Sword Master's insights, perhaps he truly could offer some guidance. Li Xiaobai's expression turned serious, yet a hint of hesitation lingered. Then may I ask, what does the Sword Master believe is the proper way to cultivate the emotionless sword path? Seeing that he had taken the bait, Zhang Xian chuckled. It's simple. Just make more female friends. Chapter 67. The True Path of the Ruthless Sword, the Affectionate Swordsman, and the Ruthless Blade. More girlfriends. Li Xiaobai widened his eyes. He had expected Zhang Xian to offer some profound insight. Yet what he received was such a ludicrous suggestion. It was utterly absurd. The Ruthless Sword Path emphasizes the severance of emotions to achieve a swift and unencumbered strike. Are you jesting with me? Li Xiaobai fumat, feeling that Zhang Xian was mocking him. Hold on, let me explain. How could I possibly be jesting with you? Zhang Xian reassured him, patting Li Xiaobai's shoulder. Li Xiaobai snorted disdainfully, eager to hear what bizarre notions Zhang Xian would conjure next. I ask you, how much emotion can a single person possess? Zhang Xian inquired. Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow, pondering. How would I know? Such a thing cannot be quantified. Zhang Xian nodded. Indeed, it cannot be quantified, but it can be generally assessed. As he spoke, he extended a finger, stating, consider this. An individual's emotions can be likened to the number 1. If one invests their emotions solely in one person, then that one is complete, is it not? Li Xiaobai nodded in agreement, but then questioned, what does this have to do with the ruthless sword path? Patience. Zhang Xian continued, when this one is whole, it is indeed abundant. Yet, if it is endlessly divided, each fragment approaches nothingness, does it not? You have mentioned that the ruthless sword path requires the severance of emotions. Therefore, when you infinitely divide your emotions, does it not equate to their absence? At this, Li Xiaobai pausa contemplating. It seemed to hold some merit. Observing Li Xiaobai deep in thought, Zhang Xian smiled and posed another question. How did the sword cultivators of your Wujing Sword Tomb practice the ruthless sword path? Li Xiaobai recalled. They distanced themselves from worldly desires, maintaining a tranquil heart and minimal wants to achieve the severance of emotions. Incorrect. Zhang Xian shook his head. That is fundamentally flawed. How can you sever emotions if you have never experienced desire? It is akin to a fruit you have never tasted. How can you declare your distaste for it without having tried it? Li Xiaobai fell silent, reflecting on this perspective. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. So, according to your reasoning, have our predecessors at the Wujing Sword Tomb erred? Yet they have indeed grasped the essence of the ruthless sword intent. How do you explain that? Zhang Xian understood that mere fallacies and conceptual substitutions would not suffice to persuade him, so he continued to guide him gently. I'm not asserting that your predecessors were wrong. Undeniably, they succeeded through their methods, but I believe their understanding of the ruthless sword path is flawed. The ruthless sword path should not equate to utter ruthlessness. Even your predecessors could not achieve this. Otherwise, why would they practice swordsmanship? Why would they draw their swords? Cultivators pursue immortality, which is a desire, is it not? sword cultivators trained to seek the great way, which can also be considered a desire. Thus, if you cultivate the ruthless sword path to comprehend the ruthless sword intent, you must embody both ruthlessness and the pursuit of the great way. Does this not present a contradiction? Li Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, realizing the paradox. However, he felt a tinge of skepticism and inquired, "So, are you suggesting that the emotionless sword path cannot possibly exist?" Zhang Xian waved his hand. "Not at all. I believe the emotionless sword path begins without sentiment, but ultimately leads to a path of profound love. Just as I mentioned earlier, by infinitely diversifying your emotions, you can attain a state of emotional detachment. Yet, the emotions you disperse do not vanish. Rather, they heighten your awareness and deepen your reasons for wielding your sword, culminating in a great love. As the saying goes, when one achieves success, they benefit the world. When your swordsmanship reaches its zenith, your love will encompass all beings, and your sword will harness the strength of the collective. This is the true path to greatness." Li Xiaobai was utterly taken aback. The emotional sword path? The path of great love? Indeed, Zhang Xian nodded. How can one truly sever their emotions and desires? Even immortals cannot achieve that. If one were to completely extinguish the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would they still be human? What purpose would cultivation serve? What is the essence of life? Zhang Xian posed classic philosophical inquiries. Who are you? Where are you headed? Why do you live? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. He had never pondered these questions before, as his elders had instructed him merely to reach a state of clarity in his sword heart, to grasp the essence of sword intent, and to attain mastery in swordsmanship. Now, Zhang Xian had ignited his thoughts, and he immediately recognized the contradictions therein. "So, are you saying I should really cultivate more romantic relationships?" Li Xiaobai azitata. A teachable youth. Zhang Xian chuckled. The emotionless sword path should ultimately lead to the path of great love. True detachment is, in fact, selfless love. The heavenly way is indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. And so the emotionless sword path must reflect this. That is the true essence of the emotionless sword path. I encourage you to form more relationships. This is the refinement of the heart amidst the mundane world. As the saying goes, the passionate swordsman wields an emotionless sword. If you succeed in refining your heart, the emotionless sword intent will naturally follow. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap resonated in Li Xiaobai's mind. Theoretically, the emotionless sword path does not exist. The heavenly way is indifferent, treating all as mere fodder. This is the true meaning of the emotionless sword path, the path of great love. The passionate swordsman wields an emotionless sword. Li Xiaobai felt as though he had been enlightened. The elders of his sect had erred. This is the authentic, emotionless sword path. He gazed at Zhang Xian. His eyes filled with reverence, and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Truly deserving of the title of Sword Master Songming, your understanding of the sword path is indeed extraordinary. I am grateful for your teachings. At that moment, he began to comprehend why Sword Master Songming's swordsmanship had reached such heights. The depth of his thoughts was entirely different. Zhang Xian nodded with a smile, pleased that the young man had finally grasped the essence. However, such discourse would only resonate with a naive youth like Li Xiaobai. Those who had already established their own paths would be impervious to persuasion, as they had developed their own theoretical frameworks. Cultivators are inherently obsessive. Otherwise, how could one persist for thousands of years in pursuit of a singular goal? Since you understand, that simplifies matters. However, you must refrain from discussing these views too freely with the elders upon your return to the Boundless Sword Tomb, Zhang Xian advised. Li Xiaobai was immediately perplexed. Why? They had strayed from the correct path of the Great Tao, and as a disciple of the Boundless Sword Tomb, it was his duty to guide them back. Zhang Xian sighed and replied, "My understanding of the emotionless Sword Tao is derived from the insights of the Songming Sword Sovereign. You are aware that the Boundless Sword Tomb does not hold him in high regard. They may entirely dismiss my words because of this. I comprehend your sentiments towards the Boundless Sword Tomb, but until you achieve success, they will not believe you. It would be wiser to point out their errors once you have truly succeeded. for then your words will carry far greater weight. He felt it necessary to issue a warning to the young man. Otherwise, what would happen if, after having just completed his own transformation, the boundless sword tomb were to suppress him? In theory, his approach was indeed feasible. If Li Xiaobai succeeded in mastering the emotionless sword Dao, and numerous female practitioners flocked to him, embracing him from both sides while confronting the boundless sword tomb with the declaration that they were on the wrong path, the scene would be quite amusing to envision. Li Xiaobai absorbed this, his expression turning somewhat gloomy as he clearly contemplated the stubbornness of his elders. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, young Master Zhang. Zhang Xian smiled and nodded. Having offered you my counsel, should we still refer to me as young Master Zhang? How about calling me Brother Xian instead? Li Xiaobai felt a bit awkward, suddenly shifting from the emotionless sword Dao to the emotion sword Dao, which he was still struggling to acclimate to. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian's advice was indeed immensely beneficial, akin to a rebirth for him. Thus, he hesitantly stammered, Xian, Brother Xian. Ah. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. The training of this generation of emotionless sword Dao practitioners had reached an initial stage of completion. As for what followed, once this young man experienced the pleasures of love, would he truly abandon his path? Since you have come to this realization, why not start looking for a girlfriend now? I think Lu Ruyin would be an excellent choice. You could practice with her, Zhang Xian encouraged. Li Xiaobai's face froze momentarily. So soon? Of course. You are destined for great love in this world. If you don't seize the moment, when will you? But I don't even know how to proceed. Don't worry, I will teach you. You? Li Xiaobai's suspicion was evident. Brother Xian, I mean no offense, but how can you teach me when you don't have a girlfriend yourself? Zhang Xian was taken aback. What are you saying? You might not realize, but I am a master in the realm of romance. I have passed through countless flower gardens without a single petal touching me. Zhang Xian declared confidently, hands clasped behind his back. Although he had never had a girlfriend, he had certainly seen enough examples of relationships. He had watched numerous videos and read many quotes from notorious players before his journey began. Li Xiaobai pausa, suddenly recalling how Zhang Xian seemed unperturbed even when faced with the allure of the Hao US sect. Perhaps he truly was a master in this regard. He remained half convinced. Then I shall rely on you to teach me, Brother Xian. Rest assured, I will handle it. Zhang Xian boasted with a resounding thump of his chest. The two engaged in a hushed conversation, yet Li Xiaobai continued to feel increasingly hesitant. Brother Xian, is this truly feasible? Absolutely. Trust me, you won't regret it. Tupte sashantawit, Li Xiaobai's bol manaube. The secret of the master? Soon, Zhang Xian and his companion finished their discussion. Xiangu, are we really going for it? Li Xiaobai glanced timidly at Lu Ruyin, who was engaged in conversation with Gui Weifang and Zhao Guanshan. Of course we are. Take that brave first step and believe in yourself. You are truly remarkable. Zhang Xian encouraged, surprised by Li Xiaobai's sudden timidity, having previously displayed a rather confident demeanor. Yet, understanding that Li Xiaobai was still inexperienced, Zhang Xian offered his support. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobai nodded. Alikt, Xuanye, Ishalgu. Go forth with confidence. You'll be just fine. With Zhang Xian's encouragement, Li Xiaobai strode towards Lu Ruyin and the others, exuding an air of bravado. Noticing Li Xiaobai's approach, Gui Weifang spoke first. Li Daoyu, have you concluded your discussion with Brother Zhang? Li Xiaobai did not respond, nor did he turn to face them. Instead, he stood before them, his back turned, gazing coldly into the distance. The group was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Lu Ruyin furrowed her brows and inquired gently, could it be that Li Daoyu did not enjoy the conversation with young Master Zhang? Of course, I was quite pleased. Zhang Xian interjected with a smile, puzzled by Li Xiaobai's behavior. What is he attempting to do? Zhang Xian thought, bewildered. Li Xiaobai then slowly turned around, still not making eye contact, merely caressing the sword in his hand. Alas, how solitary the world is. Among my peers in the southern frontier, the only one who can rival me is Brother Zhang. It is truly a pity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin and the others were left speechless. Is he unwell? Zhang Xian's expression darkened. What are you doing, you fool? Li Xiaobai continued his lament, turning to Zhang Xian, Brother Zhang. Do you know the origins of the sword in my hand? Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his sudden inquiry. Li Shoubai Musa Lot. This sword was crafted by a master of the Wujiang sword tomb. Although it is merely a low-grade magical artifact now, it is made from extraordinarily precious materials such as heavenly essence stone, purple rhythm sand, and dreamless essence. Its sharpness rivals that of a mid-grade magical artifact. It shall grow alongside me, and one day, when I comprehend the essence of the sword and attain immortality, it shall become a divine weapon. As Li Shaobai spoke, he suddenly glanced at Lu Ruyan, adopting the demeanor of a Na'vi heir. Lu Ruyan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Is he flaunting his wealth? Zhang Xian slapped his forehead in exasperation. What a foolish display. Li Shaobai's antics did not cease. He waved his hand to produce a plethora of spirit stones and elixirs from his storage ring, creating a dazzling pile before him, blinding everyone with their brilliance. Alas, how shall I spend such an abundance of spirit stones? If only someone could assist me in enjoying them. And these elixirs, they're all of the finest quality for enhancing cultivation, some even inscribed with patterns. Who could help me share the burden? The group could no longer contain themselves. Zhao Guanshan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Lu Rian also clasped her hands and remarked, "It seems my elder from the Haiyue sect is calling for me. I must go and see." The two hurriedly fled the scene, pondering if Li Shaobai's mind had indeed become somewhat unhinged, perhaps from excessive sword training. As he noticed Lu Ruoyan departing, Li Shaobai was momentarily taken aback and turned to Zhang Xian. "Brother Xian, why didn't T at work?" Zhang Xian's expression was grim. "What on earth are you doing? Is this how I instructed you?" "Brother Xian, didn't T you say that when pursuing a woman, one should focus not on how to chase her, but rather on how to attract her, showcasing one's own strengths and charm? And you also mentioned that money is meant to impress women, not for them to spend." "I was merely following your advice," Li Shaobai exclaimed, a puzzled look adorning his face. Zhang Xian felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. "Is this really your idea of showcasing charm? Truly, you are a remarkable talent." Resigned, he decided to impart some specific strategies instead, realizing that apart from swordsmanship, this lad was utterly clueless. "Brother Xian?" At that moment, Gui Wefang seemed to sense something amiss and inquired, "Is it you who advised Li Dao Yu to act this way?" "Indeed, I am teaching him how to pursue Lu Ruoyan," Zhang Xian affirmed. He then shared his guidance with Li Shaobai, contemplating how to extricate himself from the situation, perhaps allowing Gui Wefang to keep an eye on a boy. Upon hearing this, Gui Wefang was astounded. A practitioner of the unfeeling sword seeking a romantic partner? A sentimental swordsman with a heart of stone? Is this truly viable? Yet, with Zhang Xian's eloquent discourse on the insights of the Sangming sword sovereign, Gui Wefang found himself unable to refute his claims. Moreover, after some contemplation, he perceived a semblance of truth in this theory. Perhaps it could indeed work. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, wishing that the Sangming sword sovereign's insights had extended beyond swordsmanship. For then Brother Zhang might have been able to offer him guidance as well. Zhang Xian, undeterred by Gui Yuefang's musings, resumed his instruction of Li Shaobai. "Remember, when approaching her, enter at a 45-degree angle, ready to advance or retreat. During conversation, ignite her interest while maintaining your allure, allowing her to follow your lead." This time, he meticulously detailed every action, demeanor, and tone Li Shaobai should adopt in the presence of Lu Ruoyan. Li Shaobai nuda eajarli, his eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. Brother Xian truly possesses remarkable skills. Gui Wefang, too, was impressed, marveling at Zhang Xian's expertise. Meanwhile, at a distance, Yin Yao and her companions appeared to have concluded their discussion. "Come with me," Yin Yao called out to Zhang Xian. He nodded and quickly instructed Li Shaobai and Gui Wefang. "Have you remembered everything? You must adhere to my guidance this time. Brother Fangzheng, keep a close watch on him." Both nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Brother Xian, this time we won't falter." Gui Wefang added, "I'll make sure to monitor him closely, following your instructions to the letter." Although Zhang Xian remained somewhat apprehensive, he knew that Yin Yao had likely summoned him for a reason, so he could only comply. "Very well, remember what I said, and refrain from improvising this time," he reiterated as he walked towards Yin Yao. The two nodded repeatedly, watching Zhang Xian depart. Following Yun Yao into the chamber of the flying vessel, Zhang Xian inquired with a hint of confusion, "Master, is there something you need? I am quite occupied at the moment." However, once Yun Yao entered the room, she swiftly waved her hand, enveloping the entire space in a confinement and establishing a soundproof barrier. "Master, what are you doing?" Zhang Xian immediately adopted a wary stance. Yun Yao turned her gaze towards him and asked, "It seems that Master does not wish to visit the Medicine King Valley?" Caught off guard by her perceptiveness, Zhang Xian paused, fatigue evident in his expression. "Indeed, I have endured quite a lot within the secret realm and feel rather exhausted. I wish to return to the Qingyun sect for some rest." Yin Yao nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, Master, you may also find respite at the Medicine King Valley. But for your safety, I kindly ask that you refrain from wandering about during this time." Zhang Xian chuckled wryly. "Please, do not call me that. You are my master. Besides, what danger could possibly befall me?" "Master," Yin Yao's tone suddenly escalated, "I do not understand why you refuse to acknowledge your true identity. However, I shall not press you to do so any longer." Zhang Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Has little Yao come to terms with this? Yet, the fact that his status as merely a bearer of the inheritance had already attracted the attention of the demonic clans made it imperative for him to remain cautious. Yin Yao's demeanor softened, her previously icy exterior melting away as she gazed gently at Zhang Xian. "In the past, it was you who protected me. Now, it is my turn to safeguard you. I am aware that you may harbor certain secrets, and while I can choose to overlook them, I earnestly hope that you will regain your strength in the future so we may officially recognize each other." Zhang Xian sighed inwardly. It was indeed this concern for his safety that prevented her from allowing him to leave. "Master, I assure you, I am not that Salming Sword Sovereign." A flicker of disappointment crossed Yun Yao's gentle eyes, only to vanish swiftly. "Rest assured, I do not expect you to acknowledge it at this moment. However, it seems there may indeed be some issues concerning you. Once we arrive at the Medicine King Valley, perhaps my friend could examine you." Zhang Xian felt a tightening in his chest. The demonic aura he carried had undoubtedly drawn her attention. Yet, venturing to the Medicine King Valley was already a considerable risk, and the thought of undergoing an examination by an immortal was daunting. What if something were to be discovered? No, he could not allow that. Absolutely not. Zhang Xian rejected the proposal immediately. Yin Yao was taken aback. Realizing her tone was inappropriate, Zhang Xian quickly added, "There is no need for an examination. I'm fully aware of my own health and have no issues. You need not worry, Master." "Is that so?" Yin Yao hesitated, her mind racing with suspicion regarding the connection to his secrets. "Of course, what issues could I possibly have? I am healthy and agile." Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "I understand your concern for my safety, but my visit to the Medicine King Valley would be pointless. Perhaps I should just return to the Qingyun sect? Rest assured, I will not wander about once I am back." Yin Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that Zhang Xian's aversion to both the Medicine King Valley and the idea of a physical examination was indicative of an underlying problem. "This will not do. You must remain by my side. While I can accept your reluctance for an examination, a visit to the Medicine King Valley is non-negotiable. Once this matter is resolved, I will take you back to the Qingyun sect and then to the central state." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian realized that persuading Xiao Yao was an impossible task and that he had to devise his own solutions. However, it seemed that Yun Yao had discerned his thoughts and suddenly remarked, "If Master wishes for Ling Dianzhu to assist in dispelling the celestial power that burdens you, it would be futile to entertain such hopes. I have already communicated with Ling Dianzhu, and she will not assist you." Zhang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Did this mean he absolutely had to venture to the Medicine King Valley? Noticing his expression, Yin Yao felt a flicker of satisfaction within her. "Master, do I not know you well enough? Once we arrive at the Medicine King Valley, I shall ensure that Bai Li conducts a thorough examination for you." Chapter 69. The 36 Stratagems of Love. The joy of 2 in 3's company. Zhang Xian stepped out of the cabin, his countenance reflecting profound despondency. Although he possessed numerous methods to counteract the celestial energy left by Xiao Yao, Even the simplest solution of merely shielding it would not suffice within the month available to him. The only individual aboard the flying vessel capable of swiftly resolving this celestial energy, Ling Wuxue, had been forewarned by Xiao Yao, leaving Zhang Xian utterly at a loss. Perhaps the Apothecary Valley is not what I imagined it to be, he reassured himself. Moreover, upon arrival at the Apothecary Valley, as long as I avoid an audience with the valley's master, I should be fine. Yet, I must prepare for other contingencies. I cannot afford to be complacent. With furrowed brows, Zhang Xian began to contemplate how to address the myriad of potential scenarios that may unfold. However, he soon realized another pressing issue. If the Apothecary Valley could not remedy the plague of the blood epidemic array, he would need to discreetly devise a means to assist, as disciples of the Qingyun sect were also susceptible to the infection. Truly vexing. At that moment, Gu Yuefeng approached. Zhang Xian, you have returned. Zhang Xian nodded. Where is that rascal Li Xiaobai? Gu Yuefeng chuckled. He has already gone to find Lu Ruyan. Their conversation seems to be going well. I must say, Zhang Xian, you are indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. At last, there was some good news. Where are they? Take me to see. I must keep a watchful eye. Of course, they are at the bow of the ship, came the reply. The two hastened to the ship's bow, where Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan were indeed engaged in conversation, completely absorbed in their own world with no one else around. Zhang Xian marveled at the scene. It appeared that a date had indeed been arranged, and this lad was not as foolish as he seemed. You have taught him well, Zhang Xian. However, I am somewhat curious. You yourself do not seem to have a girlfriend. How is it that you can expound such theories? Gu Yuefeng inquired, puzzled. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. If you lack the ability to speak wisely, perhaps it is best to remain silent. He quickly diverted the topic. Come, let us move closer and listen to their conversation. They inched closer, and the faint sounds of Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan's dialogue drifted to them. Miss Lu, the weather is quite pleasant today. Indeed, it has been nice these past few days. Do you have any hobbies? Hobbies? Does cultivation count? Certainly. I enjoy cultivation as well. Is that so? Yes. Upon hearing their exchange, Zhang Xian's face darkened further. He turned to Gu Yuefeng. You call this a good conversation? Gu Yuefeng nodded. Indeed, they are engaged in dialogue. Are they not? Zhang Xian facepalmed. This was nothing short of an awkward conversation. To expect a novice in matters of the heart to suddenly evolve into a skilled romantic was indeed overly optimistic. Nonetheless, it was a step forward that they were at least conversing, and Zhang Xian deemed it unwise to demand too much. Very well, we shall take it one step at a time. When Li Xiaobai concludes his conversation, have him come to find me. I must provide him with further instruction. Having listened long enough, Zhang Xian returned to the cabin. Oh, Gu Yuefeng nodded, choosing to remain in place and eavesdrop, adopting an appearance of earnestness in learning. In response, Zhang Xian could only shake his head in resignation. Subsequently, during the day, Zhang Xian taught Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefeng, while in the evenings, he encouraged Li Xiaobai to arrange practical encounters with Lu Ruyan. As for Ling Wuxue, despite Zhang Xian's persistence in seeking her out multiple times, she exhibited no inclination to assist him, instead inquiring about his situation. Realizing that this avenue was completely closed off, Zhang Xian relinquished his hopes and dedicated himself to instructing Li Xiaobai. The specific content of the course was ingeniously titled The 36 Strategies of Love. He emphasized that emotional communication between two individuals requires a delicate push and pull. She advances while you retreat, she retreats while you advance, akin to a lute partially concealed, instilling in her a feeling of irresistible desire. This is the art of alluring retreat. Women are inherently emotional beings, and it is essential to stimulate their emotions, which is akin to cutting off the fuel to the fire. Furthermore, in courting a lady, one must consider the trifecta of timing, location, and interpersonal harmony. For instance, the heroic rescue of a damsel requires a crisis, which can be fabricated if necessary, even feigning injury to garner sympathy. This is akin to blooming flowers on a tree or employing a self-inflicted hardship. Zhang Xian imparted all the knowledge he had accumulated regarding the art of romance from his previous life to Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefeng without reservation. Each lesson saw the duo adopting the demeanor of diligent students, attentively taking notes, which brought Zhang Xian immense satisfaction. He feared not dull students, but rather apathetic ones. Under Zhang Xian's meticulous guidance, Li Xiaobai's skills in wooing women flourished, and his relationship with Lu Ruyan indeed grew closer. "Brother Xian, I'm off to meet Lu Ruyan," Li Xiaobai announced one day after class, bidding farewell to Zhang Xian as he made his exit. Guyu Fangzheng intended to follow, but was halted by Zhang Xian's call. "Wait a moment." Confused, Guyu Fangzheng inquired, "What is the matter, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Xian pressed on. "While I'm teaching Li Xiaobai how to pursue girls, he is doing so to refine his swordsmanship. You study so diligently every day, yet you sneak off to eavesdrop on his dates. What is your intention?" Taken aback, Guyu Fangzheng stammered. "I'm just helping you keep an eye on Brother Li, aren't I? Besides, you previously mentioned that I lack social acumen. Isn't this a form of learning? Is that so?" Zhang Xian replied, skeptical. "Of course. I won't trouble you further, Brother Zhang. I must keep an eye on Brother Li. I will report back to you with any developments," Guyu Fangzheng swiftly declared before dashing off. Zhang Xian observed him with a peculiar expression. "Something feels off. Is it reasonable to learn about social nuances through courting women?" He pondered, watching Guyu Fangzheng disappear into the distance. At the bow of a flying boat, beneath a starry moonlit sky, two figures sat closely side by side. Li Xiaobai gazed at the moonlight, smiling as he spoke. "The moonlight tonight is truly enchanting." "Is indeed beautiful," Lu Ruyan replied, nodding with a smile as she admired the moon. At that moment, Li Xiaobai suddenly turned to Lu Ruyan, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. Lu Ruyan froze in place, her cheeks flushing at this intimate gesture. "No matter how beautiful the moonlight is, it pales in comparison to your beauty." Li Xiaobai gazed into Lu Ruyan's eyes, filled with affection, and reached out to gently caress her face. Lu Ruyan, feeling shy, turned her head aside. "Senior brother, please, don't do that." Li Xiaobai flusha a charming smila. "Don't do what?" "You." Lu Ruyan was both embarrassed and indignant. In his heart, Li Xiaobai rejoiced. For Xianji's words rang true. A man must possess a hint of wickedness to capture a woman's heart. Whether he could win over Lu Ruyan would be determined tonight. He directly grasped Lu Ruyan's shoulders, turning her to face him, and asked with a grin, "Junior Sister Lu, I invite you out every night. Do you not perceive my intentions?" Lu Ruyan's face flushed deeper, her voice barely a whisper. "What intentions does Senior Brother have? How would I know?" Although she could sense Li Xiaobai's feelings, she indeed harbored a slight fondness for him. After all, he was handsome and came from powerful background. How could she remain unmoved when he was so proactive? However, having never experienced such a situation, her mind was in disarray. Li Xiaobai enveloped Lu Ruyan in his arms, resting her head against his chest, his voice low and alluring. Then, "Junior sister, listen well and gaze intently. The moon represents my heart." With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a spell. Though it was merely a simple illusion, it was perfectly suited for the moment. At that instant, the moon in their eyes transformed into a heart shape. Though Lu Ruyan had practiced enchanting techniques as a disciple of the Haoyue sect, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She was utterly captivated. "Senior brother, don't speak. Kiss me." Under the moonlight, the two shared a kiss, while Guyu Weifang, watching from a corner, was filled with excitement. "Wow, impressive. Li Xiaobai truly won her over. Zhang Ji's guidance is indeed remarkable." Though he had also learned those techniques, he had never thought to apply them. He found watching others pursue love far more intriguing and exhilarating than chasing girls himself. As for whether that was inappropriate, initially, Guyu Weifang had such thoughts, but reflecting on Zhang Xian's exploits in the secret realm, his minor indulgences seemed trivial by comparison. In that moment, although it was a love shared by two, all three found joy. Chapter 70. Have we tilted too far? Arrival at the Valley of the Medicine King. Having successfully captured Lu Ruyan, Li Xiaobai's confidence soared. This marked a significant advancement in his ruthlessly cold swordsmanship, a milestone achievement. Zhang Xian expressed his approval, encouraging Li Xiaobai to boldly pursue other female cultivators. He had embarked on his quest. Li Xiaobai did not disappoint. Within a mere month, he had charmed over 10 disciples from the Haoyue sect. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Could the techniques touted in those brief videos truly be that effective? Little did Li Xiaobai know, each of his rendezvous was under the watchful gaze of unseen eyes. One day, the three stood on the deck of the flying vessel, gazing ahead. Brother Xian, Brother Fangzheng, you have no idea how delightful it is to kiss a woman. That sensation. Ah! Li Xiaobai smacked his lips, reminiscing. The brash youth he once was had transformed. The cold and unfeeling Li Xiaobai had vanished, replaced by a roguish figure that was even more infuriating. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. Are you savoring that moment? Realizing his blunder, Li Xiaobai quickly amended. My apologies, Brother Xian. You must certainly know what I mean. I spoke out of turn. Zhang Xian's demeanor softened. It seemed Li Xiaobai had been thoroughly tutored. After a few days of romance, he had forgotten why he had even pursued love initially. He glanced at Guyu Fangzheng, only to find him wearing a similarly nostalgic expression, leaving Zhang Xian perplexed. What are you up to, you rascal? Huh? Guyu Fangzheng snapped back to reality. I was pondering what brotherly mentioned, what that feeling truly is. Zhang Xian's face darkened further. He hadn't anticipated Fangzheng would be led astray as well. Well, at least now you won't struggle to find a partner, he remarked. You two can discuss this among yourselves. Don't disturb me. As they neared the valley of the Medicine King, Zhang Xian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaobai and Guyu Fangzheng were engrossed in their conversation. Brother Fangzheng, let me tell you, during those affectionate moments, is it like this? Fangzheng mused, still struggling to visualize it. Perhaps Brotherly could use a recording stone to capture the moment, so I might experience it. Isn't that a tad inappropriate? Fear not, just a discreet recording. No one will notice. As the two delved deeper into their discussion, Zhang Xian interrupted. Enough. If you continue this way, you might be crossing a line. They both halted, realizing that discussing such matters in public was indeed improper. However, their exchanged glances suggested they were eager to explore the topic further in private. Zhang Xian sighed, rubbing his forehead. Had these two gone too far? In the distance, Zhao Guanshan observed them with puzzlement, wondering when their camaraderie had blossomed. Just then, Yun Yao emerged from the cabin of the flying vessel, flanked by Ling Wuxiue and other elders from various sections. We have arrived at the Valley of the Medicine King, Yun Yao announced coolly. The crowd stirred with anticipation. Had they finally reached their destination? Zhang Xian gazed into the distance, where a valley's silhouette emerged amidst the swirling clouds and mist. Towering peaks flanked the valley, reaching skyward in a breathtaking display. Snow began to accumulate from the mountainsides, exuding an aura of vitality. Deep within the valley, obscured by clouds, visibility was limited. Yet the fragrant scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Although it was referred to as a valley, the distance between the two peaks was immense, spanning several 100,000 miles, rendering the valley's shape somewhat discernible due to the towering heights of the mountains. As the flying vessel approached, the valley transformed, appearing almost as expansive as a continent, and it came to a halt before the valley's entrance. The vessel, which had previously accommodated over 20,000 cultivators, now seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust against the grandeur of the valley. At that moment, the clouds and mist within the valley dispersed, revealing the true nature of the Medicine King Valley, a site that had been concealed by an illusionary formation. Within the valley, spirit beasts roamed freely, and medicinal herbs flourished abundantly, resembling a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Yet, portions of the valley remained shrouded in mist, clearly not open to outsiders. Just witnessing this spectacle caused Zhang Xian's heart to tighten with apprehension. This Medicine King Valley bore an uncanny resemblance to the one etched in his memory, save for its eyes. However, that original valley was situated in the Tai Ling realm. At this moment, he felt a 6 or 7/10 certainty that the valley's master, Bai Li, was indeed the same Bai Li from his recollections. The coincidence was simply too striking. Fortunately, he had come prepared. As the disciples from various sects marveled at the scene before them, a young woman suddenly soared from within the valley, clad in a flowing green gown. Her skin was as delicate and translucent as a cicada's wing, and she sported a playful bun atop her head. Her round, charming face was illuminated by bright, lively eyes. Yin Zhongzhu. Upon exiting the valley, The young woman approached Yun Yao and performed a graceful bow. Despite her aura indicating a mere transformation stage cultivator, she exhibited no trepidation in the presence of the esteemed leaders from various sects, including the immortals Yun Yao and Ling Wuxue. Achi. Yun Yao replied with a smile and introduced her to the others. Achi is the medicinal apprentice of my dear friend Bai Li. The assembly understood and returned her greeting with respectful bows. Yin Yao inquired, "Where's Bai Li?" "The master is aware of your arrival today and is awaiting you within the valley." The young woman, named Achi, replied cheerfully, her demeanor appearing rather innocent. "However, the master has instructed that only you, Zhongzhu, and the hall master of the immortal palace may enter the valley. The others must remain outside." The elders of various sects exchanged glances, their expressions slightly uneasy. Yet, considering that the valley's master might be an immortal and that they had come seeking assistance, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Yin Yao, unfazed, nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, however, Ling Wuxue regarded Achi with a sudden coldness, exclaiming, "A spirit elixir?" The words caused the elders and disciples to pause in astonishment. A spirit elixir? Was this young woman before them an embodiment of a spirit elixir? Eyes widened in realization. They were taken aback. Could it be that this girl was a spirit elixir refined by the master of the Medicine King Valley? Legends spoke of elixirs reaching the celestial grade, potentially gaining sentience and cultivating independently. To discover this was indeed true was beyond their expectations. The refinement of elixirs is a task only achievable by those enlightened in the true essence of alchemy. Could it be that the master of the Medicine King Valley is indeed an alchemical sage? The elders of various sects engaged in ceaseless discussion, their gazes towards Achi igniting with fervor. It is rumored that these elixirs possess the power to resurrect the deceased and even offer the chance to comprehend the great Tao. However, the presence of two immortals alongside them, including the master of the Medicine King Valley, quelled any daring thoughts among the crowd. The disciples of various sects were equally astonished, expressing their newfound awareness that medicinal concoctions could attain sentience. If the master of the Medicine King Valley truly is an alchemical sage, could this imply their salvation? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes as he regarded Achi. He recalled that Bai Li was a Gu Dao immortal. Could it be that she had cultivated alchemy in the intervening years and grasped its true essence? He remembered leaving her some insights on alchemy before his downfall. Perhaps that was the catalyst for her success. Additionally, witnessing the actions of Xiao Yao and Ling Wuxue brought a sense of relief to Zhang Xian, as he realized there was no need for him to enter. While the crowd harbored various thoughts, Achi's expression shifted subtly. Few were aware of her true identity as the embodiment of the elixir, yet this woman before her discerned it at a glance. Is this the sovereign of the immortal palace? Now, she truly felt apprehensive about venturing outside. "Achi, please lead the way," Yin Yao spoke softly, evidently aware of Achi's true identity. Achi nodded, but then suddenly remarked, "By the way, Sect Master Yun, my master has requested that you bring along your newly accepted disciple." As she spoke, she scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for Zhang Xian's presence. A sudden pang of alarm struck Zhang Xian's heart. "Bai Li wishes to see me? What does this mean? Could it be that I have already been discovered?" Chapter 71. Indeed, it is Bai Li. Has my disciple and fiancé, East, become close friends? Come along with us, Yin Yao directed Zhang Xian. Upon witnessing this, Achi turned his gaze toward them, pondering in his heart. Is this truly the heir of the Tsang Ming sword master? He appears rather handsome, yet seems to possess no extraordinary traits. "Master, since you elders are engaged in conversation, I shall not intrude," Zhang Xian hastily declined. "I've been feeling somewhat unwell these past few days. It is best for me to stay here and rest." Upon hearing this, Yin Yao furrowed her brow. "Master, what ails you?" Just as Zhang Xian was about to explain, Ling Wuxu interjected, "If you are unwell, it is fortuitous. The leader of the Yaowang Valley is an alchemical sage and can examine you." Her expression bore a hint of playful irony, as she evidently continued to investigate the demonic energy surrounding Zhang Xian. Yin Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be prudent for Bai Li to check your health. Zhang Xian was aware he could not evade this situation and felt no sense of self-sabotage, for he had intentionally made that statement. Both Xiao Yao and Ling Wuxue were evidently concerned about the demonic energy he harbored, so rather than continuing to deceive them, it would be more straightforward to allow a checkup. Over the past month, he had taken measures to conceal his chaotic, celestial demon bloodline, and he believed that even an immortal would struggle to discern anything amiss. Having been the blood prison demon lord, he was quite authoritative in matters concerning bloodlines. As for Bai Li of the Yaowang Valley, should she indeed be the legendary Bai Li, Zhang Xian's worries had diminished over the past month. His appearance varied in each lifetime. As long as he did not reveal any telltale signs, he believed he would remain undetected. The exposure of the Sword Master and Demon Lord identities had been mere accidents. With this thought, Zhang Xian lowered his head and bestowed a charming smile upon himself. I cannot believe that there will always be unexpected events. Seeing Zhang Xian acquiesce, Yin Yao and Ling Wuxue were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated that persuading Zhang Xian to undergo an examination would be a cumbersome endeavor, yet he had readily agreed. Was Master perhaps prepared, confident that an immortal would not uncover any issues? Yin Yao hesitated momentarily before shaking her head inwardly. Perhaps Master truly harbored no problems. It could all be her overthinking. Follow me. A Qi declared as a conclusion had been reached, and he soared into the valley. Zhang Xian and the others followed closely, while the rest remained on the flying vessel, awaiting news. Soon enough, they entered the Yaowang Valley alongside a Qi. The scenery surrounding them was reminiscent of what they had witnessed outside, yet it was more intricate. The ground was strewn with spiritual herbs and plants, and the forest within the valley was lush and verdant, showing little sign of human alteration. Its visage remained quite primitive. As they flew within the Yaowang Valley, the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs, complemented by the surrounding natural beauty, imparting a sensation of serenity and joy. They encountered numerous disciples of the Yaowang Valley, although these individuals were not of the human race, merely resembling humans in appearance. Upon seeing Zhang Xian and his companions, they all bowed, primarily acknowledging a Qi and Yun Yao, indicating that most of the disciples were familiar with Yun Yao. As they journeyed onward, Zhang Xian felt a slight heaviness in his heart. If he could only be 60 to 70% sure that this was indeed the Valley of the Apothecary, now he felt a solid 90% confidence. For the Valley of the Apothecary, in his memory, was not associated with the human race, but rather with the ethereal beings of the Spirit Clan from the realm of Tai Ling. The Spirit Clan, akin to nature's spirits, primarily consists of entities born from flora, fauna, and the essence of inanimate objects. Any sentient being that emerges from the lifeless is considered part of the Spirit Clan. While some mortals refer to these sentient plants and trees as monsters, this is not entirely inaccurate. In ancient times, monsters were categorized into beasts and natural entities. However, the ancestors of the Spirit Clan felt a distinct separation from the bloodthirsty beasts and thus chose to identify themselves as the Spirit Clan. As time progressed, this designation gradually gained acceptance in the realm of cultivation, leading to the current understanding that the term monster specifically refers to the beast kin, while natural spirits belong to the Spirit Clan. As for the figure of Bai Li, who lingered in Zhang Xian's memory, she too was a practitioner of the Spirit Clan. It was said that her ancestors were the first to gain sentience from the renowned celestial herb of the 9 heavens and 10 domains, naturally inclined towards the paths of nature. Nonetheless, the bloodline of the Spirit Clan is more challenging to inherit compared to that of the beast and demon races, making such distinctiveness difficult to preserve. Even so, this unique lineage allows Bai Li's race to cultivate paths closely aligned with nature, such as the arts of Gu and alchemy, with greater ease. In the 9 heavens and 10 domains, aside from human practitioners, other races possess peculiar traits that enable them to resonate with certain paths attributed to their bloodlines or innate abilities. Yet, the human race enjoys the advantage of being unfettered by such limitations. They may pursue any path of cultivation. The so-called spiritual route merely regulates the pace of their cultivation. And humans also possess various unique physiques. This is why many other races often choose to adopt the human form when taking shape. The human body is revered as the embodiment of the Great Path. In his fifth reincarnation, Zhang Xian had indeed been reborn within the spirit clan, mastering the art of alchemy and ultimately achieving the status of the apothecary god. Thus, it appears that this valley of the apothecary must have been relocated by Li from the realm of Tai Ling. What purpose could she have in the Tai Yi realm? Zhang Xian mused silently, though he had yet to meet the master of the valley. He was nearly certain of her identity. She was one of the individuals he found most troublesome, as she could be considered his betrothed. His demise as the apothecary god had been an abrupt and somewhat reckless affair. He had choked to death on water. This unfortunate incident caused Li to search for him across the 9 heavens and 10 domains for thousands of years, utterly disbelieving that he had perished. Had he not died, he would have had to marry her, and that was simply unacceptable. Lost in these reflections, Qi had already led Zhang Xian and the others to a palace. The palace could hardly be deemed opulent. It appeared rather haphazardly constructed from unique stones, yet it emanated a distinct, natural beauty. The entire structure was not large, measuring merely 1,000 feet in length and width. It served as Li's residence. Master, the sect Master Yun and the others have arrived. Qi called out loudly as they stood before the palace, his footsteps unwavering as he moved towards the entrance. Zhang Xian and the others followed him inside. Upon entering the palace, they beheld a woman clad in red, seated in the main hall, her demeanor exuding a cool and ethereal grace, creating an impression that was both distant yet not entirely unapproachable. Indeed, it was she. Upon encountering Li, Zhang Xian felt a sudden tightening in his heart. To his astonishment, she was indeed present in the Tai Yi realm. However, he concealed any trace of emotion on his face, lest his feelings be discerned. At that moment, he retracted his previous nonchalant demeanor and adopted a serious countenance, appearing as a different person altogether. Li Yunyao said, performing a graceful bow with an expression tinged with guilt. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your tranquil cultivation at the Yaowang Valley. Zhang Xian and Ling Wuxue also returned the gesture with a bow, yet remained silent. You have already communicated with the Immortal Alliance. What else can I do? Li lamented as she rose, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy. I can only hope that the Immortal Alliance permits the Yaowang Valley to remain in the southern wilderness. We assure you, we will not compete with the local practitioners. We merely seek a humble patch of land for our cultivation. As she spoke, she turned to Ling Wuxue, her expression devoid of emotion. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lord Ling Wuxue nodded and replied with a smile. Rest assured, as long as the Yaowang Valley abides by the rules of the Immortal Alliance, remaining in the southern wilderness is certainly feasible. The Alliance can grant this request. According to the regulations of the Human Race Immortal Alliance, the Yaowang Valley, being a sect of immortals, should have relocated to the central continent. However, since it was not a traditional sect of the human race and had refrained from competing with the local sects in the southern wilderness over the years, indeed, it had not even recruited disciples from the human race. The Alliance's regulations were not particularly stringent in this case. Despite this, the Immortal Alliance could have forcibly expelled the Yaowang Valley. Yet, given that the disciples from various sects in the southern wilderness require the valley's healing services, the Alliance chose to make concessions, agreeing to allow the Yaowang Valley to remain for the time being. This arrangement was contingent upon the valley's ability to treat the disciples and would be subject to ongoing scrutiny from the Alliance. These matters had already been discussed during their journey, though Zhang Xian remained unaware of them. Thus, Yin Yao felt a twinge of guilt regarding her dear friend. Oh, you truly have brought misfortune upon the Yaowang Valley, Li chided playfully as she looked at Yin Yao. Yin Yao forced a smile, genuinely apologetic. I had no choice in the matter. Noting that Li's reproach was tempered with a lack of genuine anger, it seemed the two shared a close bond, prompting Zhang Xian to ponder a curious question. How did they become acquainted? His first disciple and his fiancée, from the 5th generation, appeared to have formed an intimate friendship. An odd sensation washed over him. At that moment, Li suddenly turned her gaze to Zhang Xian, curiosity etched on her face. Is this your newly accepted disciple? Having not scrutinized him closely before, she now fixed her gaze upon him, her brow furrowing slightly. Zhang Xian, unexpectedly, evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Had they met before? Chapter 72. Who is your master? The true crisis of Qingyun sect? Strange. Bailey gazed at Zhang Xian, her brow slightly furrowed. She was certain that the two had never met before. This was indeed their first encounter, yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped her. No, indeed, this was my disciple. Yun Yao spoke, her expression somewhat unnatural. Beside her, Ling Wuxue felt a shift in the atmosphere, sensing something amiss. As Bailey continued to scrutinize him, Zhang Xian felt a flutter of anxiety within. However, noticing that she did not press further, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, she did not recognize him. As long as he did not reveal any slip-ups, he would be fine. "Greetings, Senior Bai," Zhang Xian said with utmost propriety, bowing respectfully, exuding an air of courtesy. His demeanor took both Ling Wuxue and Yun Yao by surprise. Why had their master suddenly become so earnest? Bailey nodded with a smile. "It is no wonder you have obtained the legacy of the Songming Sword Sovereign. It explains why Yun Yao would be willing to reveal her celestial identity and relocate the Qingyun sect to Zhongzhou." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was taken aback. Was there another reason for Xiao Yao's decision to move the Qingyun sect? "As Senior Bai, what do you mean by that?" he inquired hastily. Bailey raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yun Yao with surprise. "Doesn't he know?" "Bailey." Yun Yao interjected quickly, her tone tinged with urgency. This only piqued Zhang Xian's curiosity further. He had wondered why Xiao Yao had proactively sought the Celestial Alliance in Zhongzhou regarding the relocation of their sect. It now appeared there was deeper intrigue at play. "My master has not informed me. I would appreciate it if Senior Bai could enlighten me," Zhang Xian stated earnestly. Yun Yao shot a warning glare at Bai Li. Her eyes filled with admonition. Bai Li stifled a laugh, returning the look with a playful glare. "You've already dragged me into your affairs. Do you still expect me to keep your secrets?" "However, it is not without reason. It is primarily due to Yun Yao's concern for your safety." Bai Li continued nonchalantly. "Bai Li," Yun Yao exclaimed once more, her voice laced with urgency. "Bai Li, undata, prthada." The emergence of the Songming Sword Sovereign's legacy will undoubtedly attract many covetous individuals. There will be times when Yun Yao cannot look after you alone. Were it not for my good relationship with Yun Yao, I would have considered stripping away the chaotic, boundless sword body from you to examine it. Thus, Yun Yao chose to relocate the Qingyun sect to Zhongzhou, where the Celestial Palace possesses a formidable strength, capable of more effectively thwarting the covetous intentions of other races. Of course, there are also individuals within the human race who harbor ill intentions. But I believe Yun Yao has already reached some agreement with the Celestial Alliance to ensure they keep a close watch on you, preventing any internal threats from arising. At this point, Bailey cast a sly glance at Ling Wuxue. Ling Wuxue's expression darkened slightly. It was a well-known fact that the human race often engaged in infighting, leaving her no grounds for rebuttal. Zhang Xian, however, suddenly understood. So this was Xiao Yao's plan all along. He looked at Yun Yao, his heart swelling with gratitude, realizing how much she had been worrying for him. Yun Yao, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, sighed and candidly admitted to Zhang Xian. "Once the Qingyun sect relocates to Zhongzhou, your safety will be significantly assured. At the very least, you will no longer have to contend with schemes such as the recent machinations of the Demon Clan, allowing you to compete openly with your contemporaries." "What conditions has Master agreed upon with the Immortal Alliance?" Zhang Xian inquired directly, disregarding Yun Yao's words. Yun Yao shook her head, stating, "This is my matter. Is Master unable to disclose it to me?" Zhang Xian pressed, gazing intently at her. Yun Yao opted for silence. "Master," Zhang Xian insisted. Beside them, Ling Wuxue wore a peculiar expression, questioning, "Who exactly is the master between you two?" Bai Li appeared equally perplexed, contemplating the unusual dynamics of this master-disciple relationship. Meanwhile, Achi, standing in the corner, watched with eager eyes, relishing the unfolding drama. Yin Yao continued to shake her head, offering no response. Ling Wuxue, however, interjected, "The Qingyun Sword Immortal has promised to serve in our immortal alliance for 10,000 years, during which 1,000 years shall be devoted to guarding the outer battlefield. In return, our immortal alliance will ensure the uninterrupted legacy of the Qingyun sect for 10,000 years." And the Qingyun Sword Immortal will also be able to utilize the resources of the Immortal Alliance to protect you for the same duration. Lord Ling, upon hearing this, Yin Yao shot a sharp glance at Ling Wuxue. Ling Wuxue, with a knowing smile, responded, "What? Such a significant matter. And you still intend to keep it from the Qingyun sect and your disciple? They will inevitably learn of it. Would it not be more prudent to inform them sooner? This is a matter for my Qingyun sect. There is no need for Lord Ling to concern himself." Yin Yao retorted coldly. Both Zhang Xian and Bai Li were taken aback, realizing that Yin Yao had indeed acquiesced to such terms set by the Immortal Alliance. Serving for 10,000 years within the Immortal Alliance was not particularly unusual, as most human immortals would engage in such service